5 years ago, mysterious portals suddenly appeared across the world, connecting it to other dimensions. As a result, countless monsters from the underworld immune to conventional military weapons began wreaking havoc. At the same time, the occupation of hunter emerged, tasked with entering these portals to neutralize the threats. These hunters are the chosen ones selected through the portals. The portals themselves are ranked from highest to lowest: gold, silver, and bronze. Gold-ranked hunters are those with peerless power, holding the highest status. They have everything: wealth, fame, you name it. While Subaru was obsessively watching his idol, Renji Harasaka, explain how one could become a gold-ranked hunter like him. A glittering 5-star gold portal suddenly manifested right beside him. Subaru stood there, dumbfounded, trembling with excitement, and just as he reached out his hand to open the gate and step inside, his dear younger brother appeared. Ariel Tega, only 13 years old, rushed over and shoved Subaru aside with all his might before stepping in himself. Just like that, Subaru's first chance at a new life was snatched away. From that moment, his life took a 10 billion degree turn for the worse. After stepping out of the portal, his younger brother became Japan's youngest gold-ranked hunter, and his fame skyrocketed, with girls flocking to him and dripping in gold and silver. Ariel lived the dream. In contrast, Subaru began a life like a bug. At school, he was mercilessly abused by his ungrateful brother and his gang of thugs, to the point where he'd wet himself in terror. At home, he lived in a storage shed that was essentially a bug's cage. It was scorching in the summer and freezing in the winter. He was abused by his parents and his brother, Ariel Taiga, forced to work from dawn until dusk. Sometimes, Ariel would take him out just to use him as a pet, bossing him around for the most ridiculous errands, like making him go out late at night to buy water. Subaru wanted to resist, but he had no strength left, so he could only sullenly take the money his brother threw in his face. As he went to get the water, dejected, he thought about his own life. Thinking of his brother's arrogant, mocking gaze, Subaru felt complete despair. Imagining his future old, weak, and shaky, still having to kneel with both hands held out to accept pocket change for menial tasks, he suddenly wanted to just drop dead and end it all. Subaru dwelled on the past, bitter about it all. If only he had rushed into that gold portal back then, he would have had everything. What was the point of living like this? It was truly a case of be careful what you wish for. The moment he muttered about wanting to go to heaven, he ran into 3 of Ariel Tega's lackeys. They had just finished farming monsters, and their faces looked hideous. They had extra scars from the battle, so they were extremely annoyed, and running into Subaru was just what they needed to vent their frustrations. Subaru was cowardly, but not stupid. He knew he was about to get beaten up again, so he dragged his body away to run, but there was no way he could outrun them. They chased him until he was at his wit's end, and one of them even slashed off his arm. They toyed with him like an animal. A moment ago, he had wanted to die, but now, faced with the brink of death, he clung to life. They kicked him into a dead-end alley, where he collapsed, sobbing in utter despair. But those guys weren't about to let him off that easily. They beat and kicked him mercilessly as blood sprayed everywhere. He thought he was done for. Just as one of them prepared to use a bronze rank finishing move to end him, a portal suddenly appeared, slicing that guy in half. He died instantly. The portal that appeared before Subaru was a bronze rank 5-star gate, but strangely, it began to crack and shift into silver. It didn't stop there. It continued to fracture and then turn into gold. Something unprecedented happened. The portal kept shaking. Then, it transformed into a rainbow portal. Subaru stared at the portal, the light of truth piercing his heart. This time, no one will be able to steal this from me, he thought. He crawled step by step, struggling to get inside. Those 2 bronze-rank thugs weren't going to let him do that easily. They unleashed their skills to stop him, cutting off one of Subaru's legs. But how could Subaru, the legless descendant of Levi Ackerman, give up so easily? With his motivation multiplied by 10, he summoned all his strength and lunged into the portal. He had to claim everything. The rainbow portal slammed shut. Subaru collapsed onto the floor. A monster slowly emerged, smiling slyly. The rainbow trial begins, it declared. Subaru lay face down, having no clue what was going on. The monster approached him and poked a finger through his forehead. A jolt of electricity surged through him. The system announced that it was upgrading his body, and correcting his nearsightedness. His 2 severed legs grew back, and his heart and lungs returned to their original state. Subaru opened his eyes wide, jolting upright in shock. His eyes locked onto the monster, and he jumped back in fear. The monster turned its back and headed toward a chair to sit down. Subaru was still dazed, wondering, where is this? And who am I? After a while of loading in updates, finally, he realized he was inside the rainbow portal, and that monster sitting so brazenly with its legs crossed on the chair was the master of this portal. Subaru trembled. Recalling his idol's trial story, He had to face a golden knight and defeat it with a sword to gain its power. Subaru broke into a cold sweat. Did he have to defeat this creature that looked just like a monster? The monster sitting there with its chin propped up seemed to have lost its patience. It sighed and called out to Subaru, scratching its head, asking him if his body had fully recovered yet. Or is your brain waterlogged? When the monster pointed at him, Subaru broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he said he was fine. The slow-witted youth was still lagging behind, not expecting to be having a conversation with this monster. While he was doubting his own existence, the monster waved its hand and told him to come over. Just follow the trial procedure. If you can land one hit on me, I'll give you the power. Subaru hurriedly interrupted, asking who the monster was. The monster was like, what the F? What's with all this roundabout nonsense? Subaru hurriedly explained that there are 3 types of portals, gold, silver, and bronze, but I've never seen or heard of a rainbow portal before. The monster, with a temper as hot as fire, didn't even wait for him to finish before cutting him off. I don't give a damn. With that, it flicked its hand, and a massive wave of power swept over Subaru. The rainbow portal reappeared. Subaru didn't dare move, clutching his head in fear. How was he supposed to land a hit on this monster? The monster had lost its patience. It kept tapping its fingers on the armrest, yelling at Subaru to get his butt up and fight. I want to end this piece of trash trial quickly, so I can go home and sleep. This is such a waste of time. Subaru was bombarded with insults. He trembled as he replied that he wanted to stand up, too, but his legs were shaking so much he couldn't. The monster seemed to hear a joke. It could only hold its head in frustration. Seriously, how was this piece of trash chosen? Is this some sort of main character aura? Having no other choice, the monster waved its hand a few times, and weapons immediately rained down from the sky, surrounding Subaru. The male lead thought he was about to die. He screamed as if he were giving birth. It was like food being served on a silver platter. The monster pointed at the pile of weapons and told him, if you're too scared to fight, use those. If you still can't do it after all that, then find another portal. Go straight, turn right, and get the hell home. Subaru trembled, deep in thought. He had to choose between fighting this monster or returning to his old life. He stood there, stunned for a moment, then shakily dragged his leg toward the portal. The monster stroked its chin. Are you serious? The monster added more insults to shatter the pride of this weak snowflake. Subaru, didn't you open this portal because you wanted power? You really are no better than a disgusting bug. The monster's mockery still echoed in the protagonist's ears, especially the insult calling him a bug. He thought back to before. How many people had called him a bug? They trampled him under their feet. His life wasn't even worth that of livestock. The monster looked at him, seemingly having no intention of going back. It sighed in frustration. Whatever, do what you want. I'm going to sleep. You can stay like that for the rest of your life, crawling on the ground. Take responsibility for your own choices. Tears streamed down Subaru's face. He faintly saw his 70-year-old self reflected in the portal. He gritted his teeth and pounded on the portal door. This behavior surprised the monster, who leaned in to see what the hell the kid was trying to do. Subaru seemed to lose his mind, pounding on the portal incessantly. While hitting it, he screamed profanities. What the hell is this? What kind of cage is this? What the hell? You bunch of animals, you're all just arrogant about yourselves. The monster, seeing progress, lit up with excitement. Am I finally going to be able to sleep? Subaru, on the other side, clenched his fists and screamed, never stopping his insults against the heavens and the earth. You guys think that just because you have power, you can do whatever the F you want? Is it okay to just call people bugs? You dogs. The monster, seeing this, became even more intrigued and knew how to pour oil on the fire. It kept mocking Subaru. It laughed out loud. Of course it's okay, you idiot. The bitterness reached its peak. Subaru screamed, revealing his own humiliation. It hurts when you guys hit me, too. Why do you treat me like trash? Why are you all so heartless? The monster laughed, even more delighted. It had found Subaru's weak spot and kept poking at it. The word bug repeated over and over made Subaru more and more resentful. He screamed, shut up. He didn't want to hear it. It was as if Subaru had been injected with adrenaline. His courage increased 10 billion-fold. Under the monster's expectant gaze, Subaru lunged without the slightest hesitation. He punched the monster straight in the face. After punching, he realized he had actually done it. The monster stood up, satisfied, and patted Subaru's shoulder, applauding him. Fantastic. You would have done it if you put your heart into it. I could feel the intense hatred in your punch. I wasn't wrong at all. I approve of you. Immediately, the monster leaned in and bit Subaru's shoulder hard, leaving him stunned. A wave of power surged into him. Subaru screamed in pain, thinking the monster was about to kill him. But this time, Subaru was different. He didn't just lie there waiting for death. He immediately regained his resolve and bit down hard on the monster's shoulder. The monster laughed with wicked delight. Interesting. I'll grant you a few more privileges. A surge of rainbow-colored power, even more intense than before, flooded into him so much that Subaru couldn't even keep his bite clamped down. He collapsed to the ground. The experiment was now confirmed. Subaru's current physical configuration had surpassed the limits of a human, officially becoming a monster hunter. The creature smiled, satisfied with its handiwork, introduced itself as Vanquish, and bade him farewell, hoping they would meet again. As Vanquish slowly vanished, having genuinely enjoyed this, the protagonist, Ariel Subaru, had officially become a ranked hunter. Now, having inherited the abilities of Vanquish, the vampire ancestor, Subaru slowly regained consciousness. A series of skills updated one after another before his eyes, Blood Fangs at level 1 plus a bonus rainbow technique, along with an array of additional special abilities. Bloodthirster, Hater of the Light, Dweller in the Shadows. Subaru's eyes sparkled. He was still a bit dazed. He muttered, Rainbow. Then a series of notifications shifted, alerting him that the portal was disappearing. Subaru was stunned to read the line. Must exit the portal. Within 30 seconds, the ground was collapsing, and he couldn't even lift his own body. He watched the portal fading away, then plunged into a freefall. Outside the portal, those two thugs saw the rainbow gate shattering and assumed it was that damned bug. Subaru failed. What a waste, they spat. Just as they turned to leave, the rubble of the portal stirred. The protagonist, Subaru, now looking handsome and incredibly cool, leaped out, no longer shackled. Seeing him appear, the two thugs were shocked, gritting their teeth in frustration. This bug, he actually became a hunter, they shouted, questioning Subaru. Did you become a lord? Subaru stood there blankly, not yet having gathered his wits. He vaguely remembered receiving power from Vanquish. Without waiting for a response, the two men drew their swords and slashed at him. But he wasn't the pathetic bug he once was. As if guided by an AI, he tilted his body and easily dodged the strike. He hurriedly raised his hand, telling them, wait a second. The thugs, shameless as ever, played the victim, questioning how he dared to steal the portal from them. Subaru was confused that portal belonged to him. The guy kept swinging his sword, continuing his assault. However, in Subaru's eyes, the attacks were as slow as a snail. Subaru ducked, easily evading the blade. He could now see through all of his opponent's movements. No matter how many times he swung, Subaru dodged everything. The other guy watched with his jaw dropped. Frustrated that he couldn't land a single hit, the thug grew more enraged, hacking away relentlessly. Subaru seized the opportunity and caught the thug's sword-wielding arm. He told him to stop. The thug was startled that his arm had been blocked, but when he saw Subaru's legs shaking like leaves, his confidence returned. He sneered, putting on a menacing face to intimidate him. Subaru, being a coward, got scared by the glare, tremblingly let go, and apologized. The thug took the chance to punch him in the back. He followed up with another blow to his face, cursing him as a pathetic loser who wasn't fit to stand beside him. Subaru had been hit, expecting to have his teeth smashed in, but it didn't hurt as much as he thought. A status screen appeared before his eyes, a system guide showing an HP bar, representing his life force. If it drops to 0, you lose your abilities, so avoid getting hit as much as possible. Subaru suddenly realized this was the vision of a lord. The punch hadn't hurt because he had truly become one. Seeing that his attack did nothing, the thug gritted his teeth, while the other guy shouted at him to stop. But the thug wouldn't listen. He couldn't stand being bested by the guy who had been wetting himself earlier. Boiling with rage, he activated his red rose technique, channeled power into his hand, and threw it at Subaru. The attack connected, and his arm and face began to bleed. Panicked, Subaru thought he was going to die, but he checked his status bar and felt flustered. I'm losing too much blood. If I take more hits, I'm done for. The thug was stunned. Are you kidding me? My red rose can destroy a car. That bug, Subaru took it head-on and only took that much damage. No way. The other guy kept urging him to quit. He tried to convince the thug to turn back, saying the portal Subaru entered was clearly stronger than the gold tier one. But the thug wouldn't listen to a word. Subaru is only at level 1 right now. We have to take him out now. If he levels up, we might not even have a 0.1% chance of winning. We have to finish him off now. Subaru didn't know what they were whispering about. He looked around, hoping to find a chance to run, but before he could move, he was bound by ropes. It was the other guy's binding thread technique. The two of them had decided to team up, and Subaru was left immobilized. The swordsman rushed in again to attack. Subaru was in a panic, having no idea how to use his techniques. Just as he closed his eyes, waiting for the blade, a force within him activated his ability. A swarm of red blades erupted from his body, piercing the thug, who spat blood and fell. It was Vanquish who had deployed the technique. Having just activated blood control, He considered himself a responsible lord who had to hold his successor's hand through the process. Despite his foul mouth, Vanquish taught Subaru how to use his abilities. Blood control allows the user to manipulate the state of blood for 10 seconds. The blood I just turned into blades, I explained it. Now you figure out the rest. After 10 seconds, the swords reverted to blood. Vanquish warned Subaru to fan the flames of his anger before disappearing, leaving Subaru confused. Even though the thug was critically wounded, he struggled to get up, sword in hand, attacking again. Subaru dodged, backing away, unable to believe how persistent the guy was. The thug coughed up blood, spewing curses at Subaru, wishing he would just drop dead. Die, you murderer! You killed our friend. The thug grew more frantic, shouting, "Why don't you just die already? If you died, no one would even care or feel a loss." Subaru was used to such insults. He remained silent, thinking of Vanquish's words, "Fan the flames of your anger." This time, he wouldn't just take the abuse. Subaru emitted a rainbow glow. He steeled his resolve and began his counterattack. With just one punch, Subaru easily shattered the thug's sword, then struck him square in the face, sending him flying 8 meters into the wall and soaring into the sky. The other guy watched his friend fly away like a piece of trash and began to tremble. Seeing Subaru advancing with such intensity, he used his binding thread to drag the thug away and flee. Subaru couldn't believe his eyes. They were actually running away. The thug ran for his life, terrified of being chased. He couldn't believe it, that punch was terrifyingly powerful. What the hell is that? He's only level 1. What kind of monster did that pathetic loser Subaru get his power from? Subaru dropped to his knees and raised his hand in joy. He had won his first victory ever. He turned back to look at the mess in the alley, including the body of Kunisaki, which had been sliced in two. What was he supposed to do with all this? The next morning, the police discovered the state of Kunisaki's corpse. A body cut in two like this, surely this wasn't done by a human. They suspected it might be a monster from the underworld. Just then, Subaru's idol, Renji Hirasaka, arrived. He claimed he had scouted the area and found no signs of underworld monsters. They found Kunisaki's Lord registration card. Renji Hirasaka speculated. To split a bronze lord in half, the perpetrator must be at least as strong as a silver lord. Renji Hirasaka felt his heart beat strangely, but it wasn't his, it was the heart of his own lord, Lewis. Renji handed the card back to the officer. Now is not the time for lords to fight each other. Our duty is to destroy as many portals as possible. Renji looked up at the sky. A clock was counting down, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. Even though it was broad daylight, Subaru hadn't returned home. Ariel Taiga, his every-man-for-himself younger brother, barged into Subaru's bug hole, cursing and complaining because Subaru hadn't even read his messages. Taiga pulled out his phone. He suddenly scrolled across a news update from 2 hours ago. A bronze lord has been assassinated by another lord. Taiga scrolled down to see the info and realized it was someone he knew, one of the 3 kids who bullied Subaru, Eric's. Taiga suddenly had a bad feeling. He thought back to the time a gold portal had appeared in front of Subaru. If I hadn't snatched it, Subaru's life would be different now. Taiga gritted his teeth and punched, smashing Subaru's room. That bug, could he have become a lord? At the Japan Lord Association headquarters, the place for awakened lords, with the power and organization to control portals, Subaru nervously surveyed his surroundings. Are all these people lords? He walked to the reception desk to register. Registering as a lord in Japan, non-members entering portals is illegal. So, to get stronger, I have to become a member. Yesterday's incident was being treated as a murder case. Investigating the death of a lord was a job for other lords. A powerful opponent, likely a golden lord, might emerge. If that turns out to be Ariel Taiga, I'm dead for sure. I have to destroy as many portals as possible, level up, and prepare myself. The guy began rattling off the rules, but Subaru wasn't really paying attention. He'd already done his homework at an internet cafe. There were 3 things he had to keep in mind. First, if you want to clear a gate, you have to level up. Second, the more stars a gate has, the harder it is to handle. And third, after clearing a gate, you can exchange the star for cash. Subaru suddenly remembered that he had the star that Sawatari dropped yesterday. He asked the guide if he could trade it for money, since his pockets were completely empty right now. He felt a bit guilty, but what else could he do? The guide, who was cheerful just a second ago, suddenly darkened. She squinted at the star, interrogating Subaru, asking, "Where did you get this?" Subaru turned pale, stuttering as he tried to come up with an excuse. Yesterday, right after he became a god lord, a gate suddenly appeared in front of him. After destroying it, he received this. The guide explained that anyone who isn't a member and breaks into a gate faces 5 years in prison or a fine of up to 1 million yen. Subaru was terrified when he heard about the jail time. He had been careless. He didn't realize the penalty was this severe. His mind went blank. What was he supposed to do? Meanwhile, that jerk, Subaru's cousin Ariel Taiga, was wandering the streets, heading to the police station to ask about the assassination of the God Lord from yesterday. Back with Subaru, he was finally able to exchange the star for money. Usually, it's a serious crime for a non-member to clear a gate, but in this case, the guy decided to turn a blind eye and help him out so he didn't get into any trouble. After successfully exchanging it for cash, he was shocked by the amount he received. He never expected a God Lord to get so much money. One star was worth 1 million yen, and 5 stars meant over 100 million. To him, it felt like a dream. Subaru had risked his life to get it. Now, he had to find another gate, but his eyes caught a glimpse of a hair salon and a clothing store. Subaru looked at his own tattered body and decided to treat himself to a makeover. As the old saying goes, money can buy anything. With money, Subaru looked completely different. He was no longer that pathetic, nerdy loser from before. Subaru walked out with bags in his hands and sat down in a cafe, waiting for his drink. He had never felt like this before. It felt so amazing. He had bought his own clothes and gotten a haircut by himself. It was his first time doing things like this. His first time sitting in a cafe. Subaru sipped his drink. It was a caramel macchiato. It had been way too long since he last had something sweet. Suddenly, Subaru felt emotional, wiping away his tears as he thought about his past, where he lived like a worm. Now, he was different. For the first time in his life, he was enjoying true freedom. Subaru gripped his drink tightly, making a resolve. After he finished, he had to go find a gate, and after he cleared it, he would come back here for another. He was a God Lord now. He was no longer the worm he used to be. Just as he was getting comfortable, a shadow loomed over him. That jerk, Ariel Taiga, had found him. He reached out, smashed the cafe's glass window, and charged in. He grabbed Subaru by the collar and threw him hard outside. Before Subaru could even get his head in the game, he was bleeding, and he realized he was about to be thrown into a mother and her child. He quickly used his blood control technique to stop himself from flying any further. Subaru shouted at the mother and child to run away. He had only taken one hit, but he was already seriously injured. Subaru cursed under his breath, "Damn it," 10,000 times over. His blood wouldn't stop flowing. This was absolutely terrible. Ariel Taiga, radiating killing intent, advanced toward him. He roared in disbelief that Subaru had actually become a God Lord. Subaru gritted his teeth, stopping the bleeding. He had to fight a gold-ranked God Lord, even though he was only level 1. He wouldn't give up. The two of them fought, causing a massive traffic jam. Especially since the opponent was a gold God Lord, Ariel Taiga didn't give a damn about anything. Subaru asked how that bastard had found him, but Ariel Taiga just sneered. He didn't bother answering, instead punching Subaru in the face and telling him to use his own brain. Subaru struggled to dodge the next punch, taking a few steps back. He shouldn't have turned on his phone to check the money transfer. There was a GPS tracker on it. Ariel Taiga just thought that was a petty detail, finding it hilarious. He used his gold arm technique, his right arm enveloped in a layer of glowing golden armor. Even as stupid as Subaru could be, he realized the fight had begun. He closed his eyes, feeling the vanquish inside him. It gave him one more clue about the blood control technique. It was a technique that converted HP into blood, which he could freely control, but if he overused it, his HP bar would run out quickly. Subaru knew he didn't need to win today, he just needed to survive. That was the only thing on his mind right now. The power gap between Subaru and Ariel Taiga was a massive 22 levels. Fighting head-on was like throwing eggs at a rock. Ariel Taiga used his gold impact technique, launching an explosion towards Subaru, but Subaru used his blood to create a tether to fly into the air, planning to slip away. Ariel Taiga wasn't an idiot. He realized immediately that Subaru was mimicking his subordinate's technique. He reacted instantly. Ariel Taiga gathered momentum, launched himself into the air, and threw a punch at Subaru from above. But this time, Subaru was quick on his feet and managed to dodge, causing Ariel Taiga's attack to slam straight into the ground. Subaru let out a breath that was close. He almost bit the dust. This guy was too strong. One hit, and he'd be visiting his ancestors. Ariel Taiga, meanwhile, was still analyzing Subaru's skills. Based on his initial assessment, Subaru had a skill that shot tethers from his hands to move around and grab things. How pathetic. Ariel Taiga continued to charge at Subaru, determined to kill him. Subaru calmly used his HP to create a smoke screen to cover himself. He took the opportunity to sneak behind Ariel Taiga and used the same fist he used to beat Sawatari to punch Ariel Taiga, but it didn't do a thing to him. Instead, his own hand started bleeding, and he screamed in pain. Ariel Taiga seized the moment, swiping his hand across Subaru's chest. His blood splattered everywhere, and his HP bar kept dropping. Subaru clutched his chest, bleeding uncontrollably. Ariel Taiga laughed coldly and was about to grab Subaru's head to end the game, when suddenly, several sharp spikes erupted from the ground toward Ariel Taiga. Subaru still hadn't given up. He threw the blood that had splattered everywhere, turning it into bone and blood blocks to attack. Ariel Taiga, he had used all his strength to create the hardest blood blocks possible, but they were useless against Ariel Taiga. Subaru felt despair creeping in. Speed, strength, defense, everything about Ariel Taiga was on a different level. Ariel Taiga crushed the blood blocks he just created and took another step toward him. Subaru stood there, dazed. Even after becoming a god lord, when faced with death, it didn't matter how many techniques he used, he still couldn't defeat Ariel Taiga. Subaru watched as Ariel Taiga's hand grabbed his face. He couldn't let Subaru live any longer. If he leveled up, it would be a real pain. He had to kill him now, before he could gain any more strength. Subaru watched the fist coming toward him. Ariel Taiga punched with all his might, sending Subaru flying. But contrary to what he expected, Subaru actually blocked it. He had used almost all of his remaining HP to create something soft and sticky to cushion Ariel Taiga's punch. He had created something capable of dispersing the impact like an airbag. The soft, sticky substance stuck to Ariel Taiga's arm and began to spread. He tried to shake it off, but he couldn't break free. What Subaru imagined was an unbreakable rubber-like material. He watched his MP bar continuously dropping. This was the crucial moment. Subaru raised his hand, summoning more blood clots. The blood control effect only lasted 10 seconds. Even if he burned through his MP, he had to stop Ariel Taiga. Those blood clots stuck to Ariel Taiga, keeping him from moving. Ariel Taiga was furious, but what could he do? He could only stand there looking like a madman. While Ariel Taiga was busy struggling, Subaru took the chance to bolt. His goal was just to survive those 10 seconds. The blood control effect wore off, returning the blood to its normal state. Ariel Taiga prepared to chase after him, but Subaru had created a smoke screen, leaving him disoriented. Ariel Taiga gritted his teeth in frustration, going berserk and powering up. He had been played like a fool by Subaru. Just as he was about to pursue Subaru again, he was suddenly intercepted. The group that arrived was Renji Hirasaka, along with Yudu and Shikishima. By now, he realized he had gone a bit too far, but how could he give up so easily? He had to go after Subaru. But before he could even boast, he was chained up from behind. Ariel Taiga broke into a cold sweat. How could 7 gold god lords all be gathered here? Hirasaka. Renji held his sword to Taiga's throat to force him to stop. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't keep going wild anymore. On the other side, after Subaru left, he ran for his life and stopped on the rooftop of a building. He had successfully escaped. Subaru gritted his teeth. He couldn't even put up a fight against that guy. If he got found again, he was dead for sure. Subaru looked down at his tattered clothes. He had just bought them, and all his other clothes were left at the cafe. Subaru sat on the rooftop. Shopping was fun, truly. He resolved that to regain his freedom, he had to fight. He didn't want to go back to the life of a worm like before. He would become stronger. At one of the gates, a girl was arguing with a group of people. She pointed to the gate, insisting she had claimed it first. You were supposed to book it on the website, but the group didn't care about the rules. They didn't give a damn about reservations. How could a weak girl stop them? It would be best for her to just obediently leave the gate to them. The girl wasn't a pushover, though. She looked extremely confident, clasping her hands together and getting into a fighting stance. She was a bronze god, Lord Amamiya Sazaka. A second ago, she was acting all tough, but the next second, she was being beaten black and blue by that group. The group looked at them in disbelief. It's a miracle they survived this long being so weak, they sneered. Amamiya Sazaka was only level 8, yet she was forced to stand against a level 13 team. Obviously, she didn't stand a chance. The group relentlessly mocked her, taunting her for being so old and still unable to beat them. Amamiya Sazaka was frustrated, unable to say a word. Their skills perfectly countered hers, leaving her helpless. Taking advantage of their numbers, they bullied her, telling her to just give up on the dungeon gate. People with no talent like you shouldn't even exist, they spat. Stung by their words, Sazaka felt a deep sense of heartache. In the past, she had been forced out of her team for being talentless. That was exactly why she refused to give up or admit defeat to these people. The blonde guy clicked his tongue, clearly fed up. He raised his hand, ready to finish the game. Sazaka braced herself, thinking it was the end for her. Just then, Subaru appeared out of nowhere. He politely asked the group if they were deciding who would enter the gate based on who was the most suitable. All eyes turned to Subaru. He nonchalantly raised his hand to volunteer, asking if he could join in. The group was annoyed, all thinking the same thing. Who the hell is this guy? The blonde guy swaggered up, getting right in Subaru's face. He grabbed Subaru's collar, ready to drag him away, but Subaru quickly unleashed his blood control technique, sending the guy face-planting into the dirt. Subaru growled, I don't have much time. I have to get stronger at any cost. The others watched in shock. They barked at him, asking for his level. When he said he was only level 1, they didn't believe him for a second, thinking he was bluffing. They started wondering if he had some long-range skill to strike from a distance, assuming he really was just level 1. They figured they could just crush him easily based on the level gap. They all rushed him at once, but with his super hack technique, Subaru easily sent them face down into the dirt. After clashing with Ariel Taiga, these guys looked slower than snails to him. It didn't take long for him to wipe the floor with them. The blonde guy, who had been taken down first, regained consciousness. He crouched in a corner, seized the chance to use his skill, pulled out a gun, and fired continuously at Subaru. He thought he had him, but Subaru's blood control nullified everything. He didn't even move an inch before punching the guy right in the face again. The hit shattered the guy's glasses and sent him spitting blood onto the ground. Amamiya Sasaka stood to the side, jaw dropped. To her, Subaru had finished them off with a single blow. What kind of monster is he, she wondered. If he really was level 1, his skill level must be incredibly high. Sasaka guessed at Subaru's rank. Could he be a golden sovereign? Meanwhile, Subaru stripped the clothes off the unconscious group to wear himself. His own gear was torn to shreds. After getting dressed, he approached the gate as Sasaka watched in amazement. Subaru gave a small smile. He gave a slight bow as a greeting and just walked right into the gate. Sasaka felt like something was wrong, but by the time she realized it, it was too late. Her dungeon gate had just been snatched by Subaru. Subaru stepped inside, and a notification screen appeared. Mount Karakan Volcano Dungeon. Difficulty, 2 stars. Subaru let out a surprised, "Oh." He looked around. So this is what it looks like inside a gate. Even though it's dangerous and monsters are everywhere, it's actually beautiful. Just as he was marveling at it, the gate behind him suddenly flew open and slammed into his head. Subaru groaned in pain, glaring at the intruder. It was Amamiya Sasaka. With a confused look, he wondered, what the heck? Sasaka casually walked in and locked the gate. A notification popped up, "Gate locked. The sovereign cannot leave the dungeon until the boss is defeated." Sasaka giggled mischievously. Now those freaks can't get in even if they wake up. Subaru didn't understand what was happening. Hadn't he rightfully claimed the gate? Where did she even come from? Sasaka denied it, explaining that she had already reserved this gate for herself. Gates found were registered on a website where sovereigns could pre-book the right to clear them. Subaru had an aha moment. He realized he couldn't clear the gate if he did it all by himself. He hurriedly apologized to Amamiya Sasaka. He explained that this was his first time inside a gate and begged her to let him accompany her. He had to level up no matter what. Seeing how desperate he was, Sasaka believed he was indeed level 1 and agreed to let him join. She understood that feeling of needing to get stronger at any cost. So, Subaru joined forces with Amamiya Sasaka, but on the condition that when exchanging the rewards, she would take 70% and he would take 30%. Subaru didn't think twice and agreed. When it came to introductions, Sasaka gave him her name. Subaru was about to say his, but suddenly remembered. He was currently a wanted criminal accused of assassinating a sovereign. He panicked and blurted out the name Vanquis. Just as they were about to head out, a rock flew in from behind Sasaka. Subaru shouted a warning and prepared to use his technique to help her, but Sasaka turned and easily smashed the rock to pieces. While they weren't looking, a pack of goblins and kobolds appeared. Sasaka was fired up and volunteered to take care of them. She clenched her fists and charged at the little monsters. To defeat underworld monsters, a sovereign needed to strengthen their physique, push their reflexes beyond biological limits, and above all, master their techniques. Subaru stood by, watching in awe as Sasaka nimbly used her techniques to take down the little monsters. In no time, they were all wiped out. Subaru looked at her with admiration. Taking them down with just one punch? That's so strong. On the other side, Amamiya Sasaka felt her confidence skyrocket after beating the goblins. Her skill was to stun the opponent and punch. Long-range skills would counter her, but in close combat, she was invincible. Just as she was bragging, a group of larger, stronger monsters appeared. Amamiya Sasaka's stun skill only lasted for 3 seconds after the hit. In other words, she had to finish the enemy or escape within 3 seconds, or she knew what would happen. Sasaka was on the verge of tears as she was surrounded by the monsters, forced to cry out, "Subaru, help me." Subaru stood there like a statue. He listened to Sasaka's request intently. "Leave it to me," he said, not moving an inch. It took Subaru a moment to understand her situation. He realized her move also had a time limit, just like his blood control. Currently, Sasaka was too far away. She was in the middle of the monsters, so he couldn't let his blood blades fly wild. He decided to try something new. Subaru used blood control to launch threads of blood toward the monsters, tightening them around their necks. He braced his core and flexed, to Sasaka's absolute amazement. He took a stance and pulled the threads back with all his might, causing the monsters to tumble and perish. A surge of light enveloped Subaru. The system announced he had leveled up 4 levels at once. His blood control reached level 2, increasing the time limit to 15 seconds and boosting its effectiveness. Subaru looked himself over. The wounds he'd gotten from Ariel Taiga had healed, his strength had increased, and his HP and MP were fully restored. This is amazing. So this is what leveling up feels like. It feels so good. Sasaka ran over, stunned to see all the monsters around her were dead. She couldn't believe Subaru had taken them all out by himself. What kind of monster is this guy? She wondered. Seeing Amemiya Sasaka, Subaru's eyes sparkled as he praised her. Your technique is truly amazing. Sasaka was totally confused. She was the one who should be saying that. Subaru explained. Amemiya Sasaka's technique stuns the opponent, without exception. Sasaka added, but it only works on opponents 3 levels lower than me. If they're higher, the time is less than 3 seconds. Subaru explained. But wouldn't that make you invincible if you use the skill every 3 seconds in a solo fight? Sasaka froze for a moment as it dawned on her. It was like she had just learned something profound. Subaru pointed to a rocky ledge where a few monsters were still standing. Encouraged, Sasaka told him to watch. She ran to the ledge, applying the theory Subaru had just taught her. Punch, stun. Wait for the 3 seconds to pass, then punch again. Sure enough, the monster couldn't react. Sasaka kept punching like that and finally managed to take it down. Her face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling. She immediately felt motivated and challenged the other monsters to come at her. Subaru watched from the side, happy that Sasaka seemed to be doing okay. Now, he had to do something else. While Amemiya Sasaka was happily farming monsters, she suddenly saw a notification that the boss had appeared. She turned to call Subaru, but he was already standing face-to-face with 2 bosses, a level 17 and a level 12. Subaru wasn't afraid at all. He told Sasaka to take care of the rest. He would handle this part. The 2 sides clashed, fighting fiercely from the ground into the air. The level 12 wolf swiped at Subaru, but he dodged its attacks repeatedly. The remaining level 17 goblin boss, sitting on the wolf's back, seized the chance to draw its bow and activated 6-arrow level 2 technique. A barrage of blue arrows fired towards Subaru, scattering in many directions. Subaru quickly activated blood control to shield his body. The arrows slammed into the orb he created, causing it to explode with a bang. Subaru plummeted to the ground. These 2 are way too strong. If blood control wasn't at level 2, I'd be dead by now. So this is a boss, huh? The skill gap is overwhelming. Sasaka watched from outside, worried. The battle was way too intense. She couldn't jump in to help. Her technique was completely useless because the level gap was too large. She had to clear out these small monsters first. Over on Subaru's side, he unleashed his blood control technique, sending a barrage of blades flying toward the 2 bosses. But it was useless. The wolf easily neutralized his attack and leaped at him, while the goblin kept pinning him down with a relentless hail of arrows. Subaru had no choice but to defend against the barrage while trying to strike back. It was no use. The giant wolf was way too fast, dodging his every move, and that goblin leader was a master of archery, picking him off from a distance. Subaru couldn't find an opening, and he couldn't even bind them with his blood threads. Before he could even think, the goblin triggered another technique. This time, it fired a level 3 ice arrow that pierced straight through Subaru's shield and slammed into his shoulder. Subaru gritted his teeth in agony. It had a second technique that made his blood unable to block the attacks. It was reading the situation too well. This boss was no joke. That whole barrage of arrows was just a diversion. He'd fallen right into a trap. Subaru clutched his arm, dropping to one knee. The goblin aimed another arrow, preparing to fire. Just as the string released, Amemiya Sasaka burst onto the scene out of nowhere and smashed her fist into the wolf's face, throwing the goblin off balance. Subaru's jaw dropped as he watched the wolf get stunned. Wait, I thought that skill only worked on opponents within 3 levels of you? The wolf collapsed. Subaru looked around. The enemies in the hallway were all wiped out. Amemiya Sasaka had reached level 9. She timed that 3-second window perfectly. She landed another blow, keeping the wolf stunned. Seeing things going south, the goblin detached itself from the wolf and took to the sky. Sasaka broke into a cold sweat at the sight. He's all yours, she shouted. Subaru hauled himself up, instantly transmuting his blood into rubber to lash out and trap the wolf's head. Then, he launched himself forward, using his blood as a rope to pull back with everything he had. He successfully took down the wolf, hitting level 6. His body and his HP and MP were fully restored. Subaru started thinking about landing a heavy blow at close range. He recalled the technique used by Ariel Taiga, that massive golden fist. Subaru mimicked the movement, transmuting his blood into a giant fist. It shattered the goblin's level 3 arrow and took it down as well. Subaru successfully leveled up to 9. His blood control technique upgraded to level 3, extending its duration to 20 seconds. Karakan Volcano Dungeon, 2-star difficulty, cleared. Ariel and Subaru had surged to level 9, and their stats had increased significantly. Outside, the group from earlier was still waiting. The guy whose jacket Subaru had stolen was sneezing non-stop, shivering from the cold, swearing he'd shred whoever took it. The blonde guy didn't even care. The only thing he cared about was the gate-clearing stats displayed on the portal. The others broke into a cold sweat after seeing the completion time. It usually took 2 hours to clear a 2-star gate, but those two had done it in 15 minutes? Impossible. Right then, Subaru and Sasuke stepped out. They were immediately grilled by the group, who still refused to believe they'd cleared it. At that moment, a notification appeared, confirming the Karakan volcano had been cleared. The remaining time was added to the massive clock in the sky, a clock so huge it could be seen from every corner of the world. Life would end when that timer hit 0. The only way to stop it was to break the gates and feed the surplus time into the clock. Subaru finally understood why the Lord had to keep fighting. The orange-haired guy stood there, stunned, mouth agape. They had actually done it. A 2-star gate was supposed to be left to a level 10 Lord or higher, yet these two had destroyed it on their own, a level 1 and a level 8. While the guy was busy processing this, Subaru got close, making him flinch. Subaru apologized for ripping his jacket and promised to pay him back. The orange-haired guy looked terrified. He hurriedly brushed it off, telling him not to worry about it and to just keep the jacket. The blonde guy appeared out of nowhere, grabbed his teammate, and asked, "I thought you were going to shred him?" The orange-haired guy wouldn't dare do that now. He frantically denied it, saying he was just joking and to ignore him. He quickly changed the subject and told everyone to get out of there. And just like that, the troublemakers formed a line and gave a respectful bow to Subaru before leaving. Subaru was still totally confused. Why did their attitude change faster than an ex-girlfriend? Suddenly, the door behind them shattered, and 2 stars clattered to the ground. Sasuke picked up the stars. "Let's go exchange these for cash." Subaru hesitated, wanting to confess something. They sat down in a cafe, and he asked to claim the money under Sasuke's name. She looked at him, suspicious and confused. "The split is 7-3. What are you going to do about your share of the money?" Unlike Sasuke, Subaru didn't care about the money at all. He stared blankly at his coffee, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. After clearing the gate, he finally made it back to this cafe. Thank God. Seeing that Subaru wasn't paying attention to her, Sasuke snapped and asked what he planned to do with the money. Subaru mumbled that he'd split it with her later. Sasuke suddenly asked a sharp question that made Subaru spit out his coffee. "Vanquish, that's not your real name, is it?" Seeing Subaru's reaction, she knew she guessed right. He was using a fake name. He didn't want anyone to know he cleared the gate, especially not with power like that. Even at level 1, it was terrifying. Subaru couldn't find an excuse, but Sasuke wasn't looking to accuse him. After fighting side by side, she knew he was a good person. He'd saved her life. And more than that, she wanted to keep clearing gates with him. She wanted to be his partner. Sasuke talked for a while, feeling a bit embarrassed. She was willing to help him, even if she didn't know if she was good enough. Subaru's eyes widened. Partner? No one had ever said that to him before. This was the first time. Subaru felt a sudden rush of happiness. It felt like a warm current flowing through him. He gripped his cup and thanked Sasuke from the bottom of his heart. If she really wanted to be his partner, he'd be so happy. Subaru decided to tell Amamiya Sasuke everything: his real name, his past, and everything that had happened to him over the last 2 days. After hearing his story, Amamiya Sasuke felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought his situation was even more complicated than her own? The Rainbow Gate, the assassination frame-up. Sasuke couldn't believe it. Subaru was the brother of Ariel Taiga. On top of that, that jerk had stolen his gate and became the Golden Lord. It was absurd. That scumbag is unforgivable. Sasuke ranted, getting angrier by the second. She asked if Subaru wanted to get strong enough to defeat that bastard, Ariel Taiga. Subaru scratched his head. "My life is being threatened, so I just want to get stronger." Amamiya Sasuke then shared her own story. Her family had 3 daughters, and all of them were lords. Her sister and brother's gates were silver, but she was the only one with a bronze gate. Initially, their team had been the 3 of them, but she was eventually kicked out because she was dead weight. That's why her goal was to get strong and prove herself to them. Sasuke blushed, embarrassed because this was the first time she'd opened up to anyone. She felt their goals were quite similar, so she wanted them to get stronger together. Sasuke smiled and held out her hand. She wanted to be his partner, promising never to betray or abandon him. Subaru was stunned. No one had ever said those things to him before. He gripped Sasuke's hand, accepting. And just like that, they became partners. Meanwhile, at the Lord Union headquarters, on the top floor of the political meeting room, the 5 Golden Lords sat at a table. Since they had managed to suppress Ariel Tega, they were the only Golden Lords who could act. The other lords didn't seem to care much about the others. 6 people or not, it didn't really matter. Without that jerk Ariel Tega, everything is fine anyway. Who doesn't hate his arrogant attitude? The other lords seemed to agree. But the problem was that, except for 4-star gates, only a Golden Lord could clear a 5-star gate. They didn't have enough people to deal with the tougher gates. Renji Hirisaka proposed increasing their numbers until the mandate against Ariel Taiga was cancelled. He also planned to call on the Silver Lords to join the 5-star campaign. Lord Shikishima Ryu was stunned by the proposal. Silver tier. Are you serious? Lord Yudu Ryusei rubbed his chin, calculating. If we have 10 people over level 30, it should be possible. Currently, there were 7 5-star gates that needed to be cleared immediately. As for the 4-star gate campaign in Meguro City, they had decided to entrust it to the Julieta team, who had an average level of 31. This team was led by the Flower Prince, Hisazaki Ryuji Julieta, who was level 38. Subaru and Sasaka, after clearing their gate, were walking by as the Julieta team passed them. As expected of the strongest silver tier team, Subaru thought, "There are so many of them, but it has nothing to do with us." Subaru and Sasaka were excited to head out, preparing to clear another 2-star gate in Meguro City. The gate was named Soldier's Junkyard. The two of them entered the gate, greeted by a very long flight of stairs leading downward. As they descended, Subaru asked Sasaka, curious, "Do you know what's inside before you go in?" Sasaka explained that they could come and go as they pleased as long as the gate wasn't locked from the inside, so the lords responsible for scouting would bring back information like the endless spiral staircase they were currently walking down. Subaru finally realized. Sasaka looked at the long, narrow staircase. "This might be the perfect place for my skills to shine." Sasaka told Subaru to try locking the gate himself. Once he did, the mission would begin and the enemies would appear. Subaru followed her instructions and locked the gate. The system announced that the mission had begun, and Sasaka, fired up, prepared for the next fight. A heavy, rhythmic thumping echoed from below. Subaru suddenly had a bad feeling, his skin crawling. He stretched his neck to peer down the stairs to see what it was. A swarm of skeletons was marching up one after another. Seeing the sheer number, Sasaka felt a chill too. Wait, isn't this way too many? While she was distracted, one of them swung its sword. Thankfully, Subaru reacted in time, using blood control to block the blow for her. Sasaka snapped back to reality and punched the skeleton in the face. It flew back and shattered, but they couldn't let their guard down. Another wave was already rushing them. These ones were level 10 or higher. They had to clear them out to get out of there. The two worked in sync. Subaru defended while Sasaka attacked. This narrow terrain was perfect for Sasaka, but there were just too many of them. Plus, that ominous, soul-chilling pressure he'd felt from the floor below earlier, it was even more terrifying than the goblin boss from before. The skeletons were being wiped out one by one, but Sasaka's stamina had a limit. She started panting heavily. Subaru saw the situation wasn't looking good and told her to switch out with him to fight, trying to keep her from burning herself out. Sasaka turned back to look at Subaru with a confused expression. It should be the other way around. If you level up inside a portal, your HP and MP recover completely. The best strategy was to push themselves to the limit until they leveled up. So, Sasaka was actually in perfect condition, 10,000 HP, ready to keep fighting. Subaru's spirits lifted at her call to action. Putting his all into the fight, he used blood control to shift his ability into a blood tide, freezing the entire horde of skeletons in place. Sasaka looked at the skeletons struggling in the blood and chuckled. "Your ultimate move is still as OP as ever, huh?" Subaru wheezed, telling Sasaka to hurry. He couldn't hold them for long. Sasaka's eyes sparkled as she leaped up, stomping on the skeleton skulls. She used her top speed to take down as many as she could, successfully reaching level 15. She left the rest for Subaru. He understood the plan and used his ultimate skill to crush the frozen skeletons, sending them to their graves. He successfully reached level 16 as well. Sasaka didn't know what to say. Subaru was a total maniac, just like she expected. Even the enemies had to be terrified. Suddenly, a skeleton that wasn't fully dead tried to ambush Sasaka from behind, but it was immediately taken out by one of Subaru's blood arrows. Subaru reminded her not to let her guard down. Sasaka could only sigh and apologize. They headed deeper, taking down more monsters, but the bad feeling in Subaru's gut still wouldn't go away. The pressure from below was getting stronger, much stronger. By the time they reached the bottom of the stairs, Subaru had reached level 19, and Sasaka had hit level 22. They finally got to see the big boss, a skeleton wearing a long dress and a crown. It was Judith, level 29. The skeleton suddenly opened its eyes and swung its whip to attack. A single swing of that whip made the ground and rocks around them feel like they were about to collapse. Subaru used blood control to protect them both, assessing that this boss specialized in long-range, non-physical trajectories. Just like Amamiya Sasaka, he thought. They really didn't stand a chance against it. Subaru gritted his teeth, still wondering, was that lingering, chilling sensation from earlier really coming from this boss? The boss whipped out in all directions, forcing Subaru and Sasaka to dodge. Sasaka was so scared she was about to wet herself. She turned to Subaru, asking what they should do. Even when they tried to close the distance, they couldn't stay close for long. Subaru stayed silent, judging the situation. The boss seemed to be using MP to crack the whip, but would it stop like his blood powers did when it ran out of MP? If so, this skill countered Amamiya Sasaka's abilities. Her instant space effect would be useless when there was such a massive level gap. It would be better to use blood control for both offense and defense, but if he did that, Amamiya Sasaka wouldn't get any experience points from the boss. He felt so happy that Amamiya Sasaka had told him she would be his friend, and that they would never abandon each other. Subaru called out to Sasaka loudly, telling her he would block the whip so she could keep attacking until she was satisfied. Sasaka didn't understand what he was planning, but she agreed. Subaru ramped his blood control viscosity up to 100%. The monster seemed to realize what he was doing, too. It swung its arm to lash the whip at the blood mass he created. The blood split apart, latching onto the monster and restraining its movements. Subaru turned to Sasaka and told her to go for it. She listened and rushed in, punching the monster's face repeatedly. If Sasaka wanted the experience points, her HP had to drop by at least 20%. As a class specialized in defense and healing, she really had to work hard to get stronger. Subaru glanced at the countdown timer and reminded Sasaka she had 5 seconds left before his blood control wore off. Sasaka understood and backed away. Just then, the monster broke free and began whipping at Sasaka again, but she was protected by Subaru's blood shield and returned unscathed. They were about to attack again when a voice echoed out from the monster. It questioned Subaru in a deep, menacing tone, asking if he had received that power from the AI. Subaru felt a shiver down his spine. He didn't know if he misheard. The monster had just spoken, confirming Subaru's suspicions. The skeleton started muttering that it couldn't be right for him to give power to a mortal. Subaru quickly realized the problem. The skeleton was talking about Vanquish. He hurriedly spoke up, telling the skeleton that if it wanted to talk, it should just calm down. Why be so hot-headed? But the skeleton wasn't listening. It went crazy, tearing its own dress apart, and started to transform. This was its ultimate skill, a boss using all its MP to change form. The skeleton began activating the technique. Subaru used blood control to envelop them both. The skeleton kept lashing out with its whip while transforming, making his blood shield boil and evaporate. If he didn't keep adding more blood, he'd be finished soon. Looking at his MP bar steadily dropping, he didn't know what to do. At this rate, he'd run dry. Plus, Sasaka was right behind him. Subaru gritted his teeth, turned his blood shield into a spear, and charged forward. The skeleton raised its arm to strike, but it was too slow. Subaru extended his blood shield into a spear, piercing the skeleton's body and knocking its head off. The skeleton slowly faded away. Before it perished, it still couldn't believe it had been defeated. Subaru had successfully cleared the boss and hit level 20, but even after winning, he couldn't feel satisfied. The boss earlier seemed to know about Vanquish, but he'd only had the choice to finish it off. He began to wonder, were the masters of these gates actually monsters from the underworld? Amamiya Sasaka saw Subaru had succeeded and jumped for joy. In the final moments, she had decided to hide behind him and had also leveled up to 21. Subaru was happy to see Amamiya Sasaka level up too. He thought that, for now, they could say they'd achieved their goal of getting stronger. If he met that boss again, he'd try to ask it some questions. Sasaka exclaimed that they'd beaten the boss, but they still hadn't received a notification that the gate was opening. Subaru panicked. Did that mean they couldn't get out? Sasaka was also at a loss. She'd never encountered a situation like this before. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored door appeared behind Subaru. Subaru turned around in a panic, and Sasaka's jaw dropped. This was her first time seeing a rainbow gate. Sasaka excitedly told him that it was Subaru's second gate. Subaru found it strange, too. Wasn't it weird for so many gates to appear like this? Sasaka, however, didn't see it as a bad thing. Each gate had different conditions, and she heard you could even get extra skills after completing the challenge. Subaru rubbed his chin. Conditions? Is it because I reached level 20? Sasaka excitedly added that she heard the strongest gold-rank player, Renji Hirasaka, had opened 7 gates so far. Hearing that number, Subaru's jaw dropped. It showed they were doing incredibly well. At this rate, they were going to become the strongest duo on Earth. Subaru looked at his hands. He'd come this far using only blood control. If he could get other skills just as powerful, he could stand on par with the gold rankers. Sasaka urged Subaru, "Hurry, let's go in." He was startled and snapped out of it. Seeing Sasaka's sparkling, expectant eyes, he suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Subaru turned, gripped the doorknob, and twisted. The moment the door swung open, it sliced off Subaru's left arm and simultaneously cut a long, deep gash across Sasaka's torso. Subaru watched his arm fall to the ground and saw the light fading from Sasaka's eyes. She trembled, whispering an apology to Subaru before collapsing. Subaru ignored his bleeding arm and lunged towards Sasaka, but he hadn't even taken a few steps before he fell to his knees. Subaru looked at the figure standing at the rainbow door, wielding a sword. This person wore a bloodthirsty smile, clearly not caring at all that he'd just slashed someone. Subaru was stunned, paralyzed. This feeling was exactly like the one he'd felt earlier, that overwhelming terror. Panicked, Subaru scrambled over to Amamiya Sasaka. He used his remaining hand to cradle her. Subaru screamed her name over and over, but Amamiya Sasaka didn't react. Both of them were bleeding out. The zombie standing at the rainbow gate muttered an apology like it didn't really mean it, saying that a bug too weak to withstand a single blow wasn't worth living. Subaru's face darkened as he heard the zombie insult his friend. He stood up from the ground, a rainbow-colored aura surging around him. The zombie started to get interested and laughed loudly. Subaru was incredibly, intensely furious. He didn't care about his bleeding arm anymore. The zombie was intrigued to the extreme. It introduced itself as one of Vanquist's subordinates, a undead emperor, and said it would be the one to test Subaru. Subaru stepped through the rainbow door. Facing the undead emperor, he realized this was one of Vanquist's lackeys. Subaru closed his eyes, looking inward toward Vanquist. He screamed, questioning Vanquist. "Why are your subordinates attacking me? What on earth is going on?" Subaru was shaking with rage, yet Vanquist remained indifferent, offering no reaction at all. The undead emperor let out a mocking laugh. He told Subaru that what Vanquist said inside wasn't the truth. He was just a guide on how to use blood control. As for any real questions about the ability, the guy wouldn't utter a word. The undead emperor licked his lips. All he cared about now was the battle. The undead emperor greeted him politely, stating that the condition to pass this trial was to land a wound on him. He wanted to see how much Subaru had grown. Subaru didn't wait for him to finish, rushing forward to attack. However, the emperor raised his sword and deflected the blow with ease. He clicked his tongue, mocking Subaru for being so impatient. He should at least have had the decency to listen. The undead emperor raised his sword, tracing a line in the air, and said that if Subaru successfully passed the trial, he would receive one of Vanquist's treasures. He offered the very god slicer he was holding, but none of his words reached Subaru's ears. Subaru was absolutely furious. He had no patience for the emperor's chatter. All he wanted was to tear the bastard apart. Subaru activated blood control, causing several tendrils to sprout from his back and lash out, but the emperor easily dodged them with a single leap. The emperor taunted him, praising Subaru's use of blood control, but noting he was still too slow to land a hit. No sooner had he finished than another wave of tendrils surged toward him. He dodged gracefully, laughing wildly as it hit him. He understood now. That blood whip from before was Subaru, copying the technique of the boss he just fought. The emperor had been observing Subaru's fight with Vanquist for quite some time, and it was clear Subaru could adapt his enemy's combat styles as his own. Subaru grew even more frustrated at failing to land a hit and screamed at him to stop running. "Fight me," he shouted. "I don't have time to waste here. Sasaka is waiting for me." The undead emperor laughed, finding it hilarious. Not fun anymore. Subaru. The emperor began to fight seriously, leaping into the air and effortlessly slicing through all of Subaru's blood tendrils. Subaru was stunned. He couldn't believe how that undead freak had managed to wound him. Subaru touched the gash on his face. That blow was the power of the god slicer. The undead emperor raised his sword, boasting that Vanquist had upgraded this blade. It was the ultimate blood sword, capable of piercing through the very heavens. With this weapon, Subaru's defensive shields were as thin as paper. Just as the emperor was dancing around and boasting, the ground suddenly shook. He was thrilled at the prospect of more fun. Another cluster of blood tendrils erupted from the ground, but the emperor twisted and wove through them, letting out an "oh." How interesting. Subaru whipped more tendrils from beneath his feet. The emperor cackled, losing his mind with excitement. Simply magnificent. This kid can come up with so many ways to attack. You might actually become an exceptional warrior. The undead emperor continued his assault in the arena. Subaru gritted his teeth, unable to believe the monster could dodge everything in an instant. Suddenly, the emperor was right in front of him. Before Subaru could react, he took a heavy punch to the gut. Subaru spat blood. The emperor tossed his sword into the air, used the momentum to land another punch that nearly ended Subaru's life, then gripped his hands together to slam Subaru away. 8 meters later, Subaru tumbled to a stop just as the god slicer fell back down. The emperor caught it and smirked with disdain. "Did you think you were stronger now? You look down on me, Didn't you? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. My trial isn't a joke. The Emperor watched Subaru lying motionless in the sand and urged him, if you don't stand up and attack me again, you'll never take me down. Before he could finish, the Emperor saw Subaru rising, blood streaming down his face. Subaru activated his blood control again. He wasn't listening to a single word. Sasuke's life was hanging by a thread, and he couldn't afford to waste another second. Subaru unleashed blood control once more, this time morphing it into a suit of blood armor covering his body. He followed Vanquish's advice. Ignite the flames of anger. Subaru lunged at the Emperor, but once again, he dodged it with ease. Not wasting a single heartbeat, Subaru fired blood tendrils from behind his back. The Emperor slid to dodge them, and Subaru seized the chance to charge. I won't let you get away, you animal. The Emperor laughed again, raising a fist to counter. This time, Subaru managed to block the punch. The Emperor was satisfied. Strong armor, kid. But let's see if you can take this. He swung his sword down. Just as the blade descended, Subaru thrust his fist out. The God Slicer slashed through his arm, severing it. But the limb regenerated in a blink, and Subaru punched the Emperor square in the face. The Emperor turned back and slashed off Subaru's other arm, but it reattached instantly, and Subaru landed another heavy blow. The Emperor slashed again and again, severing all of Subaru's limbs, yet he kept reattaching them and striking back in the blink of an eye. The Emperor finally realized the problem. It didn't matter how many times he cut him. Subaru kept knitting himself back together with blood. At this rate, once his mana ran dry, his body would fall apart, and he'd ascend to the afterlife. This guy is insane. The Emperor felt a rush of adrenaline. He truly met a madman. The Emperor recalled a conversation with Vanquish, who had praised Subaru as an interesting kid. Even while writhing in pain from receiving his power, Subaru had bitten back at him. Vanquish had promised the Emperor would like him. He hadn't believed it then, but now he did. The undead Emperor roared with laughter. He was starting to like him. But those weak attacks weren't enough to injure him. The Emperor was mid-laugh when he realized his opponent was going all out. Subaru growled, his aura surging violently. What the hell are you barking about? Subaru grabbed his own arm, transforming his left hand into a blood spear. The undead Emperor is the one who's underestimating me. The spear pierced the Emperor's chest, making him cough up blue blood. Subaru was going wild. Get lost and rot in hell, you piece of garbage. The Emperor was impaled, his upper and lower body severed and falling in different directions. He let out a gasp. Seriously, instead of just landing a wound, this kid wants to devour me. He wants to skip the trial? Subaru wasn't in the mood for more banter. He urged the Emperor to die already. The Emperor chuckled, "You're ruthless." Subaru knew exactly what was at stake. If the Emperor didn't fall, the portal wouldn't open, and he had to get Amamiya Sasaka to the hospital. The undead Emperor sighed. Time outside was frozen while they were in this gateway. The Emperor asked how Subaru intended to survive. He had used his ultimate technique to hold his wounds together, but once his MP hit 0, his body would disintegrate and he would die. Subaru didn't care about himself. He couldn't find any other way to defeat the Emperor, and even though this was his trial, it had dragged Amamiya Sasaka into it. So, at the very least, before he kicked the bucket, he had to get her to a hospital. Subaru urged him again to die quickly. Even though time was frozen outside, his MP was still draining. The Emperor felt a shiver. Amamiya Sasaka this. Amamiya Sasaka that did you fall in love, kid? Subaru, tears streaming down his face, replied, "It's not love." He had promised her that they would never abandon each other. She was the first friend he'd ever had. The Emperor paused, remembering his own past standing on the edge of the abyss. Vanquish had reached out to save him, swearing on his honor as a vampire that he would never betray or abandon him. The undead Emperor dropped his mocking facade. He realized he'd dragged this out too long. He pointed at the sword lying nearby as an apology. He would give Subaru the God Slicer and his technique as a reward for passing the trial early. Subaru was confused he was going to die anyway, so why give him anything? The Emperor began to fade, assuring Subaru he wouldn't die. This rainbow gateway is inside the portal. So, when you level up, all wounds will be fully restored. After defeating the undead Emperor, Subaru jumped straight to level 26, received the God Slicer, learned the tremor technique, and blood control reached level 6. Subaru seemed to recall something and loudly asked the Emperor, "Are all the masters of these gates monsters from the underworld?" The Emperor confirmed they were all the same, and Vanquish was one of them. Seeing his time was running out, he raised a hand to give Subaru some final advice. If your friend ever bites the dust one day, use blood sacrifice to save her. Before he vanished, the Emperor was extremely pleased. Subaru's spirit was exactly like Vanquish. The system announced the mission was complete and requested the player leave the portal. Subaru hurried to carry Sasaka out, ignoring the mission objectives and the clock. He frantically dialed 911. At another gate, the hideout of Moby Dick, Team Hisazaki Ryuji Julieta, led by Hisazaki Ryuji Julieta, was getting wiped out. Hisazaki Ryuji Julieta stood frozen as she faced the massive whale. The whale fired columns of water, one by one, sending the members of Hisazaki Ryuji Julieta's squad to the afterlife. To make matters worse, this creature wasn't even the boss. A subordinate clung to Julieta, begging for orders on how to defeat the boss. They couldn't leave unless the majority of the masters were dead. Julieta's face darkened as she asked how many men were left. The subordinate didn't understand what she was asking. Suddenly, she turned to look at him with a ferocious expression and growled, "How many more need to die for us to escape?" The subordinate was stunned. He never imagined Julieta would be willing to abandon her own team to save herself. Clearly, this mission had been assigned to her. Before the subordinate could finish, Julieta impaled him with her sword. Her expression shifted entirely. Her own life was worth far more than these mediocre subordinates. Useless. Ugly losers didn't deserve to live. Suddenly, the system's red notification rang out. Most of the masters had been eliminated. The gate will open immediately. Julieta laughed wildly. He kicked his subordinate's corpse aside. Just then, a crowd of other lackeys came rushing in. They had also received the notification. If the gate opened now, the monsters inside would flood out, but Julieta didn't care about that at all. He turned around and snapped at his lackeys. "Why are you crawling over here?" He ordered them to go back and hold off the monsters. The lackeys were intimidated, not knowing how to stop the monsters, but Julieta didn't care. He went crazy, turned on his heel, and started to leave. The lackeys had finally realized their captain's rotten personality, but they were awakeners. They couldn't let these monsters out to harm the civilians. So, they continued to fight outside the main gate, while Julieta pushed against the gate with all his might to escape. He had just stepped both feet outside when, before he could even celebrate, he received a notification. No survivors remaining inside. Monsters will escape soon. Julieta's eyes widened. Not even a minute later, an immense force burst from inside the gate, and Julieta was sent flying 26 feet back. He fell to the ground, snot and tears streaming down his face. He clenched his fists and cursed his useless subordinates for not being able to hold the monsters for even a minute. A giant whale slowly squeezed its way out of the gate. Julieta received a notification that the monster would target the awakeners who had been inside the gate, and he began to scream desperately for help. He started running for his life. On the other side, rescue teams had reached Subaru, who was performing first aid on Amamiya Sasuke. Subaru stood by, his heart burning with anxiety, silently praying she would be safe. Suddenly, a red notification board appeared. Quest failed. 5. Stargate. Moby Dick's hideout abandoned. Remaining time, 5,837 hours. Penalty. Remaining time will be deducted from the main clock. Instantly, the time on the giant clock dropped by 240 days, leaving only 49 days. Subaru stood frozen, wondering who had caused this. Suddenly, Julieta came running for his life. Subaru recognized him as part of Julieta's team. He was shouting and demanding they give him the ambulance. Subaru didn't understand what the guy was talking about. Julieta grabbed Subaru by the collar and screamed that the whale was chasing him. He demanded that Subaru hold the monster off and stall for time so he could get in the ambulance and escape. Julieta then went to the medical staff, demanding the vehicle, but they were flustered, saying they had to prioritize the injured. But Julieta couldn't care less. He grabbed the driver, thinking his life was more important than that little injured girl. To hell with her. She's just a puny silver rank awakener. I'm a silver ranker. I'm the one who needs priority. Julieta kept urging them, refusing to let go of the medic. Subaru's face darkened. He grabbed Julieta's shoulder and told him to wait. Julieta snapped. "What the hell do you want?" The whale had completely escaped the gate and was flying toward the city center. The Awakener Union began broadcasting warnings. A netherworld monster has appeared in Meguro City. Hazard level, 5 stars. Evacuation orders have been issued for Meguro City, Setagaya, and Shinagawa. All residents currently in those areas must evacuate to safety immediately. Subaru turned and told the medical staff to go ahead, entrusting Sasuke to them. Seeing the tense situation, the staff didn't hesitate. They hurriedly loaded the patient and left. Seeing his lifeline disappear, Julieta started raging. "What the hell are you doing? I'll kill you." Before he could finish, Subaru activated his ultimate skill, gripping Julieta's shoulder. "You're going to kill me? Bring it on, moron." Even Julieta knew he was in big trouble. A moment later, Julieta had been beaten into a pulp and hung from a tree by Subaru. He tried to struggle but couldn't get free. Now, Julieta saw Subaru as if he were his own father, begging and spilling everything he knew. The whale was targeting him because monsters sought out awakeners who had been inside the gate. After witnessing Subaru's power, Julieta was terrified. Subaru had taken him down without breaking a sweat, and he had never even met this guy before. Subaru sighed with relief that was good. As long as Julieta was alive, the creature wouldn't harm anyone else. He wouldn't let it chase Amamiya Sazaka either. He had to defeat it right here, right now. Subaru clenched his fists, controlled his blood manipulation, and slapped Julieta. He asked, "What skills does that whale have?" Julieta honestly confessed that the whale could summon and create high-speed, high-power water jets. That's why we had no choice but to give up. No sooner had he finished speaking than the whale spat out a volley of water bubbles. Julieta was terrified as columns of water shot toward him. Subaru didn't move an inch. He transformed his blood into an azalea flower, blocking the entire incoming torrent. The water columns evaporated in the blink of an eye. Julieta was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Subaru had blocked that attack, an attack that could easily pierce through any silver rank awakener's shield. Subaru braced himself to jump. He was glad the whale was hovering in the air, as that meant he could fight with all his might. Subaru surrounded himself with blood armor and soared into the sky, attacking the whale with blood-infused fists from above. But the blow had no effect. The whale grew even larger, sensing a new opponent. It opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound shattered the glass of all the surrounding high-rise buildings. Subaru gritted his teeth. "So this is a 5-star monster, the level gap is real, so my attacks aren't working." Subaru decided to try out his new toy. He summoned the Divine Slayer. At that moment, the whale opened its mouth wide. An eye popped out from within its mouth, and the whale spat out a series of missiles towards Subaru. Subaru gripped the Divine Slayer and channeled 13 units of his MP, slashing through every single missile the whale fired. Julieta couldn't believe his eyes. The whale's attacks had actually been deflected. Subaru finally read the Divine Slayer's instruction manual. Consumes user's MP to deliver strikes. The more MP poured in, the stronger the slash. Subaru wondered if he should use less MP. He hadn't quite gauged how much to use yet. Of course, that last attack wasn't enough to take down the whale. It turned back, more aggressive than before. The whale gathered another massive sphere of water in its mouth, preparing to spit it out. Subaru could sense the sheer power of that attack. He had to stop it from firing. Subaru raised his sword, deciding to use another 13 units of MP for the next strike. The whale was hit, shattering into many pieces. The massive sphere of water fell, turning into a heavy downpour. Once the mist cleared, a rainbow appeared. The system notified him, whale defeated. Subaru was soaked to the bone. Julieta witnessed the entire battle in high definition and stood there frozen. He couldn't believe this guy had taken down the whale in just one hit. Don't tell me he's a gold rank awakener. Subaru checked his stats. As he thought, defeating a boss outside the gate didn't level him up, but he was relieved it hadn't caused more damage. Subaru clenched his fists. He had to get to Amamiya Sazaka immediately. Subaru used his blood manipulation to create armor under his feet and soared away. Little did he know, his entire display had been caught on camera by an old man. The man was just as surprised and immediately posted the video on the Bluebird app, promising it would take the internet by storm. At Shinagawa Hospital, Sazaka was in critical condition. By the time Subaru arrived, Sazaka had already been taken to the morgue. He pulled back the sheet and saw her lying motionless. Subaru fell into despair, sinking to the floor and blaming himself. It was all his fault. Because of him, Sazaka had been dragged into this. Subaru thought about that rotten scumbag and it made his blood boil, but then he remembered what the guy had said before he died. If your friend ever ascends, just use blood theft. Subaru snapped to attention. He opened his skill board and scrolled through. He clicked on the newly unlocked skill. Resurrect a close awakener friend by turning them into your kin. Usable within 1 hour of death. The current target, Amamiya Sazaka. 17 seconds left before time ran out. Subaru was breathless. That meant Amamiya Sazaka could be brought back. The countdown ticked down, 15 seconds left. Subaru didn't think twice and activated the blood theft skill, silently praying, "Please, let it be in time." A red aura enveloped Amamiya Sazaka. The timer continued to count down every second. When the final second hit 0, the red aura around Sazaka faded. Subaru's face turned pale. Just then, 2 other people burst in, shouting Sazaka's name. They were Amamiya Sazaka's 2 older sisters. Their faces were covered in tears as they pushed Subaru aside to get to their sister. The eldest sister bitterly muttered, "This is why I told Amamiya Sazaka to stop being an awakener." The second sister couldn't stop crying. She couldn't believe her little sister was gone. Subaru was stunned, unable to say a word. The eldest sister finally noticed him. She turned and asked, "Who are you?" Subaru hesitated. Thinking of Sazaka made his heart ache, his eyes filling with tears. He said he was Sazaka's friend. Hearing that, the eldest sister flew into a rage and lunged at Subaru. He didn't even resist. The sister spoke through her tears. She accused Subaru of being the one who dragged Amamiya Sazaka into this dangerous mission. They hadn't wanted to abandon Amamiya Sasaka. They had just been waiting until they were strong enough to return and protect her. They were almost there, and then someone like Subaru had appeared and taken her life. The eldest sister was about to strike Subaru again, when suddenly, a movement behind them grabbed their attention. Sasaka, who a second ago had been a cold corpse, suddenly floated into midair. A red mark appeared on the back of her neck, and she gradually transformed into a different form. She landed on the ground before the stunned eyes of everyone present. Sasaka stared at her sisters, who were radiating murderous intent. She widened her eyes and shouted for them to take their filthy hands off Subaru. Sasaka then lunged, ready to strike. The eldest sister froze, caught off guard. Luckily, Subaru was quick enough to block Sasaka's attack. Without him, the eldest sister would have been toast. Subaru blocked Sasaka's strike, his hands trembling. How was she so strong? Sasaka immediately let go and knelt before Subaru, begging for his forgiveness. Her two sisters watched this scene, feeling unsettled. Subaru was pale with fear. "What the hell is going on?" he asked, questioning if she was truly himself. Sasaka insisted she had been resurrected as a familiar through Subaru's special technique. She no longer had any memories of her past, but she would obey Subaru unconditionally. Subaru stood there, petrified. Hearing this, Sasaka's two sisters turned livid. They didn't hold back anymore, activating their ultimate technique and branding Subaru a sick, twisted bastard. They demanded to know what Subaru had done to their sister. Subaru broke into a cold sweat, lost on what to do, while Amamiya Sasaka added insult to injury by asking if he was a sick, twisted bastard, too. Subaru shook his head violently. Of course not. Sasaka was now his loyal subordinate, and she drew her sword, ready to attack her two sisters on his behalf. Subaru rushed to stop her, yelling, "Whoa, whoa." He had no choice but to use his own technique to pin Sasaka's sisters against the wall behind them before grabbing Sasaka and running for his life. As he ran, Subaru cursed, "What kind of damn skill is this? This isn't even the Amamiya Sasaka I knew anymore." Amamiya Sasaka, being dragged along, looked confused. Wasn't Subaru planning to take out those two just now? Subaru ignored her question. He didn't know what to do anymore. He needed to ask her about this hellish blood-stealing familiar stuff. They arrived at the main hall. Subaru turned pale, seeing himself plastered on the big screen. He couldn't believe his fight with that whale had been recorded. Just as he was spacing out, two people approached, mentioning that Subaru would likely become a celebrity soon. The two were Shikishima Ryu and Udo Ryusei, ranked second and third among the Golden God hosts. Shikishima gritted his teeth in frustration. "I already know Ariel Taiga has a brother." Seeing the two of them arrive made Subaru even more nervous. It seemed there was more than just those two. The most important person always appeared last, and that was Renji Hirasaka, the leader of the Golden God hosts. Renji Hirasaka politely informed Subaru that he was a suspect in the destruction of commercial property in Shinagawa and the attempted assassination of fellow classmates who were God hosts. They invited him to come along to discuss things further. Subaru, of course, recognized him. He had been his idol since childhood. He was the strongest God host in Japan. Never in his life did he think he'd meet him like this. Subaru tensed up, taking a defensive stance to protect Amamiya Sasaka behind him. Hirasaka smiled and explained that the issues regarding the two of them had already been resolved. Subaru and Amamiya Sasaka were invited to join the other three in their car. He told them everything that had happened to him over the last 2 days. He spilled everything he knew, yet he was still bothered by why he was no longer a suspect. Shikishima tossed a tablet to Subaru and asked if he knew how many surveillance cameras were in Tokyo. First, the destruction around the shopping district was recorded from start to finish. Subaru was actually the victim being targeted by Ariel Taiga. Next, regarding the attempted assassination of Kunisaki, the portal that turned him into a god host appeared, slicing Kunisaki in two, and 2 other people at the scene had testified on his behalf. Subaru was shocked that the 2 bullies had testified for him. Obviously, Subaru was no longer a suspect. Moreover, news that Subaru had taken down a 5-star monster without any casualties had spread everywhere, making him a hero. The word hero felt so foreign to Subaru. He had never imagined he would become one. After hearing Subaru's story, Shikishima realized many things. The mysteries surrounding Ariel Taiga had been solved. Ariel Taiga only had one special technique, the Golden Arm. A god host who steals a portal from another, regardless of the level up, the second portal would never appear. That was how they knew about Subaru. This was likely why Ariel Taiga kept Subaru around, so that when another portal appeared, he could steal it again. Only now did Subaru understand everything. No wonder Ariel Taiga wouldn't let him go. That's what he wanted to do. The group of Golden God hosts took Subaru down to the basement below the 6th floor of headquarters, the prison for those who oppose the God hosts. Seeing them arrive, Ariel Taiga exploded with rage. He called out to Subaru with an intensely affectionate tone. Ariel Taiga was restrained by golden chains, so he couldn't do anything. Shikishima kicked the iron door of the cell hard. He had hated this bastard for a long time, and now, after hearing Subaru's story, he promised to investigate further based on the testimony. Ariel Taiga went berserk, slamming into the cell door non-stop and questioning the whereabouts of Subaru's parents. He swore to heaven and earth that he would tear apart a bottom feeder like Subaru. He insisted that all of Subaru's portals were his. Subaru was being verbally assaulted by Ariel Taiga, but he didn't react at all. Although Amamiya Sasuke next to him was boiling with rage, Subaru remained calm as water. He felt it was strange too. Even though he was standing in front of the aggressive and hateful Ariel Taiga, his heart didn't waver in the slightest. Ariel Taiga, seeing Subaru's lack of reaction, grew even more furious. A low-life bottom feeder like Subaru dared to look at him like that? He couldn't accept it. Subaru didn't want to hear Ariel Taiga's nonsense anymore. He turned and walked away, leaving Ariel Taiga barking nonstop behind him. Yudu watched Subaru leave and asked if it was okay to let him go like that. Harasaka gazed thoughtfully at his tablet. He was also planning to grant Subaru some special privileges. They needed him to get stronger because there was news that a 6-star portal had appeared. Subaru brought 2 stars to the receptionist to exchange for money. The guide confirmed that Subaru had exchanged them for 300,000 yen. On top of that, he was gifted 20 million yen for defeating the 5-star monster. Subaru got goosebumps as the receptionist handed him a black card. Subaru had been granted additional privileges from the Federation. When he presented this black card, places like hotels and convenience stores under the Federation could be used for free. Subaru still didn't quite get what was happening, but the crowd behind them started whispering. They were in awe of Subaru for defeating a blue whale with one hand and receiving special privileges. Subaru didn't quite believe he was famous yet. The guide was the one who told everyone about him. Now, Subaru had strength, money, and fame. Everything was in his hands. The guide then asked what Subaru wanted to do from now on. Down in basement level 6, Ariel Taiga was still going wild, unable to stay calm. He kept asking about people's parents. The elevator door opened, and someone else came down. She waved her hand, launching golden chains that rendered Ariel Taiga immobile. He slumped to the ground. The newcomer was the 4th Golden God host, Kinokawa Sakura, the same receptionist from earlier. Her real name and face were secrets. She worked as a receptionist because it was her wish. Ariel Taiga hissed in frustration. Kinokawa tightened her grip on the chains, preventing Ariel Taiga from saying another word. Ariel Taiga now realized a bitter truth. Subaru had become overwhelmingly powerful. He had surpassed 2 portals, and that nonchalant attitude of his, he didn't even look at Ariel Taiga. To Ariel Taiga, that was nothing short of contempt. He couldn't accept it. Ariel Taiga gnashed his teeth and started cursing the world. He believed this world no longer chose him, and he just wanted everyone to drop dead. Ariel Taiga's resentment toward the world summoned his shadow portal. Kinokawa, seeing the shadow portal, was stunned and yelled, asking what the hell Ariel Taiga had done. Ariel Taiga finally noticed the portal behind him. It was emitting a series of resentful sounds. It cursed him, hitting Ariel Taiga's sore spot and provoking him. The world didn't bother to choose him. From within the portal, an arm reached out, grabbing Ariel Taiga and promising to take everyone out. A series of arms reached out from the portal, seizing Ariel Taiga and trying to pull him in. Kinokawa Sakura certainly wouldn't let that happen. She activated her golden chains to hold onto Ariel Taiga. However, her chains were shattered by the dark energy from the portal in a blink of an eye. It attacked Kinokawa Sakura, gradually eroding her limbs. Ariel Taiga, seeing Okawa so easily defeated, was stunned. What is this monstrous power? The portal hit the right spot for Ariel Taiga. It promised him this power. Ariel Taiga gradually sank into the portal. Subaru and Sasuke were chilling on the roof of a building. Sasuke saw her master deep in thought. She asked if something was weighing on his mind. Subaru rested his hands on his forehead, thinking back to Kinokawa's question. Money, power, and fame, everything was in his hands. What did he want to do from now on? Subaru sat up straight, glanced at Amamiya Sasuke beside him, and asked what he should call her from now on. Calling her Amamiya Sasuke felt a bit strange. Amamiya Sasuke told him to just call her Amamiya Sasuke. Subaru asked if there was any way for her to return to the Amamiya Sasuke she was before. Seeing Subaru filled with worries, Amamiya Sasuke blinked and realized that the body she was currently using belonged to his important person. Amamiya Sasuke asked if she could look at his blood-stealing special technique stats. Because her soul and his were connected, she could see them. Looking at the stats, she pointed to level 35, which was still locked. According to her hypothesis, there was a high chance that a 3rd portal would appear when he gained a new skill. If there was a way to save Sasuke, since he's finally back, it's best to check with the people on the other side of the gate. Subaru finally saw things clearly. He knew he should meet Vanquis, the one who gave him his skill, to ask for guidance. Subaru regained his composure, stood up, and decided he needed to focus on leveling up. He was currently at level 26. He needed to farm more monsters. Subaru used his special ability to conjure a new coat. Now, he had to find a new gate. He needed to meet Vanquish as soon as possible. The two arrived in front of a gate on a street. The shop owner saw him and thanked him, as the gate had suddenly appeared right in front of his shop. Ever since then, his business had been steadily declining. He couldn't believe the famous savior, Subaru, was actually here. Subaru scratched his head, feeling awkward. He opened the door and asked Amamiya Sasaka if she was coming in. Amamiya Sasaka explained that since she was his subordinate, she would serve him for as long as she lived. Amamiya Sasaka showed her status board to Subaru. Subaru let out a cry of surprise. He never expected Amamiya Sasaka could also use blood control. He wondered why her MP was at 0. Amamiya Sasaka explained that subordinates survive on their master's MP and can also use their master's MP to unleash their special moves. Subaru finally understood. He suddenly realized that Amamiya Sasaka was now twice as strong as Ariel Taiga and 20 times stronger than Amamiya Sasaka. The two began to step into the gate. This was a 3-star gate called the Underworld. No sooner had they entered than Amamiya Sasaka suggested borrowing Subaru's MP. He himself wanted to see her strength, so he let her do as she pleased. Amamiya Sasaka activated blood control and upgraded her blood circle. A massive circle appeared in midair. It was as if Amamiya Sasaka had turned into a completely different person. One second she was obedient, the next she was fierce and unstoppable, wiping out all the demons. Subaru applauded. Not bad at all, huh? Amamiya Sasaka retracted the blood circle. This technique of hers was useless against high-level opponents, so it was just decent. In no time, the small fried demons were all wiped out. The boss appeared. This time, Subaru took the lead on the floor. He summoned the god-slaying sword and finished off the boss quickly. The two completed the mission and stepped out of the gate in a mere 10 minutes. The old man from before saw the two exit as soon as they entered and was surprised. That fast? After clearing the 3-star gate earlier, Subaru had leveled up to 28. Just as he thought, the 3-star gate wasn't all that difficult. He was preparing to set his sights on a 4-star gate. While he was standing there, dazed, he heard someone calling him. Subaru turned around to see Shikishima from the Golden Godlord group, lounging and waiting for him. He had been there for a while. He rested his chin on his hand and gave a compliment. Clearing a 3-star gate in 10 minutes? Not bad. Subaru asked why he was here. Shikishima dropped down in front of him, chiding. You didn't even bother checking the notifications, kid. Shikishima gave him some bad news. Ariel Taiga had escaped. The incident had happened late last night, so it hadn't hit the news yet. But one of the Golden Godlords was crushed. Subaru was panicked. No way. Who got hurt? Shikishima said it was the 4th anonymous Golden Godlord, the one who used golden chains to suppress Ariel Taiga. Shikishima kindly provided more information. The real name of number 4 was Kinokawa Sakura, someone Subaru had already met. Only now did Subaru realize that the pink-haired girl who was always sitting at the reception desk was Golden Godlord number 4. She was currently unconscious. The security cameras and all the data in the prison had been destroyed, so there was currently no evidence. Judging by the level of danger, the Golden Godlords would form teams of 2 or more to clear gates. Subaru pointed at himself. Does that mean I'm a Golden Godlord now too? Shikishima crossed his legs. Subaru's Rainbow Gate is likely even stronger than the Golden Gate. He told him to pick whichever gate he wanted to clear, and team up with me for a while. Subaru obediently followed orders. Shikishima, in a rare act of mercy, volunteered to team up with Subaru for a while, telling him not to let him down. He was sure the first thing that bastard Ariel Taiga would target was Subaru. Whenever he mentioned that guy, his blood boiled. He crushed the water bottle in his hand. The two arrived in front of a 4-star gate called the Saw Pit. Shikishima Ryu was the 2nd strongest Golden Godlord after Renji Hirasaka. Even though the enemies get 10 times stronger with each star level, for him, it was still a piece of cake. Subaru felt awkward and offered a forced smile. He wasn't sure Shikishima even needed his help. Theoretically, Shikishima had the ability to fire invisible bullets from the tip of his finger, although they didn't look very invisible. Then came the terrifying attacks from his 50th technique, Sulfur, which turned the whole sky blue. After clearing this gate, the two moved on to the next. Shikishima wiped out a few monsters in a single blow. As far as Subaru knew, none of the monsters in this gate were weak. The notification of monsters defeated rang out repeatedly. Shikishima found it annoying after hearing it so much. We Golden Godlords have to follow a rule in the real world outside the gates. We are strictly forbidden from using any techniques other than our first technique because the damage from the other moves is way too high. After finishing off the small monsters, Shikishima led the way, swaggering out to defeat the boss. All the Golden Godlords in Japan, once they are known to be the owners of a Golden Gate, are given the title of Seven Knights. The one who gave power to Shikishima was a cavalryman. Shikishima told Subaru to prepare to choose the next gate. He planned to clear 3 more gates by the end of the day. With a sigh, Shikishima had already wiped out the main boss of a 4-star gate. The 3 of them got into the car and moved to the next location. Shikishima grumbled, 52 minutes? That's all right. Subaru thought he had become stronger, but the real Golden Godlords were on a whole different level. Shikishima took out the 4-star boss in an instant. That's what people call skill gap. Shikishima told him, you take the next one yourself. The 2 arrived at another 4-star gate, the Crystal Waterfall. This gate had a special terrain. Shikishima walked ahead, feeling irritated. He told Subaru to be careful in this stage. Even low-level godlords couldn't even move here. This special terrain only had the boss. Just as he finished speaking, a cat made of crystal jumped out. Subaru got into a defensive stance. The cat attacked from above, leaping straight at Subaru's head. But he quickly summoned the god-slaying sword and cut off one of the cat's legs. Shikishima cried out, that's the sword from the video. He can use it to cut a 4-star boss. You're pretty good, kid. Subaru had been hit once and was already struggling, blood covering his face. His face turned pale. This boss was stronger than the zombie, perhaps even many times stronger. Without this god-slaying sword, he would be in trouble. Subaru raised his sword to strike another blow, but he realized the leg that he had cut off earlier was slowly healing, growing a new leg. Subaru was stunned. What the hell? It's regenerating. The cat swung its leg at Subaru again. This time, he jumped to dodge it. Subaru quickly assessed the situation. The god-slaying sword was useless now. It consumed too much MP and wasn't effective against this boss. Amamiya Sasaka saw the situation was looking grim and intended to help, but was blocked by Shikishima. He rested his chin on his hand, sitting still and watching how things unfolded. Amamiya Sasaka shot him a glare and asked, you aren't planning on abandoning Subaru, are you? Shikishima clicked his tongue. I'm not a 4-legged animal. I'll step in when the kid is about to lose. Shikishima felt fortunate that Subaru had encountered a sub-boss. Even though the Rainbow Gate was stronger than the Golden Gate, if the Godlord using it was an idiot who only relied on stats, it was completely meaningless. He needed to see Subaru's true potential. On the other side, Subaru was in a bind. This terrain countered his blood control. If he used wires, there was nowhere to attach them. If he used bones, they would be blown away by the strong, constant wind from the waterfall. Traps were useless, too. This enemy was too big, so stopping it would cost a lot of MP. Subaru jumped up, trying to use blood control to blind the cat. But the cat perfectly struck him anyway. This cat targeted with extreme precision. It didn't use its eyes to observe. The cat swatted Subaru away, sending him rolling onto the ground. Shikishima started to feel annoyed. What the hell? Things aren't looking good. This kid is too green. Fighting a unique boss for the first time leads to this. I guess I expected too much from him. Amamiya Sasaka still trusted her master wholeheartedly. She told Shikishima not to underestimate him. Subaru had already found a way to counterattack. On the other side, the battle was shifting. Subaru connected a wire to the cat. If he couldn't use the environment, he would just aim directly at the cat. This cat had no joints and no senses. It was like a slime in the shape of a cat. Maybe physical strikes and slashes without the god-slaying sword would affect it. Subaru used the zombie skill he was given the other day, the death punch technique, which could destroy a target from the inside. Subaru applied his knowledge to reality. He combined blood control with a death punch to attack the cat. The cat was destroyed from within. Subaru used a blood whip to wrap around its neck, using the force of the destructive spring to punch its face in. If it was about regeneration, he had regenerated his own body before. Subaru was serious and looked incredibly cool. You're using MP to regenerate, aren't you? Sorry, but I won't let you do that. I won't stop crushing you. Shikishima was also surprised. The kid figured out the enemy's characteristics in such a short time. Moreover, he combined his first and second techniques. He had heard that Subaru could control blood, but this Ariel Subaru possessed more unique attack methods. Shikishima exclaimed, "This guy is insane." Amamiya Sasaka was extremely proud. Subaru and the Crystal Cat exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds. Both the human and the cat were exhausted. Shikishima stood below and called up to them. He said that if Subaru defeated the cat, he would treat him to sushi. Amamiya Sasaka gave a scoff of contempt. Did he think her master was so easily lured by food? The truth proved that was exactly the case. After hearing he would be treated, Subaru was full of fighting spirit, triggered his spring-like movement, and lunged toward the cat, making it shriek in pain. Subaru successfully cleared the 4-star gate and leveled up to 31. The accompanying skills were adjusted accordingly. Shikishima took Subaru to eat sushi as promised. Hey, stop staring, Subaru. How much longer are you going to look at that sushi? Just eat it already. Subaru's eyes were sparkling as he stared at the sushi on the table, unable to bring himself to take a bite. He wanted to keep looking at it forever. Subaru was so moved he was tearing up. It was the first time in his life he'd ever seen sushi, and he was genuinely happy. Meanwhile, Amamiya Suzaka was busy rolling around with the cat over there. I have to say, Subaru, you really must have had a rough time, huh? Shikishima suddenly felt a headache coming on. He watched what Amamiya Suzaka was doing and snapped. This is a high-class bar. Who would have thought the two of you would actually manage to capture the crystal spirit after defeating it? After beating a sub-boss, you get rewards like Harasaka's earrings or that jerk Ariel Tega's coat. Subaru's red sword is kind of like that too. Subaru, still craving food, was startled back to reality. He looked over at the cat, which was stretching and yawning lazily. He wondered what the cat actually did. Shikishima suggested he give it a name, since it was rare to get an underworld monster as a pet. Subaru mumbled for a moment before excitedly naming the cat Sushi. The cat just stared blankly, and the crystal spirit he captured suddenly transformed into sushi. Crystal Shikishima urged him to eat quickly again. Sushi is best right when it's made. Stop just staring at it. Just as Subaru was about to put the first piece of sushi into his mouth, the ground shook violently. Shikishima yelled in frustration. What kind of mess is it this time? Sure enough, there was trouble. Another monster had broken out of a gate. Subaru jumped up, getting into a fighting stance. Shikishima adjusted his clothes and muttered, "That's why I told you to eat faster." The monster this time was a hawk that had captured a young girl and was flying high, showing off its power. Suddenly, the eagle was. Shikishima and Amamiya Suzaka used their golden gun and blood ring to shatter its wings. Subaru jumped out of nowhere, landed on the bird's head, and used blood control to stomp right through its skull. The bird couldn't even save itself, let alone anything else. It released its grip, and the girl it had taken hostage fell into freefall. Subaru used blood control to catch her. The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at the person who had just saved her. Subaru landed on the ground and gently asked if she was hurt. She said she was fine and thanked him profusely. Just then, someone Subaru knew ran over. It was Sawatari, the guy who used to lead the group that bullied him. Subaru was stunned to see him, but he was even more shocked to realize the girl he just saved was Sawatari's little sister. Seeing them seemingly know each other, she asked, "Big brother, do you know Subaru?" Shikishima recognized Sawatari too and shouted, "Hey, it's that kid from the interrogation the other day." He also knew Sawatari was one of the bullies. He nudged Subaru, asking why Sawatari hadn't thanked him yet. Sawatari was provoked, about to say, "Why would I thank a stinking bug?" but quickly caught himself and stopped calling Subaru a bug. Sawatari's sister, on the other hand, cheerfully thanked Subaru. Sawatari easily got agitated, asking his sister why she had to thank a guy like that. His sister retorted, clearly annoyed, "You just need to thank him for saving your sister. Is that so embarrassing?" Sawatari was speechless. He turned back to Subaru and tried to act tough, threatening that if Subaru wanted revenge, he'd leak the video of him wetting himself online. But Subaru showed no reaction at all. Subaru just gave a gentle smile, causing Sawatari's words to die in his throat. He grabbed Subaru by the collar, blaming him. "If only my gate had been stronger." Instead of blaming him back, Subaru thanked Sawatari for bearing witness that he wasn't the culprit, then walked right past him. Subaru excitedly urged Shikishima to go back and finish the sushi. The three of them strolled away. Sawatari's sister, seeing her brother acting strange, tugged on his shirt and asked what was wrong. Sawatari bowed his head in shame, thinking to himself how pathetic he really was. The three of them headed back to the restaurant. They found the restaurant closed due to the monster attack. Subaru's spirits sank, but Shikishima quickly promised, "I'll bring you back here to eat again next time." The next day, Sawatari sat dazed in class. He looked at the old videos of him bullying Subaru, and without hesitation, he hit delete on all of them. His green-haired friend noticed and curiously asked, "Did you really delete the videos of bullying Subaru the other day?" He thought about it. If Subaru came back for revenge, it would be pretty scary. Sawatari muttered, "No, it's not that." When his friend asked for the reason, he just stared out the window. Suddenly, he saw something shocking and grabbed his friend to look too. At that same moment, Subaru got a call from Shikishima. When he answered, he received bad news. That jerk Ariel Taiga had appeared at their school, and they had to get there right away. Sawatari was happily checking a message from his sister, promising to make cutlets, when his green-haired friend dragged him to look out the window. He poked his head out and saw the familiar face of Ariel Taiga. Immediately, a series of dark gates appeared around them. Ariel Taiga announced to all the Lord Tier users at the school that those dark gates would grant them new power strong enough to rival the Golden Lord Tier users. He tempted them to enter the gates. You'll get new power and join my team." On Subaru's side, Shikishima angrily held up a photo of Ariel Taiga acting all high and mighty. He received the notification from the school 3 minutes ago. The monster appearing was just a side note. The real issue was that this jerk dared to insult his hairstyle. Subaru asked what the black gates behind Ariel Taiga were. Shikishima scowled. "Who knows? But I have a bad feeling about this. They had to get there as fast as possible." Meanwhile, at the school, Sawatari and his friends stood hesitant, looking at the dark gates. They heard the announcement but weren't entirely convinced. "If we enter these gates, we'll join Ariel Taiga's army." Sawatari stayed silent. Suddenly, Ariel Taiga appeared behind him out of nowhere and asked what he was still hesitating about. Everyone else screamed at Ariel Taiga's sudden appearance. Ariel Taiga started his usual speech. "Being weak is your own fault. Don't you think it's unfair that there's such a gap between Lord tier users even though we all pass the same trials? Haven't you ever wondered why it wasn't you?" While watching those golden Lord tier users being adored by everyone, Ariel Taiga urged them to step into the gates so they could show those golden Lord tier users what a real party is. Sawatari froze, remembering his past. When he and his sister were little, they were abandoned by their parents in a room full of trash. The two of them relied on each other. He didn't want his sister to cry, so he did everything he could to get food, enduring beatings and fighting in the dump just to bring food home for his sister. In the middle of a cold winter, Sawatari was walking alone in the snow. His eyes landed on a house where a family of 3 was holding a birthday party for their child. The mother saw Sawatari and showed clear disdain, feeling disgusted. She quickly closed the curtains to keep him from looking into her house. Sawatari gasped in despair, collapsing from exhaustion. "If I die, what will happen to Kana? Why is it always us?" Just as he collapsed, a bronze gate appeared before his eyes. Sawatari asked himself, why would Taiga do this? He's also a Golden Lord tier user, isn't he? Taiga nonchalantly admitted he'd stolen those gates. Subaru was the one chosen. The gates choose people with pure hearts. There's no way his heart is better than mine. And that jerk even got a rainbow gate. Don't mess with me. That Subaru should be beneath me for the rest of his life. That's why I'm going to flip this world upside down with this dark gate. Darkness has chosen me. Taiga asked Sawatari if he wanted revenge on Subaru too. Follow me, and we'll smash Subaru to bits. Sawatari thought to himself. If he refused, Ariel Taiga would surely kill him right then and there. Sawatari thought of his sister's message. He told himself he couldn't die yet. He turned to his friend and said, let's go. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated. Sawatari pulled out his phone to check. It was a reply from his sister to his previous message. After reading it, he froze. His sister thought he was a good person. Sawatari remembered the moment he received the bronze gate. At that time, he thought he could finally give his sister something to eat. Sawatari started walking through the school with an arrogant air. He had to show everyone not to underestimate him. After hearing Ariel Taiga arrived, he realized he couldn't be the big boss of this school anymore. But at the same time, he heard that Ariel Taiga's older brother was in the same grade as them. But he was just an ordinary person. Sawatari began his path of bullying Subaru. He painfully denied it. I'm not a good person. Because I was weak, I did terrible things to those even weaker than me. Sawatari saw himself as truly pathetic. Even though Kana was a good girl, she had a terrible brother like him. Sawatari turned to his friend and told him to make cutlets for his sister tonight on his behalf. The green-haired guy didn't understand what his friend was planning, but he agreed. His eyes widened as he watched Sawatari. Sawatari used his ultimate technique, heading straight for Ariel Taiga. He turned to the green-haired guy and asked him to pass on his apology to Subaru. Ariel Taiga watched, as if witnessing something extremely humorous. Sawatari shouted at his friend to run. The green-haired guy quickly used his rope ability to dash out of the classroom, repeating the warning, Sawatari, don't you dare die. Ariel Taiga rested his chin on his hand, bored. He wanted to hear why Sawatari wouldn't follow him. Yesterday, Subaru saved Sawatari's sister, but instead of cursing him, he thanked him. He hated how pathetic he was, but at the same time, he thought, no matter how many terrible things happen in this world from now on, as long as Subaru is there, everything will be okay. Ariel Taiga scratched his head and jumped down from the windowsill. He didn't quite get it. How shameful Sawatari actually wants to be friends with the guy he used to bully. Sawatari didn't care how shameful he looked, but he was certain Subaru had a heart so vast he wouldn't mind it at all. Sawatari smiled, satisfied. Ariel Taiga, you really are pathetic. As expected, after hearing those words, Ariel Taiga lunged forward to grab Sawatari by the head. He didn't care how pathetic he looked, but he was certain that Subaru had a heart so vast that he wouldn't mind it at all. Sawatari smiled, satisfied. Ariel Taiga was truly pitiful. Sure enough, upon hearing those words, Ariel Taiga lunged forward and grabbed Sawatari by the hair. In his final moments, Sawatari thought of his little sister. He felt proud that he had made her smile. It was the only good thing he had ever done. Subaru lunged forward, crashing through the window and into the classroom to attack Ariel Taiga. He saw Sawatari lying in a pool of blood, and, consumed by rage, Subaru threw a punch. Ariel Taiga shoved him through the wall and outside. It raised its golden arm to block the blow, smirking. Our rematch is coming along faster than expected, isn't it, Subaru? Subaru forced Ariel Taiga into a freefall, growling as he demanded to know why it had finished off Sawatari. He thought of young Kana, who hadn't liked Sawatari, but no matter what kind of person he had been, someone was still waiting for him. Ariel Taiga was beyond thrilled. It screamed in delight, unleashing its full power. Watch this. I'll wipe you out myself. Ariel Taiga raised its golden arm to parry Subaru's strike. Subaru's armor shattered under Ariel Taiga's blow, and the golden arm didn't fare much better, beginning to crack. Ariel Taiga stepped forward slowly. It planned to use another technique. It was a bit early, but it wanted to finish Subaru off as quickly as possible. Just as it prepared to unleash the move, Shikishima's bullet whizzed past its face, forcing it to stop. Shikishima and two other members of the Golden Monarch group had arrived. Shikishima's blood boiled as he challenged Ariel Taiga. Do it if you're so good. Ariel Taiga sneered, recalling a bitter past. This was the second time this group of Golden Monarchs had ambushed it, and it burst into laughter at the sight of their faces. Seeing the look on the Monarchs' faces, Ariel Taiga cackled. It figured that finishing off the number 4 Golden Monarch must have shattered the delicate hearts of the remaining group. Shikishima was more furious than ever, and the other two weren't doing much better. Hirasaka moved with lightning speed, darting past. He severed Ariel Taiga's golden arm. Ariel Taiga's laughter hadn't even faded before it let out a scream of agony, blood splattering everywhere. But Ariel Taiga didn't care. It sneered at Hirasaka. That's the first time I've ever seen that confused look on your face. Hirasaka's expression darkened as he thought of Kinokawa. He seemed so enraged now that it even surprised himself. Hirasaka was radiating killing intent. Subaru couldn't even track his movements. He was like a flash of light. This was the true power of Japan's top Golden Monarch. Hirasaka turned back, concerned, and asked Subaru if he was hurt. Subaru told him he was fine. Baby, seeing that Hirasaka didn't even acknowledge it, felt its pride wounded. It focused its dark power, creating a giant arm from the one that had just been severed, and attacked Hirasaka. His sword shattered. At the same time, the third Golden Monarch, Yudu, activated his second technique, the Golden Wall, isolating Ariel Taiga within it. Golden Monarchs are strictly forbidden from using any techniques other than the first one while outside the gate. Yudu knew this. He was prepared to face the consequences. Shikishima raised his gun, shouting at Subaru to get away from Ariel Taiga. He and Seiha simultaneously activated their golden techniques, with bullets and a ring of blood attacking Ariel Taiga. But the bullets evaporated and the ring was crushed in an instant. The golden wall that Yudu had just created shattered as well. Ariel Taiga stepped out, looking smug. Surprise? Not even a 5-star monster could break Yudu's golden wall. Yet this thing had defeated the 4th Golden Monarch, Kinokawa Sakura. Hirasaka landed next to Yudu. He assessed that Ariel Taiga's blood and smoke were not merely for offense or defense. Its skill definitely had a special effect, but if they couldn't identify its property, they were doomed. Yudu's face darkened, and he asked Hirasaka for permission to use his other techniques. The situation would only get worse if things continued like this. Hirasaka raised his hand to stop him. If he allowed it, countless civilians would be caught in the crossfire, and that was exactly what Taiga wanted to happen. Shikishima's head was pounding. If there was no other way, he would break the rules. But first, he couldn't do anything unless he figured out the special effect of its skill. His bullets evaporated as if burned away, and Seiha and Yudu's techniques were crushed. According to the quacks, Kinokawa's limbs had also been shattered in the blink of an eye. Shikishima seemed to realize something. His eyes widened. Ariel Taiga, on the other side, was growing even more crazed. It released a torrent of black smoke. It wanted to go down in human history as the one who spread the most fear. Its wish was to hang the corpses of all the Golden Monarchs up for the world to see, and to tear them all to pieces. Subaru suddenly lunged forward. To everyone's shock, he had figured out Ariel Taiga's technique. It could manipulate time, making time accelerate for anything it touched. Shikishima loudly warned him not to enter the smoke, but Subaru kept charging straight ahead. Ariel Taiga was extremely satisfied, preparing for battle. It was certain that as soon as Subaru entered, he would die in an instant. A bug should only ever act like a bug. The two clashed. A massive explosion echoed. Shikishima was tense and worried for Subaru, but Subaru wasn't affected at all. He threw a punch that smashed Ariel Taiga's face. To use blood manipulation, the user must convert MP into blood to control it. Subaru was constantly cycling blood throughout his body, so Ariel Taiga's technique was useless against him. Ariel Taiga froze, clutching its bleeding nose. It couldn't believe it had been punched that hard. Subaru was now on a new level. The times he had feared Ariel Taiga were over, and he would grant Ariel Taiga's wish to see its full power. Subaru's entire body was encased in a new, incredibly cool armor. Blood Manipulation version 2, Indestructible. The battle between the two was becoming extremely intense. Ariel Taiga was punched in the face, spraying blood from its nose. It refused to accept that a low-life bug like Subaru had the right to stand on equal ground with it. Ariel Taiga went berserk. It summoned a series of other shadow doors to surround the Golden Monarch group. The doors emitted a black smoke that could crush anything it touched. This was the first time they had seen a skill capable of summoning such doors. Ariel Taiga laughed like a madman. Since it couldn't hit Subaru, it turned to another plan. Even if only he could block the smoke, it was useless. It would turn the others into dust first. Subaru looked at Seiha, and he thought of the scene where Sasaka died in front of him. He closed his eyes, then opened them, radiating a powerful rainbow aura. Subaru looked at Ariel Taiga as if looking at a corpse. If you have the guts, touch one finger of my friend in front of me, you dog. From deep within Subaru's heart, a flame of rage ignited. He used the limit break technique, aura technique, one of the three most powerful techniques Vanquish had given him. All abilities were increased by 30% when the user was in a fit of rage. In the first battle with Ariel Taiga, this move had no effect due to the rank difference, but now that Subaru had become stronger, this move was finally effective. Both sides lunged into a fierce brawl. Ariel Taiga was somewhat outmatched, repeatedly forced to raise its hands to defend against Subaru's strikes. Ariel Taiga was panting heavily. Its arm had been broken. It screamed in pain, not understanding why it couldn't block Subaru's attacks. Subaru used a blood whip to bind Ariel Taiga's arm tightly. It struggled in vain, continuously emitting black smoke. Even in its next life, Ariel Taiga wouldn't be able to believe that this low-life bug, Subaru, had the upper hand. Ariel Taiga was kicked by Subaru, its head driven into the ground. After that, it took an uppercut that sent it flying straight into the sky. Once Subaru got the version 2 blood armor, he was clearly outclassing it. He used the skill rank to enhance his nervous system. By doing so, Subaru would move more naturally than when he was controlling things with his fingers. Ariel Taiga was being pummeled by Subaru. It fell to the ground like a sack of trash. A voice suddenly emanated from the shadow doors, lamenting. The master of the door uses blood manipulation out of all the people. Why is it Vanquish? Ariel Taiga currently had no way to win. Shikishima realized the situation was dire and shouted at Subaru to stop attacking and capture Ariel Taiga. They still needed to extract plenty of information from it. Subaru regained his composure, looking blankly at the black smoke over there. Shikishima told Seiha to use blood manipulation like Subaru's to disperse the smoke. They successfully managed to escape the encirclement of the gates. In the shadow, Shikishima had already analyzed everything. For the black smoke to disappear, contact was needed, like a chemical reaction. Once the reaction between the bone molecules and the smoke occurred, both would evaporate. The shadow door on the other side cackled, an eye peering out from the gate. The shadow door's goal was to destroy the giant clock hanging in the sky. Shikishima sat up and asked, "How will you destroy it?" The gate giggled. "It'll be a long time before I tell you. If only Ariel Taiga were a little smarter, everything would have been easier." The shadow door came with a prophecy. Renji Hirasaka, Shikishima Ryu, and Yudu Ryusei, all three, would be defeated by Ariel Taiga in the near future. Who knew what the future held? But for now, Ariel Taiga was unconscious. If it knew the weather in Fujigami, Shikishima still bragged with an air of "I'm not afraid of anything." Subaru believed that the prophecy was wrong, because he wouldn't let it happen. The shadow door giggled again, moving closer to Subaru to see him more clearly. It knew he was the incarnation of Vanquish, a truly tricky existence. Subaru asked for the shadow door's identity, and it replied that it was Kokugashi, the Emperor of Shadows in the amniotic fluid. Kokugashi had the ambition of being the one to change the world, so it decided to destroy the current world, including its inhabitants. Subaru couldn't listen anymore. Kokugashi's words were as noisy as a dog barking. He raised his hand to attack the door, but it suddenly vanished, and all the black smoke flew toward Ariel Taiga, enveloping it. Subaru realized too late that he'd been had. He fell for their trap. The other gold-rank Godslayers launched attacks toward Ariel Taiga, but it was too late. Both Kokugashi and Ariel Taiga had already escaped. Amamiya Saseko curled her lip in annoyance. Unbelievable. 3 gold-rank Godslayers and you still let them get away? Shikishima snapped, his temper flaring. He couldn't move. He was being restrained. From the start, he'd been watching the 2 enemies who appeared on the rooftop during Subaru and Taiga's fight. Those two, they were among those who had been going in and out of the Dark Gate. He sensed a power from them that even eclipsed Taiga's. After Kokugashi brought Ariel Taiga to safety, he kept brainwashing the boy. Kokugashi whispered into Ariel Taiga's ear, "You pitiful, weak, stupid, ugly brat. You're completely useless." Kokugashi knew exactly what was in Ariel Taiga's heart. He longed to be stronger, smarter, and better looking. Kokugashi played him like a fiddle. One moment he crushed Ariel Taiga's self-esteem. The next he coddled him, promising to give him power and remake him into the form Ariel Taiga dreamed of. Kokugashi kept a tight grip on him before floating off to meet his new recruits. They were all there for one reason, to get stronger. Kokugashi cackled, extending multiple arms, promising to make them all transcend to a new level and destroy everything. Sawatari had perished. His funeral was quiet, and his younger sister was like a hollow shell. She just stood there, staring blankly, clutching a framed photo of her brother. Atosima delivered Sawatari's final apology to Subaru. He couldn't hold back his tears as he spoke, grieving for Sawatari's younger sister, Kana. His tears flowed endlessly. Ever since Ariel Taiga appeared, there hadn't been any new Dark Gates. However, there were only 5 Godslayers left in the school, and several people were missing in the city suspected of having joined the enemy. Subaru's current plan was to keep getting stronger and ask about Sasuke during their next Guardian session. He was also preparing to go break some gates. Shikishima took a sip of water and jokingly brought up the other day, when Subaru had grandly declared that he would become strong and protect them all. Subaru blushed in embarrassment. Shikishima looked at him with affection, telling him that tomorrow he would be entering a gate with Hirasaka. The next day, in Asakusa, Taito City, Tokyo, a bright and sparkling Hirasaka was already waiting for Subaru. Since Shikishima's and Subaru's fighting styles were so different, he felt he had nothing to teach him. From what he'd seen, Subaru's close-quarters combat was already solid, but his swordsmanship was still lacking, so he'd asked Hirasaka to train him. Subaru was over the moon. He couldn't believe he'd actually get to clear a gate with Japan's strongest god slayer. He was sure he'd learn a ton. Subaru tried to act cool and complimented Hirasaka's hairstyle, but Hirasaka hit him with a cold reality check. He'd just woken up. Subaru was mortified. The two walked for a while until they reached a gate, only to run into another team, a platinum-ranked team from the Yamada Club. They happily informed them that they'd already reserved this gate. Hirasaka checked his notebook and gave a bright smile. "You guys got the wrong gate. The one you reserved is in Naruma City." Subaru stood there, frozen. What the hell? It would take an hour just to ride the train there. An hour and a half later, the two of them were in Naruma City, ready to conquer the 4-star gate, the mysterious forest. Hirasaka smiled and gave some profound advice, warning Subaru not to let his guard down. The star rating was just an estimate of the difficulty. This advice would have been really useful if Hirasaka hadn't just finished saying it while sinking into a swamp. Subaru panicked. Should he save him, or would he get out on his own? Hirasaka sank completely into the mud, and after a moment, there was still no movement. Shikishima had warned Subaru a million times to keep a close eye on Hirasaka. He seemed smart and like the type to be diligent and capable of everything except for strength. He couldn't do a damn thing. Subaru felt like life was a joke. How could his childhood idol be like this? Subaru was about to use his blood control to pull Hirasaka out when a steel ant suddenly appeared. Hirasaka rose from the mud, unleashing his giant blade technique, taking down the ant in one hit. He exhaled. Phew, that was close. I thought I was meeting my ancestors for a second. Renji Hirasaka was the strongest godslayer in Japan, famous for his good looks and kind demeanor. But those who knew him well probably felt the same way Subaru did. It was a miracle Hirasaka had become a godslayer. Since he was little, he'd had no special abilities. At first, his parents hoped he'd be a brilliant child, but when he didn't meet their expectations, they didn't get disappointed. They just continued to shower him with endless love and care. One day, in 4th grade, Hirasaka protected a classmate from being bullied. The friend cried and thanked him. Hirasaka felt happy too. But the next day, when he became the target of the bullies himself, he was even more shocked to find that the friend he'd protected was one of them. People often betray others, and they do it because they are weak. From that day on, Hirasaka decided he would never betray anyone. He believed he could truly become a genuine friend. After walking a bit further, Hirasaka sank into the mud again. Subaru had to use blood control to pull him up. Hirasaka laughed. "Ha ha, the opponent's intuition was just too good, so I thought it would be better to use myself as bait to take it down." Subaru pulled Hirasaka out, only to find a giant monster attached to him. Subaru slowly began to understand Hirasaka. He always made sure he was the first to fight the enemy to protect his teammates. He looked like a bundle of weaknesses, but that wasn't the case. It wasn't that he was distracted. It was that he was flexible and open-minded. Subaru took care of him, handing him a towel to wipe himself off. This towel was in the bag Shikishima had shoved into his hands to bring along. Inside, Shikishima had packed towels, water, and various other things, just so he could survive alongside Hirasaka. Shikishima, that poor soul of all Hirasaka's friends, Shikishima had the hardest time with him. He was probably drowning in work right now. And he was right at that moment. Shikishima was having to work like a man with 3 heads and 6 arms just to handle all the paperwork. He snapped, "That damn Hirasaka, he's useless. Kinokawa, hurry up and get better so you can come back and take some of this workload off me." The gold-rank Godslayers were very close, especially Hirasaka, Shikishima, Yudu, and Kinokawa. They had been members since the gold-rank Godslayers Association was first established. They'd been together for 8 long years. So, there was only one thing Hirasaka was holding a grudge about: Ariel Taiga, the one who had left Kinokawa severely injured. He wouldn't forgive him. He told Subaru up front that even if Subaru and Ariel Taiga were like brothers, he would still choose to defeat Ariel Taiga. Subaru became serious. He thought of Sawatari and his little sister, Kana. He also had his reasons to defeat Taiga. No matter what happened, he was ready. The two went deeper and stopped on a cliff. Hirasaka used his sub-skill, Hawk Eyes, to spot the boss 20 kilometers away at the 6 o'clock position. The map boss was a level 81 gun tree spirit. It was a giant tree with eyes growing all over its trunk. When it sensed someone approaching, it sprouted defensive thorns. Hirasaka summoned his giant blade to block the gun tree spirit's attack. His sword shattered, and the blast radius devastated the entire area. Luckily, Subaru quickly used blood control to pull Hirasaka into the air to dodge the attack. Hirasaka was still eager to explain. "Like I said earlier, the difficulty rating on a gate is just an estimate." Subaru's face went dark. What the hell is this guy talking about? This tree's attack sequence was as strong as, if not stronger than, Shikishima's. This thing was on a completely different level than other 4-star bosses. Hirasaka raised his golden sword. The minions in this gate were equivalent to 4-star level, but it seemed only this boss was low-level 5-star. Hirasaka remained calm, sighing. This is the trouble with constantly fighting nameless enemies. Ha. Hirasaka even had the heart to comment on Subaru's flying skills. "I didn't expect you could fly that high." Subaru's nerves were shot. If Hirasaka hadn't used his sword to block that hit, he would have been mortally wounded. Now he was running out of MP and could barely fly. Hirasaka swung his sword, and in the blink of an eye, the gun tree spirit was split in 2. This was his 6th technique, blade bending. He could bend the slash of his sword to strike anywhere within range. It was highly likely that using this technique would cost him his blade, and even though it required a huge amount of MP, if used correctly, victory was almost certain. Subaru was shocked to his core. He hadn't even had the chance to do anything before the boss was defeated. The two left the gate by late afternoon. They said their goodbyes, ready to head home. Hirasaka told Subaru not to tell Shikishima about what happened today, but it was too late. Subaru had already sent the full report to him. Shikishima arrived with the posture of a debt collector. He dragged Hirasaka away. In his final moments, Hirasaka was still cheerful, promising to meet Subaru tomorrow. He said he'd reserve a 5-star gate. Subaru returned home, took a nice bath, and lay in bed thinking. He remembered the tree boss from today. Subaru closed his eyes, imagining Hirasaka's fighting style, and realized he needed to adapt it into his own way. Over on Kokugashi's side, he was gathering personnel, 20 people so far, ranging from weak to strong. They were constantly splitting up to recruit more, heading to parks to sign up the Rex team and residential areas to recruit Julieta, but they all refused. Determined to fight to the end, the Kokugashi group wouldn't give up and continue their search. Shikishima was annoyed receiving a call from that idiot Hisazaki Ryuji's son. This guy should have been locked up until his sentence was decided, especially since the suspicion of him murdering his comrades hadn't been cleared up yet. Hisazaki Ryuji chuckled, reassuring him that he was the victim and had no other choice. According to the Divine Lord ID card, the attacker was named Kishikawa Sauchi, a Divine Lord clearly linked to the Shadow faction. Hisaki sensed something strange in the guy's insect control skills. Shikishima looked at the info on his computer screen. The skills were completely different from the ones originally registered. Just as he thought, the Shadow Gate could grant new abilities to its users. Many people were attacked last night, but the idiot Hisazaki Ryuji Julieta was the only one who fought back. He figured this wouldn't end anytime soon. Shikishima reminded Hisazaki Ryuji Julieta to be careful. The idiot Hisazaki Ryuji Julieta just kept saying yes, yes, and hung up. As soon as the call ended, he started complaining, that annoying guy with the glasses. Elsewhere, the Shadow faction members were communicating, updating each other on the situation. The blonde guy reported that things were going well on his side. They had already defeated the Rex team, and 6 of them couldn't even beat Julieta. Meanwhile, The other side replied that they had wiped out the Platinum team. They discussed their next move, planning to kill the Golden Divine Lords in Marunouchi, Chiyoda City, Tokyo. In front of the new Marunouchi building, Hirasaka and Subaru met the survey team before breaking the 5-star gate seal. The survey department was an intelligence unit founded by Shikishima for those with movement and analysis skills. Their job was to provide information about gates and increase the survival rate of the Divine Lords assigned to those gates. The head of the survey department is Kosaka Masago. She is a married woman, which is why she stepped back from the front lines. Returning to the survey department, she felt extremely grateful to Subaru because her husband and child were in the city of Meguro, where Subaru had defeated the whale. Kosaka held up her iPad to show everyone data about the gate. This is the Storm Gate, a small area consisting of only 2 locations, the garden and the palace. There are 2 thrones on the top floor of the palace, and there's a boss inside. It could be one of them or both. Subaru felt a bit nervous. He had been in a 2-star gate before and encountered 2 bosses, but he couldn't believe he was facing that again in a 5-star gate. Hirasaka waved to get his attention, gave him a brilliant smile, asked if he was okay, and then led the way in. Subaru felt calmer. Although Hirasaka was a bit different from what he imagined, he was still amazing. As soon as the 2 of them stepped in, the gate closed immediately, and the Shadow faction surged forward. They slashed and wounded one of Kosaka's subordinates. The Shadow faction members were bronze divine lords who were licking the boots of the Shadow Gate. They were incredibly arrogant. Kosaka recognized them as being on the list Shikishima had provided. She couldn't let them do whatever they wanted, so Kosaka fought back. But she was no match for them and was soon taken down by the Shadow faction guy. He pulled out his phone to report the situation. Hirasaka and Subaru have entered the 5-star gate. Proceed with opening the Shadow Gate in 10 minutes. The recipient of the message was Ariel Tega. His appearance had reached a new level, his mullet now replaced with long, flowing hair. He looked handsome and much more human. Inside the Storm Gate, the scenery was very poetic and peaceful, with a palace, a lake, and trees. If only one could come here for a vacation instead of sitting at home running from deadlines because of the boss, that would be great. Hirasaka stayed on high alert and smilingly asked Amamiya Suzaka to lock the door. Once the gate was locked, the gate-breaking process began immediately. The wind started to howl, black clouds gathered, and lightning crackled. The palace building in front of them lit up. The speed at which this gate changed, its attitude was faster than an ex-lover. The enemy would reveal themselves soon after the gate was locked. Both of them could sense the presence of the boss on the minimap, but the presence they felt was something that exceeded their expectations. They quickly realized the 2 bosses they were about to face were definitely top-tier 5-star threats. They were Storm Delta, level 89, and Thunder Killim, level 93. The 2 bosses had also noticed the presence of Subaru and Hirasaka. They could sense an acquaintance. One was a brilliant golden knight, and the other was someone they never wanted to meet again. The smell of that hateful zombie. Killim and Delta looked at each other and giggled, sharing the same evil intent. This zombie is still weak. I wonder how long he can hold out. After a moment, a group of knights appeared in front of Hirasaka and Subaru. Even though these were just soldiers, each one was stronger than the whale, with an average level of 60. Subaru shouted, ordering Amamiya Suzaka not to be afraid to use his MP. He could handle it. At all costs, she had to protect Suzaka's body. Amamiya Suzaka started using blood control, transforming into her annihilation form. Looking at the soldiers rushing toward them, Subaru immediately went into serious mode. If he didn't go all out from the start, he wouldn't be able to win. Instantly, Subaru shifted his blood control into the immortal blood armor form. Hirasaka flicked 2 fingers, and a giant sword pierced into the middle of the enemy formation. However, more than half were still alive. Their agility was higher than he thought. One soldier tried to attack Hirasaka but was intercepted by Subaru. He kicked the soldier in the head, but this soldier wasn't a pushover. He grabbed Subaru's leg and slammed him to the ground, then swung a fist, hitting Subaru hard enough to make him cough up blood. Are you kidding me? A single punch from a soldier was already on par with Sushi and Karen. The soldier attacked even more fiercely. Subaru tensed his abs and glutes, lifting his leg to kick him back. He didn't come here to stand in Hirasaka's way. He came to fight alongside him. Subaru used blood control to bind the soldier and then crushed him. The system announced, successfully defeated Storm Knight, level 54. He had only defeated one, but Subaru was already exhausted. He was panting heavily. He hadn't leveled up at all, and he had wasted too much energy just to beat one of them. 4 more surrounded him. Subaru summoned the God Cleaver. He couldn't use regular slashes because it cost too much MP. He had no choice but to slash directly. The soldiers even raised their hands to use the diamond sword technique. Unbelievable. These guys were monsters. They could even use advanced techniques on their weapons. That's the 5-star level for you. Subaru, despite his exhaustion, kept his gaze steady. He exchanged a look with Hirosaka, telling him not to worry, this was nothing. Yesterday, Subaru had been thinking all night, and he realized that no matter how much he admired Hirosaka, he could never be like him. When Shikishima said to let Hirosaka train him, he didn't mean the training itself, but how to fight. Not just simply leveling up, but how to always be ready for battle, how to stay calm, and the feeling that you will never lose. Subaru closed his eyes. He wanted to become stronger. It didn't matter how difficult or humiliating it was. He had been waiting for this fight. Subaru emitted a rainbow aura, even more intense than before. He lunged in to take on all four. Participating in a fierce battle was what made him stronger. Subaru used the God Cleaver to block a soldier's sword, while another took the opportunity to slash from behind him. Subaru gritted his teeth through the pain. He didn't stop and continued to lunge forward. He used blood control to bind a soldier's arm and then slash him to pieces. Subaru leveled up from 31 to 32. His HP and MP were restored. Subaru continued to dive into the fight. He used the God Cleaver to slash down, successfully taking down 2 more soldiers and leveled up to 33. Subaru's momentum was blazing as he kept fighting. Hirosaka, standing on the side, didn't interfere. He remembered what Shikishima told him before entering the 5-star gate. Until the very last moment, don't help Subaru, and don't try to teach him anything. Let him struggle on his own. In the near future, Subaru will stand side by side with you. All he needs is experience. Therefore, a fierce battle could push him to his limit. Shikishima also knew that someone like Hirosaka couldn't teach others anything. He just told Hirosaka, "Show off how cool you are for your junior to see." Hirosaka smiled faintly. He swung his sword, easily cutting down 2 soldiers rushing at him. He wondered if Subaru would become the ray of hope that could illuminate the dark, desperate future for them. 8 years had passed since the first gate appeared. Despair began to sprout in the hearts of the strongest divine lords. The strongest gate at that time was 3 stars, but 3 years later, a 4-star gate appeared. 3 years later, a 5-star gate appeared. Each time a star was added, the difficulty increased tenfold. Hirosaka had talked to Shikishima about this issue. If the difficulty updated every 3 years, that meant a 6-star gate would appear next year, and a 7-star gate would follow 4 years after that. Looking back 2 years, the Golden Divine Lords couldn't get 10 times stronger. By the time the 6-star gate appeared, all the Golden Divine Lords would only have the option of fighting together to destroy it. If things continued like this, the Divine Lords would surely reach a point where they couldn't keep up. The number and difficulty of the gates would also increase. This was a truly difficult problem. Who could handle a gate 10 times stronger than a 5-star gate? If the time for a 6-star gate to be 10 times stronger than a 5-star gate passed, and they failed to break it, the clock would shatter immediately. And they couldn't ignore the low-level gates either, but there was always a shortage of Divine Lords. Was humanity destined to just accept defeat? No matter how many ways Hirosaka tried to find, one problem after another kept arising. He was afraid of the day he would lose his true friends. Finally, the meeting they had been waiting for arrived in a moment of despair. Suddenly, they received a call from Kinokawa Sakura. While she was with Yudu, interrogating suspects in the High Priest's murder, she got word that a rainbow gate had appeared. Hirosaka stood silently, watching Subaru fight the soldiers seriously. He realized that Subaru could only use swordsmanship directly to fight the enemies on the other side. Little by little, Subaru took down the soldiers, and he gradually realized he only needed to focus on the tip of his blade. Once the God's severing strike hit the enemy, he could even defeat foes with high defense. At the same time, this reduced the MP required. Hirosaka nodded in approval. Subaru wasn't just learning from what he was taught, he was learning from his own experiences in battle. After taking down all the soldiers around him, Subaru turned to check on Amamiya Sasaka. She was using her Annihilation Force skill to attack the soldiers. This was a special technique that set simple commands for blood cells from a large mass of scattered blood. The command she set was, touch and explode. However, at Amamiya Sasaka's current level, no matter what she did, her attacks were ineffective. But even so, it was more than enough, at least for a little bit. Amamiya Sasaka would reduce the number of enemies surrounding Subaru and Hirosaka. Her top priority was protecting Sasaka's body. Amamiya Sasaka flew around trying to dodge, but she ran into another soldier. Just as it raised its sword to strike, Subaru arrived in time. He used God's severing to slash and finish the soldier off. Subaru was so moved he wanted to cry, and he thanked Amamiya Sasaka. Because they were still safe, Amamiya Sasaka blushed and felt her heart pounding. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them split up to take down the remaining soldiers. Subaru ran toward Hirosaka, reporting that he felt it was quite difficult to level up here. Only then did Hirosaka notice. He had thought it was because his current level was too high. But if Subaru felt the same way, it likely meant this was a special stage. These soldiers were no different from puppets created by the boss's ultimate technique. That was surely the reason they were gaining so few experience points. That meant, from the very beginning, this stage only had the two bosses sitting on those thrones. Subaru was stunned. No way. He could still level up, so he was fine, but the more Hirasaka fought, the more his strength would wane. Hirasaka raised his sword to strike another soldier, saying it wasn't entirely meaningless. Killing these soldiers would drain the boss's MP. However, the enemies definitely wouldn't let that slide. What they were planning remained a mystery. Callum and Delta also realized that Hirasaka and Subaru had figured out their trick. They laughed with delight and finally got off their rears to join the battle. Upon seeing the enemies, in a moment of hesitation, Hirasaka wondered if he should use Curved Blade right now. Curved Blade consumed 80% of the user's maximum MP. It could reach the enemy instantly and slice them apart. But would it be enough to cut down the two in front of him? Hirasaka steeled his resolve. Whether it worked or not, this was his only chance to use it. He decided to use his sixth ultimate technique, but just as he was about to unleash it, the rain suddenly stopped. The skies cleared, and Fujigami May stopped raining. The two bosses were standing behind Hirasaka before anyone noticed. They reminded him not to try any tricks. It was boring. They just wanted to fight. The two bosses introduced themselves. The blonde one was Delta of the Storm, and the green-haired one was Kellum of the Thunder. They wanted a fair fight. These two bosses could speak. They were like the boss at the Deadly Soldier Gate that Subaru had passed. Most bosses were mindless, like wild animals, killing anything that invaded their territory. But clearly, these two could control the weather and react the moment a strategy was conceived. This situation was tense. Hirasaka tried talking to the two bosses. They were polite enough to spare a moment to listen. Hirasaka clenched his fists. He had billions of questions for them. What exactly were those gates and doors? Why did their monsters come to this world? Delta and Killim asked Hirasaka back. Hasn't that little brat, Louis, told you yet? Hirasaka was startled. Louis was the master of the Golden Gate. He possessed these two bosses and knew about Louis. Don't tell me they were the entities closest to the central embodiment. These two bosses were easier to talk to than imagined. After all, they had been trapped here for way too long. They would tell him everything they knew. Subaru's jaw dropped. Was revealing world secrets that easy? Oh my god. Hirasaka quickly pulled out his phone, asking for permission to record. He wasn't confident in his own memory. Killam cheerfully agreed, coughed once, and began. Basically, the gate is but right at the important part, the audio cut out. That fell under security issues. They couldn't reveal it. Hirasaka still hadn't given up. He pulled out pen and paper and shoved them at the two bosses, begging them to write it down. If he went back empty-handed, Shikishima would skin him alive. This time, Kylam refused. It had waited long enough. It told the two that if they could defeat them, they would be closer to the answers they were seeking. Killam and Delta took their combat stances. They were itching for a fight. One would think these two bosses would use some top-tier technique, but unexpectedly, they played rock, paper, scissors. After a few rounds, Delta won. It had the right to choose its opponent. Without hesitation, it chose Hirasaka. As soon as it spoke, Delta lunged to attack Hirasaka. The two sides exchanged blows, boom, boom, flash, flash, one after another. Delta was in pure ecstasy. It had finally found a worthy opponent. Hirasaka also switched to his serious mode. This Delta was stronger than any opponent he had fought on the other side. Subaru was still struggling to stand due to the pressure from the blows Delta and Hirasaka were unleashing. Suddenly, Killam, looking as miserable as a funeral, appeared beside him without him noticing. Subaru jumped back, startled. Killam was sad, but it didn't say why it had to fight the host of this damn zombie. Subaru politely apologized. Killam laughed, saying it wasn't his fault. For some reason, Subaru felt very comfortable. The fact that he could talk to Killam normally without any discomfort meant he didn't feel any pressure from it at all, even though they were enemies. Killam said it would try to have some fun with him, to see how many times it had to smash Subaru before he kicked the bucket. Killam raised its foot and kicked Subaru, sending him flying from the top of the palace to the edge of the gate. Subaru thought, when someone steps on a bug on the road, they don't even use strength because they're too weak. Killam was bored. It had only kicked him once, and Subaru couldn't even dodge it. It didn't know exactly whose host he was, but he was just too weak. Subaru had been burned to a crisp, lying in a pile of black soot on the ground. Across the way, Hirasaka panicked, worried for Subaru. He lost focus for a split second and was hit by Delta's strike, losing an eye. On the other side, Killam picked up Subaru's god-severing sword to inspect it. The sword hadn't even been scratched by its thunder and lightning strike. This must have been why it felt an imbalance in Subaru's power during the first half of the match. Killam felt the weight of this sword. In its heart, a doubt arose. Was Subaru the host of the immortal god, Vanquis? Amamiya Sasaka, with tears in her eyes, stood behind Killam. Killam waved its hand, kindly advising Amamiya Sasaka not to do anything foolish. Interfering in a one-on-one match would get her killed. Amamiya Sasaka gritted her teeth. She couldn't stop calling Subaru's name, begging him to wake up. Killam stood with its arms crossed, feeling very sorry. But if your legs exploded, were you really going to stand up on nothing but faith and hope? That was exactly what was happening. The pile of black coal that was Subaru behind them was slowly standing up. He used blood control to reconnect his body. Subaru told Amamiya Sasaka to move away and not to interfere. Earlier, Subaru had used the defensive move he used to avoid Ariel Taga's black smoke, creating a large amount of semi-solid blood to wrap around his entire body. Even though he lost both his arms and legs, somehow, he had escaped death. He only had a tiny bit of blood and MP left. Kill him. Thunder was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever met. He couldn't even guess how large the gap between his physique and Killam's was. But if he survived this, he would definitely be able to grow stronger rapidly. Killam clicked its tongue. It realized Subaru had used blood to cover his limbs, but it didn't like that. It was truly disgusting, a cockroach that just wouldn't die. Across the way, Delta threw a barrage of punches, laughing like a madman. It truly felt exhilarated. Even though Hirasaka had lost an eye, his right eye was still keeping up with it. The remaining eye even seemed brighter than before. Hirasaka swung his sword, severing one of Delta's arms, but Delta didn't stay still. It laughed with excitement and swung its leg to kick. Hirasaka retreated. He gripped his sword tight. He needed to thank Delta of the storm. Not everyone is strong at the beginning. When he was a newbie, he had been in mortal danger like this many times. This time was the same. If he could defeat Delta, he would grow even stronger. Hirasaka used his fifth ultimate technique, Royal Aura, increasing all abilities and the influence of his techniques to 130% while consuming extra MP from the user. Delta also began to switch to serious mode. It lunged again to attack, and Hirasaka swung his sword to fight back. Elsewhere, Subaru was being chased all over the place by Killam. Killam didn't stop using lightning to hunt him down. Lightning moved at a speed of 100 kilometers per second that was 13 times the speed of light. Dodging it wasn't an easy task. Subaru needed to predict the lightning's movement beforehand while having to move constantly without stopping, because once he was hit, he would turn to dust. Killam still stood leisurely with its arms crossed, controlling the lightning to chase Subaru. The situation was getting worse and worse. If this continued, all the soldiers would be dead. With Subaru's current HP and MP, a single hit from the lightning meant instant death. Even though it was nearly impossible, Subaru still had to try and defeat the soldiers to level up. He flew past a soldier, cutting off its head. Success, he leveled up to 34. His stats increased, his HP and MP were restored, and the missing parts of his body were fully healed. Killam realized that, but it didn't even care. With just a slight wave of his hand, Killam easily blocked Subaru's attack and countered, sending Subaru back to the land of the disabled once again. Killam boredly picked at his ear, wondering, why does he keep fighting so stubbornly when he knows he can't win? Subaru. Using his blood manipulation again, he fired spikes at Killam, but Killam didn't even bother to dodge. Whether kicking or punching, it now understood why Subaru had been chosen as the host of the wretched immortal. Subaru hated giving up. He clung to life hopelessly, and for that reason, Subaru always did pointless things. Killam gave a light kick, and the incoming spikes shattered like mush. Subaru blocked, bracing against the pressure of the kick. If he kept this up, he would be crushed by Killam's strength before he could even reach his goal. Killam kindly advised him that his little tricks were no match for its overwhelming power. If he intended to fight, he simply wasn't strong enough. While Killam wasn't paying attention, Subaru's cat, Sushi, stole the Soul Reaper blade. Killam struck Sushi down with lightning. As Subaru rushed to save it, a system notification appeared. Sushi is using MP to revive. Subaru suddenly remembered that Sushi had self-regeneration abilities. It understood his tactics and was trying to help him. Sushi tossed the Soul Reaper towards Subaru. He successfully caught it. But before he could celebrate for even 3 seconds, Killam was already right on top of him. This time, Subaru wasn't going to be passive. Behind him, Sushi transformed into a giant, swinging its claws at Killam. Killam turned and kicked, shattering Sushi into pieces. While Killam was distracted, Subaru finished preparing. He dove to the ground, swinging the Soul Reaper. He was betting all of his MP right now. The soldiers were wiped out. Subaru successfully leveled up to 35, and his leg grew back. Killam lunged from above, attacking from behind and piercing its hand through his chest. This isn't funny, Killam fumed, extremely angry at Subaru's actions. He threw away the chance that Sushi had sacrificed itself to gain and ran to recover. Why must you cling to life so desperately? Didn't you come here to defeat me? Being this cowardly, you won't even be able to win in your next life. Subaru's vision blurred. He had no strength left to fight back. He remembered his past, so many people insulting him, calling him a worm, a talentless loser, a good-for-nothing. Yet, there were also people like Amamiya, Suzaka, and Kinokawa who wanted to become strong with him, who wanted to know what he wanted to do. Subaru truly wanted to see Amamiya Suzaka again. Even if it was only for a short time, the time they spent adventuring together had been so happy. Subaru shed tears. Even if it's the last time, it doesn't matter. Even if Suzaka doesn't want to forgive me, it's fine. I just want to see her again to thank her and apologize for dragging her into this. If she's willing to forgive me, I want us to get strong together again. Subaru went silent, lost in thought. Killam didn't understand what this guy was mumbling about. Subaru had reached level 35, and he had won. A third door appeared, severing Killam's arm. From the door, a handsome and cool version of Vanquish stepped out. He spoke in a tone that was truly asking for a punch. "Hello, kid. I've been watching you from the other side. Hurting my host is a serious crime, you know." Subaru lay on the ground, eyes half closed, watching Vanquish appear. Vanquish used his blood manipulation skill to lift a thread of blood, slung Subaru over his shoulder, and stepped into the portal. Before leaving, he didn't forget to kindly bid Killam farewell. Killam wouldn't forget this. The day Vanquish killed him and Delta, now his sworn enemy, was standing right in front of him. How could he just stand there and watch? Killam went mad and lunged into the portal after Vanquish and Subaru. Inside, it was a sea of thick dust and smoke. On the other side, Vanquish was healing Subaru's broken body. This kid, every time he appears in front of me, he's half dead. Why? Subaru's consciousness was still hazy. He couldn't believe Vanquish was right in front of him. After a moment, the healing was done. On the other side, Killam was crackling with electricity, absolutely furious. Vanquish shooed Killam away. "Don't get involved in other people's family business. Get lost and go home." Killam screamed in frustration, saying Vanquish was the one interfering in his one-on-one fight with Subaru. Once he finished off the boy, he promised to deal with Vanquish too. Vanquish sighed. Don't impose warrior combat rules on a king. Breaking into the human world and forcing a duel, how pathetic. Aren't you ashamed? Vanquish pondered. Did Killam want to defeat both him and Subaru? Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Vanquish touched Subaru, merging into his body. He would borrow his body for a few minutes to show him how he used blood manipulation. Vanquish gradually became one with Subaru. This kid's body is actually not bad. Level 35 is enough to work with. To defeat someone who's exhausted their power because they've been sealed in a portal like Killam, this is more than enough. Killam's blood boiled. He couldn't stand being insulted. If only he could return to the underworld, he wouldn't be this pathetic right now. Before he could finish his sentence, Vanquish and Subaru's body slapped his head off. There are no ugly people, only those who don't know how to use their assets. Sure enough, Vanquish and Subaru's body brought his appearance to a new level, making the ladies swoon incredibly cool. Killam reattached his head. Vanquish gathered power in his hand and fired it into Killam's chest, sending him flying 8 meters away. Killam gritted his teeth in pain. Vanquish locked his eyes on Killam. He used the blood curse fusion skill. Killam's body twisted and curled, being kneaded into a ball. Killam still tried to resist, kicking out. Vanquish tilted his head to dodge. Killam escaped from the ball. Vanquish clapped his thighs, praising him. Good. The two sides exchanged blows again. Every time Killam attacked, Vanquish blocked it all. He even managed to put a hole through Killam's body. Subaru, inside, watched the entire battle. He couldn't have imagined Vanquish was this strong. Vanquish will jump there, that's a given. Don't judge others by their appearance. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Wearing glasses and a jersey. How cheesy. Subaru had nothing to say. He wondered why Killam was so strong, yet still took damage. He had fought enemies that could regenerate, but they never suffered serious injuries until they ran out of MP. Vanquish happily explained, that's because of the curse. I put it into the blood. The curse can deeply wound the soul of the opponent. This technique works on enemies that can regenerate and on formless spirits. What kind of move is that? Totally like a villain. Killam grabbed his fist in frustration, yelling, don't underestimate me, you damn vampire. Subaru felt suspicious. Why did this Killam hate Vanquish so much? The story was that back in the underworld, Vanquish had killed Killam and locked him in the portal. On the other side, Killam started getting serious. He put a lot of force into his punches and lunged. Vanquish raised his hand to block, and pieces of Killam's body flew off. He wasn't resigned to this. If he had all his power, it wouldn't have ended like this. Vanquish kindly advised him that this wouldn't have happened if Killam had killed Subaru sooner, whether it was a one-on-one fight or a fair match. As soon as Vanquish's door was summoned, Killam had already lost. That was a convincing victory for Subaru. He had used all his strength to push past his own limits. Killam screamed, Don't mess with me. As he gradually evaporated, Vanquish wisely advised Killam to be more serious. The system announced that the boss had been defeated. Killam gradually disappeared. He couldn't regenerate anymore. He couldn't keep his soul's shape. Killam kept cursing Vanquish's parents. Subaru's jaw dropped. Vanquish had defeated Killam way too easily. He was just too strong. He had never paid attention to creatures from the underworld before. But what kind of existence was Vanquish? Just as the system finished announcing the boss defeat, another notification appeared. Boss has revived. Subaru panicked and turned to Vanquish, who remained as calm as ever. That's just a remnant now. Killam was regenerated by the Storm Parousia technique, which could revive the user with 5% of their maximum health before death. It could only be used once every 240 seconds. Killam intended to rush into fight again, but was pinned down by Vanquish pointing his finger at him. He tried hard to escape, but couldn't. Killam's soul was at a high rank, so it could activate the revival technique, but the side effect was that it couldn't retain consciousness. Subaru worried. If it were Vanquish, he could easily defeat Killam, but if it were him, he would probably have to risk his life to defeat this 5%. Suddenly, Subaru remembered if Killam had this revival technique. Could it be that Hirasaka's opponent also had it? Vanquish suddenly remembered. He exited Subaru's body. He had been having a headache wondering what to do for this trial. What a relief! Something fell from the sky. He pointed at the 5% Killam and told Subaru to defeat it. Subaru was about to resist, but Vanquish sternly lectured him. If you can't defeat Killam, I won't need you anymore. And if anything happens to you, I won't care. Vanquish told him he needed to ignite his rage. But Subaru, he had no reason to hate Killam. That wasn't what Vanquish meant. His point was that anyone with a goal always resents their own weakness. Perhaps that was why Subaru was always treated like a worm by everyone around him. Therefore, deep down, Subaru had always resigned himself to being a failure. And that was also the reason why he didn't mind risking his life for others. He always blamed himself for being useless and weak because he couldn't protect them. But Subaru was wrong. He shouldn't blame himself for being weak. Instead, he should hate his weakness. Hatred shouldn't exist to keep him trapped in the past. It should exist to forge him and allow him to walk out of the past. That was the strength Subaru needed to push forward. After hearing Vanquish's words of wisdom, Subaru wiped away his tears and gripped his sword tightly. Vanquish watched him, seeing the back of a son in him. He encouraged Subaru to be strong, telling him that one day he would learn to love himself and find true happiness. Subaru and the 5% Killam were locked in a tense battle. Over on Hirasaka's side, things were just as intense. The two were evenly matched, trading blows. Even Delta was shocked that Hirasaka could muster enough strength to suppress it. Hirasaka unleashed his second ultimate technique, Binding Wire, snaring one of Delta's arms and pulling it toward him. Hirasaka gripped his sword, calculating. The royal aura consumed a massive amount of MP. He only had about 48 seconds left before he ran dry. The enemy's HP was around 300,000 to 400,000. Hirasaka decided to end it with his seventh ultimate technique, Ito. Copying the Slayer Irex's Soaring Dragon Slash, Delta was sliced to pieces. It couldn't believe it. The shockwave from the slash pierced through Delta's body. As it collapsed, gasping, it realized that the precision of Hirasaka's attack had spiked. It wasn't a technique based on raw power, but pure technical mastery. Hirasaka struck again and again. He chained together various copied skills, crushing the monster, the twin-headed Slash, the Storm Crusher. After such a relentless barrage, Delta's regeneration speed couldn't keep up, and it slowly dissolved. Hirasaka's seventh technique, Ito, allowed him to use the signature moves of famous warriors he had learned from the Golden Knight leader, Lewis. The higher the ultimate technique level, the more skills of famous warriors are unlocked. A notification popped up, boss defeated. Hirasaka collapsed, his HP and MP nearly depleted. His crushed eye began to throb. He didn't know if leveling up would restore it. He looked toward the rainbow door. He wondered what happened to Subaru and the others, when suddenly, the rainbow door shattered. A boss respawn notification appeared. The 5% Delta stood tall right above him and lunged. Hirasaka tried to force himself up, but a crack appeared in space, and Subaru leaped out from within. With a powerful punch, Subaru shattered the 5% Delta. This time, the boss was truly defeated. Subaru successfully reached level 45. Together, they cleared the Thunderstorm Gate. Hirasaka leveled up to 85, and his eye was restored. He thanked Subaru for saving his life, but found it strange that Subaru didn't level up. The rules of the gate stated that if you dealt less than 20% of the total damage, you wouldn't receive experience points. Subaru only contributed 5%, so he got nothing. Hirasaka was stunned. It was the first time he'd heard of that mechanism. He'd been a god host for 8 years, and Shikishima had explained it to him 10 times already, but he'd forgotten every single time. Subaru called Amamiya, Sasaka, and Sushi to head back. As the two left the gate, people were waiting outside. Udo and Hiller, Japan's #1, his Izaki Ryuji, the younger brother of the Recon Division Chief, Kosaka. They had already dealt with the trash from the Dark Team who were running their mouths earlier. That guy was K, a former god host. Udo had received an anonymous report and rushed there. The brainless fool had tried to ambush him, so Udo captured him to interrogate him about the Dark Team. Udo turned to Subaru and asked, "How is he doing?" Hirasaka looked like he was at death's door. Udo slung K over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and told Subaru to fill out the detailed report before taking a break to recover. Hirasaka, thinking he was included, excitedly prepared to leave, only for Udo to drag him off to see Shikishima. Subaru said goodbye to the two, telling Amamiya Sasaka he'd found a way to see Sasaka again. The two climbed onto a rooftop and pulled out the guide board. Subaru's blood theft skill had unlocked a new level. This skill allowed the user to swap the soul of the original owner with a soul granted by the relative skill. The relative could activate it at any time, but if the body were dead until it recovered, the skill couldn't be used. That meant Amamiya Sasaka's soul was still inside Amamiya Sasaka's body. The body was heavily damaged, but it was recovering bit by bit over time. The souls could be swapped once the body was restored. Subaru was overjoyed. Seeing Sasaka again was now just a matter of time. He jumped for joy, apologizing to the stinky zombie in his head. He had been right all along, and Subaru felt guilty for doubting him. Still, he wondered, where did Amamiya Sasaka's soul come from? Amamiya Sasaka excitedly asked about the reward for clearing the gate. Subaru pulled 2 items from his pocket. They were the Thunder Earrings, which added a minor electrical effect to every strike, and the Storm Earrings, which added a minor wind effect to every action. He gave both to Amamiya Sasaka. After that fight, he realized the truth. There would be times he couldn't use his own power to protect her. He would grow strong quickly, and until then, he wanted Amamiya Sasaka to use these earrings to defend herself. Amamiya Sasaka took them, flustered, and shyly thanked him. Subaru told her to try them on. Amamiya Sasaka happily put them on, her face turning bright red as she soared into the sky. Subaru stood there, bewildered, not understanding why she flew so high. Sushi let out an exasperated sigh. She slapped Subaru across the face, then huffed and jumped down. At Subaru and Taiga's house, Subaru's biological father and Taiga's stepfather, Ariel Rio, was leisurely sipping a drink. He wondered which hellhole his idiot son, Subaru, had run off to. His wife, Ariel Kaiko, Taiga's biological mother, told him to stop standing by the window like that. The neighbors would see. She was focused on her iPad, ordering 2 necklaces number 4 and number 51. Subaru's father went to pour more wine, never imagining that Subaru had become a god host and a savior at that. He narcissistically mused that his bloodline was truly exceptional. Life was only going to get smoother from here. He needed to sink more money into this house. Before he could finish his sentence, the front door burst open. Ariel Taiga, the handsome version, walked in. His father didn't recognize him in this state. He asked who he was and why he had a key. Ariel Taiga didn't even glance at him. He reached out and choked the life out of his father. Ariel Taiga's mother called out from inside, telling her husband to bring her more champagne. The butler was back. No sooner had she said that than Ariel Taiga placed a glass of wine on the table. She squinted for a moment, then recognized her son. She muttered a quick welcome home and went back to scrolling on her phone. Ariel Taiga smiled, satisfied. He hadn't expected his mother to recognize him in this guise. His mother, eyes still glued to her screen, said, "Of course I did. I gave birth to you." She lazily complimented his makeup, saying it looked good. Ariel Taiga tried to explain, but she cut him off, pointing at a necklace on her screen and bragging that she finally got the one she wanted, only 20 million for 5 of them. Such a bargain. Ariel Taiga let out a scornful laugh, black aura radiating from him. What a mother. No matter how much her son had changed, she didn't care about a damn thing. Glad you're here. You never should have been born. The black aura began to envelop Ariel Taiga's mother, and she turned to stone, ascending. Ariel Taiga dropped the champagne glass from his hand to the floor. This world and I are both equally worthless. So, let's go down together. The next morning, the news reported that around 7 p.m. last night, a building collapse occurred in Shinagawa City. 2 deaths were confirmed. Ariel Rio and Ariel Keiko, the couple who lived in the collapsed building. Their bodies were severely damaged. Subaru watched the news, his body stiffening. He returned to the ruins. Udo and Hirasaka were there too. According to Udo's assessment, the signature was the same as the one from Kinokawa. There was no doubt Ariel Taiga was the culprit, but what he didn't expect was that the bastard would murder his own parents. Shikishima saw Subaru standing there in silence and comforted him. You don't have to force yourself to help us with the investigation. Subaru stared at the wreckage. He felt nothing, no sadness. No matter how many times he tried to recall memories with his father, there was nothing to hold on to, which only made him feel sadder. Subaru sat down and looked at the family nameplate. He wondered, Taiga, what the hell are you thinking, and where are you? At that moment, Ariel Taiga was standing in front of the God Host Federation headquarters. He walked in brazenly, ignoring the whispers about him killing his own parents. Ariel Taiga headed straight for the reception desk. Without saying a word, he unleashed a wave of black aura. Soon, the headquarters shattered and collapsed. The aura spreading from it was even more intense. Strength, intelligence, beauty. The ugly, idiotic, and weak Ariel Taiga had always craved such things. But now that he had it all, he felt empty inside. He didn't know if existence had any meaning anymore. On the other side, Hirasaka's group was fuming after hearing that the Federation headquarters had been destroyed. Shikishima Ryu yelled into his phone, furious. He hadn't received any info, so how would he know if everyone was safe? He ordered the person on the other end to send the Tachikawa branch, the largest one, to help. Keep the other branches operating as usual, and don't let the clocks break now. They would use their vehicles as command centers to collect information. Staying in one place was too dangerous. Yudu had to admit Ariel Taiga was terrifying. If there were any traces of him, they would have to disperse from the headquarters to investigate. There was no telling what he would target next. He had murdered his parents just to distract them so he could destroy the headquarters. Right now, at least 100 God hosts had been killed. It was unimaginable how many total casualties there were, including civilians. Shikishima swore, fucking hell. Who could believe he'd dare to cause such a catastrophe? They shouldn't have brought Subaru home. He was about to call Subaru when a call suddenly came through. Shikishima picked up. A call out of the blue like this meant it was 10 billion% the Dark Team. The caller was the Cruel Ice, and he asked a taunting, hateful question. They're clearly relishing the little declaration of war they've prepared. The IC announced that from now on, 6 locations will be attacked just like the Allied headquarters was destroyed, and Ariel Taiga is at one of those spots. Hirasaka, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly radiates a golden aura immensely oppressive. He doesn't say a word. He shoulders his sword and leaps onto the roof of a vehicle, speeding away. Yudu calls out to him, but he doesn't respond. Shikishima says there's no need to stop him. If it prevents others from dying, it's best to let Hirasaka take the field. Shikishima asks if Issei had been watching them back at school, warning him that if he wants to join the fray, he better watch his back. If I run into him and we clash again, I promise I'll tear him to pieces. Kiryu Issei leaves him with a chilling, I'll be looking forward to it before hanging up. Shikishima had already guessed what the Dark Faction was targeting. Kokugashi said they intend to break the clock. Ariel Taiga's ultimate acceleration technique can crush any AI's body in the blink of an eye. In other words, they plan to use the gate's time to reduce the clock's countdown to 0, viewing it as punishment because they couldn't destroy all the gates. The best choice right now is the 5-star gate, even though there's still plenty of time left. Currently, the time remaining on the clock is 870 days. If they manage to destroy 3 5-star gates, they're doomed. Shikishima orders the God hosts to be deployed to every 5-star gate in Tokyo. As soon as enemies are spotted, everyone must provide intelligence to the higher-ups to deal with them, especially if they encounter Ariel Taiga. If they do, they must notify the Golden God host immediately. Now, the war begins. On the Dark Faction's side, Himeno Jumeno inspects her nails while listening to a phone call. Is he crazy? They could have attacked all 6 locations simultaneously by surprise. What's with the declaration of war? Ariel Taiga of the Dark Faction answers with excitement. We have to fight the Golden God hosts fair and square. Attacking out of nowhere would make the game too easy. They talk amongst themselves. The guy named K, whom Yudu captured earlier, has successfully escaped, and word is that according to instructions, his team is now targeting Subaru. Elsewhere, Subaru is sitting on a rooftop when a group surrounds him. These 3 are Kuzuki, Tachi, and Kagashiro, not to mention young K. The other day, K was beaten to a pulp. He was told that if he wants to fight Hirasaka, he has to defeat Subaru first. Even though he has no grudge against Subaru, he still has to kill him, though he wants to keep it clean, one-on-one. Subaru stands up from the ground, telling all 3 to come at him. He heard everything from Shikishima, so he isn't going to let any of these 3 escape. Even though he doesn't hate these 3, he will defeat all of them and force them to tell him where Taiga is. Shingo, annoyed by Subaru's arrogance, uses his ultimate technique, Black Flame Stone Protection, covering his body in rock and earth. He can't accept Subaru's condescending attitude. Shingo lunges to attack, but Subaru lands a light punch, shattering his armor. Shingo flies 8 meters away, spitting blood. He can't believe he's been defeated. His armor blown away. What just happened? Earlier, Subaru had injected blood into the gaps in Shingo's armor. and destroyed it from the inside. Kei smirks, radiating dark smoke, lunging forward to strike. Subaru rolls to dodge. He analyzes Kei's strikes. The ground shatters as if eroded by time. Kei infuses that black smoke into his blade to attack if he gets hit directly. It'll be extremely dangerous. The last guy, Kuzuki, seems to have no intention of joining the fight. He sits still, watching the show. Kei doesn't need help either. He's extremely confident in his own skills. Subaru asks what the hell Kei wants, constantly demanding a solo fight, but Kei doesn't answer. He lunges to slash Subaru, but Subaru blocks it with a blood shield. The three of them have been friends since childhood. Kei is the group leader. Shingo is his right-hand man, and Kuzuki always watches from afar. For Kei, this situation happens every day. Subaru is stunned for a moment. What kind of nonsense is this guy spouting? Aren't they from the dark faction, here to break the clock and destroy humanity? Kei replies bluntly, not interested. He joined Kokugashi's ranks to become a gang leader, to become stronger. He's determined to prove he can defeat the strongest god host in Japan, Renji Hirasaka, and then the three of them will climb to the top. That's his dream. Subaru looks disgusted. He's clueless about such hobbies because he wasn't raised well and doesn't know how to process this information. But Kei is the type of person who thinks he's a tough guy from a manga. Subaru realizes the dark faction doesn't seem very unified. These three in front of him are quite different from the others. Subaru can understand Kei's dream. He asks why Kei attacked Kosaka. Kei remembers those were the three people he met in front of the 5-star gate. He innocently replies, "Isn't it the god host's fault for retreating from the front lines because they're too weak?" Before he could finish, Subaru punches him in the face. Kei slams into the railing, blood streaming from his nose and mouth like a fountain. What the hell was that? Even faster than before. Subaru is truly angry. Those three were people from the reconnaissance division. They have families and children, but they continue to serve as god hosts to protect the world. Yet, that bastard Kei dared to attack them. Subaru screams that they aren't people Kei can just throw away for his selfish dream. Subaru activates his conditional ultimate technique, Night Aura, increasing all his abilities by 45% while in a fit of rage. Kei trembles but still tries to swing his sword. Don't interfere with my dream. Subaru intends to use blood control on Kei, but suddenly, Kuzuki jumps out of nowhere and kicks Kei to the ground. He tells Kei to stop right there and admit defeat. The three of them will try their best next time. Kei falls to the ground, unconscious. Kuzuki has no intention of fighting. He explains that while the three of them are indeed childhood friends, he has another identity. Kuzuki shows a chat message with Shikishima to Subaru to prove he is a subordinate of Shikishima, a spy within the dark faction planted by the god hosts. He was formerly a member of the reconnaissance team. He came here to inform Subaru about the locations of the 6 gates the dark faction intends to destroy. Ariel Taiga approaches a gate, and Shikishima arrives at the same time. To be honest, he had hoped to encounter the guy with the glasses, but he hit the jackpot. He ran into this bastard, Ariel Taiga. Let's fight to the death today. Shikishima knows that earlier, Kokugashi prophesied that he, Hirasaka, and Udo would be the first 3 to perish, but he isn't afraid. Don't underestimate me, you dog. Shikishima uses his 5th ultimate technique, Sulfur Rain. A cluster of projectiles rains down from the sky, firing toward Ariel Taiga. He calmly sidesteps. Thinking back, Shikishima was the first to show suspicion toward him. Ariel Taiga recalls 3 years ago, when Shikishima asked him why he was leveling up so slowly. The truth is, the door owner Ariel Taiga stole from Subaru was the wallbreaker Gallia, but he refused to cooperate with him. Even when Ariel Taiga passed level 20 usually, the second door would appear at that level. There was absolutely nothing. At that time, Hirasaka defended Ariel Taiga, saying some people get their second door at level 25 or 30, and maybe Ariel Taiga was in that situation. He told Shikishima not to doubt Ariel Taiga so much. Shikishima didn't want to bring anyone down, but the truth was Ariel Taiga's door hadn't appeared, and he was leveling up too slowly. Saying he stole someone else's door wasn't baseless either. Ariel Taiga, listening from outside the door, feels a twitch. He silently curses, how the hell did they guess that? Well, whatever. There's no proof anyway, so I'll just fake it. Back then, Shikishima mentioned someone in Osaka with a skill that exposes lies. They could discuss that more at the upcoming meeting. Ariel Taiga is extremely bitter. He asks about Shikishima's parents quite a lot. Why does that dog keep causing trouble for me? He swears that one day he will hack Shikishima into pieces. The stupid, childish murder attempt Ariel Taiga had back then, he will make it reality. He has harnessed the full power of Gallia, using a skill learned from Kokugashi to tear Gallia to shreds. That way, death will reign supreme. Ariel Taiga exhales black smoke and sneaks behind Shikishima. Shikishima holds his position for a moment. He used his clairvoyance technique to spot Ariel Taiga's position, so there's no way he could lose track of him. It can only be said that this bastard Ariel Taiga used some kind of ultimate technique that allowed him to teleport. Shikishima doesn't move an inch. He tells Ariel Taiga not to be high and underestimate him. He uses his third ultimate technique, ephemeral flame. Ariel Taiga's fist, about to touch him, is consumed by fire. In an instant, Shikishima realizes Ariel Taiga can only teleport within the range of the smoke. He can escape quite well, though. He estimates Ariel Taiga's power is around the level of a level 50 golden god host. But what a pity, Ariel Taiga isn't in his league. He's already at level 82. That bastard doesn't stand a chance. Ariel Taiga is covered in blood. Shikishima is about to continue fighting when suddenly a massive explosion occurs. Ariel Taiga knows the god hosts will send their strongest to the 5-star gate. Therefore, he accelerated the time of the 4-star gate and pushed it to the final minute. At this moment, about 200 monsters have been released, and because the god hosts couldn't anticipate the attack move of Ariel Taiga's team, they lost a large number of god hosts. Shikishima looks at the raging fire over there and wonders if this guy is still Ariel Taiga. How could he be so smart? Ariel Taiga looks at his newly regrown arm. Although his soul and consciousness exist simultaneously, the original Ariel Taiga died long ago. Everything he once craved is now completely worthless, leaving only the small, final wish. The old Ariel Taiga believed that revenge against a world that never loved him was his purpose, and now, the one inhabiting his body will fulfill that wish for him. Shikishima watched silently. He had always sensed Ariel Taiga's reckless fear, jealousy, pride, and desperate longing to be recognized, but he didn't feel any of that from the current Ariel Taiga. In other words, Ariel Taiga was likely hiding an ace that could destroy the Golden Sovereigns. Shikishima found it pathetic that Ariel Taiga loathed himself so much that he wanted to become someone else. Shikishima truly respected the current Ariel Taiga's resolve, but he wouldn't let him go any further. Shikishima unleashed his 6th technique, Blazing Manifestation. He was determined to kill Ariel Taiga to protect the city. Ariel Taiga entered serious mode, and both charged forward, trading heavy, thunderous blows. Kiryu Issei, from the Dark Faction, watched from afar. He noticed that Shikishima had reached Ariel Taiga, but he didn't have the time to worry about that. His opponent was Hirasaka. Hirasaka was boiling with rage, kindly warning Issei to drop his weapon and surrender before he lost his temper. But Issei was too stubborn to listen. He had his reasons. An hour ago, Issei said goodbye to his wife and kids before leaving for work, promising to be home before dinner, then stepped through the dark portal. In reality, Issei's wife and kids were just walking corpses controlled by Kokugashi. Facing Hirasaka now were only 3 active Golden Sovereigns, including Hirasaka himself, as the others couldn't join for various reasons. Issei thought this would be a good chance to test Hirasaka. Hirasaka didn't wait for him to talk nonsense. He lunged forward, swinging his sword. Issei felt no fear. Today, his luck was good. Issei swung his weapon, sending Hirasaka flying back. To him, Hirasaka was the easiest prey to handle. Issei's weapon, the Boundary Spear, could tear through any space within a 150-meter radius. Physical counterattacks were useless against the tier. As Hirasaka was pushed back, he realized the person before him was incredibly strong. Hirasaka didn't really understand Issei's technique. It was too complex, but in short, it bent attacks. It was similar to his own sword-bending technique, which meant he just needed to slash faster than Issei could swing his hammer. Hirasaka charged again. Halfway there, he suddenly felt his body freeze, and Issei swung his hammer, knocking him to the ground. Hirasaka stood up again. What the hell was that? It was a sign that movement stopped upon contact with the hammer. The problem was that he only saw it when he made contact. Issei seemed to realize his trick had been exposed. Moments ago, he had used another technique called Defense Symbol. It was a preset trap that could freeze anything it touched for 1 second. No exceptions, except for the user. Before impact, no one could see the area symbol. The area where Issei was standing had been rigged with many symbols. Every time Hirasaka rushed into attack, he would be frozen and smashed in the head, slammed face first into the dirt. Just as Issei thought, Hirasaka was extremely confident in his own abilities, so he chose a direct assault. The HP decrease with each hit was small, but it didn't matter. As long as he could stall Hirasaka until the other portals were destroyed, that was enough. If you were lucky enough to take Hirasaka down and kill him, even better, 10 out of 10. Hirasaka switched to long-range attacks, launching his sword at Issei, but it had no effect. Those symbols could block and deflect techniques. Hirasaka grew even angrier, demanding to know why everyone who possessed such immense power didn't use it to protect the world. Issei didn't understand the question. He felt Hirasaka should be asking himself that instead. Why the hell was he protecting this world? Why was Hirasaka so angry? because so many people had died, or because this was his job? Was Hirasaka's rage truly directed at the dark faction? Issei was 10 times angrier than Hirasaka, though he didn't know what he was so bitter about. He swung his hammer down from the sky toward Hirasaka. Those who were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect this world, like the sovereigns, were so righteous, so noble, but he had lost what he cherished most. Issei had forgotten the value of this world, which was why he wondered whether he, or perhaps someone else, was the one who had gone mad. Kiryu Issei screamed frantically. He swung his hammer again at Hirasaka, but Hirasaka didn't dodge. Hirasaka raised his hand to block the attack. Kiryu Issei struck multiple times, but Hirasaka didn't budge an inch. Kiryu Issei thought back to the past. He had lost both his wife and child. The culprit was an underage sovereign, making it impossible to convict them. Issei had been like a soulless husk after their deaths. That was when the dark portal appeared, sympathizing with his pain and promising to revive his family if he helped it. Issei fought for a while, but seeing Hirasaka had no reaction, he suddenly lost interest. He clicked his tongue and asked if Hirasaka was just going to be defeated and die like that. Issei shouted that he would kill Hirasaka and send his comrades to hell. Hirasaka closed his eyes, thought of his comrades, and swung his sword, using his sixth technique, bending the sword's trajectory to slash across Issei's body. Blood sprayed everywhere. Issei spat blood and dropped his weapon. Issei laughed triumphantly. Hirasaka's sixth technique, true to its reputation, consumed 80% of the user's MP. Finally, he had baited him into using it. Issei had whittled down both Hirasaka's HP and MP. His mission was complete. Issei collapsed, his weary eyes looking toward Hirasaka. He didn't understand why the man was crying. Hirasaka approached Issei. He didn't know if it was his senses, but during the fight, he felt his opponent's emotions flowing into him bit by bit. And now, he was crying because every time Issei struck him, he felt a boundless sadness drifting within him. Hirasaka smiled at Issei. Just as Issei had said, he wasn't fighting for the world. He wanted to protect the world to protect his friends because he wanted to be with them as long as possible. So, Issei wasn't actually crazy. He was certain that everyone had their own reason for fighting, but those were the reasons Hirasaka could never give up. Issei let out a raspy laugh. He closed his eyes and told Hirasaka to go ahead. He had lost. Watching Hirasaka fly away in his final moments, Issei thought he couldn't resist Kokugashi's tempting offer. He just wanted to risk everything to bring his family back. Hirasaka was truly boiling with rage. He gritted his teeth. Kokugashi, how dare that plastic pig exploit people's weaknesses and manipulate them? In the water, Kokugashi received news that Issei had been defeated. It didn't seem to care in the slightest. Hirasaka was almost out of MP, so he couldn't use the sword-bending technique anymore. If things continued like this, it would win in the end. Kokugashi reached out and retracted Issei's wife and kids. It let out a croaking laugh it couldn't stop. Subaru received word from Kazuki. He was in Oda City, facing a member of the Dark Faction. 19 members of the Dark Faction, including Ariel Tega, had been deployed to various locations. All of them had been upgraded and given new skills by Kokugashi. Their skills were related to space and time. Kazuki warned him that the enemy was about to use his skill. Subaru's opponent was a woman. She crouched down, using the beast combination technique, transforming into a cat. Then, she launched herself, roaring in Subaru's face. The cat prepared to pounce on Subaru, but a glass sushi slapped it, slamming it into the ground. Subaru stroked the sushi, saying thank you to it. He took his phone to call Shay, asking if she was okay. On the other end, Shay had just taken down a monster. She had cleared the southern area of Siberia. She was in charge of exterminating underworld monsters within the city. The two agreed to meet later and hung up. Suddenly, Shay felt her heart skip a beat. She stood still, feeling that something was wrong. Elsewhere, Sasaka's older sisters were facing a member of the Dark Faction. This woman was Himeno. Jumino used to be a silver rank. The eldest sister, Amamiya Sasaka, used the power of the Dragon King, delivering a blow from the sky. This was a skill that could release the Dragon King's power within the gate, temporarily increasing the attack power by 500%. But that attack didn't even scratch Himeno. Amamiya Sasaka's second sister lunged forward, swinging her scythe and executing the Grim Reaper technique, which could halve an opponent's HP upon contact. Unfortunately, the scythe missed Himeno. She dodged, then kicked the second sister in the chest. The second sister, Mizuho, coughed up blood. She couldn't believe it. The woman disappeared and reappeared in the blink of an eye. What the hell was that? Himeno's technique was shifting presence, which could erase the user's presence from the world for a few seconds, allowing her to act while invisible. If she used 5 times the MP, the eldest sister, Hazuki, attacked from above again, but Himeno disappeared. She appeared behind Hazuki and kicked her, sending her flying back. Himeno kicked Hazuki in the face again, making her cough up blood. Hazuki couldn't react in time. This woman didn't just disappear continuously, she appeared right when she struck, and could even move while invisible. This technique combined warping and invisibility. Hazuki raised her leg to kick the rushing Himeno but missed and got punched. Hazuki was left bruised, tumbling to the ground. Himeno laughed triumphantly, joyfully. She realized these two were Amamiyas. The eldest had more style than her, and the second was much cuter than her. Both were extremely strong and had many more social media followers than her. Himeno jumped with joy. Before, she used to be jealous of the two sisters, but now she possessed overwhelming power and was going to torture them to death. Himeno didn't care how many people had died for her happiness. Now, she felt glad that she had turned her back on humanity. Hazuki and Mizuho gritted their teeth in frustration. This woman was truly rotten to the core. Beyond saving, not long ago, the two sisters received a call from Subaru. He informed them that he had found a way to bring Sazaka back and told them not to worry too much. It would only take a little more time. He promised he would definitely bring Sazaka back to them. Hazuki and Mizuho were determined to wait for their younger sister's return, protecting this world until Amamiya Sazaka returned. They were determined not to let the forces of darkness destroy it. Himeno had once seen Sazaka's profile and thought of her as nothing but a loser. She never expected these two people before her to be Sazaka's sisters. In her eyes, Sazaka was nothing at all. Just as she was busy talking trash, Amamiya Sazaka suddenly descended from behind. She told Amamiya Sazaka to remember, just 3 minutes. Then, the soul-swapping process began, transferring the experience points accumulated by the immortal to survive and updating Sazaka's unique skills within her soul. With Sazaka back in control, she used her death punch integrated with electricity to smash Himeno's face. Sazaka's two sisters were moved to tears, and Sazaka told them to leave everything to her. Even though she didn't have much time, she had trained thoroughly. Sazaka was now in a new position, having reached level 40. She possessed the blood mist skill and the death punch, with a bonus pair of storm earrings. Amamiya Sazaka moved her body, finally able to breathe this air freely again. She could feel the ground beneath her feet and protect those who were important to her. She felt truly happy. Seeing her two sisters covered in injuries, Amamiya Sazaka became even more furious. How dare that bitch do this? On the other side, Himeno had been punched so hard her mouth was a mess, and she had lost a few teeth. Himeno went crazy, screaming, "You damn bitch." Before she could do anything, Amamiya Sazaka landed another punch to her face, sending her flying 8 meters away. Now, she would show her the results of all her training. Subaru could naturally sense Sazaka's return, as they were connected through their soul link. Amamiya Sazaka pummeled Himeno mercilessly. The woman couldn't fight back. Her face was beaten into a pulp, covered in blood. Himeno wondered, what the hell is this brat? These weren't ordinary punches. She felt electric shocks and devastating impacts shaking her to her very core. If she didn't run now, she was done for. Himeno jerked back, intending to use her teleportation skill to escape, but the system flashed an error. Too many impurities in the surroundings. Please use in a cleaner area. Himeno was furious at this useless system. Sazaka then dealt her another lightning-infused punch. The reason she couldn't use her skill was because of the red mist surrounding her. Sazaka had used blood mist to create that fog and neutralize the annoying teleportation skill. Himeno tried to attack, but Sazaka dodged and landed another punch to Himeno's chest. The two sisters watching from the sidelines were stunned. They couldn't believe their little sister had such skills, and her martial arts level was even higher than their eldest sister's. They recalled the past, when the two of them had demanded Sazaka stop going on missions. With Sazaka's level at the time, she couldn't keep up with their missions, and since they were prepared to fight to their last breath, they couldn't protect her. Back then, Sazaka was frustrated. She was determined to get stronger on her own. She stormed out of the house, swearing she would prove to her sisters that she was useful. Time passed. Hazuki asked Amamiya Mizuho if she had heard any news about Sazaka lately. Amamiya Mizuho said she heard Sazaka had been hit by a few bosses with level reduction skills, dropping her to level 8 even weaker than before. But it seemed Sazaka hadn't given up on becoming stronger. Amamiya Mizuho was absolutely certain that once Sazaka grew stronger, she would return. Reality proved that to be true. The two sisters stood outside, cheering enthusiastically for Sazaka. Sazaka felt motivated and fought Himeno even harder. So, in the end, Sazaka still had a good bond with her sisters, unlike Himeno. As a child, Himeno lived in a discriminatory family. Everyone only cared about her younger sister and always ignored her. Her sister would get hundreds of thousands of likes, just for a good morning post, while her own selfies were total flops, even though they wore the same clothes and said the same things. Why did Himeno always receive malicious feedback? Everyone told her, stop imitating your sister, try being different. But that wasn't the answer Himeno wanted. Her sister was truly amazing, but why did no one tell her how to love herself? Himeno gritted her teeth in bitterness, biting her nails until they bled. That was when the door of darkness appeared, offering her the answer she wanted. If someone is above you, you just have to pull them down. Himeno had used her claws to kill her own sister. Everything was supposed to go according to her plan. But why was this brat Sasaka now getting the better of her? She wasn't resigned to this. Himeno tried to resist, but it was useless. She was beaten to the ground by Sasaka. Himeno tried to get up. She had escaped the mist. Himeno used her teleportation skill to vanish. She vowed to harm what Sasaka cherished most. Himeno flashed near the second sister, Amamiya Mizuho. She hated Amamiya Mizuho's cute face, so she intended to slash it to pieces. But Himeno's slash was blocked by a shield. The one who created that shield was Sasaka. She had used blood mist. Himeno screamed in a frenzy. Why doesn't this world work the way I want it to? Everyone else is just useless trash. Sasaka appeared in front of Himeno, who was shaking and frozen in place. Sasaka raised a massive, gigantic fist. She wouldn't let this damn bitch touch her family. The giant fist slammed straight into Himeno's face. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Himeno was left charred, lying on the ground, unable to move anymore. Sasaka's two sisters were protected by her blood shield, so they were unharmed. Hazuki and Amamiya Mizuho were very proud of their little sister. She had finally grown up, even if she was a little overpowered. Sasaka waved happily at her sisters. She boasted about winning, but the joy didn't last long. Sasaka began coughing up blood again. She was out of time. She and Amamiya Sasaka had to quickly swap back so Amamiya Sasaka could restart the recovery process. Sasaka understood that. She said goodbye to her sisters, promising to see them later, but for now, she had to sleep for a while. She promised she would return, and by then, they would form a party again. Her sisters understood and were ready to wait. Just then, Subaru arrived. Sasaka could feel how much Subaru wanted to see her again. She shed tears. She was the one who needed to thank Subaru. He had always protected and saved her, yet she had caused him deep pain by dying right in front of him. Sasaka clenched her fists. Her form began to crack. She thanked Amamiya Sasaka for taking such good care of her body, but now she had to leave before her soul shattered. Sasaka asked Amamiya Sasaka to pass a message to Subaru, and then she vanished. When Amamiya Sasaka woke up, she saw Subaru in front of her. He asked her, "Amamiya Sasaka, were you here?" But she had returned to avoid worsening her injuries and to help her family avoid trouble. Amamiya Sasaka had forced herself to return for a short time. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. Amamiya Sasaka delivered the message from Sasaka to him. "She will wait for you at Homban." Sasaka returned to her original spot. She stepped through a door excitedly, bragging that she had fought without a single scratch. In this place, Amamiya Sasaka had taken the undead emperor as her master. He criticized Sasaka's fighting style, giving her only 13 points. He complained, "What was the big deal? 30 points would have been fine." On the other hand, Killim was extremely annoyed, criticizing, "What the hell is with that 4-point rating? How could you waste 3 minutes while using my power? That's completely unreasonable." Sasaka was depressed. "Why are you guys so strict? Scared?" She went back to training. Subaru was still confused about what Homban was when the eldest sister, Hazuki, rushed over. Moved, she held Subaru's hands and thanked him profusely for helping them meet Sasaka again. They apologized for doubting him earlier and said they would never forget this favor. Subaru also teared up. Amamiya Sasaka's two sisters left again. They needed to continue hunting monsters. Subaru stared blankly at his hands. Vanquist told him he had to become truly happy, but he still didn't know what could make him happy as the world was slowly turning into ruins. Subaru wiped his tears. If he could truly be happy, then being with everyone would be wonderful. Even if they were worlds apart, he would still stand by them as long as his soul remained here. Amamiya Sasaka's body had leveled up to 40, thanks to a part of the soul's memory being preserved. Amamiya Sasaka's innate skills had reawakened. Amamiya Sasaka could now consume Amamiya Sasaka's MP to take action. On Shikishima's side, he released butterflies to fight Ariel Taiga. It would teleport in the smoke to ambush Shikishima, but it was useless. Shikishima's sixth technique, Flame Manifestation, summoned flame moths that could automatically track their targets. In terms of raw power, this technique was weaker than Sulfur Rain, but it was more energy efficient and never lost the target. Ariel Taiga found Shikishima's technique truly annoying. Every time the moths exploded, Ariel Taiga's smoke would dissipate, shrinking its teleportation range. Shikishima had both strength and intelligence. Having fought for 8 years, he was an extremely tough opponent. Ariel Taiga wondered if it should play its trump card now. From behind Ariel Taiga, Harasaka had arrived. He was using his fifth technique, Royal Aura. Over 15 minutes had passed since the battle between Shikishima and Ariel Taiga began. Hirasaka had finally arrived. Goodbye, buddy. 8 years ago, when they were with Hirasaka, then only 18 years old, he first became the Golden God Lord. He happily tried to talk to the 4-year-old Shikishima. Shikishima, being arrogant, ignored him and told Hirasaka, "If you have nothing to say, don't talk to me." Hirasaka, unbothered, kept pushing. Following Shikishima's advice to consult the newly provided computer, the moment he touched it, it exploded, triggering an emergency fire alarm. Shikishima was stunned into silence, telling Hirasaka never to touch a computer again. Right now, Ariel Taiga is single-handedly facing off against two Golden God Lords, the leaders of Japan. Being attacked by two Golden God Lords from both sides should have been the worst-case scenario, yet Ariel Taiga remained confident in victory. A dark gate suddenly appeared behind Shikishima. Thinking the gate was emitting gas, he jumped, but to his surprise, a bunch of hands grew out of the gate and grabbed him. They tried to drag him in. Shikishima attempted to activate his third ultimate technique, Ephemeral Flame, to escape, but it had no effect. He couldn't activate his technique. Things were looking bad. Ariel Taiga had realized the weakness of the Golden God Lords. Each possessed such superhuman power that they could intervene in others' battles. Because they have such firm faith in each other's strength, they hesitate when deciding to provide support. Ariel Taiga had put Hirasaka in a difficult position. It believed that if Hirasaka had good intuition, he would surely understand that the decision at this moment would determine the fate of everyone here. Would Hirasaka kill Ariel Taiga and end this battle himself, or would he toss that chance away and save Shikishima right before his eyes? Hirasaka decided to use his seventh ultimate technique, Interwoven Piercing, cutting off the hands wrapping around Shikishima. Hirasaka knew the consequences, and he didn't dodge. Ariel Taiga took the moment Hirasaka saved Shikishima to slash him across the body with a blade. Hirasaka felt no regret. He smiled as he fell. At least he had saved Shikishima. Hirasaka was cut in two, and Shikishima screamed in agony. In the past, they had worked together, surviving a 3-star gate. It was considered extremely difficult. At that time, they had promised to grow stronger together. Later, Shikishima discussed with Kinokawa about setting up a reconnaissance unit specializing in scouting gates. This way, at least the number of God Lords dying from traps would decrease. He decided to protect everyone because it would be a waste for them to die in battle. And when the day came that all the gates vanished from the world, he wanted everyone to celebrate and eventually disband. Shikishima desperately clutched Hirasaka's corpse, calling his name over and over, but there was no response. Could humans really give up their lives to protect what they cherish? Ariel Taiga mockingly congratulated Shikishima, calling him Hirasaka's true friend. Shikishima gritted his teeth, his eyes red with rage. That bastard Ariel Taiga. He swore he would never forgive it. He would kill it. He would stand up and fight. But Shikishima couldn't just abandon Hirasaka's body in this state. Shikishima sobbed, asking why Hirasaka had to die for someone like him, even though his goal in fighting was just to be with everyone. Ariel Taiga approached from behind, raising its weapon to strike, but suddenly a pillar of light descended from the sky. It was Subaru. He told Shikishima not to worry. He would never let Hirasaka depart from this world. He used his blood appropriation technique. The pieces of Hirasaka's body floated up and were stitched together. Shikishima realized this was Subaru's technique. He remembered the first time he met Subaru at the Rainbow Gate. The first time it appeared in the world, Subaru had used it to revive Sasuke. Beside blood appropriation, it was a technique that could convert the soul of a God Lord. A person who has a connection with the user becomes their loved one. Currently, Subaru has reached level 35, and the conversion technique has been unlocked, allowing him to welcome a second loved one. Subaru told Shikishima that he couldn't bring Hirasaka back right at this moment, but he would protect Hirasaka's body intact until he returned. Shikishima wiped his tears, repeatedly thanking Subaru. Subaru's body gradually healed and transformed. Hirasaka laughed wildly as he flew into the sky. The one possessing Hirasaka's body was extremely excited. Seeing the human world for the first time, Subaru realized who this familiar person was. He wondered, of all the people, why was he here? He was one of Vanquish's minions, an old acquaintance of Subaru's, the Undead Emperor. From today on, he would be Subaru's loved one. The Undead Emperor was one of the 6 immortal emperors under Vanquish. After torturing Subaru in the trial pit last time, he had regained some of his original appearance thanks to Subaru's progress. But with his current power, he was different from the time of the challenge. Ariel Taiga frowned and summoned many more dark gates, ordering them to eliminate all obstacles. A bunch of hands reached out from the gates. The Undead Emperor wasn't worried at all, asking for a round of applause to welcome the Emperor. The Undead Emperor realized these hands belonged to that withered old woman. She was merely Kokugashi's nanny. The undead emperor used his blood control, blood, severing Jade 6. In the sky, a ring of blue blood appeared, raining down. A sudden downpour. These few hands wouldn't be able to touch me in 100 million years. The undead emperor transformed the shape of the descending rain into earthquake god. The hands were all shattered. That hurts, they screamed, retreating into the gate. But the undead emperor wouldn't let it go. He grabbed a pair of scissors from the air and threw them straight into the gate. The octopus, the master of the hands inside the gate, was sliced in two. The undead emperor perfectly took down Kokugashi's nanny. He laughed heartily, putting his arm around Subaru. Ariel Taiga stepped closer. It looked at the undead emperor. It seemed the next opponent it had to fight was him. But the undead emperor mocked it, saying he wouldn't bother fighting unless Subaru ordered him to. Otherwise, get lost. Ariel Taiga clenched its fists, saying it would kill Shikishima. But because this was the undead emperor possessing Harasaka, he didn't give a damn about Ariel Taiga. What kind of nonsense is this guy spouting? Your real opponent is standing right in front of you. How strange. Why have you been avoiding battle with Subaru all this time? The undead emperor urged Ariel Taiga. Hurry the hell up. My master has a lot of work to do. Quit barking. Ariel Taiga was stunned. Was it avoiding battle with Subaru? No, it just didn't want anyone to interfere with its setup with Subaru. That was all. It remembered the first time they met, Subaru had greeted it very warmly, even hoping they could live in harmony later on. Ever since then, a fear had sprouted within Ariel Taiga. The feeling from back then, even after it was reborn, it remembered. Ariel Taiga gritted its teeth. All right, come on then. Ariel Taiga summoned a gate. Shikishima realized Ariel Taiga intended to invite Subaru into the gate. He stopped him, telling him not to go. The undead emperor whispered in Subaru's ear, telling him to leave this place to him and go fight. Subaru called Sushi to go with him. He told Shikishima to wait a moment, he would be gone for a while, then jumped into the gate. Subaru sank deep down. Today, he would end the relationship between them, and only then could he move forward. Kokugashi praised Taiga for taking down Renji Harasaka, and for dragging Vanquist's subject to this place. The dark faction had won completely. Standing in a dark space, Taiga told Kokugashi not to interfere. Kokugashi had no intention of doing so. The terms in the contract Ariel Taiga signed were that Subaru must be killed by its own hands. The gate's contract would never be broken, so there was no need to worry about others intervening. Kokugashi was full of schemes. No matter the outcome, it would benefit. Whether Ariel Taiga killed Subaru or it killed Subaru after Ariel Taiga collapsed, but it didn't count on Hirasaka being possessed by the undead emperor. If Kokugashi killed Subaru, his loved one would also appear. Perfect, just as it thought. No one else but it, whether golden, silver, or bronze, everything was its own. The king of the Dark Empire. Outside, Shikishima kept struggling, shouting for the undead emperor to put down the fake Hirasaka. Letting Subaru charge into the enemy base alone like that was too dangerous. They had to follow him. The undead emperor got annoyed. He'll be fine. I've got a strategy. Suddenly, a red notification appeared. The remaining time of the 5-star gate in the upper stream had hit 0. The clock dropped in sync with the gate's time, a drop of 8,000 hours. Cracks suddenly appeared on the clock. A warning. The remaining time on the clock was less than 100 hours. There could be a serious problem in maintaining the system. Shikishima was tense. This had never happened before. Not just the 5-star gate. The time on the 200 Taiga-controlled gates must be significant. If another gate hits 0, they will surely lose. What should they do now? The undead emperor tapped Shikishima on the head, telling him to stay calm and not be so tense. If Hirasaka was that important to Shikishima, then he should go protect what he cherished. Shikishima closed his eyes and slapped himself to regain his composure. He told the undead emperor to shut the hell up. Being lectured by someone wearing Hirasaka's face annoyed him. He told the undead emperor to fly straight to the hospital. The two went to the hospital to meet Kinokawa, but she wasn't there. Shikishima was boiling with rage. That damn brat. Elsewhere, Mudu was fighting a dark faction member named Ariel Kohei. This Kohei guy was beaten to a pulp. He kept cursing. What the hell is this guy? Kohei continued to rush in to attack, but Yudu used his golden wall to strike, making Kohei cough up blood. He couldn't believe why a shield user, like Yudu, could be so damn strong. He hid like a turtle in his shell. He couldn't stand it. He was going to die. Yudu had once spoken about his skills. If he used the strongest shield to attack, it would become the strongest blow. Therefore, there was no need to worry about his attack power. Yudu gets a call from Shikishima. He picks up, and Shikishima briefly outlines the situation, the most critical part being that Kinokawa Sakura has vanished. Shikishima asks if Yudu knows where she went. Meanwhile, in the sky, Kinokawa is in the middle of an intense battle, using a golden cannon to take down a monster. Udo tells Shikishima that Kinokawa is right there with him. Shikishima screams, "What the hell is she doing there when she's heavily injured?" Kinokawa's Sakura lands on the ground. "How could I possibly sleep peacefully when that clock is cracked like that?" She snatches the phone, shouting, asking what they need to do from here on out. Shikishima makes the call, "We have to sprint." They are the masters. Their job is to break the gates and protect the world. Shikishima announces to all the masters, "It doesn't matter how many gates there are. We need to reclaim the lost time by attacking every single gate." Kinokawa, bloodthirsty and fired up, thinks, "It's time for me to let loose after such a long time of hibernation." Shikishima turns to the undead emperor, confirming once more, "We don't need to worry about Subaru anymore, right?" The undead emperor laughs. "If even Subaru can't handle it, then no one can." At that moment, inside the Gate of Darkness, Kokugashi cannot believe his eyes. "Why is that damn Vanquis here?" Vanquis laughs raspingly, saying he heard there was some brat with a rotten nature, so he just had to come. Ariel Tega realizes Vanquis is the owner of the Rainbow Gate who gave Subaru his power, but his opponent right now isn't Vanquis. It's Subaru. Let's see if Ariel Tega's smoke or Subaru's blood is stronger. This would be the first and final battle between the two brothers. Kokugashi cannot believe his eyes. How could Vanquis appear in this world? Vanquis calls down, "Well done, Subaru, for letting me know the exact location." Kokugashi goes berserk, screaming, eyes wide, demanding Subaru look at him, but Subaru doesn't even spare him a glance. Vanquis uses his blood curse to bind Kokugashi, telling him, "Think long and hard, you hopeless idiot." It is the first time Kokugashi has been insulted like this. He refuses to let anyone call him an idiot. He goes mad. "Even if you are an immortal god, Vanquis, you can't defeat me in this world." Kokugashi covers Vanquis in black energy. Taiga is still paying attention to the movement on the other side. That Kokugashi is losing patience and trembling in fear. It was unexpected that Subaru was the one who caused this. Subaru is someone he used to fear. He never thought he could go this far. Subaru says, "This is a fight between two brothers." But Ariel Taiga wonders how Subaru intends to defeat him. Subaru grits his teeth and clenches his fists. "It doesn't matter how big the scale is. Ariel Taiga, you are my little brother. I should have done this a long time ago, before I became a master." The first time he met Ariel Taiga, Subaru had been very closed off, and after he became a master, he was terrified. But he realized that was wrong. When a younger brother does something wrong, the older brother must scold him. Ariel Taiga looks sullen. "I said it a million times, don't act like my older brother. We don't share the same blood, and I won't care about your wishes, Subaru." Ariel Taiga swings his axe at Subaru. He ducks to dodge and then punches Ariel Taiga in the face. Ariel Taiga stumbles back, releasing black energy. Subaru also uses blood control to counter. Subaru remains calm. Ariel Taiga's ultimate move has no effect on him. Subaru plants his feet, turns, and kicks Ariel Taiga in the face repeatedly. Ariel Taiga is pushed back. He swings his hand to punch back at Subaru. The two sides dive into exchanging moves for hundreds of rounds. Subaru punches Ariel Taiga, then Ariel Taiga punches Subaru back until both their faces are bruised and swollen. They stop for a moment. Subaru wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Ariel Taiga. "Looks like you're finally ready to do this, huh?" Ariel Taiga breathes out, and then both of them rush back in to beat each other up. They punch each other until their faces are bruised and covered in blood, neither willing to yield. On the other side, the battle between Kokugashi and Vanquis is just as intense. Kokugashi's ultimate technique is Rain of Death, accelerating the time of any object or living being that touches the black amniotic fluid, no exceptions. However, Vanquis is the boss. Those cheap tricks from that fetus have no effect on him at all. Kokugashi can't believe it. What a cheat! Vanquis should have aged 10,000 years in an instant. Kokugashi is furious. He decides to go all out. He activates his strongest technique, the Moment of Destruction, aiming to swallow Vanquis with billions of years of life force. Vanquis smirks. He uses a freezing technique that makes Kokugashi unable to move. The ultimate move he was about to activate stops dead. Vanquis plays with Kokugashi like a child. Time cannot kill him. That is why he is the immortal one. Even now, Kokugashi still cannot wrap his head around it. How pathetic. Kokugashi could have built a much better winning plan if he were smart enough. From the start, he didn't realize that the more gates he used, the more tracks he left behind. Vanquis was able to pinpoint Kokugashi's location immediately because he kept opening gates randomly like an idiot. Furthermore, it was fortunate that Subaru chose the zombie as his kin. The zombie used to be Vanquis's subordinate, meaning they were connected by soul, until the zombie became Subaru's kin. Vanquis laughs like a madman. The moment the zombie became Harasaka, He reported Vanquish's plan to Subaru, a plan on how he would crush Kokugashi in a single blow. Thanks to Subaru, he was able to find this place easily and slap that fetus in the face. Kokugashi also doesn't understand why he is still alive in this place full of amniotic fluid. The conditions of his contract with Ariel Tega were for him to kill Subaru personally, and it couldn't be broken. Kokugashi grinds his teeth, cursing Subaru. You knew you couldn't kill me yourself, so you came down here and led Vanquish to me. Kokugashi screams and curses, but that's all he can do now. He is bound by Vanquish like a bundle of ropes, unable to move. Vanquish approaches Kokugashi and asks, "Where did you hear such nonsense? Who told you that if you break the clock, you can rule the world? Don't dream, kid. Messing with my host will be the end of you." Vanquish slashes a cut across Kokugashi's body. He screams in pain, purple blood splattering everywhere. Vanquish smirks. "Ugly, but you have a nice cry." Kokugashi shuts his eyes tight and yells, calling for some Safina to save him. A golden bell appears above, and a woman's face emerges. Vanquish recognizes this person as the Golden Bell, Safina, the mastermind behind everything. Kokugashi looks at Safina like he's seen the truth of the world. Before he can even rejoice, Safina slaps him with her hand. "You useless piece of trash. How dare you ask me for help?" She opens a gate she calls the weakest and prepares to toss him in. Kokugashi screams miserably. He doesn't want to go into that gate. He is an emperor. Losing his memory and ability to speak is one thing, but that makes him no different from an animal. But no matter how he screams, Safina ignores him. She lets go, and he slips into the gate. Safina then turns to greet Vanquish. He laughs, ha ha, and waves his hand. Safina's golden bell shatters in two. Both sides say goodbye, promising to solo another time. Now, Vanquish's job is done. The rest is the stage for the male lead. He stands and watches from above but does not intervene. He treats this as a challenge for Subaru, and Vanquish has faith that he can overcome it. On the other side, Ariel, Taiga, and Subaru are still exchanging punches. Even though they are covered in blood, neither has fallen yet. Ariel Taiga looks at the determination in Subaru's eyes, and suddenly, he feels afraid. He remembers the past, 15 years ago, when his mother beat him, until he was bruised like a dog just because he ate the pudding in her fridge. That was what she did to him after leaving him home alone for 3 days, until Ariel Taiga fainted from hunger because he had only eaten one pudding. At that time, someone from the Child Protection Center came, but his mother insisted she was just disciplining him and wasn't abusing him at all. Then she slammed the door shut, refusing to talk to anyone. Ariel Taiga's mother grumbled and cursed him. Why were you even born? His mother was a fake, and he, her son, was just a dirty bug. The person she introduced as her new marriage partner was also trash, living off his mother's money. And this guy, who he called stepfather, also had a child, and that person would become his brother. Ariel Taiga was sure that no matter what kind of person he was, he would just be another bug like him. But the first time he met Subaru, he saw the difference. How the hell does Subaru have eyes like that? Why is he greeting me so happily? He should have been a bug crawling out of the same trash can as him. What are you smiling at? At that moment, Ariel Taiga's heart felt cold and impatience coursed through his body. He felt something called fear. He realized the moment he met Subaru that the truth was that a happy person existed in this world, and unfortunately, it wasn't him, so he was bitter as hell. Obviously, the situation of Ariel Taiga and Subaru was the same. They should have been the same, but how the hell did Subaru never complain, never despair, and never give up? Suddenly, he felt humiliated. How could it be that he was a rotten person by nature? The only damn bug here was him. Ariel Taiga's soul was evil and dirty, and he knew it, but he refused to accept it. He was afraid that Subaru would become happy. So when he saw the Golden Gate appear before Subaru, he sucked up to it, and after that, he tightly grasped Subaru and punished him thoroughly. If Subaru became happier than him even once, surely the distance between them would never be the same again. Therefore, he absolutely must keep Subaru under his thumb forever. Every time Subaru and Ariel Taiga clashed, Subaru took a hit to the face. Yet, he could feel Ariel Taiga's memories and his very heart flowing through him. This allowed him to see into Taiga's past and understand why he had become so fearful and twisted. As Ariel Taiga swung his leg down, Subaru jumped to dodge him. Subaru landed a strike from above, sending Ariel Taiga crashing down, coughing up blood. Seizing the momentum, Subaru launched a barrage of attacks, leaving Ariel Taiga no chance to react. Finally, exhausted, Ariel Taiga lay motionless on the ground. Within him, he saw a rainbow light flowing. It was a vision of Subaru's childhood memories, his mother abandoning the two of them. Subaru would always cling to his father, asking for his mother, only to be heartlessly kicked away. When Subaru realized he had a younger brother, he was genuinely happy. He had protected Ariel Taiga from their mother's abuse many times, often taking the beatings himself. Even so, he would always comfort Ariel Taiga and encourage him to stay strong. Yet, in those moments, Ariel Taiga only felt disgusted by Subaru and pushed him away. Subaru could only watch him, silently resolving never to give up. Ariel Taiga then saw the scene where he had stolen Subaru's golden gate. If the soul's intelligence was truly the condition to open the gate, at that moment, Subaru realized that he absolutely had to have the strength to protect the person most important to him. And that person, at that time, was Ariel Taiga. Ariel Taiga slowly stood up. The truth was, he had realized long ago that in this world, Subaru was the only one who truly loved him. When Subaru was being brutally beaten by his father, Ariel Taiga would just stand on the balcony, watching with indifference. He couldn't understand why Subaru was so stupid and stubborn, wondering what he was hiding. After their father grew tired of beating him and left, Subaru would painfully crawl to the balcony, smiling brightly as he offered Taiga a pudding. Back then, Taiga just thought Subaru was crazy. He felt a sense of bitterness. Somehow, there was no way for him to defeat Subaru. Ariel Taiga wondered how wonderful it would be if he had lived the way he wanted. Looking at Vanquish, it was easy to tell that the fight was over. Ariel Taiga's body was no longer human. Once he reached his limit, like all other underworld monsters, his soul would shatter and die. The blessing he received from Kokugashi had also faded, so his soul would wander forever in the infinite void. Ariel Taiga stared blankly at Subaru, who was weeping uncontrollably. He knew Subaru wasn't the one in the wrong. He had feared him, admired him, and yet he couldn't cut ties or ignore him. He was filled with resentment toward him. Every time he exposed that hate, Ariel Taiga hurt Subaru because of his own pettiness, and it just kept repeating. He knew he was about to disappear. Ariel Taiga closed his eyes. In his final moments, Subaru saw Ariel Taiga as a child. The boy said that one day he wanted to eat pudding. He wanted to eat it with him. He truly regretted that he couldn't thank him back then, but the truth was, Ariel Taiga had actually been very happy. Subaru couldn't stop his tears because, at the very end, Ariel Taiga vanished with a smile on his face. The boy thanked him. After so many years, only at the moment of his disappearance did he finally feel happy. Subaru tried to grasp Ariel Taiga's fading soul, but he couldn't. He knelt down and screamed in agony. He cried endlessly, blaming himself for being a so-called savior when he couldn't even save his own brother. Subaru sobbed uncontrollably. Vanquish walked up to him and asked if he could still stand. Subaru didn't answer, keeping his head bowed to the ground. Vanquish continued, saying Ariel Taiga's greatest tragedy was that he knew what he was doing was wrong, but he did nothing to stop it. Every time he did something evil, he hated himself even more, and the more he did it, the more his soul rotted. This end was inevitable from the day Ariel Taiga stole Subaru's gate. Subaru clenched his fists on the icy ground and asked if there was truly no other way. Is this the only path? Vanquish told him he would have to spend his whole life finding the answer. He had to carry that question with him, think about it until the end of his days, and never forget it. Vanquish told Subaru to go ahead and cry, to let it all out. He would still be here, waiting until he could stand back up. The system announced that the sub-boss Ariel Taiga had been defeated. Subaru leveled up to 48. He received the title Demon Slayer and the rewards, a black flame katana and the ultimate sub-skill Golden Arm. Gallia was waiting for the confirmation. 3 hours had passed since the cracks appeared on the clock. All the God Lords had broken through the gates. A total of 195 gates had been destroyed. The remaining time on the clock had increased to 10,000 hours. The operating system had stabilized, reactivating emergency mode. The clock turned green again. Shikishima called to inform the others that the crisis had passed, and now they were just waiting for Subaru to finish off Ariel Taiga. Saza and the undead emperor stood guard outside the night gate. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from inside the gate. Vanquish wailed in disbelief. He had promised to wait as long as it took for Subaru to finish crying, but how the hell did he cry himself into a deep sleep? Was he a child? Vanquish was furious. He had gone through hell and high water to come here and help him, only to be treated like this. He couldn't wait any longer, so he told Crystal Sushi to carry Subaru out. Saza and the undead emperor were relieved to see him safe. Vanquish was still fuming. Subaru was sleeping soundly, dreaming of the beautiful moments between him and Ariel Taiga. The system announced a program update. New equipment added. Gate version 2. The 6-star gate had officially appeared. The probability of the 3-legged crow returning was very low. After a long, complex sequence of code, the system began updating from 0%. The Night God Lords had been feeding on power from Kokugashi. After he ascended, the ultimate skills they were granted also vanished. Even though they knew this, they sat around indifferently, chatting. This would cause the 3 emperors to start making moves, but they were taking their time. There was no need to panic. The clock was updating, so they just had to wait and see how things played out. Everyone returned to headquarters. Hisazaki personally came to heal Shikishima using his ultimate skill, Heavenly Blue Resurrection. Before long, the cracks on Shikishima's face vanished. Shikishima was fine, but Subaru was still in a deep, unresponsive sleep. The undead emperor reassured them that he was okay. He was just trying to heal his soul. The undead emperor asked everyone how long they had been unconscious after entering a gate for the first time. Shikishima said he had slept for 5 days straight. Hisazaki didn't fare much better. Harasaka could move immediately after coming out of a gate, but spent the next 3 days stuck in bed. The undead emperor explained that the stronger the contract, the more time the soul needed to adapt. If a normal person made a contract with Vanquish, their soul might perish or leave them in a coma for decades. The fact that Subaru had been able to operate continuously for a month meant that, fundamentally, his soul strength was in a different league. Naturally, there were still limits, but he would likely wake up soon. Subaru was lost in a dream. He felt like he was somewhere like a galaxy. A figure appeared and said, "This is the galaxy of the universal unconscious, where all souls are born and to which they return." Currently, Subaru's soul was asleep, which was the only reason he could meet him. It was the first and possibly the last time. Subaru didn't know this man, but for some reason, he felt a strange sense of nostalgia. The man told him to prepare for the coming battle. The situation had changed completely. An emperor from another world, though weak, would invade and create a rift into the human realm. And above all, Vanquish's host had become very famous. Gold, silver, and bronze, every other nation would seriously move to invade the human world. The man warned that a storm was coming, a storm of destruction that would make the battle against the Night faction feel like a gentle breeze. A cold, ruthless wind was coming that cared nothing for human lives or feelings. Everything would be lost, and no one could stop it. The man said the only one who could stop it was Subaru. This was a storm that even Vanquish couldn't halt. Subaru asked, if that was the case, what did he need to prepare? The man only said a few cryptic words. Crimson Altar, Twilight, Apostle, Dawn. And he had to become an emperor. Subaru still didn't quite understand. The man continued, saying he had failed, and now he only existed to return to the sea of the unconscious. But he was glad he could meet Subaru one last time. Subaru asked who he was. The man smiled and replied, "I am Ariel Subaru, the Dawn Emperor." He was the strongest human, the one who couldn't protect the world and was defeated by the future. For now, he couldn't tell him everything about the future, but he could reveal a few things. Ariel Subaru. The future Subaru raised his hand, sending a message to his past self. Please, don't lose the world, your friends, and those precious to you. Ariel Subaru from the future closed his eyes, shedding a single tear. He gave Subaru a bracelet. This bracelet was named Twilight Sunset, which allowed him to see the memories of the fallen Dawn Emperor and react to the catastrophe. The future Subaru slowly dissolved. He told him to wake up. The first calamity was coming. Subaru woke up in bed. In front of him were 3 gates: gold, silver, and bronze. The bracelet on Subaru's arm glowed. The 3 guardians of the gates stepped out to greet him. They were Safina, the Gold Emperor, Ruin, the Silver Emperor, and Varden, the Red Bronze Emperor. All 3 offered their greetings to the Emperor of the next generation, the savior of the divine bloodline, the 8 calamities. The first calamity was these 3 gates. Subaru clearly realized he wasn't dreaming. He had spoken with the Dawn Emperor, or rather, himself in the future. The Twilight Sunset bracelet was already on his arm, and a flood of highly detailed memories from the future rushed into his mind. He knew who these people were and why they had come. If the events from this moment forward unfolded just like this, you will lose all of your friends within the next 3 months. In his final moments, Shikishima lost an arm, yet he still called you, telling you not to die and to take care of Hirasaka. Saza and the undead emperor sacrificed themselves to save you. Yudu Ryusei and Kinokawa did the same. One by one, they all fell. And in the end, even Vanquish passed away. Everyone kept dying one after another, entrusting the future to you. And then, the Dawn Emperor was defeated. The apocalypse arrived. Meteors turned the sky blood red, and Subaru couldn't save anyone. You lost everything, forever. The Dawn Emperor wept in despair. Everyone placed their faith in you, but you couldn't protect it. If only you hadn't made that mistake back then. If you could just go back to that day, that would be wonderful. The Dawn Emperor used his remaining power, drawing from the infinite galaxy of the universal unconscious to find the Subaru of the present. Subaru bowed his head, thanking him. He made a firm decision. He would not let the Dawn Emperor's sacrifice be in vain. He would definitely protect everyone. The 3 figures standing before him now were 3 monarchs, the emperors who held the vastest territories in the realm that humanity called the Underworld. The strongest goddess of the Underworld, the leader of the invincible Golden Legion, the Twilight Queen, Safina, the beast god of the Legion currently commanding all the beasts, and nine-tailed Platinum, Ruin, who holds the spirits of nature and the demi-human tribe residing in the godless land of Varden. They realized that Subaru was the ideal candidate to become the next emperor, and you have performed brilliantly. In the effort to push back the invasion of the Shadow faction, Safina extended an invitation for you to come to her golden nation. Ruin wouldn't back down either. He seduced you into breaking your contract with Vanquish and signing a new one with any of the three. He stated bluntly that Subaru's soul was different from others as long as you teamed up with the right master. You would become the strongest. Ruin even emphasized that right meant strongest. The three of them were the strongest in the underworld, meaning they were far more powerful than Vanquish. The undead emperor was furious when he heard this, but he couldn't refute it. Ruin had hit upon Subaru's target, which is to protect the world from the threat of the gate. He lied through his teeth, claiming that was also the goal of those who guarded their gates. Therefore, Subaru switching to another master would be more appropriate and save more people. The undead emperor couldn't hold it in any longer and lashed out. Julian, if you don't like someone interjecting, his expression changed completely. He directly applied pressure onto the undead emperor's soul, threatening him not to be insolent. A moment later, he turned back to Subaru. They didn't come here just to tell Subaru to change masters. Instead, they came to create conditions for top-tier individuals like you. Safina said if Subaru became her host, she would grant you the spear that pierces through everything and the command of the Golden Legion. Ruin said if Subaru became his host, he would grant you the bow of infinite light and 100 high-tier dragons. Varden said if Subaru became his host, he would grant you the axe of annihilation and 20 forests of wonderful spirits. All three offered unimaginable benefits to lure Subaru. Before Subaru could answer, the undead emperor jumped in first. He told you not to answer them. They said Subaru should choose them, because they were stronger than Vanquish. What a load of crap, that's hilarious. They're just afraid that Subaru will grow stronger and be able to reclaim his power. By then, who knows who will be the one scrambling for scraps. Subaru noticed Ruin looked like he was about to lose it and pierce someone, so he hurriedly tried to stop the undead emperor, telling him to be sensible and shut his mouth. The undead emperor, dense as ever, didn't understand and kept going off. Subaru was speechless. You don't fear a strong enemy. You fear a stupid teammate. Why couldn't the undead emperor just use his brain and read your thoughts? You wouldn't team up with anyone but Vanquish. That's why the Dawn Emperor avoided this temptation, and they retaliated. In other words, that choice wasn't enough to save everyone. The Silver Emperor, Ruin, tried to calm himself down. He patiently told the undead emperor to let Subaru choose, but the undead emperor had more guts than brains. He continued to bicker, even calling Ruin a brain-dead moron. Who could stay calm after hearing that? Subaru interrupted. He said he was willing to switch if the deal was fair and the terms were good. The undead emperor was incensed, calling you an asshole. Subaru told the three emperors, if they were so sure, then make him believe it. They thought he wanted to see their power, but that wasn't what Subaru wanted. What he wanted wasn't for them to prove their power. If his soul was truly different from others, it meant there were many other emperors who would want Subaru. He wanted to meet all the other emperors. There might be some emperor who could offer better terms than these three. The three monarchs were annoyed, but Subaru remained calm. Soon, there would be a meeting of all the underworld emperors. You demanded they let you participate in that meeting. This was the first step toward destiny. Ruin was shocked. How the hell did a human know about that meeting? Yet the undead emperor was clueless, standing there like a goose. He hadn't said a damn thing. Subaru was determined to change their fated doom. At the same time, when Subaru accepted the invitation from the three monarchs, in the underworld, in Vanquish's territory, the seat of the souls of the vast ocean, Vanquish sat alone at his table, observing the movements outside. The three monarchs acted sooner than he thought, but what he was concerned about was Subaru's actions. Information in the underworld is top secret, meaning you couldn't possibly know about the meeting. But how on earth did you know? Vanquish looked at the sunset-sunrise ring. He realized that it was the dawn. Suddenly, Amamiya, Sasaka, and Hirasaka appeared from out of nowhere, eavesdropping. Subaru had woken up, so they were very happy. They were on a break, so they came out to eavesdrop a bit. They asked so many questions that Vanquish had to briefly explain so they could understand. The Golden, Silver, and Bronze Emperors had come to tell Subaru to end his contract with Vanquish and switch to them. Sasaka and Hirasaka exclaimed, "That's crazy." Vanquish raised his hand, threatening to cut his throat. If Subaru actually switched, his connection to you would be severed. You would also lose your loved ones. At that point, Hirasaka and Sasaka would also be finished. Sure enough, the two of them turned pale with fear upon hearing this. They immediately turned around and cheered for Subaru not to get lured, but it would be hard not to pick if Subaru refused, as those three would definitely retaliate. The three monarchs wouldn't show mercy to anyone who rejected them. Vanquish had heard that the old Shining Witch had stolen a few dangerous things from the treasure chest. That item is called the Victim. If used on land, it would wipe out everything within a 70-kilometer radius of the center, potentially killing at least 10 million people. Sasuke was terrified upon hearing that. What the hell? Weren't the Masters of the Gate supposed to be allies? If Subaru decided to choose their lives and didn't pick the three monarchs, they would retaliate. Hirasaka and Sasuke anxiously asked Subaru if he would be okay. Vanquish remained calm because he didn't really know either, but he thought you would be okay. It seemed like someone had already helped you. Hirasaka and Sasuke felt a bit relieved and asked if he was sure. Vanquish just vaguely replied, perhaps. First calamity, 3 A-rank difficulty, gates. The situation, 3 underworld monarchs are interested in you, and they demand that you break your contract with Vanquish and sign a new one with one of them. If you refuse, there will be a horrific retaliation, but if you agree, the future is unpredictable. You must protect the contract with Vanquish and avoid inciting conflict with the 3 monarchs. Success. You may face the second calamity while maintaining the current situation. Failure. Case A. Accept the offer and break the contract with Vanquish. The ultimate techniques inherited from Vanquish will disappear. You will lose your loved ones. Amamiya, Sasuke, and Renji Hirasaka will die. You will become an enemy of Vanquish. Failure. Case B. Refuse the offer and be retaliated against by the 3 monarchs. 50% of the Kanto region will disappear. More than 10 million people will die. Many powerful masters will die. You will become an enemy of the 3 monarchs. Varden, having been silent until now, finally burst out. At a meeting of the Supreme Monarchs, a mere mortal like Subaru dares to ask to come. Subaru remained calm. Isn't it fairness you want? Anyone who wants me can negotiate there. Recruiting talent from the 3 monarchs. Subaru's strategy was to delay the matter. Therefore, you would not answer them immediately. Instead, you would buy more time until the meeting of the monarchs. Your opponents here are the 3 strongest in the underworld. You couldn't defeat or neutralize them further. The second calamity would arrive immediately if you made your choice. So this was the only way to avoid the first calamity and safely welcome the second calamity. But the problem was that even if you chose to stall, you could still provoke the 3 monarchs. Ruin had lost his patience. He couldn't stand that a human with an extraordinary soul could be so arrogant. He turned and told Safina to use that thing. Open your eyes and watch the tragedy about to unfold. Safina quietly pulled the jewel from her person. It was the Victim, one of the rare items in the Golden Nation's treasure chest. It could cause an explosion with a destructive power proportional to the amount of soul energy its master poured into it. Memories from the Dawn Emperor on Subaru's hand were sounding a warning signal. If the Victim transmitted even more power from the 3 monarchs and exploded, that future would repeat itself again. Safina held the jewel in front of you, praising you for not being stupid enough to reject their offer. If you had done that, she would have used it immediately. But you weren't that shallow, and you bravely negotiated with them. Safina said she would consider your presence at the meeting. Ruin and Varden saw Safina decide as such, and they calmed down as well. Safina asks Subaru if he can clear the upcoming trial without the power, weapons, or armies that they are ready to offer him. Outside, the clock has finished updating. As the number shifts from 99 to 100, a flash of red lightning streaks across the sky. The system issues a red notification. A penalty for having less than 100 hours remaining will be applied before the update. Although this is also a memory that Vanquish showed Subaru, he didn't expect it to appear at the same time as the 3 calamities. The second calamity, a 6-star gate, the Palace of Shame, with about 7 days remaining. Maximum time to enter, 3 days. Maximum participants, 10 people. Special rule, the gate cannot be locked. A warning alarm sounds throughout the city. After 6 p.m., the largest gate in history has appeared at the Itabashi intersection in Tokyo, currently causing chaos at the scene. The director of the Japan Godlord Federation, Hisazaki Ryuji Julieta, has announced that this is the first 6-star gate to appear in Japan. The director also stated that she will assemble high-level godlords to destroy the gate as soon as possible. The deadline to clear the gate is 1 week. Subaru calls Sasuke and the Undead Emperor to read his mind. After they read it, everyone is completely shocked, and the Undead Emperor curses out loud. He cannot accept that Vanquish will die in the future. Now he understands why Subaru knows about the 3 calamities and the Emperor's meeting. Subaru asks the Undead Emperor if he knows where he can meet his future self. The Undead Emperor says in the Universal Void Galaxy. The galaxy is where all ego fragments and souls return. It is the final destination for every soul in every possible world. Now that he thinks about it, Subaru was submerged there when his soul was about to split, but then returned to normal. How magical. Subaru asks who the Dawn Emperor is. The Undead Emperor says he is the emperor of a super super small nation. And for Vanquish, that's all he was going to say. But the security layer wouldn't allow the undead Emperor to explain further. If future Subaru can inherit the Dawn Emperor's power, he could temporarily be considered to have the Dawn Emperor on their side. There are two reasons why Subaru wants to attend the Emperor's meeting. One is to stop the three calamities from using victims, and two is to meet the Dawn Emperor and make him an ally. Subaru feels sad and apologizes to the zombie Emperor and Sasuke for showing them that horrible future. He couldn't save Ariel or Taiga. He doesn't know if his choices back then were right or wrong, but Vanquish told him to spend his whole life finding the answer, and he thinks he was right. So, this time, he doesn't want to make the wrong choice. He doesn't want anyone else to die, so he needs the power of Amamiya, Sasuke, and the Undead Emperor. Just as the Undead Emperor is about to say, okay, Sasuke solemnly kneels down. She vows to offer all her soul and strength to accompany and obey him, even to the ends of the earth. Fate cannot be avoided. This time, she will definitely overcome it. First, regarding this second calamity, they will clear the 6-star gate without sacrificing anyone. Subaru takes out his phone to report the situation to Shikishima, but realizes there are many missed calls. The Undead Emperor snatches Subaru's phone. In this battle, the Golden Godlord is not on their side. The Undead Emperor explains, the Golden Knights who have a contract with Shikishima and the others are subordinates of the Golden Emperor, Safina. This means if they tell others about the situation, the Golden Emperor and her subordinates will know their plan. It's the same with Silver and Bronze. In other words, Subaru cannot tell other Godlords, and cannot ask for their cooperation. That means the future memories are a secret between the three of them, and Vanquish, Amamiya, Sasuke, and Hirasaka know too. They can also see from the other side of the world. Subaru shouts for Vanquish. He tells him to talk when his next gate appears. He will definitely level up and stop the calamity. By that time, if Vanquish can break out, he can do whatever he wants. After shouting, Subaru feels much more at ease. The Undead Emperor doesn't feel the same. He's annoyed because, at his volume, Hirasaka's eardrums are crying. Sasuke and the Undead Emperor take Subaru to fly. Right now, they are looking for Godlords who can help clear the 6-star gate, but as far as they can see, there are only mountains. Subaru, feeling extremely confident, heads to the sea. At the same time, in the underworld, Sasuke is being trained by Delta and Killim. These two gods see Sasuke's progress and are very proud. After Sasuke takes down all the soldiers, Killim tells her to rest, and after resting, they will fight to the death. Hirasaka and Vanquish go to the prisoner-holding area. Hirasaka begs that person to be his training master, but she refuses because he is a traitor. Hirasaka kneels before Lewis again, begging her to train him. He wants to be useful to his friends in the upcoming battle. Lewis is the commander of the Golden Army, the guardian of Hirasaka's gate. Second calamity, 6-star gate, the Palace of Shame. Difficulty B+. Situation: the penalty of the clock is the early appearance of a higher-level gate. Please clear the gate in 1 week without anyone dying. Success will bring a new ally and get them closer to the truth of the world and the expansion of the record. Failure case A. If the 6-star gate is not cleared, all participating Godlords will die. All underworld monsters from the 6-star gate will invade the human world. The 3 calamities will use the victims. Failure. Case B. The 6-star gate is cleared, but there are sacrifices. Many powerful Godlords will die, and the 3 calamities will use the victims. In Hichi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Subaru arrives to meet Tsunemori Jinga, a 67th level Silver Godlord. He wears a paper bag covering his face, with only one eye visible. He stands with his arms crossed by the sea, testing his skills. Subaru comes up beside him and introduces himself. Jinga jumps in surprise. Subaru asks, "What are you doing here?" Tsunemori Jinga says he is checking if his skills are working properly. A mysterious power like this might accidentally misfire at a critical moment. All the gates and skills feel like things from fairy tales. Tsunemori Jinga has been a godlord for 5 years, but he still wonders if this is just a dream. Subaru thinks of his own future dream. He feels a flicker of sadness. Jinga asks what he wants from him. Subaru says straight out that he wants to borrow his power to clear the 6-star gate. Tsunemori Jinga thinks Subaru wants him to support like a scout. Subaru tells him he wants him to be a main fighter and defeat one of the 3 bosses in the 6-star gate. Tsunemori Jinga refuses, saying there's no way he can do that. Being a main fighter to clear a 6-star gate is the job of the Golden Godlord, and he is just a mediocre Silver Godlord who has never even defeated a 5-star boss. Subaru tells Tsunemori Jinga to stay calm. He is sure he can do it. The current situation is indeed impossible, but after reaching level 70, Tsunemori Jinga's next gate will appear right before his eyes, and the ultimate technique he receives will be effective against the 6-star boss. Hearing Subaru say that, Jinga still lacks confidence. Where did you come from, talking such nonsense? Subaru reaches a breaking point. He puts on a scary face and invites Jinga to clear a 5-star gate that will appear in 1 minute. Once he levels up and reaches level 70, he will know immediately if he is right or wrong. Tsunemori Jinga trembles at Subaru's scariness. He is far from believing Subaru. Population density is proportional to the number of 5-star gates, so there is no way there are many 5-star gates outside the city area. As soon as he finishes speaking, a notification appears that a 5-star gate has appeared in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. Jinga freezes. Now he has no choice but to believe. Subaru is too scary. He not only knows the time but also the exact difficulty. Tsunemori Jinga writhes, trying to convince himself. He asks Subaru to show his Godlord registration card and ID. He needs to check if he is a member of the Federation. Subaru sighs helplessly. Still don't believe me? Tsunemori Jinga promises that after he checks, he will go with him to clear the 5-star gate. Subaru is as happy as can be, jumping for joy. Jinga thinks this guy is really weird. He doesn't understand why he decided to go with him. But even though Subaru acts very natural, he can feel a desperate urgency from him. Whatever his motive is, this behavior likely stems from that desperation. Tsunemori Jinga still can't believe he could be useful for a 6-star gate. Tsunemori Jinga warns Subaru that he is very suspicious and doesn't trust anyone easily. Subaru is completely fine with that. He trusts Jinga completely. His attitude makes Jinga feel terrified. How can someone be so suspicious? Clearly, this is the first time we've met, so why are you acting so close? Subaru breaks into a sweat. He has been too friendly with him without thinking because Jinga is his final comrade in the future. Tsunemori Jinga, 19 years old, a godlord operating mainly in Ibaraki Prefecture. In the future of the Dawn Emperor, he is known as the Late Blooming Flower. He will explode at level 70, being the godlord with the strongest ice-freezing ultimate technique. The group enters the city. They go to an amusement park. This place has the most beautiful flowers. When the autumn roses bloom, the whole park will glow at night. It will be even more beautiful then. Tsunemori Jinga rambles on non-stop. They arrive at the 5-star gate and go inside, where it is also full of roses, but these are man-eating roses with thorns. Tsunemori Jinga uses his first ultimate technique, Frozen Glacier, and his second, Salt Bone, to freeze the flowers. The cold wind causes the paper bag on Tsunemori Jinga's head to fly off. I'm switching to serious mode. Using my third ultimate technique, Crystal Mirror, I wiped out the frozen flowers. I've leveled up to 68. Just 2 more to go before I hit my goal. Subaru's next gate will appear once he hits level 50, so he'll be joining the fray too. With the divine blade in his right hand and the black katana in his left, he lit up the zombies. The Emperor and Sasaka were stunned after seeing Tsunemori Jinga's skills. Not bad at all, they thought. He uses his techniques without a single wasted movement, unlike the Gold Sovereign's kill-on-sight fighting style. This is the combat style of a former Silver Sovereign with 5 years of experience. Subaru joined the fray, swinging his katana and divine blade to slash at the roses, causing them to wither and vanish instantly. The blade Subaru is wielding reflects the soul of Ariel Taiga, the Black Blade Ignis. It's a pitch-black sword that embodies the power of Kokugashi. Through Ariel Taiga's soul, Ignis has 2 effects. It can rapidly destroy anything the black flames touch, and it allows the user to teleport short distances. It can be used repeatedly, but every use costs double the MP of the previous one. Sasaka wanted to help Subaru, because ever since the soul swap with Amamiya Sasaka during the battle against the Shadow faction, they were like family. She was even stronger now. Sasaka activated her unique soul-bound ultimate, Blood-Boiling Concerto. It summons creatures with vampiric abilities. She commands them to tear through everything except for Subaru. The Undead Emperor wasn't having it either. He was in a foul mood and needed to vent. Those flowers were just unlucky to run into him. The Undead Emperor unleashed his Death Fist, clearing an entire area in one blow. Tsunemori Jinga watched the 3 of them fight and realized they were all incredibly powerful, especially the Undead Emperor. He felt like it was almost cheating. The more he thought about it, the less he understood. If Subaru had allies this strong, why go through the trouble of seeking him out? Suddenly, a knight appeared before Tsunemori Jinga and swung down. He dodged and countered with a knee strike. Tsunemori Jinga could tell this guy was stronger than him. It was a level 77 Black Rose Knight. Tsunemori Jinga morphed his bone spear. Why did he even bother meeting him? Suddenly, a knight appeared in front of Tsunemori Jinga, slashing down with his sword. Jinga jumped aside, bracing himself with his knees. He could feel that this guy was stronger than him. It was a level 77 Black Rose Knight. Tsunemori Jinga switched to his bone spear form. The knight leaped to finish him off with an overhead strike, but Tsunemori Jinga dodged just in time. That was a close one. The knight used his ultimate Dark Gale, shooting black projectiles at him. Tsunemori Jinga used salt bones to block them. The knight pointed his sword at Tsunemori Jinga, making it clear he wanted a one-on-one duel. It looked like the knight was acknowledging Tsunemori Jinga as a worthy opponent, but that wasn't it at all. It was just a distraction to set up an attack from behind. Tsunemori Jinga swung his arm and easily dispatched the Black Rose Knight who was trying to backstab him. He prided himself on being a skeptic. He didn't believe in things like chivalry. You'd be a fool to trust that. For them, this was a life-or-death struggle, nothing more. Tsunemori Jinga shot a mocking look at the knight, daring him to come at him. The knight charged, but this time Tsunemori Jinga didn't play fair. He wasn't going to duel. He brought in Subaru for a 2-on-1. The knight reacted quickly, raising his shield. Jinga yelled to warn Subaru about that shield. Subaru didn't hesitate. He wielded the Black Blade Ignis and used his first ultimate, Hyperspeed Ruin, to shatter the knight's shield. The knight swung his sword, unleashing Dark Gale, but Subaru was just as fast. With his other hand, he swung his Divine Blade. This time, he mimicked Tsunemori Jinga by pretending to duel the knight before jumping in for a 2-on-1 finish. The knight was frozen by Tsunemori Jinga's technique. Subaru bowed to the Black Rose Knight, apologizing. There was just no other way. Fair play is overrated anyway, Tsunemori Jinga grumbled, walking up to Subaru and telling him not to copy him. Subaru kept praising him, but Tsunemori Jinga stayed grumpy. Together, they crushed the knight. Tsunemori Jinga used his fourth ultimate, Ice Bullets, and Subaru used his Divine Blade to finish the job. Tsunemori Jinga trusted Subaru just a little bit more now. Tsunemori Jinga hit level 70, and Subaru reached level 51. Their respective gates appeared. By now, Tsunemori Jinga knew Subaru was telling the truth and realized Subaru was the fabled rainbow sovereign everyone was talking about. He asked how much Subaru actually knew. Subaru fell silent. He knew everything, even the reason why Jinga left, but he wasn't going to say it just yet. Jinga's gate owner came from the Platinum Empire, so they could report back to their emperor. A massive explosion echoed in the distance. Amamiya Sasaka and the Undead Emperor had finished cleaning up their side. Even so, the Undead Emperor was still in a terrible mood. Fighting that vegetable patch was a total waste of time, he grunted. It was completely pointless. Sasaka noticed the gate behind Tsunemori Jinga. It was just as Subaru remembered. The fate of the world had been decided by the ultimate techniques, and Tsunemori Jinga was meant to receive one. Subaru was confident Jinga would get a technique capable of breaking a 6-star gate. Jinga didn't know where Subaru got all that confidence. He told Subaru to wait and stepped into the gate. Subaru was tense. He knew what the gate's trial would be like from his future memories. He stepped inside to see blue skies, white sand, and Amamiya Sasaka waiting for him. Subaru was so moved he teared up. It had been so long since he last saw her. Amamiya Sasaka had been dragged into his trial and lost her life. She was his first ally. He had always wanted to see her again, to apologize for pulling her into this and to thank her for being his teammate. But now that she was right in front of him, he couldn't find the words. Subaru asked where Vanquis went, and Sasaka replied that he'd run off, telling them to have some private time. He said he'd be back after the trial ended. At that point, it was obvious. Subaru's trial was Sasaka herself. Sasaka focused her energy and activated Flash. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance. She used a Thunder God Fist, but it missed. Subaru had already teleported away. That was the power of the Ignis Blade, bending space for short-range travel. Sasaka unleashed lightning at Subaru. He easily blocked it with Blood Curse. Now it was Subaru's turn to counter. He flashed towards Sasaka, and a single strike from the Black Blade Ignis cracked the glove she made from Blood Curse. Subaru prepared to swing his Divine Blade, but Sasaka reacted, using her ultimate, Giant Fujigami. Yellow lightning emerged from her arm. She gathered electricity and approached. Subaru smiled. He was genuinely happy that Amamiya Sasaka had become so strong. They fought fiercely. Vanquis and Killam watched from the sidelines. Ah, to be young, Vanquis mused. He was surprised Killam had trained her so seriously. Killam just grunted. Back when he pierced Subaru's heart, he only heard Subaru say he wanted to grow stronger for the sake of someone else. At the time, Killam was just curious about who that person was. Now that he met Sasaka, he was ecstatic, praising her potential and her incredible willpower. Even Vanquis was surprised at how much of a proud teacher Killam had become. But it was good for both Subaru and Sasaka. Their wish had come true. No matter where they were, they would continue to grow stronger together. After a long fight, they both collapsed, exhausted. On the sand, Sasaka reached out, promising she would definitely help Subaru stop the impending calamity. She swore she would never betray or give up on him. Just as he never gave up on her life, they would be partners until their souls burned out. Subaru was moved to tears. He felt truly relieved. Meanwhile, Tsunemori Jinga met the master of the Silver Gate, the mystery behind the White Wings. After a grueling trial, he received a new technique called Nine Ice. Vanquish, seeing they'd been chatting for so long, popped out to check on them. Having passed the trial, Subaru had grown stronger again. His power and Vanquish were synchronizing. The day Vanquish regained his true power wasn't far off, but Subaru had seen in his future memories that Vanquish was destined to die. They needed to seriously strategize. When Subaru stepped out of the Rainbow Gate, the world outside was frozen solid. He looked around, bewildered, but saw the undead Emperor and Sasuke were safe, which put him at ease. While Subaru was busy in the gate, Jinga had already cleared his own boss. The technique Jinga received, Nine Ice, was terrifying. As long as the conditions were met, it could even work on 6-star gates. The boss, the Black Rose Malilan, a 5-star gate boss, had been frozen and killed instantly. They had cleared the 5-star gate. Tsunemori Jinga reached level 74. At the Unibashi intersection in Tokyo, the 6-star gate stood before the Imperial Palace. The Shikishima group had gathered there, including Hizazaki Uzuki, a Silver Sovereign from the Happy Yamada Club, level 6. The club president, Silver Sovereign Yamada Rokuro, level 74. Silver Sovereign Yamada Kanan, level 79. And Carlos Jose Yamada, level 71. The Shikishima group had gathered there, including Hizazaki Uzuki, a silver rank master from the Happy Yamada Club, level 6. The head of the Happy Yamada Club, silver rank master Yamada Rokuro, level 74, silver rank master Yamada Kanan from the Happy Yamada Club, level 79, and Carlos Jose Yamada, level 71. The Golden Lord Udu Ryuze is level 80. Beside him are two others who traveled a long way. The Golden Lord Najose Akira, who manages the rural areas of western Japan at level 82, and Fujigami Mei, a Golden Lord in charge of eastern Japan at level 70. Honestly, Najose Akira didn't want to come here. He is a total Hirosaka fanboy. What's the point of being in Tokyo without Hirosaka around? Shikishima is speechless at this fanatic. He starts to briefly explain that this portal cannot be locked due to special regulations. Anyone can enter or leave freely. But unlike a normal portal, the enemies have already been roaming around inside since before they even arrived. They'll be heading in without any intel. Najose acts like it's going in one ear and out the other. He just wants to destroy the portal quickly and get it over with. But this portal isn't simple. It's 10 times harder than a 5-star portal. Najose keeps on rambling incessantly. This portal even has a 1-week time limit, so the slower they are, the more time they waste. Or do you want to wait until the time runs out? Of course, facing a single opponent is easier, but if the portal turns into a special prison and the boss escapes the moment the time limit expires, the city will suffer greatly. We aren't prepared for that scenario. The evacuation zone would have to be expanded significantly, impacting the Federation's economy. Does the board of directors even know about this? The investors who lost billions of dollars due to the destruction caused by the Shadow faction will vehemently protest. Najose keeps pressing Shikishima with questions. He talks so much that Kinokawa punches him in the head. She only regained the use of her limbs thanks to the repair technique that Fujigami Mei brought back from the US. Kinokawa tells Najose to be quiet for a moment. There is one more Golden Lord that Kinokawa assigned to wait outside, just in case a 6-star portal attack team gets injured. She is the repair expert, Mia Hurst, level 73, from the United States. She sits on a chair, bored. Who would want to come to Japan at the worst possible time? She just wants to go buy figures. A 6-star portal has only just appeared in Japan. In the US, the Golden Lords, including her, tried their best to fight back, and half of them died. She wonders how many will survive here. Just then, Subaru's group arrives. Shikishima sees him and gets furious, asking where he's been and why he isn't answering his phone. Subaru bows his head and hisses an apology. This is the first time Fujigami Mei and Najose Akira have met him. They've also heard whispers about his identity as the Rainbow Lord. Shikishima sighs heavily. He asks if Subaru wants to participate in this operation. Subaru puts on a blank expression. He hesitates for a second. He doesn't really want to answer. Whatever he says, he's bound to get slapped in the face for it. Shikishima asks what he wants to say. Subaru hesitates for a moment, then says he wants only him and his teammates to destroy the portal, because perhaps everyone else won't be able to do it. Upon hearing this, some lords are surprised, some are angry, and others find it interesting. The undead emperor cackles like a madman. Tsunemori Jinga breaks out in a cold sweat. Who else would dare to say that to Japan's top lords? Shikishima can't believe his ears. He shakes Subaru, wanting to hear what he just said again. Najose Akira has a short fuse, so he's furious. From what he understands, Subaru thinks the Golden Lords are weaker than him and that he can do a better job than them. Subaru tries to explain that's not what he meant, but the undead emperor cuts in. He uses Harasaka's face to provoke them, purposely adding fuel to the fire. Listen up, you lowlifes. You'll only be an obstacle to Subaru. Najuse Akira, or rather the Hirasaka fanboy, can't take it anymore. He bursts out, demanding to kill someone. The undead emperor still isn't afraid. He challenges Najose Akira. If you're so good, bring it on. Najose Akira summons his golden weapon. He's going to devour that fake Hirasaka and his allies. Shikishima can't stop him. Just as Najose Akira is about to strike, Subaru punches him in the face. Blood pours from his nose and mouth. He won't let Najose Akira join in, because he is one of the first people who will die in this campaign, and losing him would put them in an even more difficult position. This isn't a joke. Subaru is fuming. He never dared to think that he could do better without Najose Akira, but he cannot afford to lose everyone, so instead, he's going to go into the portal. Najose Akira is dazed and loses consciousness. Tsunemori Jinga turns pale and breaks out in a sweat. What on earth is happening? As soon as Subaru strikes Najose, the other lords draw their weapons at him. Amamiya Saseka intends to rush forward, but the undead emperor stops her. Shikishima asks what he's doing. Subaru calmly explains that Najose was about to use a technique right in the middle of the city, so he was stopping him. He is very strong, and because he was incredibly angry, he wouldn't have listened to Subaru, so he decided to knock him out in one hit. Fujigami Mei beams. She had intended to do the same after waiting for half a second. With just a few short lines, Shikishima vaguely guesses what's going on. Even though they are meeting for the first time, Subaru seems to understand Najos well. He asks if this is the answer Subaru prepared in advance, and he also knows that the person Subaru brought is Jinga. The Silver Lord specializes in ice. He can vaguely guess that Subaru bringing Jinga here means he has formed a team with a clear synergy. In Shikishima's mind, he is certain that Subaru knows something about this portal. At this point, no one can fool Shikishima. He can only say yes. Shikishima thinks there is no way Subaru would betray them. He asks straight out, "There's something you can't tell us, right?" Subaru is moved. He feels warmed. He can't believe Shikishima could deduce that much from just a little information. Without hesitation, he says, yes. This proves he trusts him a lot. After hearing Subaru's confirmation, Shikishima pieces everything together. Subaru didn't answer his phone for this reason. He definitely knew something and was trying to act. Of course, they won't betray Subaru, so perhaps the reason he didn't want to talk is that it involves the underworld. Shikishima looks at the undead emperor, grinding his teeth in frustration. He finds him an eyesore. Shikishima asks Subaru one more question. Are you sure we can't help you at all? Subaru denies it. He says they will have to fight this portal 3 times, so this will be the only time he goes in alone. Shikishima tells everyone to put down their weapons. He decides to leave this portal to Subaru. Once Shikishima makes the decision, the other lords trust him absolutely and have no objections. Subaru is overjoyed. The other lords are very relaxed, but Najose Akira is not. He was knocked out and has now woken up, furious. He screams, asking if everyone is crazy, how could they trust a kid so easily? Shikishima trusts Subaru deeply. He has always risked his life to protect his friends and has always won. Shikishima tells Najose Akira to back off immediately. He will be punished for using a technique in the city. Najose Akira is not happy, but has to grit his teeth and step back. Subaru's group opens the portal and walks in. As soon as the portal opens, a wave of heat rushes out at them. The moment the door is about to close, Najose Akira still tries to shout after them. He says he won't acknowledge Subaru. Wait until you come back, then we'll talk. And Subaru apologizes for hitting him. Lord Mia Hurst from the US thinks they are crazy for entering a 6-star portal with only 4 people. 30 golden lords went in and 15 died. How can they enter with just 4? It's just a useless sacrifice. That place is a true hell. The 6-star portal at the Imperial Palace of Disgrace is divided into 3 areas. The third area is in the palace residential quarters. The second area is in the open space, the Monument of Fallen Heroes. The first area is in the garden named Flame of Glory. Now, Subaru's group is in the first area. The minimum temperature in this place is 290 degrees. The border between the first and second areas is the entrance to the open space. The heat source can turn the area into a burning hell. The boss of the first area is the Flaming Lemda. The boss of the second area is the Hero Destroyer, capable of emitting light waves, dragon radiation, and other underworld monsters that cannot be resisted in the first and second areas because the 2 bosses emit heat that burns and light that disintegrates everything. Subaru recalls the memories of the future passed down by the Dawn Emperor. It is the memory of the tragedy in the first area of the 6-star portal that should never have happened. In the memory of the future, the first strike team led by Shikishima at the Imperial Palace of Disgrace was first greeted by a 290 degrees Celsius baptism. The space was filled with air hotter than the melting point of wood. melting the Lord's eyes and burning their lungs in less than a minute. A hellscape where the weak cannot survive. At that time, Subaru used blood control to create a dome of blood. Thanks to that, everyone could breathe a little. His technique converts MP into blood, so he can withstand the outside temperature for a little while. But the blood is starting to dissipate from the moment he released the technique. If he doesn't join the battle, he can last about an hour. They intended to take this opportunity to recover using Hisazaki's technique, but Subaru's blood dome couldn't withstand the heat. The blood temperature rose and exploded. Even though it was very hot here, Najose Akira couldn't stop shivering. Only 1 minute had passed since they entered the portal. The boss of the first area had appeared, the flaming Lambda. When it arrived, the environmental temperature became even higher. This heat didn't come from the area's environment, but the heat source radiating from Lambda's body. Just from its body heat alone, it had turned the surrounding environment into hell. The 6-star dungeon gate is on a completely different level than the 5-star one. If it weren't for Subaru's ultimate skill, they might not have even survived. Both their offensive and defensive capabilities are severely weakened, so Shikishima makes the fastest optimal decision possible. He unleashes his ultimate skill, Phantom Stream, to strike the monster. Afterward, he orders everyone to retreat. They can enter this gate a total of 3 times, and this attempt is precious, but given the situation, there is nothing else they can do. They slowly back toward the gate, with Subaru taking the rear since he is the one holding the dome. Carlos turns around, intending to bolt out. But before he can take more than a few steps, Lambda's flames strike, directly decapitating him. Lambda holds his head like a toy, and in no time, the head is incinerated, leaving only a skeleton. When Fujigami Mei and Yamada Cannon see their teammate killed, they grow furious, and ignoring Shikishima's protests, rush to fight. The outcome: Cannon has an arm burned off, and Fujigami Mei is pierced through the chest. Lambda is far too powerful for them. Udo Ryusei uses his golden wall to slice Lambda in half, but it does nothing. Physical attacks have no effect on it. Kinokawa seizes the opportunity to use her ultimate skill, the 30-pound, 6-shot cannon, and uses golden chains to bind him. Lambda had burned off an arm, and Fujigami Mei had a hole in her chest. Lambda was just way out of their league. Udo Ryusei used his golden wall to slice Lambda in half, but it didn't do a thing. Physical attacks were useless against him. Kinokawa seized the chance to use her ultimate move, the 30-pound cannon, firing 6 shots at Lambda while using golden chains to bind him. Shikishima screams for them to retreat and stop fighting. If they all die here, he will be the only one left alive. Nazius uses his ultimate skill to grab Udo Ryusei and Kinokawa, throwing them straight out of the gate. He cannot let them die. They are essential for the upcoming battle. Nazius uses his golden arm to pull Subaru out as well, throwing him to safety while staying behind alone to fight Lambda. Holding a photo of Hirasaka, Nazius thinks this is what Hirasaka would do in this situation. He activates his 5th ultimate skill, Hecaton Shares. For every 10% of MP, he can summon one of the Master's arms. The power and MP consumption depend on the skill level. At level 10, it only costs 1% of MP per summoned arm, allowing for a maximum of 100 arms. Combined with his armament, he can summon up to 8 arms. Nazius activates his first ultimate skill, Golden Armament, and remains behind alone to battle Lambda. The dungeon gate closes. The first attack on the Imperial Palace dungeon results in 3 dead and 1 critically injured. The second attack defeated the fiery Lambda, but the casualty count rose to 5. Back in the real world, they are equipped with suits and protective masks. 1 minute has passed since entering the gate, just like in Subaru's memories, and the fiery Lambda is approaching. It cheerily greets its guests, but this time it is different. They will take it down in one go without sacrificing any teammates. The fiery Lambda is in spirit of unknown level within the 6-star gate. Its existence exerts an effect like a fire attack. It also possesses permanent resistance to many status effects, including fire, ice, explosion, physical, and divine resistance. Since it is so bored inside the gate, its daily habit is to play with the light dragon. The two fight to pass the time all day. Just a moment ago, when the two were playing as usual, they realized there were intruders. Lambda initially didn't plan to go out, but nobody expected anyone to survive more than 10 seconds on its turf, so they postponed their fight, and Lambda went out to greet the guests. The dragon even kindly wished for Lambda's defeat because it also wanted to join the fray. Lambda asks the dragon why it doesn't fight the guy in the palace. The radiant dragon, Cassianus, couldn't be bothered to fight that damn battle junkie. Fighting an opponent when you already know who will lose, what would be the point of that? The boss of the 3rd area, the storage chamber, is the former commander of the Golden Knight Legion, the demon-slaying sword. Meanwhile, outside the area, Subaru's group is still waiting. They have been equipped with masks and blood armor with extremely high heat-resistant properties. This armor is completely heat-proof, created by Subaru from the memories of their previous defeat. It can continuously circulate fresh blood through the body to cool the armor and dissipate the heat, thus keeping body temperature stable while simultaneously cooling the air for breathing. Subaru referenced the design of an astronaut suit to create this, and while it works well, its MP efficiency is the worst part. If they cannot defeat the boss within 10 minutes, the suit will self-destruct, and they will be done for. Tsunemori Jinga is paralyzed with fear. The undead emperor says there is no need for 10 minutes. If they can't hold out for 3 minutes, they will surely lose. Their opponent is overwhelmingly strong. They only have one chance. The battle will end in the blink of an eye. Tsunemori Jinga understands that this blink of an eye depends entirely on his own skills. Subaru tells Jinga to temporarily stop using MP until he gives the signal. Lambda has arrived, and it carries an incredibly terrifying pressure. Even though they heard Subaru talk about it, seeing it with their own eyes is different. After meeting this creature, the undead emperor realizes that he himself could never defeat Lambda while using this borrowed body, but they have devised a plan to defeat it. Lambda knows they are plotting something, but it doesn't care. Just as it is about to attack, the undead emperor and Subaru kneel down, crying and begging. Please don't fight. Lambda doesn't understand what the hell is happening. On the other side, Subaru and the undead emperor are still actively acting. They are cosplaying as fanatical, devoted fans of the fiery Lambda. The two of them are lying they are definitely people from the underworld, even though they are currently living in the human world. Subaru and the undead emperor chatter away, claiming they have brought useful information for Lambda regarding its siblings, Killam and Delta. Once Lambda hears that, it is predictably lured in. 12 hours ago, Subaru's group discussed this plan. According to the Emperor's memories, at dawn, regarding the battle in the 6-star gate, the enemy can kill even a Golden God Master instantly. Suddenly, the undead Emperor sees something. He loses his temper and grabs Subaru by the collar. In that battle, Subaru didn't bring Sasaka and the zombie because he was afraid that the bodies of Tash, Sasaka, and Hirasaka would be damaged. The undead Emperor is furious and intends to punch Subaru a few times, but he holds back, instead softening his voice to advise Subaru. Family isn't just there to be pampered. He needs to place more trust in his teammates. Subaru apologizes and promises not to do it again, so the undead Emperor lets go of his collar. He says he has fought Lambda before in the underworld, so he will kill that guy, even if he has to use any means necessary. Sure enough, Lambda hears the information about its siblings and anxiously approaches to ask. The undead Emperor is sure of this. He knows that whenever their siblings are mentioned, they will fall into the trap. The undead Emperor continues to act. He and Subaru cry and lament that with Lambda's incredible power, their bodies will melt away. Lambda finally looks around and seems to think that's true. It lowers the temperature. When the temperature drops, the weather clears, and Fujigami can breathe much easier. Subaru cries, moved, saying Lambda is a compassionate person. Even though they are overacting, thanks to that, they have broken the distance created by the scorching heat. Lambda anxiously asks where Killam and Delta are. The undead Emperor points to Tsunemori Jinga, claiming he is the one carrying a message from Killam and Delta. The zombie continues to lie, saying Tsunemori Jinga doesn't know how to fight, but he possesses an ultimate skill that allows anyone he touches to see another person's memories. If Lambda wants to see the message, it must let Tsunemori Jinga touch it. The skill given to Tsunemori Jinga, 9 states, includes strict conditions, such as a distance of 5 centimeters and 100% MP consumption. This is a mandatory condition to ensure the enemy is killed upon contact. At the time Tsunemori Jinga passed the gate's trial, the gate's master, the winged ice Axon, explained that to be able to tell the story without being blocked by the security layer, he had considered it explaining the ultimate skill to Tsunemori Jinga. The Emperor of the Steel Lands, who was once very vast, was killed by a rebel. He gathered the remnants of small countries destroyed by large, powerful nations and became an emperor who threatened the superpowers. That person was none other than Vanquis, who could transcend both life and death. The Rainbow Emperor. The power of Vanquis and the 6 emperors standing alongside him was truly so overwhelming that it made the rulers of the superpowers tremble. 9 states is the ultimate skill created by the winged ice Axon under the command of the Silver Emperor to annihilate Vanquis. It is a masterpiece capable of completely eradicating the Conqueror, one who transcends death. And Jinga absolutely cannot use this skill outside the gate. If he does, he will die. Tsunemori Jinga tries to raise his hand, preparing to touch Lambda. The others watch with pounding hearts. Just as his hand is about to make contact, Lambda yells for him to stop. It starts to get suspicious. Why can't the person say it with their mouth, but instead has to use an ultimate skill? The undead Emperor quickly retorts that because there is a map in his head, it has to be viewed directly instead of being transmitted by words. No sooner has the zombie finished speaking than Lambda thrusts its hot finger right up to the zombie's face. It sees the hesitation in the zombie's words, and suddenly, it sees that the zombie looks like the guy who killed them in the underworld. Initially, they were weaker than Lambda, but they have grown stronger thanks to techniques that allow them to fight on par with stronger people. Lambda has completely remembered the undead emperor. It is boiling with rage. Back then, it underestimated the zombie and was deceived by a conspiracy, leading to its death at the hands of the hateful Vanquis. Lambda grinds its teeth, and fire begins to envelope the undead emperor. It feels quite sad. Lambda still remembers the rage from when it died, but oh well, stalling for this long is enough. The undead emperor turns to tell Jinga that they only have one chance, so don't fail. Subaru grabs the black sword and, quick as a flash, circles behind Lambda. Lambda cannot keep up with his movements. It didn't expect Subaru's group not to retreat, but rather to close the distance into close-quarters combat. The warrior instinct to kill the enemy as quickly as possible has caused Lambda to make a mistake. He had to turn back and kill the undead emperor in one hit. Lambda realized Subaru was behind him, and to kill both of them with one strike, he unintentionally took 2 steps back. From that moment on, no matter what Lambda did, Subaru's attacks would always be 10 milliseconds faster than his. And on top of that, another miscalculation, the unexpected arrival of someone who shouldn't have been there. A formidable rival who had killed him in the underworld, a veteran warrior, the Undead Emperor. Undead Emperor and Subaru simultaneously unleashed the Blood Curse and the Death Punch. They used their ultimate techniques to attack Lambda from 2 sides. The 2 moves combined created a technique worthy of transcendent warriors. After taking the hit, Lambda realized in pain that Subaru and Undead Emperor weren't from the underworld at all, they were from that damn rainbow country. They landed a blow to momentarily stop Lambda's advance. Nice try, but with that level of attack, it would take forever to defeat him. Now it was Lambda's turn to strike, but before he could, Jinga managed to touch him. The one and only chance that the Undead Emperor and Subaru had risked everything to create Jinga wasn't going to waste it. He activated Ice 9 on Lambda. Lambda realized this freezing attack was their true trump card. He mocked Subaru's group, thinking, I have absolute resistance to ice, so how the hell could they freeze me? Lambda mused. Just as he was mocking those idiots, he realized with a shock why was the ice still freezing him without any sign of stopping. Overconfidence and blind faith only lead to defeat. Ice 9 wasn't just a freezing skill. Lambda tried to ignite fire to break free, but the ice wouldn't melt. It kept on freezing him. He couldn't believe an ice skill could actually affect him. It was insane. Stunned, Lambda was completely frozen. Jinga was also injured by Lambda's flames, so Amamiya Suzaka tried to use a blood curse to stop his bleeding. Ice 9 isn't freezing. It simply turns the target into ice. There's an ultimate skill called petrification, and there are many ways to trigger it like eye contact or physical touch. Just like that, you can turn a person completely into stone. Ice 9 isn't freezing the exterior. It's a form of transmutation. It can turn the target completely into ice, and the process is absolutely unstoppable. Even if you try to burn it, the ice just melts into water, along with Lambda's body. Lambda was doing just that, and he realized his body was melting into water. He had never seen such a technique. It had no logic, and it couldn't be stopped. He couldn't even summon his flames anymore. From afar, Sasuke helped lift Jinga up and warned Lambda that the ice would track down every pore, every single cell, until he was completely erased. Ice 9 won't let anyone escape. This technique is unbreakable. Lambda was completely iced over. Axon had once said he was imprisoned behind the gates for creating this Ice 9 technique because it was too powerful. Axon was not allowed to have any contact with the outside world. He felt great regret that his life's work, his brainchild, had been cast aside. Axon had asked Tsunemori Jinga, his beloved master, to show the world the power of this ultimate technique for him. And now Jinga had done it. Axon must be proud. Just as they thought Lambda had been defeated, he broke out of the ice, firing a blast at Jinga that tore a hole through his stomach. Jinga coughed up blood. Lambda had gone completely berserk. He couldn't accept being turned into ice. As long as a part of him remained, resurrection wasn't a problem. Lambda rushed forward to attack, but the Ice 9 kept chasing him, slicing his body in 2. Tsunemori Jinga, despite being heavily wounded, mocked him. Lambda, don't underestimate Ice 9. It's an ultimate technique created by someone as cynical and stubborn as me. There's no way you can run from it. Jinga coughed violently as he spoke. Amamiya Sasuke used blood control to help him stop the bleeding. Subaru and the Undead Emperor rushed forward to keep Lambda from firing wildly. He had weakened significantly due to the looping cycle of destruction and reconstruction from Ice 9. Before Jinga reached his limit, they had to kill Lambda. Lambda was struggling against everything alone. He fired fire towards the 2 of them. The Undead Emperor used his Death Punch technique to neutralize Lambda's attack. Subaru used God's Slayer to shred Lambda. Giving him no downtime, the 2 kept attacking. inflicting a series of wounds, both large and small. Lemda was furious and desperate. He gritted his teeth, constantly cursing the parents of the two. He tried to counter their combined attack. His blood combined with a death punch to create a move called Death Spring, which completely crushed Lemda. In his final moments, he felt extreme regret for being tricked yet again by the guy who used his younger brother as bait. Subaru said his final words to Lemda. He asked if Lemda truly knew where Killam and Delta were. Once Lemda was freed from the gate, he would go to a place called the Amamiya Sazaka of Divine Mastery. He would see Killam and Delta there. Lemda gradually faded away. That was good news, but this time, he didn't know if he could trust Subaru's words. The group had defeated Lemda. The undead emperor told him not to let his guard down, as Lemda might still have a resurrection skill. But this time was different. Lemda's resurrection technique had been nullified by the secondary effect of Ice 9. The undead emperor read the notification and paled. What kind of inhumane skill is this? It hunts you to the death. It was a skill that ensured no one could escape. They had defeated the boss of the first area. The wounds were healed. Radiation Dragon Casanus, in the second area, was eavesdropping and couldn't believe that the fiery Lemda had been defeated. Even a giant could easily perish from the venom of a tiny insect. Underestimating the weak leads to the same end as Lemda. Would Radiation Dragon Casanus stand there waiting until the group returned to fight it? From the moment the intruders set foot on its territory, it would destroy them all with the largest wave of radiation they had ever seen. Outside the gate, the Shikishima group sat waiting in a line. None of them wanted to leave. They were dead set on sitting there, watching the gate for Subaru to come out. Shikishima was at a loss with this crowd. It's only been 5 minutes. What are you all so worked up about? Shikishima advised everyone to take a break. He didn't know when Subaru's group would be back. Before he could finish his sentence, the gate opened. Subaru's group had returned. The 6. Stargate. The Imperial Palace of Humiliation, first area. The flame of glory had been cleared. Total clearing time, 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru jumped from level 51 to level 63. Jinga went from level 74 to 79. Shikishima shouted, asking why Subaru came out so early and what had happened. Meanwhile, Jinga was panicked, covering his face and running around looking for a paper bag. He asked Mia Hurst if she had a bag, and she lent him her hat. He couldn't live without covering his face. If his identity was exposed, he'd be seen as an outsider. Shikishima looked him up and down and saw that no one was injured. The undead emperor pointed to his own missing arm, annoyed. Are you blind, you jerk? You can't level up until you return the body to its original owner. Najose Akira had arrived to settle the score. He berated Subaru, scolding him for wasting so much of their time waiting. But Subaru didn't care. He grabbed Najose Akira's hand, insisting he had done it. Subaru thought about the future where Najose Akira died, and he shed tears. Not anymore. I did it. I didn't let Najose Akira die. Subaru knelt and held Najose Akira's hand, sobbing. Najose Akira had no idea what the hell he was doing. The scolding died in his throat. He hadn't died yet, so what was all this sacrifice crap? The undead emperor tapped Subaru on the head, telling him not to run his mouth in front of someone who didn't have the memories. Subaru finally realized and stopped crying. Najose Akira was bewildered by what had just happened. He turned to whisper to Jinga, "Is this Subaru guy crazy?" Subaru wiped his tears and said he had cleared a 6-star gate boss. The others stood frozen upon hearing this. Najose Akira didn't believe it. He insisted Subaru was full of it. Najose Akira jumped up. That boss is 10 times stronger than the 5-star one. How the hell could you beat it that fast? Just as he was complaining, the system notification appeared. A boss of the Imperial Palace of Humiliation had been defeated. 2 bosses remaining. Everyone who read the notification was stunned in amazement. Over there, Mia Hurst had finished healing the undead emperor's severed arm. The happy Yamada club head, Yamada Rokuro, asked how they could have cleared a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes. Everyone knew the power of a 5-star boss, even with 6 golden rank masters. Taking down a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes is basically impossible. Subaru claimed they relied entirely on Tsunemori Jinga's ultimate technique to defeat that boss, a skill that can kill someone with a single touch. Rokuro burst out laughing, saying that was amazing, and if they had such a powerful skill, they could form a team with Tsunemori Jinga at the center, and then they could work together to defeat the remaining 2 bosses. It's a nice scenario, but unfortunately, it can't happen. The second boss is of the Casinus radiation line. It can release radiation beams from every direction, so they would evaporate before even getting close to it. The others in the Yamada Club heard this and felt the game was insanely difficult. In the next battle, they had no choice but to engage in a long, drawn-out fight against a monster at least 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate boss. Yudu Ryusei and Kinokawa heard this and turned to Shikishima Ryu, placing all their hopes in him. Shikishima got annoyed with the other two, asking what they meant by relying on him. Subaru stood silently, thinking. The problem wasn't the Casinus radiation line, but the person behind it. They needed to find a way to defeat the boss of the third area, Ulak. Shikishima asked Subaru if they had any chance of winning. Subaru replied that the chances were extremely slim. Hearing that, Shikishima made a decision. He would transfer full command of this operation to Subaru, letting him choose the team. If he needed anything, he just had to ask, and they would follow orders at all costs. The others, upon hearing the order, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe Shikishima would trust an AI like that, especially since they'd only known each other for a month. Subaru didn't refuse. He accepted Shikishima's command authority. Kinokawa was also amazed from the first moment she met Subaru. She sensed he had a special aura, but she never imagined that Shikishima would hand over command so soon. They had been teammates for at least 8 years and understood each other perfectly. They were all waiting to see if this AI could shine for the next generation. Subaru gave his first order. The 6-star gate appeared yesterday, Wednesday, at 6:15 p.m. 15 hours have passed, and it's now Thursday at 9:23 a.m. They have 6 days and 9 hours left until the gate closes at 6 a.m. next Tuesday. Disband for now. Upon hearing Subaru's order, everyone had a question mark over their heads. The Emperor Zombie was mocked by the fans like crazy. When Subaru said disband, the masters looked like they had been hit by a truck. Then Subaru hurriedly clarified, disband didn't mean go home. It meant go farm monsters to level up until Tuesday. Subaru realized painfully that he had communication issues and needed to learn more. While Subaru told the others to go level up, his group was on their way to the prison holding Master Panasone. This facility was designed and built by many masters, incorporating countless traps and mechanisms. This place is capable of completely suppressing the abilities of masters, so it's used to hold prisoners with special powers. It has a capacity of about 300 people. Warden Q arrived in front of the cell of Kiryu Issei, the vice commander of the Dark Alliance. The warden ordered Issei to move outside. The Rainbow Master wanted to meet Issei. After some time in the prison, Kiryu Issei looked haggard and worn out. At the prison's main gate, Warden Q had already received notice from Shikishima. He introduced himself to Subaru's group. He admitted his name, Q, was funny, but in this line of work, he had to hide his identity or he'd lose his head. Q led them inside, explaining the term panopticon as they walked. It was a concept thought up by a great thinker in the 18th century, designed so that a small number of people could manage a large number of prisoners. Because there's such a shortage of manpower capable of capturing other masters, this prison was established as a solution and has been maintained to this day. Throughout the conversation, Warden Q was still using his ability to seal Kiryu Issei's power. His special technique, Violin Amamiya Sazakal, allows him to apply many crowd control effects to his targets. The seal effects are color-coded, so they could rest easy. Warden Q can easily control prisoners when they act out. With the Crimson Amamiya Sazakal, if a target is branded with it, their abilities are sealed, and they become like ordinary people. That skill is quite powerful, but unfortunately, Warden Q can't increase his stats anymore because the master of the Guardian Gate is an elderly woman. She is an alchemist named Zola. The challenge of Q's Guardian Gate is to give Zola 10,000 neck and shoulder massages. It sounds easy, but Zola is a senile old lady who doesn't even remember if she's eaten yet. When breaking through gates, Q's skills aren't very useful, but as a prison warden, he can fully utilize his abilities. Q led Subaru's group to the meeting room. They were allowed to meet for a maximum of 30 minutes and were not allowed to exchange any items with the prisoner. After Q explained the rules, Subaru finally entered the room. Issei was already waiting inside. Issei is the former vice commander of the Dark Alliance. Previously, he was defeated by Hirosaka and had his arms severed, but it seems he was treated and recovered after being imprisoned. Subaru met Issei during the 6th calamity. After the horrific earthquake, Subaru saw Issei hugging his child's shoes, crying desperately in the rain. He couldn't bear to see him like that. He was hollow, with nothing left. At the same time, at the 5-star gate, the crazy ghost ship, Shikishima's group was wreaking havoc. Shikishima was still annoyed. What was that about? Don't come back until you reach level 90. Hearing that really grated on him. Shikishima poured all his frustration into fighting monsters. He used his first technique, Golden Bullet, to take down a wave of minions. Captain Nemo, the monster, attacked Shikishima. He leaned back to dodge and then used his third technique, Phantom Flame, to strike the captain. The more Shikishima thought about it, the angrier he got. Does he know how hard it is to level up past 80? Yet he's telling them to reach level 90. Even if they clear the 5-star gate, it's very difficult to level up unless the monsters in that gate are the strongest type. And even then, taking down a high-level monster is quite difficult, and you could easily lose your life. The levels of monsters in 5-star gates are also categorized differently. Some are weak, some are strong. The gate containing the strongest monsters is the peak level gate. That gate only has bosses, but the difficulty is 10 to 15 times harder than the peak level of A. 4-star gate. Those gates are quite rare. A bit weaker is the high-level gate, which is about 10 times stronger than a 4-star gate. The mid-level gate is 5 times stronger than a 4-star gate. Finally, the low-level gate is only about 2 or 3 times stronger than a 4-star gate. Yudu, Ryusei, and Kinokawa were also working hard to farm and level up, but there was no other choice because Shikishima was the one who gave Subaru command, so they had to listen. Kinokawa used her third technique, Battleship Assassin, dropping a series of explosive batteries into the sea. The boss was forced to surface. It was a Giganto Merman, level 90. But unfortunately for it, as soon as it surfaced, it ran into Shikishima and Kinokawa. Shikishima used his fourth technique, Centrifugal Cannon. Kinokawa used her first technique, Dominant Anchor. The two of them unleashed a combined attack, and the boss couldn't handle a single hit, so it was wiped out. After defeating the monster, the two argued about who dealt more damage. Neither would yield to the other. As a result, each of them leveled up, which wasn't good at all. If Shikishima formed a party, the others wouldn't get any experience points. They had no choice but to split Shikishima and Kinokawa into 2 different teams. Besides, there was another person just as stubborn who insisted on going solo. That person was none other than Neijose. Right now, he's at another 5-star gate, the Cabbage Field. He just finished off a monster and reached level 73. His wounds were healed, and the boss appeared a Hanfaz Stork, level 90. This stork must be at least at the mid-level. Najose activated his 5th technique, God Hekatonkares. He clutched the Renji Harasaka figure in his hand, encouraging himself not to give up. On the other side, Harasaka sneezed. Who knows who was mentioning him? Right now, he and Sazaka are undergoing training under 3 people: Killim, Delta, and Louis. They are preparing to face the upcoming catastrophe. I hope Subaru can convince Kiryu Issei. That'll be tough. And indeed, after Subaru made his request, Kiryu Issei refused. He didn't want to help them clear the gate. Kiryu Issei didn't want to talk anymore. The meeting ended. He stood up, wanting to return to his cell. When his wife and child were killed, this world did nothing to help him. He didn't see any value in this world either, so he wouldn't make any effort to save this damned world. Subaru knew Issei was just being cynical. He only said that, but deep down, Issei still had hope for the world. Hearing the news that Subaru's group had visited Issei in prison, the old members of the pursuit gang were, needless to say, furious at the thought that Subaru's group was trying to convince Issei to help clear the 6-star gate. Himeno Jumino, on the other hand, was still indifferently reading a book, uninterested in the desire to escape like Kei was. As for Subaru, 4 hours had passed since the group brought Issei out of prison, but the atmosphere was still tense, as no one dared to speak. Fortunately, Issei suddenly spoke up, breaking the heavy silence. Subaru, where are you taking me? Don't tell me we're going to the place where those who harm my family are. I don't want revenge because doing so won't bring my wife and child back to me. Do you really think I can be useful in clearing the Stargate? Kiryu Issei asked curiously. Subaru gently nodded in agreement. He knew that even though Kiryu Issei's wife and child were harmed in such a cruel way, justice did not stand with him because it was just a trivial matter not worth caring about before all of humanity and the world. Deep down, he had been overwhelmed by extreme disappointment. That is why Subaru decided to use psychological tactics to successfully negotiate with a man as miserable as him. I don't have a complete family either, but I have many people I love, so I will always protect them at any cost. He thought that after hearing this, Issei would change his mind. But he was wrong. He remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Swaying a man who had no intention of revenge is truly difficult. The car carrying the group from Niigata Prefecture, Echigo Plain, to Tokyo stopped at a grassy field in the sunset. In front of them, a group of kids was busy playing soccer. It was Ekisaka FC, the team Issei's son used to play for. Issei stared blankly, recalling the past. He saw, faintly somewhere, his son's energetic, active smile on the field. He imagined his gentle wife beside him, pouring him tea to drink. Kiryu Issei was stunned, Junjun, talking to himself like a mental patient, making Jinga unable to watch any longer. She immediately shouted, cursing Subaru for why he brought Kiryu Issei to this place. Unexpectedly, Subaru only replied with a short sentence, "It's not time yet, Tsunemori." Jinga was extremely confused. Sobbing, the young friends of Issei's son saw him there and chirped, coming over to say hello. Issei gazes at those adorable, youthful faces, and the heartache for his own child surges back. It has been such a long time since he lost his son. Amidst the crowd, a young boy holds a photo of Sichi, standing strong. Knowing that Sichi is still watching over them, Issei cannot hold back his tears. The boy tells him and the others that a match is coming up next month, hoping Issei will come to watch and cheer them on. Hearing this, Issei's tears fall like rain. He collapses in agony, consumed by thoughts of Sichi, his son, and the smile on the boy's face the day he announced he had been accepted into the soccer team. How could he ever forget a past that can never return? Issei can only scream into the void, washing his face with tears under the quiet sunset. Once again, the future has shifted slightly. Subaru whispers to himself. The sixth disaster, right after the super earthquake occurred. Subaru met Issei, who had just returned from Tokyo after the prison collapsed. Issei, looking disheveled and drenched in rain, was holding a pair of shoes, grieving the fact that all the kids at the soccer field had perished. He wept, unable to speak, blaming himself for the catastrophe. Watching this, Subaru's heart ached for him. But today's tears are different from the tears of that day. Subaru and Jinga are also happy for Issei. Please, let us borrow your strength. Please, join us to protect this world, Subaru gently pleads. For the sake of the children, I want to create a world where they can play soccer freely. Subaru, you're quite the con artist, aren't you? You know exactly how to touch the abyss in a person's heart. How unfair, I'll help you, but on one condition. Before Issei can finish his sentence, Subaru immediately agrees to take his place at the match next month to cheer for the kids. And just like that, the 6-star gate raid team has its full roster. We need to level up right before entering the gate. Karen and Saza's experience points will be transferred to Hirosaka and Saza, so it won't go to waste. Tsunemori, Jinga, and Mr. Issei, please open at least one more gate, because those ultimate techniques will be useful for us in the coming battle. Let's give it our all to defeat the 6-star boss. Subaru assigns the tasks, then charges ahead with everyone. 6 days later, Tuesday, October 31st, is the day of the final battle at 12 noon. Shikishima stands on the balcony, observing the situation and whispering to himself, only 6 hours left. I've done everything I could. Now, I just need to rely on Subaru, Shikishima thinks. Suddenly, Hisazaki Ryuji calls, giving Shikishima a bad feeling. The undead emperor and his group are sitting around eating cake and drinking tea, then suddenly receive a call from Shikishima, announcing they are about to be on TV, causing the undead emperor to panic, having no idea what's going on. There's no other choice. Why else would I do this? The news of Hirosaka's death hasn't been announced to the public yet. I'm coming for you. Get in the car and change your clothes. Shikishima yells into the phone, leaving the zombie emperor in a complete panic. Before the phone even hangs up, Shikishima has already driven up to the undead emperor's location and drags him into the car, acting with extreme urgency. Damn it all, the undead emperor is thrown into the car with no chance to resist. He can only scream and yell, I'm being kidnapped, though no one cares much. Sasuke's group remains calm, drinking tea and eating cake, ignoring the mess that just unfolded. Hearing Tsunemori Jinga asking about Subaru, Sasuke replies that he is still inside the gate, so today they will host the meeting with the gold tier masters themselves. After interacting with Subaru for a few days, I've realized one thing. He is truly a freak of nature. Masters like us heal by leveling up, but that only applies to physical wounds. That means mental trauma remains no matter what the player does. As long as the battle continues, their energy and sanity will gradually wither away, making death inevitable. Yet, he completely goes against that. For the past 6 days, while we took turns leveling up, he has locked himself inside the gate to train without resting a single time. Even now, it's the same. I finally understand why. As a new master who has only joined for a short time, he can stand against the top-tier masters. Subaru is a monster, Jinga says in a low voice. Outside, Subaru has just defeated the boss and leveled up to 90, setting a record as the fastest to level up in human history. Subaru timed it perfectly to meet and solo the vanquish. Sasuke's group just reached the rooftop and found Hirosaka sitting there, next to Kinokawa, who is pinning down Najose Akira. Najose Akira is extremely agitated and aggressive. Even though he is tied up, his mouth is still running, shouting loudly. The TV station has arranged a helicopter to film the group from above in a very professional manner, because the appearance of a 6-star gate right after the incident, along with the tracking gang, has the whole world buzzing. Mr. Hirosaka, Mr. Shikishima, thank you both very much. After the losses we've suffered, we will delve deep into uncovering the secrets of the new leader of the Japanese master community, the savior, Subaru Ariel. The reporter speaks happily, causing Jinga to widen his eyes at the phrase new leader of the Japanese master community. It seems that after defeating the 6-star boss, Subaru's fame has skyrocketed crazily. Najose Akira, pinned down on the other side, softly asks why Subaru hasn't come out after 18 hours. Before anyone can answer, they suddenly hear the residents screaming at the appearance of a monster from the underworld. Everyone immediately shifts into a panicked mode, hurriedly trying to rush out to deal with it, but Hirasaka blocks them. Hirasaka, looking as calm as ever, waves his hand and says, "Just sit back and relax." Because Subaru is already on his way here. And just as predicted, Subaru appears under the monster's claws like a god, with a seven-colored aura surrounding his body, powerfully charging in to save the people in a life-or-death situation. Noticing that this boss is only 4 stars, Subaru gently bends his sword strike and then swings his hand, mincing the monster in the blink of an eye. To the shock and admiration of everyone, everyone claps and cheers for the savior, Subaru. Sasuke and the others approach Subaru at the same time to praise his recent slash. Since everyone is present, this is the perfect time for the group to enter this 6-star gate. The camera helicopter rushes to follow the assault team to record the most important footage, while also hoping the group will be able to return safely. Just as they step through the gate, amidst a blinding light, there in front of them is a light dragon, aggressive and fierce. This is the area for bosses, so there is no way to pass through without being attacked. The monster sees Subaru daring to touch its territory and fiercely charges at him, but unexpectedly, it is hit by the very white technique of the boss-slaying master, Ulak, and sent flying. Thanks to Kiryu Issei stepping in to assist, Subaru suffers no injuries. "Don't worry, if the opponent is a swordsman, leave it to me," Kiryu Issei says strongly to Subaru. Sincere interruption can stop the movement of all targets it touches for 1 second. However, based on Ulak's attacks, he is already fast enough to disappear within that 1 second. Kiryu Issei's strategy in this battle is an optimal defensive approach. Shikishima knows Subaru is strong, but to the extent of using just one ultimate technique to turn an entire area into giant cubes like this, he is indeed a monster. Kiryu Issei, on the other hand, is fully armed and standing next to Shikishima, waiting for the moment to fight that knight. He isn't sure if Subaru knows for certain that they can take down that knight, because sincere interruption cannot defend against light-based or energy-based attacks. If the enemy here is a light dragon, then perhaps Kiryu Issei isn't expecting to return. It seems he has a vision that goes beyond just mere prediction. What exactly does he know, and what is he thinking? Issei wonders. At that moment, Subaru suddenly speaks up, asking Shikishima to continue advancing according to the plan. And just like that, the final attack, the entire melee squad officially begins. Everyone quickly dives into the soft, slime-like body of Sushi, Subaru's companion. Sushi uses all her strength to charge straight toward the knight, then suddenly uses an invisibility spell, making the knight panic for a split second. At that moment, Shikishima, Issei, Hirasaka, Kinokawa, and Najose Akira are already in position, ready in a defensive melee stance. They just need to wait for Shikishima's signal to simultaneously activate ultimate techniques 1, 5, and 6 on the knight. With a thunderous boom, a blinding flash of light strikes right at the knight's location, but it also causes the ground to tilt and collapse with each of his slashing strikes. The group is lucky that Yuta Ryushi supported them in time, otherwise they would have been buried right there, and this time next year would be smelling of smoke. Issei worries that if they lose track of him, it will be bad. He also doesn't know when he will strike again or from which direction. Shikishima immediately uses clairvoyance and jumps in surprise when he sees him charging toward the group at breakneck speed. The slash along his path spreads everywhere. Yudu Ryusei and Kiryu Issei finally draw their swords, combining to unleash their ultimate technique. The 4th golden wall of light tried to block that slash. A blinding light surged forward, and the entire stage was tilted, filled with chaos. Sushi groaned, struggling to hold off the force crashing into her back. Subaru gritted his teeth, tensing up in frustration because Ulak's movements and actions were even faster than they were in his memories. Every slash whizzed and whistled, forming chains of attacks that were both numerous and tangled, leaving Shikishima dizzy and unable to keep up. With a thunderous boom, the slash headed straight toward Kiryu Issei, accompanied by a deafening sound that turned everything around into nothing but ruins. Fortunately, Odu and Kiryu Issei were still alive, though the blood on their heads made everyone's hearts skip a beat. "What are you still standing there for? Shikishima, hurry up and continue supporting Subaru and the others. We must ensure we help them get close to the boss. I trust Subaru, and the reason I always wanted to know him is truly because he gave me a perfect reason to continue living." Issei sighed wearily. "Don't worry, I can see it very clearly with my own eyes. Subaru and the others have already reached the boss. I say, you have completed your mission." Shikishima replied softly. For Subaru's group, right now, this was just the beginning. At the moment of the direct solo against this night boss, while Sasuke and Karen exerted their power to transform, Hirasaka nimbly launched a dragon flight slash, rushing at that boss with his burning power. "Nice to meet you, senior." Hirasaka swung his blade while smirking, greeting the boss. "I am Renji Hirasaka, the owner of the Golden Engineer, Louis." Hirasaka sneered, and upon hearing this, the boss immediately went wild and roared. Taking advantage of the distraction, Sasaka unleashed a thunderous lightning strike, turning the scene into a chaotic sea of fire. Emerging from the thick smoke, Sasaka saw that Hirasaka wasn't injured, so she let out a sigh of relief. Just as our information suggested, it seems that lightning attacks can only slow him down. Sasaka observed the situation and reported, seeing the boss regain his strength and crawl back up, furious. Sasaka suggested that Hirasaka let her take over for him. In the midst of this chaos, Subaru softly called out for Jinga and Mei to hurry and help Sasaka and Hirasaka. Both sides were currently fighting fiercely. Dust, debris, and malevolent energy were shaking the air. Just as I predicted about a former knight commander, his magnificent sword curves powerfully, just like a giant whale. Even using both Itoi and the royal aura, that still isn't enough. If I were alone, this wouldn't just be a competition. "Monster Slayer Ulak, I will defeat you," Hirasaka growled, muttering to the boss in front of him. 6 days ago, in the underworld at the Radiant Shore, the seat of the souls, Subaru had informed the group that he had failed to clear the 6-star gate in the Aurora King's world. The losses they suffered in the battle against Lemda were too great, so they spent a lot of time healing and leveling up. As a result, Ulak, who had killed Cassius, was released when his time expired. His sword slashes had spread throughout Tokyo, causing a series of casualties. "In my memories, to protect the city, you do Ryusei and Kinokawa." As Subaru said this, Hirasaka gritted his teeth and looked away. Hirasaka stated that he would ask Louis to guide him one more time. As soon as he finished speaking, Louis walked over from afar, offering to help Hirasaka destroy that person, even if it meant challenging her own country. Returning to the present, Hirasaka felt that with his own strength alone, he could not match Ulak. So, he relied on his friends to make up for what he lacked. The third ultimate technique, combined with Hirasaka's Rock Crusher, boomed and shattered everything around in a wave of overwhelming light, causing the boss to be dazzled. Tsunemori Jinga also simultaneously unleashed his fifth ultimate technique, a fierce ice press, mixed with Mei's support, doubling Hirasaka's slashes. Everyone around coordinated their death punches and holy marks, making the force unleashed more and more shocking, destroying everything in the area. Taking advantage of the boss being surrounded, Hirasaka powerfully struck from above. A violent beam of light with his sword, accompanied by 1,000 Kellen crush, causing the boss to faceplant into the swirling dust. Tsunemori Jinga and Fujigami Mei stood on the sidelines observing this tragic scene, sweating profusely, wondering if their team had won yet. "No, you think it's that easy? He will wake up immediately. Surely he is trying to lure us into making another attack. But I guess this might also be an opportunity." "Subaru, I'll go first too." "All right, everyone, it's time for me to shine," Sasaka declared aggressively, immediately summoning 8 thunder gods of various colors to manifest. Nazu stared with wide eyes, standing frozen, unable to look away from the light in front of him. Seeing Nazu's teary-eyed like that, the others in Shikishima's group hurried to call him to join them in meeting leader Hirasaka. Right now, he was recalling the advice Louis had given him earlier. To defeat that Golden Knight commander, you must destroy his armor first. Our armor not only reduces incoming damage by half, but can also restore HP simply by wearing it. It is a valuable and extremely precious item. Furthermore, the Monster Slayer possesses the highest amount of HP compared to previous commanders, which also makes him much stronger in long-term battles. Naturally, this will lead to a short period of tension, mainly focusing on fierce attacks. To summarize, you must break his armor first, and then, Renji, you must use the strongest technique I have granted you. Combine the Bending Blade technique with the Royal Aura and unleash a powerful attack. Be careful with your remaining MP, Louis advised. So, right after the fierce attack, I will have to simultaneously strike a decisive blow or join another battle, right? I will take on the role of support again, but if possible, I will contribute to breaking the armor. I'm quite good at landing those fierce attacks, Sasaka said confidently. Because she was a disciple of the Thunder God, no one could surpass her in terms of speed. Following that ultimate summoning of the 8 Thunder Gods, she brimmed with energy and unleashed a 7-colored rainbow lightning bolt for nearly 10 seconds. She relentlessly pummeled the boss, strike after strike. This made everyone around stare in astonishment. Sasaka lived up to her reputation as Subaru's first teammate. She could face a 6-star boss all by herself. She had been trained by the Thunder God Killim, and in the underworld at the Radiant Shore, Killim was also watching her through the screen. In reality, Sasaka's growth was truly impressive, enough to make Killim astonished. However, Her enemy came from the Golden Country, the one bearing the title of the strongest. This meant it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. If I didn't use this ultimate technique, I probably would have died already. Even though it reduced 60% of the damage, his attack was still too strong. This guy is truly very strong, Sasuke thought to herself while gritting her teeth and fighting the boss. Following Master Van's instructions, Subaru's trump card must be saved sparingly for the next attack. So, she couldn't rely on Subaru. On this side, Hirasaka could only tense up, placing all his hopes on Sasuke. She was still frantically trying to unleash lightning attacks, putting all her strength into rushing at the boss. After 10 seconds of intense lightning bolts, Sasuke shattered a part of the boss's mask, causing green fluid to flow endlessly from the corners of his eyes. Sasuke was exhausted. It was Hirasaka's turn to take over. Hirasaka powerfully unleashed the bending blade technique, the energy rushing forward, causing the boss's mask to shatter completely. The green fluid on his face flowed like rain following the armor-breaking blow from Sasuke, combined with the phase. Everyone present, including those observing the battle from the underworld, believed that Hirasaka had already secured victory with his ultimate strike. However, Ulak, the commander of the Golden Knights, was feeling extremely bitter and furious after taking several hits from Subaru's team. Being suppressed by other knights, Ulak couldn't stop shouting at the top of his lungs, claiming he was simply fulfilling his duty and that it was an unavoidable order. "Commander, your bloodlust is far from normal. If you keep this up, you'll surely wipe out the entire Silver Kingdom," his subordinate warned. "While all our king desires is peace," Louis responded coldly. Despite this, Ulak remained incredibly stubborn and headstrong, insisting on annihilating the Silver Kingdom completely until they were extinct. No amount of advice could get through to him. Louis decided that she had to execute him. "You have taken too many lives, brother. Not just those of enemies, but also of allies who oppose your slaughter," Louis said in a low voice, raising her sword high. She could not accept that her close friend was now lying forever among the corpses that Ulak considered his battle trophies, which he then dismissed as just a normal occurrence. "I can no longer consider you my beloved brother. Die, you monster," Louis screamed, then delivered a powerful blow that instantly severed Ulak's head from his neck. At that very moment, in the real world, he had also officially collapsed. Hirasaka took this opportunity to rush in and finish Ulak off, but to everyone's shock, his demonic power returned once again. Crimson blood aura flooded the air as Ulak, drenched in blood, stood up, half his mouth missing, and took a limping step forward. "So, I've been betrayed by my own country and sent to the gate. You there, you just said you are Louis' owner, right? So, the gate's plan has been deployed? But wait, even in that situation, I never expected that you would send your own owner. Haha, how pathetic for my little sister. Your plan has completely fallen apart." Ulak pointed at Hirasaka, mocking him with a laugh that made everyone present boil with rage. "And hey, you pieces of trash, do you know that those sealed in the gate all have a way to return to the underworld? The first way is to be destroyed by the owner," Ulak said, then suddenly lunged forward, piercing Sasuke's abdomen. She didn't even have time to react before she collapsed in a pool of blood. "The second way is to skewer an owner with a certain level of power." Ulak attacked again, at Hirasaka, who was just flying towards Sasuke. Under Ulak's terrifying power, Hirasaka was instantly kicked over 10 meters away. With the combination of his royal aura and the blood-crimson cloak, Ulak's attack power increased by 360%. On top of that, his 12th technique, Slayer of Every Heartbeat, would push his attack power to 1800% on the next strike. Watching Ulak now, overflowing with incomparable strength, Sasuke and Hirasaka could only watch in despair. Subaru quietly stepped closer to Ulak and whispered to his teammates, telling them to run, because if they were hit by that blow, the whole group would definitely be blown away like rags. Subaru couldn't believe Ulak had regained his consciousness. "We've lost. We have to retreat," Subaru said, trembling, leaving Jinga confused as to what he was planning. "You have earned my gratitude, humans. Thanks to all of you, I have become stronger and have returned to the underworld, a place where I can tear my sister apart, the one who chopped me to pieces. As a way to express my gratitude, I will allow you to die under this supreme technique of mine." Ulak widened his eyes and decisively drew his dragon-slaying sword, which was filled with dark magic. At the exact moment Ulak's technique was being unleashed, a telepathic conversation occurred between Subaru, Sasuke, and Hirasaka. Subaru spoke up, saying he would be the one to defeat him, leaving Sasuke and Hirasaka extremely panicked. "If I use my trump card here, are you sure we'll still have a chance to defeat the Silver King at the third catastrophe?" Hirasaka asked anxiously. "I don't know, but even so, it's better than losing our friends," Subaru replied, his eyes filled with fierce determination. which only made Sasaka and Hirasaka more worried, as they knew Subaru was only concerned with saving their lives. In the dark space, a light suddenly flashed, making Sasaka jump as she shouted that there was still one thing they could do before resorting to the trump card. Outside, Ulak was frantically gathering his energy, unleashing chaotic force, when he suddenly realized both his arms had gone numb. Issei had approached from afar like a god. Although covered in blood, he looked incredibly cool and handsome, wielding the giant-slaying fragment. Seeing Issei and Sushi appear, Hirasaka was overjoyed, and in his excitement, he accidentally bumped into Issei's mid-air technique. "Nice to meet you, you monster slayer. You might not see it, but you are completely surrounded by my technique." "Sorry, but I have to defeat you now," Issei said, sneering at Ulak. "Oh, so you're the one who stopped Anne." "By Ulak glared at Issei. In reality, Issei's MP was almost depleted, and his bluff wouldn't last much longer, so Subaru's group had to act quickly. Shikishima lost his patience and shouted, urging Subaru to tell the group what to do next. Remembering Sasaka's words about the one thing they could do before using that, Subaru's mind began to race, trying to find a way to defeat Ulak while saving their trump card for the battle against the Silver King. "Shikishima, Najose, I have a request for both of you. Please become my kin right here, right now," Subaru suddenly proposed. He had already exerted powerful force, and although Shikishima and Najose Akira didn't quite understand, they quickly agreed. Gata Tsunana, the blood-stealing sub-technique that Subaru received after reaching level 50. This technique could transform living beings into kin. Unlike Paravara, which required a connection through the soul, this technique could only successfully convert an individual into kin, with the consent of that individual. After hearing Subaru's proposal, Najose hesitated slightly because he didn't want to be both Subaru's kin and subordinate. However, in the end, Najose nodded in agreement because, as long as he could save Hirasaka, Najose was ready to give up everything he had. Ulak, on the other hand, was still being surrounded by the invisible technique of Subaru's group. They hadn't made another attack, which meant they were out of options or perhaps waiting for someone. But that is truly meaningless, Ulak thought to himself, then immediately unleashed his powerful force, activating his technique with the stone. Issei couldn't believe Ulak could understand the properties of his technique so quickly. Panic flickered in his heart. Ulak, his eyes cold as bullets, lightly swung his blade, combining 7 sword strikes with 7 claw marks. A thunderous explosion occurred, causing one of Issei's legs to be severed and bleed. His crushing blow also caused the giant-slaying fragment to wobble and crack. The time limit for that technique is less than a second, right? Instead, my claw marks stay in their position and keep activating for 20 seconds. Ulak sneered, then swung his hand, unleashing a blast of light that buried both Issei and Sushi. Hirasaka, seeing that scene, immediately rushed from behind to sneak attack Ulak, but unfortunately, he was discovered. "Don't push yourself. I notice you're running out of MP, so just die and get some rest." Ulak mocked arrogantly and launched his curved sword technique, but unexpectedly, it was ambushed by Shikishima from afar. Thanks to the golden rifle combined with the cursed chains, Shikishima successfully caused Ulak's soul to erode. Najose had now secretly entered Sasaka's mind to support her in using her unique technique. The characteristics of an individual, once they become kin, is the ability to add cursed chains to their techniques. In other words, the weapons stored in Najose Akira's golden arsenal were now capable of directly damaging the opponent's soul. Subaru had truly turned everyone into his kin. For Subaru, the transformation from a living being into kin was a bitter decision. Once transformed into kin, both Shikishima and Najose would no longer be able to be resurrected via Paravara if they were to die later. That was what Subaru was deeply worried about and blamed himself for. "You don't need to worry about that, kid. In a fight, there have to be sacrifices. That's what a real fight is. You did the right thing. You can also share your memories of the future with us. Sorry for being a burden to you until now. Just leave the rest to us," Shikishima and the others firmly reassured Subaru. They coordinated closely, launching attacks in perfect sync without needing to discuss or signal, leaving Ulak stunned and forced to defend. The benefits of becoming kin were diverse for both the master and the followers. However, in this case, the most important thing now was perfect coordination through telepathic communication. Shikishima put all his strength into sniping to stop Ulak from launching attacks that made his blood boil. The way we think is practically cut from the same cloth. You know, it's better to destroy the enemy's attack than to just defend. So don't you dare dream of me letting you run wild. Shikishima laughed mockingly at Ulak. Just then, Issei suddenly appeared in front of Ulak, leaving him in complete disbelief. He clearly remembered slashing Issei directly. It turned out that right before the enemy's ultimate technique could land, Issei had immediately enlarged his body many times over, and thanks to that, he managed to block the attack. Sorry, but I can't die here yet. I still have plans I can't afford to miss, Issei said. Then, together with Amamiya, Sasaka, and Harasaka, they coordinated their attacks, successfully defeating the boss Ulak in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. Just as Ulak was groaning, promising he would return one day, Harasaka quickly crushed that possibility by pulling out a dagger and stabbing it straight into Ulak's stomach. His body split open, and he logged out on the spot. It was all thanks to Louis' instructions to Harasaka earlier. After delivering the final blow, he had to use this specific dagger. This dagger is called amnesia. Usually, a soul has the ability to return to the underworld after being destroyed at the gate, but this thing breaks that cycle and incinerates them in the world of unconsciousness. The world of unconsciousness is the final destination for a soul, and also where Subaru met the king of Aurora, Hirasaka. Although it felt a bit harsh, Louise pleaded for it, all for the sake of dignity and to comfort her friends, as well as the hundreds of thousands of souls slaughtered by Ulak. Under Louis' request, Hirasaka caused the soul of Ulak to shatter into 1,000 pieces, dissolving into nothingness and returning to dust. In this way, the hatred of those he had harmed would finally find some peace. Watching the figure of Ulak fade away before her, Louis spoke softly, remembering the memories of the two siblings in the past. She could only weep as she said a final farewell to Ulak. Everything had finally come to an end. Hirasaka offered praise for the immense contribution of Neijose Akira. Neijose Akira stood dazed, recalling the advice to seek out his own star. He was so moved that he burst into tears. Perhaps today, Neijose Akira had come just a little bit closer to that star. Shikishima and Harasaka were finally reunited after surviving a life-and-death battle. Yet, their nonchalant, indifferent attitude left Neijose Akira wide-eyed at their sheer coolness. Just as he was about to return, a private system notification was suddenly sent to Subaru, the intervention of your relatives. Into the system has been acknowledged. The boss's soul has disappeared, so no experience points will be added. Intervening in this manner is discouraged. All the incidents surrounding this event have caused immense trouble for us. Lord, please play the game in the way we intended. Subaru read it and quietly tapped the accept button. Everything happened just as Subaru had thought. That future was unfolding faster. The mission was completed, and the group immediately left the underworld through the gate before it disappeared completely. Tonight, at exactly 6:15, the whole team, led by Subaru, successfully cleared the 6-star gate at the Itabashi intersection. A massive crowd had gathered to witness the collapse of the gate, causing significant traffic congestion. Subaru strode out with his team, surrounded by a sea of people and flashlights shining as bright as headlights. I only focus on my role as commander, so this victory is thanks to everyone standing here. From now on, my lords, we will continue to protect everyone from the entities of the underworld, even if it costs us our lives. Subaru declared fiercely amidst the thunderous applause and cheers of the people around him. Harasaka suddenly spoke up, saying she had to return to the Radiant Coast. But nobody expected her to just leave. The moment she said it, she vanished into thin air, leaving Shikishima speechless. Sasaka also thought about returning there after visiting her parents. As they were chatting, the group suddenly realized someone was missing. Tsunemori Jinga, at that moment, stepped out from the gate and stood tall before Issei, still wearing his signature box mask. Subaru's goal of clearing the 6-star gate is complete, so my role is over too. In the end, I didn't contribute much, but I believe I did my best as a silver rank. Issei replied, "Thank you for your efforts. I bet Subaru will keep his promise to you." Tsunemori Jinga said, then bowed solemnly before Issei. "It seems you believe in Subaru too, huh?" Issei asked curiously, but Tsunemori Jinga didn't feel it was quite to that extent. That evening, in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Tsunemori Jinga just turned on the TV and saw a news interview of the group from the day before. A week is long, but it was quite interesting. Tsunemori Jinga was staring at Subaru's face on TV when suddenly a brilliant, glowing door appeared right behind him. The moment he opened the door, Tsunemori Jinga realized his entire body was paralyzed, unable to move. Sitting there laughing, behind that door, was none other than the 9-tailed Silver King, glittering in all his glory. Ruin wore an evil smirk, suggesting Jinga help him with a favor. The next day, at the headquarters of the Lord Alliance, a grand celebration party for successfully clearing the 6-star gate was held. Tsunemori Jinga had refused to attend the party, on the excuse that his house was too far, while Issei had returned to prison but was still allowed to go watch his son's matches. The people present were happily eating and chatting. Sasaka excitedly recounted how she had visited home yesterday. Her whole family cried, but they were very happy to know she had contributed to clearing the 6-star gate. As for Subaru, Shikishima mentioned that he would be meeting Jinga later at 6 o'clock. Shikishima nodded happily, then suddenly his eyes widened. He leaned close to Subaru's ear and fiercely suggested, "You need to buy a house quickly. You've become a celebrity now, haven't you? The lobby at the hotel where you're staying is dying because of that crowd. Even the room rates have skyrocketed to VIP status. Whether you choose a house or an apartment, just buy one and move in immediately. Living in a comfortable place isn't about showing off because you're famous. It's genuinely necessary. If you keep living in a normal place, you'll just end up bothering the people around you," Shikishima asserted firmly. So, while waiting for Subaru to buy a new house, Shikishima led him to stay temporarily in Hirasaka's luxurious apartment. Subaru walked in and was dazzled by its spaciousness and quality. Shikishima explained that Subaru would stay here until he got a house of his own. Hirasaka had also agreed through her soul. Subaru sighed, wondering if this was okay, fearing that Nejose Akira would get angry at him through his soul. Nejose Akira was indeed grumpy with Subaru, but at the same time, he demanded that Subaru take photos of Hirasaka's house for him. After giving the house key to Subaru, Shikishima quickly pulled him outside so he could freely enjoy the city he was protecting. The scenery was fresh and peaceful, so different from the tragedy that occurred in the future of the Aurora King. Subaru emotionally told himself he had to prevent that before it happened. Just as he arrived at the train station, Subaru saw Jinga standing there waiting for him. Regarding the matter he needed to talk to Jinga about, Subaru excitedly suggested, "From next week, do you want to come with me until we reach the underworld?" "The underworld? You mean the enemy of humanity, right?" Jinga asked suspiciously. "The enemy? Yes, I knew you'd say that. A lot of things have happened, and I need to attend a meeting of the kings," Subaru replied calmly, leaving Tsunemori Jinga shocked to his core by the information Subaru had just revealed. "Meeting the kings? You? Do you realize you just made a statement that could shock the entire world? No one has any detailed information about the underworld. Do you know that? Of course, there's no one there to witness it anyway. And now you are." Tsunemori Jinga was so shocked he was tongue-tied. "Yes, that's why I think we can go together," Subaru replied with an awkward smile, leaving Tsunemori Jinga even more speechless. Tsunemori Jinga felt like Subaru was trying to invite him on an extremely dangerous adventure. "I can't talk to you anymore. And besides, how do you intend to enter that underworld? And why are you inviting me, someone who has only reached silver rank? Don't you have many other teammates who are even stronger than me?" Tsunemori Jinga shouted, losing his composure. "Of course, I will take others with me too, but I am certain that there will be times when your strength, Tsunemori Jinga, will be extremely necessary in the future. That's my reason. Will you officially become my teammate? After returning from the underworld, I've planned to build a team, and I want you to become a member of it. Although the team isn't recognized yet or even has a name, its motto is, 'I will never betray or abandon my friends.' What do you think?" Subaru explained calmly, leaving Tsunemori Jinga somewhat hesitant. "From the very first time I met you, I couldn't believe someone like you would choose me to clear the 6-star gate together. However, your decision was completely correct, and with your tactics, we were able to clear the gate. I bet you must possess some extremely mysterious power. I still can't believe in my own power, but I will believe in you because you believed in me," Jinga affirmed strongly, then immediately gripped Subaru's hand. Both created a nine-ice power that illuminated the entire riverbank. Sitting on a boat drifting on the water at this moment was Ruin, calmly sipping tea, silently bidding farewell to his dear Subaru. "My dear Subaru, you have become extremely dangerous in just the past few days, defeating the Flame Overlord in just a few minutes, and you can even defeat the Monster Slayer using only your relatives. The gold and red ranks might just know how to issue warnings, but I'm different. If this continues, there's definitely a possibility that Vanquish will return. Threats need to be eliminated right in the cradle," Ruin growled. But at the very moment Subaru and Jinga shook hands, Subaru faintly detected the Soul Stain, the ultimate technique of the Silver King, Ruin, hidden inside Jinga's body, along with a 100% ability to manipulate his target. Just as I suspected, at this moment, Brother Jinga is the target. Ruin's goal is to approach the silver rank closest to him, Subaru thought to himself, then suddenly spoke up and asked, "Is the Silver King there?" Making Ruin's heart skip a beat. He couldn't believe Subaru had discovered him so quickly. "You made 3 mistakes. First, when Brother Tsunemori Jinga goes out, he always wears a paper bag. Second, Brother Tsunemori Jinga calls me Ariel, not Subaru. And the third brother, Tsunemori Jinga, would never say I believe in you until the very end." Subaru suddenly shouted and forcefully stripped off his own shirt, revealing a prosthetic arm, leaving Ruin completely stunned. It turned out that Subaru had already cut off his own arm, replaced it with a prosthetic, and was manipulating it. "So you had a way to deal with the 9 bands from the very beginning, didn't you?" Such a thorough countermeasure couldn't have been achieved without conviction and determination. After stripping to the waist, Subaru nimbly struck a pressure point right in the center of Jinga's chest, causing him to collapse on the spot. Realizing that Subaru had removed the ban ray from Tsunemori Jinga's body, Ruin turned purple with rage. He guessed that Subaru must have calculated this beforehand, which is why he could resolve it so perfectly. After gently laying Tsunemori Jinga down on the ground, Subaru's bag suddenly burst open, revealing a bloodied arm. That arm automatically flew out and attached itself to Subaru's shoulder with incredible, lightning-fast strength, making Ruin feel more and more bewildered. He's not just a Vanquish holder, he even possesses foresight. This guy is way too dangerous. I don't care if other kings notice me. I have to kill him right here and right now. Ruin broke into a cold sweat, staring at the back of Subaru, who was brimming with energy and slowly walking toward him. The gift we have achieved so far is a world far different from the future world I saw that day. In a precarious world like this, there is only one thing that is absolutely certain: your defeat. Subaru warned Ruin, his spirit burning with intensity. His mission this time was to stop Ruin's conspiracy and defeat him in a direct confrontation. If successful, he would receive a new family member, get closer to the truth of the world, and expand the red board. But if he failed, both Subaru and Tsunemori Jinga would have to log out, which would also accelerate the destruction of the underworld. As for Shikishima, Amamiya Sasaka, and Karian, they were currently busy observing Subaru through their soul connection. Everyone looked extremely calm, confident that Subaru would win quickly. On the other side, after being provoked by Subaru, Ruin flew into a rage and lunged at him. As soon as his head popped out, Subaru unleashed a torrential water attack, successfully leaving Ruin with no ability to fight back. Not stopping there, Subaru unleashed Crimson Chain, forcefully surrounding Ruin in the deep water. His entire soul was trapped the moment he touched Subaru's technique, leaving him with no choice but to use his foul mouth to curse Subaru's entire lineage. This is the final technique of the 3 I received from Vanquish. In the beginning, those who traveled under the sun could block the sunlight, the vampire's weakness. But to compensate, it lowers stats to their limit, and I have just released that. Subaru coldly spoke of the true vampire form, leaving Ruin's face deathly pale. He hadn't expected that since becoming a holder, Subaru had been suppressing his true power all this time. Ruin was still stubborn and hung on for dear life, refusing to lose. He used every ounce of his remaining strength to fire a thunderbolt and gale attack straight at Subaru. Watching him go crazy within the power of his own dark energy like that, Subaru didn't hold back either, immediately raising his hand to wield the broken blade in response. He basically had no intention of letting anyone sleep during this battle, including himself. This was truly a battle where it was hard to tell the winner. As both Subaru and Ruin were equally strong, it was essentially a 50-50 match. Back in the human world, Shikishima, Sasaka, and Karian had long since fallen asleep while watching Subaru. At the same time, in the underworld at the Glittering Coast, the Thunder God Killam, Storm God Delta, Fire God Lemda, Louis, and Harasaka were gathered, noisily commenting on Subaru's latest attack. They all hoped Subaru would win, because if not, this whole place would be wiped out by Ruin. In the distance, Vanquish was sitting nonchalantly, observing the match, when suddenly, Amamiya Sasaka, the Queen of Martyrdom, appeared and interrupted him. She was confident that Subaru would fulfill their collective wish. On Subaru's side, after landing a 7-colored, power-filled throwing knife attack, he successfully triggered the Silver King Ruin's Fury. The sparks Subaru created were torn into pieces, colliding in mid-air and causing a series of endless explosions. That evening, seawater kept falling incessantly in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. The Silver King stopped thinking for a few seconds, only to continue before the rain stopped. His divine silver threads had been torn into 1,000 pieces, and on top of that, they were sliced lengthwise. It had inherited that special technique from Vanquish. So you were hiding your vampire power until now, weren't you? Ruin. Ruin's eyes turned red, and he howled furiously. The one who hid it was Vanquish. He told me not to tell anyone about this. That old man also said that if you knew my true power, a coward like you wouldn't dare to even set foot in the human world. Subaru retorted arrogantly, making Ruin's blood boil. Provoked and grinding his teeth, he unleashed a holy fire attack aimed straight at Subaru. Subaru tilted his body to dodge the savage beam, which veered off and hit the sea water, immediately causing it to evaporate. So, if that had hit Subaru, he surely would have been done for. To maintain such a powerful technique must be very costly. This will be a huge burden for him, Subaru pondered. Regardless, Ruin never had more than 9 of his souls. The heavens strictly forbade the main body of a soul belonging to entities in the underworld from entering the human world. But Ruin had a technique to divide his soul into 9 parts. With that technique, He could completely bypass the system, even if he only brought one part with him. But that one part was enough to obtain ultimate power when the main body reached the human world. That was because the gate didn't impose any limits. However, if this soul were destroyed, the main soul would lose a part of itself. That would make Ruin's main body in the underworld weaker. That was why you needed to completely subdue him right here. For the purpose of my future negotiations, Vanquish smirked, full of malice. Subaru, meanwhile, kept running, making Ruin chase after him until he was exhausted. Ruin crazily cursed at him, calling him a coward, who only knew how to run away. But Ruin never expected that everything Subaru had done until now was to lure him into a trap. While running, Subaru suddenly stopped and immediately unleashed a surprise move, leaving Ruin unable to react, getting him trapped in a web of blood-red barriers. Ruin was furious and tried to shoot at Subaru, but missed due to his incredible speed. From afar, Subaru lunged like a rocket and powerfully threw a punch that landed a heavy blow right on Ruin's face, knocking him senseless instantly. His teeth and lips were a mess. Subaru's punches came in a barrage, with no intention of stopping, even though Ruin's face was already distorted and splattered, until he was completely destroyed. Subaru would keep hitting Ruin like a punching bag until he won. Ruin was beaten black and blue by Subaru until he was no longer human. His entire body was exhausted and collapsed under Subaru's final punch. He coughed up blood in pain, feeling his soul could no longer hold on much longer, so he had to quickly retreat through the gate. You're pretty tough, aren't you? If it were Lemda or Ulak, they would have been finished 5 times over by now. Just as I expected, you're strong, Subaru exclaimed, then quickly channeled blood energy and struck the center of Ruin's chest, making him reel in a daze before he died. On the spot, everyone in the virtual world who witnessed this scene was left wide-eyed, unable to believe that Ruin had actually been defeated by Subaru. Suzaka and Hirasaka smiled proudly at what Subaru had accomplished. Well done, kid. It's time. Subaru, start the negotiations and turn that Silver King into one of us. Vanquish excitedly made a suggestion that left everyone stunned, unable to grasp if he really had to treat him like that in such a miserable state. An hour before the battle against Ruin, Subaru had been asked by Vanquish to turn Ruin into his ally, so to appear at the meeting of the kings, you have to lay the foundation for your future interests. Negotiate with him and bring him to our side. First, just beat him to a pulp. You have to show him your power. That is the only way to make the strong listen. Furthermore, Ruin is also one of the easiest to negotiate with once he has surrendered. That brat is very cautious and cunning, but at the end of the day, he's just a coward, Vanquish said in a deep voice. In the pouring rain, Ruin recalled the moment he first met Vanquish as a child. Back then, Ruin was still following Fetho, the 9-tailed water fox, who was also his ancestor. Vanquish had cunningly approached Ruin and told him that the reason he ran away was because his fear and sorrow were far greater than the happiness of winning. If you were just a normal human, it would be fine, but with the duty of a king, you cannot be afraid all the time. Look at yourself, you coward. Every word from Vanquish touched Ruin's pride, leaving him frozen and speechless on the spot. But then, Vanquish gently patted Ruin's head, advising him that if he could overcome those things, he would become a great king. Ruin was left bewildered, not knowing what expression to wear while watching the back of Vanquish happily mingling with the crowd in the virtual world. Ruin also hoped that one day he could become a king like Vanquish. L.M. opened his eyes and woke up, only to find Subaru sitting in front of him, which made his rage flare up again. Give it up, because you are only a separated soul fragment, so it will be a bit difficult to go back. This battle is over, Subaru said softly. He proposed to Ruin that he wanted Ruin to become an ally, to cooperate and convey his requests to the meeting of the kings. To do that, become my kin. The words Subaru just uttered not only made Ruin panic but also left the gods stunned, as if thunder had struck their ears. Only Vanquish, as if he had planned it all along, crossed his legs and chuckled, waiting to see the show that would unfold. Ruin, after hearing Subaru's thick-skinned proposal, was, of course, vehemently opposed. I will let you live in return. Even though you are just a soul fragment, you are still a part of the main body. If you are destroyed, the power and status of the main body will drop significantly. The balance between gold and copper will be shaken. Wouldn't that cause you a lot of trouble? Subaru spoke up. Don't think that is enough to make me your kin. The incident we fear most is when Vanquish regains the power from his prime. Any action that benefits him is unacceptable, Ruin shouted back. Subaru did not give up and promised him that if he agreed, he would give him information about the future through their soul connection. Hearing this, Ruin began to waver, no longer as aggressive as he was before, but silently deep in thought. Subaru added that the future had been completely changed thanks to the teammates he had. He predicted Ruin's reaction today. Inside the Soul Realm, Subaru's teammates were rowdy and arguing. making him feel a splitting headache. Why are you saying that? Just a moment ago, you said the future you knew could no longer be trusted. Does that mean becoming your kin serves no purpose? Ruin asked skeptically. The memories I have in my hand now are about the 8 disasters that will befall the human world and the one who causes. The 8th disaster is the administrator from the Light of Copper, Subaru explained in a deep voice. Ruin was so shocked he nearly fell backward, as he never expected Subaru's enemy to be that supreme entity, the administrator. In the surging waves of the sea, which were becoming more volatile, Subaru guessed that the administrator he mentioned had appeared. It seems the negotiation is only just beginning. Tsunemori Jinga blinked, opened his eyes, and sat up, realizing he was lying on the sand. He was a bit startled, clutching his pounding head. Tsunemori Jinga intended to look around for the Silver King, but his eyes were met with a pair of giant, bloodshot eyes looming over the sea, scaring Tsunemori Jinga so much he nearly died of a heart attack. That bizarre gaze belonged to the administrator, or in other words, the supreme entity that created the Light of Copper. Ruin only knew of his existence but didn't know what his true form looked like, so now he was just as panicked. Why are you here? We haven't violated anything yet. We only mentioned your name, that's all. Go back, Subaru coldly ordered. The administrator, hearing this, obediently retreated at once, but Subaru knew it hadn't disappeared from this world completely and was still watching everything. Subaru revealed that he had fought it before but lost. But next time, I will be the winner. To do that, I need you, Subaru proposed. Was he serious about turning him into his kin? He knew everything that would happen, and the only way to join his forces was to communicate, through the soul. I would definitely become an enemy of the administrator. The risk is high, but if I let this opportunity slip by, I will never be able to get my hands on that information again. Wait, I will no longer be a king if I don't make a decision right now. I shouldn't be afraid of losing anything so that my people can live a peaceful life. Ruin thought for a while, then softly agreed. Perhaps Vanquish's guidance had reached him. But are you okay with that? I used your teammates to harm you, and yet you so easily accept that? Ruin wondered. You did that to protect your country, right? You showed that with your soul fragment and didn't appear until you were about to lose. You did it for your country so your people wouldn't have to suffer. Vanquish has praised for you for that, so don't worry. My teammates and I will use all our power to protect you, Subaru stated firmly, moving Ruin deeply. With teary eyes, he promised to become his ally. The two quickly shook hands, sealing the deal. Tsunemori Jinga looked at Subaru and Ruin hugging each other like brothers and returning together, which was a bit confusing, but he didn't pay it much mind. Tsunemori Jinga just wanted to ask Subaru one thing. Just now in the sky, those giant eyes that appeared above the sea, what were they? That is the crisis of the entire world. It will come in about 2.5 months, or maybe later, Subaru replied solemnly, telling Tsunemori Jinga the truth because he knew he couldn't hide it any longer. Tsunemori Jinga just remained silent. Everything seems to always come sooner than Tsunemori Jinga thinks. 3 years ago, on that day, Tsunemori Jinga was on his way home by train after his older sister called to urge him. Back home, everyone was looking forward to Tsunemori Jinga's return, but no one expected that on that day, that gate appeared on the sea quietly, in a place where no divine master was present. When it broke, not even an alarm went off. By the time Tsunemori Jinga got home, it was all too late. Tsunemori Jinga's pretty house had turned into a pile of chaotic rubble, burying his loved ones underneath. Standing alone in the wreckage that used to be his home, Tsunemori Jinga was so pained he was stunned, crying without a sound. This time, Tsunemori Jinga had truly arrived too late. Tsunemori Jinga looked up at the sky and cried as if the rain were pouring down, his heart filled with hatred, blaming that monster for taking his family away. Later, when the house was rebuilt exactly as it was, Tsunemori Jinga looked around at the portraits of his family members, still not stopping his self-blame for not arriving at the right time. Tsunemori Jinga had become a divine master and was stronger, but he still couldn't be there at that moment to protect his family. Tears gushed out. Tsunemori Jinga knelt on the ground, sobbing, apologizing profusely, looking incredibly miserable. Facing the whispers of his neighbors, Tsunemori Jinga chose to wear a box over his head to live a reclusive life. Since that day, Jinga chose to stay in his hometown, watching the sea every day to see if a gate would appear. To me, nothing is trustworthy, not even myself. Those entities from the underworld, I will never let them appear on this land again. The regret of not returning at the right time, I will never feel that again. Tsunemori Jinga had told himself that. So today, in front of Subaru, Tsunemori Jinga begged Subaru to make him his kin so they could fight together to protect everything to the end. This burning spirit of Tsunemori Jinga moved Subaru greatly. 12024, a memory from the future. The 7th disaster, Damnatio Memory, had caused all humans on Earth, except for the Divine Masters, to be wiped out. At that time, Jinga approached Subaru, wanting to know why he was sitting sadly on the beach alone. I fought my enemy here and won, but I couldn't stop him from activating his ultimate technique. I was too late, Subaru replied sorrowfully. You couldn't do it? You're just like me, aren't you? Jinga replied, stunned. The two sat next to each other, looking toward the ruined beach in front of them, both of their hearts filled with a complex mix of unspoken emotions. As of now, November 2023, Subaru is in the middle of performing a ritual to make Tsunemori Jinga his kin. As he sinks deep into the power Subaru has unleashed, Tsunemori Jinga feels a rush of energy flooding his body. It's as if his very senses are being awakened. And just like that, from this moment on, Tsunemori Jinga has become one of Subaru's kin. Everyone within his soul immediately speaks up to greet him in unison, leaving Tsunemori Jinga with a massive headache. This is how soul-based communication works. Think of it as a conversation among kin, where you can share your true thoughts freely. So you can be sure that everything you hear is 100% the truth, Shikishima explains. With Jinga's ritual finished, it's now Ruin's turn. Every time Subaru gains new kin, his power grows, but he never expected it to surge this violently, reaching an entirely different level. As he touches Ruin, he thinks, I see now, by becoming my kin, my true body in the world has grown much stronger. So this is what 45% feels like. As the master, you gain 10% from your kin. Huh? Ruin murmured. Subaru finally realized that this power didn't come from Ruin's split soul, but from his true physical body. That really is top tier. Turning others into your kin is Vanquish's ultimate technique. It's the one and only ability that strengthens both the kin and the master. That's the main reason why the Rainbow Kingdom achieved such a peak position. It truly was unbeatable in the later years. But now, with this new power, I can completely overwhelm both Safina and Varden. However, I won't do that. I've allied with you for a much greater cause, Ruin said. He then told Subaru and Jinga to hurry and sit on the silver star so he could take them to meet Vanquish. They zoomed off and arrived in a flash at Harasaka's apartment, where the whole group had gathered. Subaru quickly took out the blood key to open the portal to the Radiant Coast and immediately led the group through. As soon as they entered, Ruin's eyes widened when he realized this is the gathering place of souls, created using a highly advanced technique to form space within the underworld. No wonder I could never find Vanquish all this time. The manager can't see us here. Before I was defeated in my fight against the manager, I used the last of my strength to create this place and hide here. Although my power and status are gone, I'm still here. I've recovered 30% of my strength, Vanquish said as he approached from a distance, his body enveloped in a vast, abundant aura. Ruin felt a little intimidated and greeted Vanquish hesitantly, but Shikishima was bolder, walking straight up to shake Vanquish's hand. Amidst such a solemn atmosphere, the rest of the group was still rowdy and gossiping, which annoyed both Shikishima and Vanquish. They immediately barked at the group to shut up. Thanks to Subaru's blood cushion, everyone finally sat down in a row, all serious. Preparing for the meeting between the kings, Vanquish chuckled and revealed that not only Subaru and his kin but also the Rainbow Kingdom would be attending. Even though Ruin didn't like the brats from the Rainbow Kingdom, he had to endure it. At Vanquish's request, Subaru quickly stood up to explain to everyone there why they had to be part of that meeting. This is the main reason for this gathering. I demand the complete abolition of the portals leading to the underworld, Subaru declared firmly. Everyone was stunned, as if a gunshot had rung out past their ears. They couldn't believe Subaru would want to abolish the portals right in front of the kings at this meeting. The most agitated was Jinga. As soon as he heard that, he flew into a rage, stood up and shouted, wanting to know if that was even feasible. Seeing it encroach upon Earth day by day, this demand was perfectly reasonable. We will discuss the negotiation timeline with Ruin and the others soon, but before that, I will explain once more how we will deal with the coming disasters. Subaru replied powerfully. We have pushed back 3 disasters, but there are still 5 left. We can prevent the 5th and 6th disasters. Although we can't stop them, I know where they will happen and how to defeat them, so it's fine. Besides, we are currently stronger than our future selves. First, I will talk about the 5th disaster that happens after one reaches level 99. As soon as Subaru mentioned this, Sasaka flew into a rage, charging up lightning, swearing to stop it at all costs. Seeing that Najose Akira still didn't quite understand this disaster, Subaru patiently explained. It is a god lord whose body will be possessed by an automatic technique as soon as they reach level 99. By creating a loophole through a control technique similar to Ruin's, the owner of the gate can naturally step into the human world, and it faces no trouble dealing with the gate's limitations. You could say that thing is 1,000 times stronger than the 6-star boss and the soul fragment of Ruin. The one whose body was possessed is Amamiya Hazuki, Sasaka's older sister. Everyone was shocked when Subaru said this. Sasaka, on the other hand, had already gone mad, his body overflowing with killing intent. After losing her younger sister and being seriously injured, instead of waiting for her wounds to heal, Hazuki continued to go everywhere to level up until she reached level 99. The Royal Automatic Technique was born and began absorbing her soul and experience points to summon the Dragon King Gel. Poor Hazuki was turned into a monster from then on. The owner of Hazuki's Gate is the elder sister of the Silver Kingdom, Gel. But Ruin didn't think Gel would listen to him and stop. Now, to the real problem. The sixth disaster must not happen. The sixth disaster, the super earthquake, was supposed to be caused by my younger brother, Ariel Taiga, Subaru said, bowing his head. During the battle against the Black Party, which took place during the time of the Aurora Envoy King, the group couldn't defeat Taiga and Kokugashi. After that, Taiga's power erupted, accelerating the timeline of the six tectonic plates beneath Japan, thereby causing the super earthquake. Even though Taiga died in the timeline where the sixth disaster happened, the most important thing that Subaru could not explain is why the group was able to defeat Taiga and Kokugashi in this current timeline. Shikishima explained, perhaps because the path connecting to the future was split into 3 timelines. The timeline was split after Subaru obtained the memories of the Aurora Envoy King, and Taiga died before that happened. That means the splitting of the timeline happened even before Subaru met the Aurora Envoy King. Simply put, there is an X factor that changed the future before Subaru, but we don't know yet if it's an enemy or a friend. So that X factor is likely very close to us now, Subaru speculated. That's enough for today. Amamiya Sasaka, after swapping with Saza, hurriedly returned with the group through the portal earlier. Vanquish gently asked Subaru to stay a little longer to catch up. This team is so lively. The first time I met you, I never thought we could build such a big family. After all, we were both pretty beat up back then, Vanquish reminisced. You're right. Thinking back, we've improved very quickly in a short amount of time. At first, I only opened the gates to find the money, fame, and status stolen by Taiga. But after you told me to love myself and live happily, I started thinking differently. I cherish my friends and my companions, and I love myself when I'm with them. I want us to always walk the same path together. This strange adventure all stemmed from the Rainbow Gate. That's just a little bit more. I want to continue this journey, Subaru smiled and said. Vanquish also happily revealed that he believed one day Subaru would do the things he himself couldn't. This strange attitude of Vanquish left Subaru a bit confused. Vanquish then turned his back to bid Subaru farewell, promising to see him again in the underworld. In the underworld's Golden Kingdom, Safina, Queen of the Twilight aka the ruler of the Golden Kingdom, was soaking in the bath of clarity. She was interested in Subaru because of his peerless power. Safina gently asked her maid to send Subaru an invitation to appear at the meeting between the kings as a 111 guest after a week. At 11:35 p.m., Subaru was sleeping in bed when he was startled awake by a blinding light that suddenly appeared before him. After the light vanished, it left behind an invitation for Subaru to attend the meeting between the kings 3 days later. In the backyard of Hirosaka's apartment, the whole group gathered, fully present, wearing winter outfits that looked so flashy it made you sweat just looking at them. Subaru didn't even know if wearing that was okay, because the memories of the Aurora King didn't mention this meeting at all. Outside of the gates and that seat, Subaru had never been to the underworld before. Karen and Saza were also stumped about this underworld business. As the whole group stood there in confusion, suddenly, a golden gate appeared, dispelling all their doubts. Stepping out from within was a haughty golden knight. Subaru, I have come to take you. I am Isis, captain of the guard unit under the direct command of Queen Safina. It is an honor to be your escort. Isis introduced herself. Karen noticed she was younger than Safina, and Louis guessed perhaps she was a member of the new generation. After Subaru greeted her, Isis urged the group to hurry and step onto the business portal, as just one step would take everyone straight to the underworld. And it was indeed so. The underworld appeared before them, vast and majestic, all covered in pure white snow. Unlike your world, here you will see that the lands all follow a core. They lie scattered next to each other like a broken egg. They are all different kingdoms. The climate here is warmer when you approach the sun core at a close distance and colder when you move away from it. When a kingdom is near the sun, there are overlapping pieces of land that block the sunlight and cause a nighttime phenomenon there, Isis explained in response to the questions from Subaru's group. Shikishima noticed it was quite cold here, so he guessed correctly that they were quite far from the center. This is called the Outer Rim. Just as the name implies, this is the area furthest away. It goes very far, and beyond that is the final territory, Isis revealed. So, this isn't the Golden Kingdom? Najose Akira asks. What? Haha, of course not. That Golden Kingdom is the largest of the 6 lands, the one floating right over there, The underworld consists of over 200 kingdoms stretching along its core. However, contrary to the third king's expectations, unfortunately, all the other kings oppose his presence at this meeting. Subaru, you lot are nothing more than sacrifices to revive their souls. Many even consider your existence to be lower than a slave's. Isis, who was happily chatting just a moment ago, suddenly does a 180, sneering with arrogant contempt at Subaru's group. It makes them all boil with rage. She declares that she cannot accept the idea of letting Subaru's group appear at the gathering. With that, she suddenly glares and unleashes her golden wall technique, causing them all to tumble down toward the ground below like falling fruit. Isis's powerful 14th ultimate technique rips through the ice and snow, sending Subaru's group plummeting from a height of 10 meters. Because you are guests of the master, I won't kill you. However, you must prove to me that you deserve to participate in this gathering. The meeting will take place at the Palace of the Golden Kingdom. Be there on time. You have 72 hours. We will meet again. Try to survive. Isis utters these final words before her force teleports Subaru's group 1,000 kilometers away from their current location. Subaru, unfazed, smirks. See you again, Isis. His casual attitude irritates her. Although Subaru just said he would meet Isis soon, he never expected to be separated from everyone else. This place is too far for soul-based communication. He stands there, dazed, staring at a place that looks strangely familiar. A monster suddenly descends from the sky, charging straight at Subaru. He calmly swings his sword to parry. The force of their clash is immense. The impact shatters the rocks and earth around them with a deafening roar. Even though the monster keeps attacking, Subaru doesn't feel a hint of bloodlust or hostility in its strikes. That's what makes it so bizarre. As Subaru lands a powerful kick, the monster suddenly laughs and praises him, leaving him stunned. Want to know who I am? Come on. Have you forgotten? Even though you were the one who skewered me in such a miserable way, the monster bares its teeth and roars with laughter. Subaru still has no clue who it is. He can't remember who it is or what he did to it. The monster can't really blame Subaru's goldfish-like memory, as its own appearance has changed. But no matter, since he's forgotten, it'll introduce itself again. It is the kobold from the Canyon of Wind, Lam Wasama. Hearing that name, Subaru finally gasps in realization it's the boss of the second gate that he once entered. So, if it's this successful, what was the point of it even trying? Seeing Subaru recognize it, the kobold laughs happily and carries him on its back, dashing across the cliffs of the canyon. Candian explains, the second gate, or the prison of souls, is where those who commit crimes in the underworld are banished. Inside the gate, they still have the ability to regain their appearance and strength, but only in the place where they lived before they died. If the star count is lower, the chance of being revived is just as slim. The kobold explains until its mouth is tired, but Subaru doesn't seem to be listening much, as he's busy looking at the surroundings, which makes the kobold want to punch him. We were banished to the second gate and lost our speech and reasoning. Subaru finally understands everything and thinks to himself. The ability to exist again depends on the star count, similar to a phone's storage capacity. Future memory didn't tell me a single thing about this. Maybe it's because I'm in the underworld, so the protection features don't work? Seeing Subaru confused about where it's taking him, the kobold says it's bringing him to someone who told it he was here. The reason the kobold is so kind to Subaru is that, in the past, it was the one who skewered him, the strongest owner, which allowed it to return to its original form, so it wants to repay him. The kobold also reveals that the goblin leader is dead and has been banished to the gate once again. But that punishment is truly strange. Why do they struggle so hard to get a soul into the gate? Subaru asks, confused. It's because in the underworld, we can trade souls for energy and vice versa. If I say the civilization of the underworld is a civilization of techniques, then those feasible techniques act as a catalyst for a soul's function. But high-quality souls won't return to their world. Instead, they help the user gain even more benefits. Is that really true? A girl with hair as white as snow suddenly replies, making Subaru jump in surprise and leap off the kobold's back. An aura brushes past the bracelet on Subaru's arm, leaving him momentarily shocked by the strange sensation. As he gets closer to her, Subaru vaguely realizes she is the owner of the bracelet he received, the one who gave him power when the time loop was destroyed, the Queen of Aurora, Sybil. Isis's technique sends each person to a different location based on their luck, but it seems Amamiya Sasaka wasn't very lucky, being dropped right into this sweltering, volcanic lava zone. Before her stands a long-necked fire beast Gel, the Dragon King, and the one who caused the fifth disaster now roaring ferociously. I will make you erase that cursed technique of yours from your owner. Amamiya Sasaka sneers. The monster is a bit surprised to see Sasaka know its name and its owner, so it demands, "Who are you?" "My name is Well. I suppose I should use this name from now on." Sasaka smiles and shivers as she transforms. In a flash, she is draped in a flowing, blood-red outfit. I am one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, the Queen of Magtita, Judith. Sazaka speaks up. Meanwhile, Shikishima has been dropped into a bizarre hollow tree where he finds a blue-haired kid and a cold-eyed, crew-cut guy. They look just as strange as the place itself. This is the first time Shikishima has seen entities in the underworld with human forms, so he is a bit shy and bows respectfully to the kid. Seeing Shikishima has eyebrows like his own, the kid whispers to the crew-cut guy. Maybe Shikishima isn't a bad person. Surprised that Shikishima doesn't know who he is, the kid grandly introduces himself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings. Aka Esther, the Demon King, and the crew-cut guy is the King of Reverence, Tabbits. Hearing the title of being one of the 6 Kings, Shikishima can't help but be stunned and surprised. He feels it's just like Karen. Just then, Banabat, one of the 6 Kings, the Ghost King, and Maria, the Zombie King, appear in the cave, leaving Shikishima completely baffled. He's only just arrived in the underworld, and he's already met so many kings. It's all so sudden. Shikishima doesn't know where he is. This is the land of bronze, where you encounter a king every square meter and the gathering place of the 6 Kings. After finding out Shikishima is kin to the owner Vanquis, Maria laughs boisterously and declares right away that he is her junior, which makes Shikishima extremely flustered. Sitting around the wine tray with the group, Shikishima holds a cup in his hand, feeling lightheaded as if he's about to get drunk, even though he knows this wine doesn't taste good at all. Hey, Shikishima, you became kin while you were still alive, right? I don't sense a counterpart for you like Judith and Karen have. They will fight for you by switching souls. Esther asks. Seeing Shikishima doesn't know what a counterpart is, Esther offers that Shikishima can feel free to choose one of the 6 Kings to be his counterpart, but Shikishima has already passed out and is snoring away, so choosing is out of the question. Maria tells Esther to let Shikishima sleep, because if he can pass out from drinking her wine, it proves that both Shikishima's body and mind are completely exhausted. After asking Tobits to watch over Shikishima, Maria, feeling combative, tilts her head up to look at the cave entrance, staring at the swarms of monsters flying toward them with bloodthirsty eyes and the excitement brought on by the alcohol. Maria sneers, raises her hand to channel her power, and in a blink, she turns the whole lot of monsters into butter-fried snacks. Amamiya Sazaka is still in the Silver Kingdom, the lair of the Dragon King Gel, to solo the monster with her heat as an oven fire phoenix technique. She keeps unleashing attack after attack on its body. Gel is the king of the lava dragons, and on top of that, he is stronger than her. For an undead like her weakness is fire. This is looking bad. But how could I possibly retreat when I see Amamiya Sazaka-sama so devastated? Saza calmed herself down and unleashed her scorching Crimson Fist King technique. Vasuki, the core mother, followed suit with her own pseudo-fist, charging at the monster. A deafening explosion erupted, leaving the beast in utter shock. It never expected that the king of poison dragons, Vasuki, would be Saza's subordinate. To turn the monster into her own pawn, Saza threw the bloodthirsty Vasuki into the fray, knowing full well that dragons are easily provoked when taunted. Watching the two beasts roar and clash, Saza finally recovered her memories and the reason she was so loyal to Amamiya Sazaka-sama. She also remembered why she had lost her memories after becoming the polar opposite of Amamiya Sazaka-sama. Saza remembered that day, right after sweeping through the 2-star gate. She had reclaimed the wisdom and body she lost while trapped in a low-level gate. As she prepared to return to the underworld, Saza found Amamiya Sazaka lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood. The injuries were quite severe. At that moment, the door of the Vanquish, with its burning aura, appeared before Saza. Saza is wondering why Vanquish's owner hasn't turned Amamiya Sazaka into their kin yet. Reminiscing, she recalls the battle and finds herself deeply admiring Sazaka-sama from the bottom of her heart, her innocence, her recklessness, and her honesty. That is exactly why Subaru connected with her soul. Her undying loyalty to him and her profound gratitude for him, breaking the shackles that freed her from the portal, and now, that loyalty is no longer reserved for Subaru alone. It is fortunate that she lost her memories before being thrown into the portal. Otherwise, her former arrogant self would never have bonded with AI for long. She has learned so much over the past few days, and now she understands the meaning of remembering. She wants to help Subaru and all of her friends. From the depths of her heart, Amamiya Sazaka is overflowing with determination. She immediately orders Vasuki to take care of the Gel AI monster. But to everyone's surprise, it is Vasuki who gets handled by Gel's super furious king power. Just as Gel aims to switch targets to Saza with a high-level fire blast, Saza unleashes her final trump card by summoning the God of Thunder. Before even a second passes, a bolt of electricity crackling with power strikes Gel head-on from the sky, instantly knocking it out. It shudders in the massive electric current. Gel, enraged, demands to know why the God of Thunder is siding with Saza. That's a stupid question. The God of Thunder, kill him, snarls back. Because you made my precious student cry. A few minutes earlier, in the underworld where souls reside, the brilliant Coast, Kilim had been incessantly begging Vanquis to open the gate, but the answer was still no, because if Vanquis opened it, the Overseer would find him. Kilim didn't give up, promising to return soon because she desperately wants to save Sazaka's sister. It is too early for her to face the Dragon King. Living beings always test their limits. They always intend to break through to a new level. So if someone has to do it, it will be me, she thought, pouring out her heart. I have endured imprisonment in the portal for too long. But perhaps I was wrong about your expectations for Subaru. Vanquis, no, his requests. Are they similar to mine? Kilim wondered. Vanquis, finding Kilim's constant chatter and massive headache, finally gave in and opened the door to satisfy her. And that is why Kilim arrived here and sliced through Gel with her overwhelming firepower. The disaster was averted. With everything settled, Kilim returns, but Vanquis is nowhere to be seen. Instead, Sazaka is there, bowing respectfully to thank her. Seeing Sazaka's tears flowing like rain, Kilim couldn't stand it anymore and immediately flicked her forehead, demanding she stand up. She suggested that if Sazaka is her student, she should act like one. Sazaka follows Kilim, grinning ear to ear. Through their soul-linked conversation, Amamiya Sazaka secretly thanks Saza for saving her sister, but in reality, Saza also gains from this by turning Gel into her subordinate via the Master Core. Just then, the Silver King, Ruin, arrives from afar riding a flying beast. Seeing that Gel had already met his end before he could persuade him, he embarrassedly scratches his head. Sazaka hesitantly asks Ruin if it is okay that she accidentally sent the Silver Kingdom's citizen to the afterlife. Gel was extremely arrogant and hated by many, so he died unexpectedly. Ruin says, like a rogue, leaving Sazaka speechless. Now, according to Subaru's memories, it's about to start. Saza switches to serious mode, and together with Ruin, they prepare their stances, waiting for something to happen. On this side, Carrion has reached the Asham Castle in the Golden Kingdom. One of the 7 Fire Knights, Bazage, politely appears to welcome Carrion into the lounge before the meeting. But right at that moment, a subordinate rushes in to report that Safina is not in the castle, leaving everyone, including Carrion, stunned. Damn it, this is bad. Even if it starts earlier, Carrion blurts out in frustration, leaving the people around him completely clueless. Over at Subaru's side in the Rot Valley, currently, he is curious about how much of the future Sabuko can see. I cannot see in a wide range. Currently, for a human like you, I can only see things related to you, she says. The royal Toma light that I inherited from my beloved mother is limited to the range of people related to me. That is a technique that allows me to see their futures. I have no connection to you, but rather to Vanquis, your gatekeeper, the king of the Rainbow Kingdom. He is my father, Sibu says. Subaru is so shocked he's practically stunned. It is way beyond his imagination. The person my father expects to break through isn't me or my sister, but a human. Interesting, isn't it? That soul machine. I want to prove it with my own eyes at the final moment of my life, Sibu says. Then she calls for Varden, and the unruly man appears. Subaru knows this event is the first invasion. It wasn't me or my sister, but a human. How interesting, right? That soul machine, I want to prove it with my own eyes in the final moments of my life, Subaru said, then summoned Varden, the man who appeared amidst a thunderous roar. Subaru knew this event was the first invasion, a massacre caused by a large number of entities from the underworld at the hands of the Overseer's vanguard army. The reason Subaru knows about the meeting between the kings and its timing, based on memories from his future, is because the meeting did not happen. Due to the third invasion by the Overseers, the meeting didn't take place, and the underworld was destroyed once again. That was the beginning of the end. But don't make it the final moment of your life, Sibu. I will make them continue to hold that meeting. That's why we're here. Subaru strongly declares. An event caused by the Overseers, the first invasion with the goal of massacring the citizens of the Silver, Gold, and Copper Kingdoms in the underworld, as well as reducing the number of gate owners and divine hosts in reality. After the death of his gate owner, the Dragon King Gel, Amamiya Hazuki lost her power and became an ordinary person. But what if that the death of a gate owner affects a series of other divine hosts? Humans will lose the only way they have to fight against the power of the gate, and the only thing waiting for them will be death and extinction. The Overseer's strategy kills 2 birds with 1 stone. They sent 30,000 troops to the Gold, Silver, and Copper Kingdoms. Varden, the king of the Red Earth Kingdom, will take care of about half of this place. His technique has excellent defensive properties. Anyway, I wish you luck, Subaru. I don't have the ability to fight, so that's that, Sibu says, then turns away, leaving Subaru standing there with strength surging, accompanied by a promise to protect her. Unexpectedly, right at that moment, Kobo gets bloodthirsty and charges at the army ahead, aggressively unleashing power with a vow not to let them violate his home. Kobu's wind-slashing move just came down, but was instantly countered by the army's technique, knocking him flat on his face, coughing up blood, unable to stand. Subaru has to pull the foolish kid back and personally steps up to attack each one of them, the whole army of theirs. Subaru's blazing forget-and move is unleashed relentlessly, covering an entire space. Over at Asham Castle in the Golden Kingdom, Carrion is also busy with his king mode, unleashing immense power to go solo directly against that army. Immersed in dark power, with lethal fists, Carrion takes advantage of the situation, pouring all his strength into slamming them, shaking heaven and earth. Bazage, standing nearby, is a bit heartbroken, fearing Carrion might even bring the castle down, but seeing this boiling, fighting spirit, Bazage decides to unleash his seventh technique. Seeing the soldiers smashed to pieces, Carrion excitedly continues to add a few terrifying, earth-shattering explosions, making Isis boil with anger. At the Silver Kingdom, the Dragon King Gel's lair, Amamiya Sazaka, with Gel's help, is also busy unleashing fire to handle the army. Ruin also appears to help, with his abundant strength and his aggressive imperial army. Standing from afar, looking at the chaotic battlefield, Ruin smirks, feeling somewhat satisfied with his new strength as well as secretly thanking Subaru. Back at the Red Earth Kingdom's royal garden, Subaru has arrived just in time to support Varden with his explosive forget and move while fighting close quarters with the soldiers, leaving Varden extremely surprised to see the enemy troops being cooked under Subaru's power. Cebu finally believes he has received 10% of the Silver King's power. The scene of devastation, filled with sacred fire and smoke before their eyes, makes Cebu feel as if she's looking at a scene in hell. I'll look after the rest of the territory for you, but the boss will be here soon. Let's fight together. King of the Red Earth, Subaru says to Varden. Unexpectedly, at this very moment, the boss, Hito Kotetsu, has truly appeared. That really is a supernatural chill, Subaru says, making Kotetsu a bit surprised because he didn't think Subaru knew him. Of course, Subaru must know him because he is the one who will kill him in the future of the Aurora King. Before Kotetsu can say anything more to Subaru, Varden, with a hot temper, immediately fires his firepower and charges at him, ignoring Subaru's attempt to stop him. He is the one who sowed destruction upon my land. I will bring justice as a king, Varden shouts, slapping his chest. In his own dazzling aura, he unleashes the mistletoe technique, powerfully shooting an arrow aimed at Kotetsu. Kotetsu is quick-witted and takes out a D-rank item, a paper doll, successfully helping him take the full force of the fierce arrow from Varden. After using a low-level item to take the bad luck for him, Kotetsu finally unleashes his god-slaying technique to summon the god of war. Fierce Mars launched a direct attack on Varden. Though Varden was severely wounded, he remained sharp-tongued and short-tempered. It seemed it wouldn't be easy for Kotetsu to take him down. Refusing to give up, Kotetsu used an A-rank item, Quarter Psalm. Muttering a spell while drawing a curse with his hand, he engulfed Varden in flames. Burning with rage, Ikuhana frantically charged in, but Kotetsu used the fire god's Vulcan to pin her down within the sea of fire. Seeing Ikuhana in danger, Varden rushed over, only for Kotetsu to trap him in chain bind. In this desperate situation, Varden could only weakly ask Subaru for help. After receiving Varden's consent to join forces, Subaru gently swung his black katana, Ignis, cutting through Kotetsu's giant hand in a flash. Seeing his giant hand destroyed for the first time, Kotetsu was slightly shocked. Neither of them was willing to give an inch. They kept lunging at each other, trading blows, but remained evenly matched. After witnessing Subaru's impressive short-range blood-based slashes, Kotetsu asked for his name and checked the system board to see who exactly this skilled guy was. In this event, the managers designated you as an add-on character for the Salvation Blood Saint. It's rare to run into a Japanese enemy. I'm not really interested in them. What matters is how I'm going to take you down. Theoretically, when facing an enemy without any combat data, I can test various methods to find your weakness. There are still 5 minutes left before the attack ends. I'll take good care of you, Subaru, Kotetsu said, glaring. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Kotetsu was engulfed by Subaru's fog of war and took a heavy punch, coughing up blood. You said there were 5 minutes left, right? Maybe in that timeline, you could do it. But in this timeline, don't even think about defeating me in such a short time, Subaru coldly declared. The future of King Aurora was utterly tragic. The entire Kanto region was wiped out in the first and second disasters, and the number of god lords was halved. In the third disaster, at the hands of the separated soul of Ruin, both Saza and Sazaka were annihilated simultaneously. When the fourth disaster struck, Shikishima and Karen both perished. By the fifth disaster, no one could defeat Gel after he fulfilled his wish. Next was the sixth disaster, a strike directly onto Japan that left the whole country paralyzed. The seventh disaster caused the extinction of humanity, except for the god lords. And finally, Vanquist passed away. Subaru's connection with his master was instantly severed at that moment, and the god Lord Power vanished absurdly. A brilliant door suddenly appeared before Subaru. From within, Cebu painfully broke the news of Vanquish's death to Subaru, leaving him utterly shocked and screaming in denial. It seemed that the managers had chosen our world as a target for erasure. They were the ones who created the clock in the sky to harvest the souls of countless worlds' higher-tier entities that transcended the norm. It won't be long before they begin invading the underworld. Even so, I still want to hold out until the end. How about you, Subaru? Cebu asked. And just like that, Subaru decided to fight alongside Cebu and became the owner of King Aurora until the sky tore open and the executor appeared. The Gladius army arrived, and the remaining god lords linked up to fight to the bitter end. Under their brutal attack, Tsunemori Jinga sacrificed himself to protect Subaru. Left alone in the chaos, Subaru was in agony, not knowing what to do next because even Cebu had left him to follow Tsunemori Jinga. Seeing Subaru wailing on the ground, Kotetsu approached him. Subaru, you must be the boss of this world, right? There's no escape. You're just wasting your time, Kotetsu said. Who are you, anyway? What kind of monster are you? Where did you come from? And why are you attacking this world? Subaru screamed in fury, but Kotetsu was no longer interested in talking to Subaru and just wanted to finish him right there. No, I will fight to the very last minute until my soul completely fades away, Subaru roared, summoning all his strength to return to the present. Subaru and Kotetsu stood face to face, eyes locked, preparing to eliminate each other. Kotetsu's fire god, Vulcanus, and Subaru's blood mold quickly merged, creating a super powerful sea of fire. Kotetsu used the god thief, Mercurius, intending to sneak attack Subaru from behind, but Subaru used his blood shield to counter. A technique that increases speed. I didn't see this in the future. Subaru silently assessed Kotetsu's previous move. Kotetsu's core technique, God's Den, allowed him to describe the concepts of Greek and Roman mythological gods. This technique was quite versatile as he could use any type of attack, but even more terrifying was his sub-technique. The main reason why Subaru, in the future, was defeated by Kotetsu was because he had negated his flames with his blood. So, if Subaru accelerated with Mercurius, he might be able to grasp his weakness. But now, Alcisha, this sub-technique of Kotetsu would not be able to harm Subaru again. With Kotetsu's genius combat skills combined with Subaru's sub-technique, Kotetsu could easily counter any attack and record it. The only way for Subaru to defeat him was to attack with a move he had never seen before. Subaru said and did it, immediately drawing the god-slaying blade, the war god Mass, and unleashed a violent strike. Kotetsu was slightly caught off guard by the massive energy enveloping Subaru. After unleashing the dragon's sharp blade, Subaru also utilized the power of the Harasaka relative to fight alongside him, causing the quality of his technique to skyrocket. I didn't expect you to still have tricks up your sleeve. You are indeed strong, Kotetsu remarked. At the lair of the withered sacred tree in the Bronze Maria Kingdom, they were explaining to Shikishima about an attack from people of another world. Finding one human world means they will find a second, and then a third. Usually, I'd think there are others like me, to talk about the proximity between worlds. The world with the potential to connect to others is your human world, but that will draw a lot of attention. High probability, the managers and the rest are all in one world that they can control. The remaining places, according to the game rules, might be a corporation creating and selling these types of games. What they do is just business. Even if this attacker is an AI, it's highly likely that they are playing by rules similar to your world. Maria pointed directly at Shikishima and affirmed strongly. In the past, one day, portals allowing Kotetsu to cross through different dimensions appeared all over the world. At the same time, a time limit appeared right in the sky. The time for the game to start had been announced to Kotetsu. You have been chosen to become a god lord to protect the world. You are a member of the criminal squad. You will travel through different portals with your teammates. Then please conquer other worlds. If successful, you will receive rare items. If not, you will be punished. The system stated the conditions. Kotetsu's team was chosen by the management and called God Lords to defeat the bosses from the portals. The whole group kept fighting to level up. There were times when the places they invaded or were invaded saw them win or lose. Kotetsu continued this game with his life for 8 years, and after all that, only Kotetsu remained as the strongest God Lord in the world. To be invited to the Underworld Conquest event, Kotetsu, we have a question for you. Why do you fight even though the destruction of this world was already destined? The game system girl asked Kotetsu curiously. Do you just create games and leave them there? I just want to see how far I can go in this life, even though I sometimes gamble my own opportunities to get rare items. To me, conquering is just something I do well and enjoy doing, Kotetsu replied. Back to the Red Earth country in the current underworld, Subaru, with the power of the Hirasaka relative, was surging more than ever. Subaru's plan was to attack Kotetsu with a move he had never seen before. Meanwhile, what Kotetsu was thinking about now was nothing but destroying Subaru perfectly. After much thought, Kotetsu decided to attack Subaru with an element capable of weakening him from behind, so Kotetsu chose to wield the handpin, iron on his hand, rushing headlong into the mercurious move that Subaru unleashed. Both fought fiercely. The firepower shot out wildly, but neither could win. If our strengths are equal, then I, who can adapt to the best technique, will win, Kotetsu thought to himself, then quickly unleashed the Osaka technique. He intended to swing it unexpectedly, but it was blocked by Subaru and his countless traditional techniques. In the moment of being cornered, Kotetsu had to unleash the 1,000 technique, the move that had shattered Olak's weapon before, making Subaru freeze for a few seconds. Just as I thought, your swordsmanship has changed since you held that black sword, but I have already memorized it, Kotetsu said, then continued to strike Subaru relentlessly. His attacks were incredibly heavy and sharp, forcing Subaru to grit his teeth and break into a cold sweat to defend himself. Finally, he was beaten and sent flying 10 meters away. Fortunately, just before fading away, Subaru managed to wield his black katana and gently summon a second sword for himself. This black sword would cause corrosion and decomposition, and just like that, at this very moment, Subaru continuously spun, unleashed attacks, creating countless sword slashes flying across the sky and enveloping. At that very moment, Kotetsu recalled several ultimate techniques to counter the attack, but they were all instantly cancelled out. Subaru was the opponent with the most resources Kotetsu had ever seen. He was certain he would use that last attack to take another step forward because he believed Subaru was a formidable opponent, and indeed, despite losing an arm, Kotetsu still chose to defy Subaru's attack. A thrust of his sword successfully left Subaru gut-spilled. A complex and flashy attack. You're the first boss to actually make me have fun, but it looks like you have to end the game early. I've seen that move of yours once, and I've already memorized it. Don't even think about playing me twice, Kotetsu thought to himself, then lunged forward to land another critical hit on Subaru right where the previous wound was. Subaru could only stare in shock as he fell, vague images of the future flashing in his mind. In that shift of fate, although Kotetsu had managed to strike Subaru, he still didn't understand why the image of Subaru holding two swords in his hands hadn't entered his memory. And just like that, at this very moment, Subaru suddenly surged forward and punched Kotetsu straight in the chest, a 10,000 arrows strike with insane, critical damage. This was a technique that could only be used in vampire state, consuming a portion of his MP, and could only be used once. 10,000 arrows was a technique Subaru was taught by Vanquist to counter Kotetsu, and it was also Subaru's strongest technique at the moment. Kotetsu, caught off guard, couldn't react and could only stand there, stunned and bewildered. The 10,000 arrows unleashed countless flashes of lightning roaring through the sky, followed by an explosion as bright as fireworks on New Year's Eve. It tore through space and utterly destroyed the area, causing Kotetsu's soul to leave his body right then and there. Watching Kotetsu die, pulverized before his eyes, Subaru felt like he was finally the one conquering. Before dying, Kotetsu could only gasp. Incredible. Then, he was immediately swept away by the wind, logging out of Earth. Varden and Ikuhana witnessed the horrific scene before them and couldn't help but marvel at Subaru's power. Even Kotetsu's soldiers had long since logged out permanently before him. With Kotetsu taken care of, Subaru clutched his wounds. Junjin approached and asked Varden to help call for a healer. Subaru looked like he was about to kick the bucket on the spot. Luckily, Ikuhana was there, and she immediately began healing him with enthusiasm. Subaru heard Ikuhana mention the past and suddenly remembered that he had once tapped her head with his black katana. To meet again here, it was truly fate. I never expected a human could be this strong, Ikuhana marveled. According to the stats, the third king is even stronger than me. I simply came here fully prepared. Kotetsu is a god lord from a different world than ours, Subaru explained. He is one of those conquerors who occasionally come here from other worlds. All of their unidentified items are extremely difficult to deal with. I have to admit, if you weren't here, I might have been defeated, Varden said solemnly. Subaru laughed shyly because, in reality, he knew from the future that the old man had indeed been defeated. Subaru had just been healed by Ikuhana, when Kotetsu's voice suddenly rang out from behind, making them all jump. Regardless of whether there's any chance left, I have to return to my world now. Kotetsu was surprisingly calm and composed, as if he hadn't just been asleep. He walked straight towards Subaru, making everyone's heads spin. Varden led the charge with a Ganjin strike directly at Kotetsu, but it had absolutely no effect. Because he was simply a resurrection item, nothing more. It's useless. I'm in a period of retreat where I'm invincible, Kotetsu replied calmly amidst the chaos. Now he had to leave because he had exceeded his time limit. He mentioned that perhaps he would be punished for his failure in confronting Subaru. Subaru asked Kotetsu about the managers, but he basically didn't know anything about them from the start. I really look forward to meeting you again, Subaru. I've memorized the movement that killed me at the last minute. Next time, I won't lose, Kotetsu smirked, making a promise before instantly dissolving like sea foam. On the other side, because Kotetsu failed to conquer the target, he had to face punishment from the system. But suddenly, the system issued a red alert, a glitching warning. Kotetsu, run away, because a gate from another world is about to open. As it spoke, the system suddenly blurred and shattered into fragments before Kotetsu's confused eyes. In the sky, a crack began to form, revealing a blood-red eye staring intensely, terrifyingly so. Kotetsu realized he had to fight this thing. They seem strong, but that doesn't change anything. No matter who my opponent is, I just need to conquer them, Kotetsu pridefully told himself. The state of Kotetsu's life or death was still unknown. On Subaru's side, Ikuhana was asking Varden for permission to reward Subaru by escorting him to the Golden Kingdom. Though appreciative of Ikuhana's kindness, Subaru had to decline because the King of Aurora had already given him information via this bracelet. Someone would come to pick him up soon. Just as Subaru finished speaking, Safina, riding her red earthbird, gently descended from the sky to pick up Subaru before everyone's shocked eyes. Sybil had previously warned Subaru to be careful with Safina because she had intentions of marrying him. Safina was giggling, reaching out her hand for Subaru to take. This love-struck act made Subaru break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a bird appeared near Varden, emitting a blinding golden light. The moment he saw it, the old man recognized Safina. His face immediately soured. Why did you come here? Standing beneath the giant bird, Safina stood slowly. She looked triumphant. Because of my mistake, I've had to fly everywhere to find Subaru and his people. Hearing that, Subaru and Ikuhana listened silently while Safina continued. I came here in person to apologize. Subaru gave a wry smile and spoke up. You don't look like you want to apologize at all. Safina glared slightly and replied calmly. You fool. I dragged you into this fight, so no matter what you think, I must apologize. Hearing that, the old man exploded with anger at her unreasonable nature. She spoke up casually. Don't be so hasty. Red Earth, we're going to have a meeting soon. Safina gently raised her hand with a flicker of a smile at everyone. If I had to kill someone like you with my own hands, it would be boring. Immediately, her magic manifested alongside a gust of wind, spreading so quickly that Ikuhana had to instinctively cover her face, while Subaru saw this and smiled in satisfaction. Varden squinted with rage. This brat. Safina spoke softly. Come on, Subaru. Riding my subordinate, Simo, is very comfortable. Simo, hearing her command, understood and lowered his back, bowing. She was feeling very combative. Shall we continue our conversation? About our future? Subaru said, his voice stiff. Please, save it. Safina laughed. Well, that won't do. As Simo took flight into the vast sky, Safina's voice rang out. Subaru, there are two things I need to apologize to you for. She carefully explained. First, about Isis. Even though I assigned her the duty of receiving you within 4 days of your arrival, the girl acted on her own. Subaru listened silently, contemplating her explanation. It seems she planned it all in secret. Safina looked troubled. But because I can sense whenever the Great Gate is used, I could guess roughly what happened. The girl is indeed talented, but when emotions get the better of her, she becomes reckless. Subaru recalled the actions Isis had taken before. Now he understood that the things Isis did earlier were not permitted by Safina, but were entirely her own intention. Safina remained polite. Forgive her for me, will you? She cares about me too much, so sometimes she acts foolishly on her own. She laughed as she spoke. By tomorrow, I'll be there. Subaru looked at her, confused, and asked, You've already forgiven her. She let out a strange sound and nodded. Thanks to Isis, you protected Varden and defeated the Conqueror, making him suffer the consequences. Safina lowered her voice. Actually, I should be praising her. Subaru nodded as well. Praising someone for disobeying your orders? She stepped forward gently. Everything in this world revolves around amusement. Safina spread her arms wide and said loudly, When you become a king, if you just live according to your own whims, you will never improve. She spoke with a firm voice. Moreover, fate is my own natural domain. Hearing that, he was taken aback. Mumbling, Fate, Safina continued. So, what is good and what is bad? No one knows until they try to explore it in the future. Her tone did not change, and her expression remained cheerful, unless you can predict the future. This left Subaru stunned. Safina emitted an enchanting glow and carefully continued. Regarding what has happened, it doesn't matter. Let me just enjoy it. Subaru was surprised. Safina, This king, if I'm not mistaken, during the first disaster, she let me go because she found me interesting. That was when Safina met him for the first time and said, "You seem like you're more than just a special god lord like we thought." She was exactly that type of king, how interesting. However, he felt puzzled. Wait a minute, why does she sound so much like Vanquis? Suddenly, Safina spoke up. I found the others and brought them back. Subaru's eyes widened in shock. Safina, along with her subordinate Simo, had traveled to various locations to rescue them. Once they mounted Simo's spirit, they were transported directly to the Golden Kingdom. Subaru gulped and asked, "Thank you." "So, what was the other thing you wanted to apologize for?" She replied, "It's about Kokugashi." Subaru was startled and attentive. Safina explained, "You know, we have the authority to intervene with the gates and portals to the human world and the Golden Kingdom. Silver and Copper have the techniques to use the gates. So, even though Kokugashi was ordered to collect information under the guise of a supplementary treaty, it seems someone instigated him." Subaru looked grave. Who on earth could it be? He suddenly thought, "Don't tell me it's that person. Is it X, the one who can change the future before me?" A glimmer of light flashed in Safina's eyes. "I see. It is indeed the one who always craves information most." Subaru froze, overly shocked. Suddenly, Safina leaned her hand against the back of Subaru's chair, making him jump. Now, she was face to face with him. A hint of a smile played on her lips. "You will exchange information with me." In her eyes, a strange yellow symbol seemed to glow. "I can tell that the information you hold is very valuable. Moreover, there are countless other lives in your hands." Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, a line of text appeared. Was that a prophecy about King Aura's future? He looked straight at her, thinking, she knows this much? No, she was seeing right through him. This must be the mind-reading technique. At this moment, Safina's lips curled into a faint smile. A mind-reading technique? It's written all over your face. Subaru started and hurriedly touched his face. Safina suddenly burst out laughing. "I was just guessing." Subaru was stunned, his mouth hanging open. Safina waved her hand. "I don't have a technique like that." She pointed 2 fingers at her head. "If I have a special technique in battle, it's risk calculation, or in other words, my keen intuition." Subaru sat there, puzzled. "Intuition?" She touched him. "That intuition tells me that if I were to marry you, everything would become much more interesting." Safina narrowed her eyes strangely and offered an even stranger condition: "Be my husband." Subaru was silent, deep in thought. Finally, he sighed. "I politely refuse." She gave a friendly laugh. "I'm not giving up yet." At the spirit's throne, both Amamiya Sasaka and the guy standing next to him were surprised, looking in one direction. It was Van San, and she was sitting there sobbing. Seeing this, they asked, "What's wrong, Van San?" Van San buried her face in her hands and wailed. "Amamiya Sasaka, what? What do you think about your childhood friend marrying the person who owns them?" Amamiya Sasaka was confused. "As long as they love each other, isn't that enough?" Van San cried even harder. "Ugh, love." At this moment, the entire space turned white, drowning in all sorts of chaos. "I don't recognize it." Seeing something strange, the other two were surprised and couldn't understand what was happening. And then, in another space, Isis was calmly walking forward when she heard a noise behind her. It was Subaru and Safina greeting her warmly. Isis also managed a stiff smile, and then a machine from Safina's hand slammed into her head. Subaru watched and gave a strange smile. Suddenly, something caught his eye, an entire pair of wings spreading across the sky, slowly descending. On top of each large bird stood people. The teammates who had been separated had reunited at the Golden Kingdom. Safina struck her head hard. Subaru, witnessing this, gave a strange smile. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A pair of wings spread across the sky and slowly descended. People stood atop giant birds. The teammates who had been separated were finally reuniting in the Kingdom of Gold. Together with Ariel and Subaru, they arrived at the Gathering of the Kings, with no one missing. The Gathering of the Kings was an event with the presence of over 200 different kingdoms to discuss issues affecting the entire underworld, including politics, economy, social, cultural, educational, and many other matters. The 3 kings would take turns deciding the venue for the conference, which would last for 10 days. Hearing this, the girl looked puzzled and asked, 10 days? Isn't that a bit too long? The boy replied, "That's short. The meetings between nations held annually in our world last for 2 months or more." The main goal of Ariel and Subaru in participating in this session was to convince the underworld to abolish all portals connecting to the human world. Subaru quietly followed behind Isis. At the production site of the Golden Kingdom Palace, the Eternal Tower, he looked up and said, "This place reminds me of the place where I fought Ulake." Isis frowned and replied, "It seems it is the same place. After all, The landscapes inside the gates are based on the places where the boss once lived. Looking at her, he thought that Isis had been ordered by Safina to act as the session's guard as a punishment. Subaru also suddenly realized, now that I think about it, he said things like that too, didn't he? The only ones allowed to participate in this session were always the kings. Ariel and Subaru's loved ones waited in a place quite far away. One of them pointed at their forehead, frustrated. Sigh, because I have spirit communication. I can still hear what's happening. The other person made a helpless face. It's a good thing we have that. I honestly thought Ariel wouldn't be able to get through the meeting on her own. Subaru was like, why wouldn't she? A guy with dark circles under his eyes also chimed in, that's right. Subaru was a bit disappointed. Oh? A woman gave a wry smile, because he's not good at dealing with others. Subaru heard this and couldn't say a word. Just then, a guy with half-pink hair spoke up. According to the upgraded future of Cebu, Subaru will be allowed to participate. It will be on the 10th day, also the final day. The little guy's speech, of course, is about abolishing the portals connecting to the human world. Ruin will accept this proposal. Vorden will refuse, while Safina will remain neutral. The result, the gates will be banned until a decision is reached. He said this while holding up 2 fingers. There are 2 problems here. First, there's a high possibility that the administrators will notice the portals have been banned, which will lead to a change in the game's rules. The other problem is an uncertain variable that even the upgraded future couldn't predict. Hearing that, Subaru immediately thought, conflict, right? The guy gritted his teeth and nodded. Yeah, I don't know if it will actually happen, he replied, Shikishima-san. So that means Subaru hesitated for a moment and asked, I can freely do whatever I want until after the 9th day, right? Shikishima-san looked hesitant. I guess so. In his glasses, a reddish glare flickered. Just pray. Pray that they agree to eliminate the portals connecting to the human world. Subaru said happily, yes, I understand. Hearing this conversation, a few others felt uneasy and thought, Shikishima-san, you're saying that nonsense just to distract him, aren't you? Shikishima-san, as if hit on the mark, replied, should I tell the kid to go to sleep instead? Just then, the large door from the outside opened, revealing 2 figures, Isis and Subaru. He remained silent with a worried expression. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he witnessed the scene ahead. Inside the Eternal Tower, there were several circular objects with fan-like flower patterns carved on them, hovering in the air. Subaru was amazed. So this is where everything happens. A large circular object descended. Isis cautiously signaled, you, sit here. The height of each chair was based on the rank of each kingdom. Queen Safina had given him a higher position. Subaru was a bit hesitant. Height? Suddenly, someone spoke up with an unfriendly remark. Hey, move aside, human. This caught his attention. It was a young man with his hands in his pockets, standing in a very arrogant posture. As soon as Isis saw him, she furrowed her brow. She raised her voice, full of reproach. Don't you think it's rude to tell one of the other guests at the meeting to move aside? The companions of Subaru were speechless. Isis actually said that. All the guests were sent elsewhere by Isis as soon as they met. Verde, the king of greenery, rank 19, heard this and gritted his teeth, annoyed. My rank is much higher, so I should go first, that's all. Though Isis was annoyed inside, He's right, she still had to be as polite as possible on the outside. Please, go ahead. His footsteps slowly walked past. As he walked, Verde grumbled, so undisciplined. Seeing him on the chair and flying up, she stood below, hating that she couldn't tear him apart. Damn Nouveau Ridge Kingdom. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, making Subaru turn to look. It was 3 more guests. So, you're the human everyone is talking about, referring to him. Among them, Raken, the king of red, rank 25, looked at Subaru and frowned suspiciously. Is he the important one? Hey, Kamina, are you sure? He looks weaker than I thought. Kamina, the king of blue, rank 23, just darkened his face and didn't reply. Then, Lute, the king of orange, rank 22, smiled and asked, well, just leave it to Kamina, okay? Then the 3 of them went to the chairs before Subaru. Startled, I turned around and noticed that Isis didn't look too good. My anger flared up. You should head to your seat too, Ariel-sama, I said. Subaru felt dissatisfied deep down. She really hated these prominent kingdoms, didn't she? As the chairs began to rise and hover within the tower. One by one, everyone had arrived and was waiting. Subaru looked at his chair, tilting his head in thought. Each seat belonged to a king of a kingdom, and there were still a few empty ones. It seemed they couldn't all make it here. He was startled by a voice. Someone else had chimed in. Ruin. Most dragons wouldn't fit in this place. It's the same for many of the kings who can't enter to sit. They use an item to speak on their behalf. It's the whispering light communication item. Subaru nodded in amazement. I understand. The person across from him rested their chin on their hand, even without making a sound, through the item. They continued. Hey, everyone with you represents smaller, less influential kingdoms under the management of the three sovereigns. That kingdom, Kokugashi, is one of them. The new king of the Black Kingdom, Kokugashi, with a level of 176, sat there waiting attentively. Beside him was the king of Aurora, named Sibu, with a level of 142. Subaru was momentarily surprised. Oh, even Sibu is here? The person across from him smiled slightly and pointed. There are also those above you, the more powerful kingdoms, the green, red, sky blue, and orange kingdoms as well. He looked toward the colorful chairs. Those were the powerful kingdoms with significant influence at present, including Vere, Raken, who was waiting with his chin on his hand, Kamina with a calm expression, and Lute, who was waiting in anticipation. They were a group of cunning youths. The person continued to introduce them happily, and then the three sovereigns, including me, sitting in the highest positions. Subaru smiled and nodded. Thank you for explaining it so simply. The person gave a cryptic smile. Thanks to you sharing about Aurora's future upgrades, it helped me a lot too. Honestly, I've been looking forward to this meeting. Hearing that, he paused and gave a wry smile. I'm actually feeling nervous about it. Suddenly, someone raised their voice, causing one of the three sovereigns to jolt in surprise. Ruin, one step above, was a silhouette radiating a blinding light, making this person gasp. Her intuition was sharp, the corner of her lips twitched slightly. You seem quite happy, don't you? The one named Ruin thought to herself. If she finds out I'm close to Subaru-kun, it'll be trouble. She turned back, smiling awkwardly. It's just that I'm in a good mood today. The woman's sharp gaze swept over her. Is that so? I actually thought you were having a very pleasant conversation with Subaru, right? Ruin could only laugh it off, while Subaru was astonished by the woman's keen observation. Ruin laughed out loud. It's just because I haven't seen him in a long time. But in her heart, she was thinking. That was terrifying. Looking at the woman, he briefly thought, she must have proposed to Subaru-kun too, right? I can't be sure. Under Subaru's gaze, that powerful king spoke up. Now, the time has come. Let's begin. She sat nonchalantly on the seat of power. I am very happy to see almost everyone present here to participate in the annual meeting between the kings, while Subaru continued to hold his ground, muttering to himself repeatedly, I demand the abolition of the portals connecting to the human world. I demand the abolition of the portals connecting to the human world. Meanwhile, she continued her speech. At this moment, I have a total of 217 topics compiled by the kingdoms, so I must organize everything during the meeting. I ask for everyone's cooperation. However, Verdi's hand went up, cutting her off. I have an objection. This caused all the kings present to focus their attention in one direction. Verde gritted his teeth and said, I have an urgent matter to address. The three youths, Lute, Kamina, and Raken, were listening quite leisurely, while Subaru kept muttering that same sentence. I demand the abolition of the portals connecting to the human world, and Ruin was resting her chin on her hand, looking bored. The powerful king calmly spoke up, King of the Green. I am still speaking. However, her eyes flashed with a sharp glint. This gaze belonged to Safina. Is your issue really urgent enough to interrupt me? Subaru kept muttering, wanting to go crazy. I demand the abolition of the portals connecting to the human world. Verde nodded slightly. Yes. All four kingdoms, green, red, sky blue, and orange demand that the three sovereigns abolish the portals connecting to the human world. As he was muttering the exact same thing, hearing that, he gasped in surprise. The corners of Safina's lips curled up into a cryptic smile. The gazes of Ruin and Varden suddenly narrowed. Lute smiled optimistically. Oh my. Verde stood on the large chair and shouted loudly. What's the problem, Ariel Subaru? You're standing down there, you should control yourself. Perhaps your actions just now were a bit over the top. Verde laughed coldly. Is that not what you humans want? Ah, Subaru froze. He knew his name and his purpose too. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as he realized, is he an important person? Hey, Kamina, are you sure about this? Raken's words drifted into his ears, along with Kamina's reaction. Then came Lute's voice. Well, just leave it all to Kamina, okay? Subaru stood still, unable to believe it. In the room of Subaru's friends and acquaintances connected through this mascot, Ariel, one of them, had a headache. Why is it completely different from the future we know? Another one was completely confused. Why would someone from the underworld want the portal abolished? Someone else closed their eyes, thinking about something. Shikishima suddenly spoke up. Hey, Subaru, do you think like he does? Subaru looked up, dazed. Yes, this situation is almost like a conflict, a collision. between two people who both have the ability to predict the future. He looked at Kamina. Among the people there, one of those four had the special technique of predicting the future. I guess it's the king of the sky blue kingdom. Shikishima said seriously, it's good that you know so much. The goal of these kingdoms is to use my request to increase their own influence, not actually to abolish the portals. The eyes of the group narrowed. Shikishima made a disgusted face. Do you dare to look down on us humans? Lute looked hesitant. This is getting interesting. Shikishima gave a faint smile. I've been wanting to test my technique. From this moment on, we will fight against the kings of these emerging kingdoms in a battle between logic and prediction. At this point, the man turned to Shikishima and asked, a battle between logic and prediction? The young man with dark circles under his eyes was startled. Shikishima looked at the kings indirectly. If the king of the sky blue kingdom has requested to abolish the portal like that, then I have to cooperate with them, right? Shikishima gritted his teeth. Just wait and see. Subaru, on this side, was frowning with a serious expression. Vertus spoke up loudly at this moment. O kings who have gathered together today, although you know of the existence of the portals and doors, I bet you do not know what their structure is like. He stood on the hovering chair, arms wide open, and said in a confident tone, we, the leaders of these four kingdoms, will explain it to you. Even so, Kamina directed his gaze at his two friends below him with an unpleasant expression. Rakan looked very expectant with a triumphant smile, while Lute was winking as if signaling something. Ruin and Safina remained silent. No one spoke when looking at Lute. Verdi cautiously said, first, let's talk about the portals. In the past, the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms were the wisest. When they gathered, we were created to protect the souls of these underworld entities. Souls are the most important things in this world, so letting them fall into the hands of the Grim Reaper is not allowed. Therefore, when someone dies, their soul will be sealed and hidden away. Moreover, they can only return to the underworld after meeting certain conditions. The other kings were stunned to hear this. A glance toward Rakan, who was wearing a teasing smile, Verde cautiously continued. Next is about the doors. They were created exclusively for the human world, designed to attract humans and invite them into the doors. Once humans have formed a contract with the master of the door, they are known as the God Lord. Only then can they attack the underworld entities inside the door. He reached out his hand and said in a confident tone, and so, a clash between the God Lord and the underworld entities will take place inside the door. A source of soul energy will be released, and that energy will return to the kingdom that created that door. Hearing this, the whole group became serious. Only the kingdom that created that door? They asked, unconvinced. The whole group of kings sat in silence, waiting for the answer. Verdi immediately nodded, raising his voice. That's right. Do you understand now, the three sovereigns? This is a monopoly on the technology of portals and doors. They only want to consume the soul energy from the human world for themselves. The more he spoke, the more he claimed that this matter was very serious. This is a clear explanation for the weak kingdoms. It is a betrayal of kingdoms like us. Safina narrowed her eyes as if in thought, and Ruin did the same. The space in the tower went quiet for a moment, and then very quickly, everyone agreed. That's right, we do not allow that monopoly. Subaru stood there, silently observing. A finger pointed upward. Therefore, we propose the abolition of the portals from the three sovereigns. Or, at this moment, Verge shouted, release the portals and doors to the kingdoms. Even more, Subaru's loved ones were stunned upon hearing this. They sat in another room. The dark-eyed guy was startled and released his aura. Shikishima, what the hell is happening? Shikishima gritted his teeth, deep in thought. The king of the blue realm had a prediction technique. It was almost as if he had already foreseen the results when Subaru demanded the abolition order on the 10th day, along with a future where the three kings would temporarily stop the doors. They had already considered this. If this topic can shake the three kings, why not use the gates and doors to force them to acknowledge us? The four kings of the four kingdoms gathered and declared just that. Afterward, they practiced their performance over and over. Finally, he saw a future where the gate liberation order was acknowledged. That statement was a prearranged agreement. In response to Verdi's opinion, the others felt the point was spot on. So, they agreed without a second thought. Liberate them. Liberate them. Liberate the gates to the other kingdoms too. Verde laughed internally. These kings are really going to be shaken. Even if the doors are liberated for you, you low-level trash shouldn't dream of obtaining the soul of the human world. It will be ours, Varden declared. Shikishima frowned. If the gates are liberated, in the worst-case scenario, if all 200 kingdoms of the underworld send gates to the human world, the math is simple. The number of doors will increase 60-fold. Hearing this explanation, Subaru frowned, feeling an indescribable discomfort. The dark-eyed guy gasped, 60. However, He froze due to a different oppressive force. The man standing next to him was furious, his magic flaring with rage. Don't kid me. Something like that must never be allowed to happen. He gritted his teeth intensely, anger seemingly consuming all his reason. Shikishima stood frozen, deep in thought, watching the three kings. Suddenly, Varden spoke up, startling the other kings into silence. Shut your mouth, you foolish creature. Varden's eyes turned blood red. The gates and doors are the devices that save us from the managers, to protect the underworld. Thanks to them, our souls are not lost and can be at peace. He vented his frustration. We definitely do not hold a monopoly on the benefits like you claim. On one side, the other kings stood by him, retorting, that's right. However, Karan let out a booming laugh. He crossed his arms. Or to put it another way, to take the underworld for yourself, you're making the human world bear double the burden, aren't you? His eyes blazed throughout the space. What did you say? Lut smirked triumphantly. And regarding the monopoly, if you open the doors for us, we'll naturally understand what you're talking about. Varden paused slightly, a hint of something, perhaps manipulation flickering in his eyes. Just then, Ruin suddenly spoke up. Hold on, hold on, hold on. You act like it's so easy, but we also have to bear quite a heavy burden when we open the gates and doors, you know? It's not like we think the other kings are unworthy and just kick them out. He gave a strange, eerie laugh. Wouldn't it be wrong to want to share it after all this time? The whole group froze, feeling this was all too true. Kamina then spoke up. Then just get rid of it. He said softly, My lord, you keep saying flowery things about saving the underworld, but the things you are doing are no different than exploiting us. The underworld should be able to bear those burdens, right? It makes sense, doesn't it? Ruin was incredibly optimistic. I actually think it's more than just flowery words. He continued, You know the underworld is a world created from the energy of souls, right? If the doors disappear, the managers will inevitably take everything from us, leaving only decay. We also feel sorry for the humans, but it's still better that we use the doors and collect the souls from the managers. Ruin, the guy from before, was furious at this statement. Ruin just stood there, offering an awkward laugh. I know how you feel, but just bear with it. It'll be a long time before we liberate them. For now, we can only maintain our status. He was annoyed. Shikishima, if it keeps going like this, Shikishima whispered. Subaru stood there, silent, listening. Shikishima looked on with determination. From now on, just say it as I tell you. Verd suddenly spoke up, getting excited. Come on, O three kings. This is the wish of all 200 kingdoms. Liberate them. Suddenly, Subaru interrupted, cutting him off. This meeting is taking too much time. Let's just cancel it. The whole crowd turned their attention to the speaker. Verda was quite surprised. He's still here? What do you mean by cancel? That's not happening. Shut your mouth, you idiot. Subaru looked up with a firm gaze. The king suddenly retaliated. Know your place. Get lost, human. Get out. On the side, seeing this, the other two were equally stunned. Shikishima, are you trying to start a war by supporting the abolition? The goal of these kings is liberation. So if I suddenly change my mind like this, Shikishima whispered to Tsunemori and Naruse. Both listened intently. He said, In this difficult discussion, what would you do when you think you might be overdoing it? The answer is to overdo it even more. Shikishima spoke with a firm tone that shocked Tsunemori and Naruse. Verda waved his hands. Now, calm down everyone. He's just a human who doesn't know anything. Verdi looked down at Subaru, cautiously saying, Hey, Ariel, we are having a discussion, so shut your mouth or however. Subaru cut him off directly. If you said as much, then compensate the victims of the underworld. Fulfill their wishes. Return all those soul energy sources to them. Under Shikishima's guidance, Subaru repeated his words. Verdi stood stunned, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Karen then let out an eerie laugh. The other kings couldn't believe it either. Human. You damned human. A barrage of insults followed. Subaru, don't be so ridiculous. Don't be so stupid. How do you want to compensate? Apologize. Apologize. One of them, a king with a demonic appearance, erupted in anger. I will kill you, you stupid insect. Shikishima wasn't too surprised. They've entered now, go ahead, do it. Subaru suddenly had a brilliant, multicolored light shining above the king's head. It was the energy radiating from Subaru. The things said at this meeting shouldn't have been taken so lightly, right? The one who said they wanted to kill me. Come on. I'll fight you. The entire space inside the tower erupted with blinding, magical light. Verdi watched with wide, astonished eyes. What's wrong with that guy? I can feel he has a power source equal to, if not greater than, us. Ruin stood there, chin on his hand, observing. Of course. Subaru has a portion of the Silver Kingdom's power flowing within him. It was as if he were stepping forward himself, He watched, extremely satisfied. To surpass me in the underworld, first, you must show your power. Karan was now intimidated. So, the fact that he appeared weak from the start was all part of his plan. Lut returned to his serious posture. If he's really using another power source to threaten us, it's working. The low-level kings were showing cowardice. Verd spoke up. I was supposed to shake them and achieve my goal, but hey, Kamina. Does your prediction have any turning points? Kamina replied slowly, no. He looked terrified now. Why? Why is my prediction different now? Subaru saw the whole space fall silent. If there is no compensation, we will never give up on the abolition. Hearing this, Kamina was startled. Hovering in midair, Subaru's power surged intensely as he declared, we, humanity, completely refuse to allow you to harvest our souls. If you still insist on opening the gate, then prepare yourselves. His words were soft, yet they carried a weight of a threat that terrified everyone. Karan, flustered, spoke up. This isn't good, Kamina. The lower-level kings have become useless. To break this crisis, Kamina understood the signal. I know. In his predictions, the difficult situation of his allies had already been mapped out. He immediately used his ultimate technique, Poetic Realm, creating dazzling paths of light. He had envisioned the brightest future through these paths. On the other side, Shibu also twitched the corner of her mouth, whispering softly, bring it to me. You've done well, Subaru. She quickly summoned her power. Now, perhaps the enemy is watching and envisioning a bright future once again. I will deal with them using my prediction technique. But Kamina, on the other hand, felt something was wrong. Why is the song that was supposed to lead me out of danger gone? Why is it acting like it's being shattered? The conflict with the prediction technique, Shibu was using her power to control the enemy. It would bring about the most beneficial future and destroy all of her opponent's predictions. The light, yet Kamina gasped, as if struck by a heavy blow. Shibu, with dead eyes, spat out, you useless wretch. Get out of Subaru's future. A short time before the meeting between the four kings took place, the four kings of the four colors sat around a round table. Verdi spoke up, you said we would increase our ability to use the doors and gates, right? Verde, with a calm expression, said, your new prediction said so, Kamina. Kamina raised his teacup, nodded. Yes, then continued. We will prevent the monopoly of the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms in hoarding energy from human souls. Whichever kingdom has the most energy, the more powerful they become. If we can do that, my spreading influence will be guaranteed. Lute narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. Once that is accomplished, our dream will reckon immediately continued. Take one step closer to the pinnacle of the underworld, right? Kamina set his teacup down. This meeting is just an opportunity for debate. He looked at them, seriously stating, if my enemy tries to get the upper hand, it's possible that something else will happen, different from my prediction. If it really happens, I will guide everyone again with a new prediction. Rakan narrowed his eyes at his companion. We will reap many rewards if we succeed, or become my enemy's prey if we fail. What do you think? Verdi closed his eyes, then opened them, and lowered his voice. Let's fight with determination. I leave this matter to you, Kamina. Your predictions are always reliable. Kamina smiled thinly, full of unease. Yes. Returning to the present, inside the tower, Verd stood above his prediction, shocked, hesitating to continue. Which one is it? Kamina. Lute stood there just as confused. Even Rakan was screaming Kamina's name incessantly. However, Kamina was clutching his head in terror. What the hell is going on? Why can't I see any future where we win? Shibu was gradually unleashing her magic. You've relied too much on your prediction skills. She thought that the Blue King, no. All four kings had given up on improving themselves from the very beginning, and Kamina couldn't believe that when his predictions were discarded, they could do nothing at all. Subaru stood by, observing in silence. Shikishima sat with his legs crossed. Hearing this, he nodded. Looks like it's over. He pushed up his glasses. They don't have an answer anymore, not even a logical one, down below the tower. So now, Safina finally spoke after a moment of silence. If neither side has anything left to say, shall we start making decisions? Hearing this, Verdi gritted his teeth, becoming agitated. She blurted out, that is a violation. This made Verd freeze instantly. Even Subaru became attentive. A violation? Safina's eyes, sharp, scanned every king and Subaru. Each and every one of you is in violation. Then, a long, strange sound emitted from Safina, leaving everyone stunned for a moment. An entire eye opened. However, this eye was very strange. It looked like a mouth with rows of furs, sharp teeth. Opening with that strange eye, Tsunemori startled. What? Shikishima gritted his teeth. What is that? Suddenly, someone shouted, Run away, Subaru, making Shikishima, San, and Tsunemori freeze. It was one of Subaru's allies. He directly warned, "Run away. You cannot." He screamed, "You cannot fight that thing." Shibu calmed down slightly and mused. Why didn't I know about this? My prediction was just updated. Everyone reached the decision to pause the gate right after. And it involved Subaru, me, and there was no sign that my prediction was interrupted. The mouth with the eye opened as if harmonizing, and uttered, "I should let you know my name, shouldn't I?" Shibu replied, "I came here according to the manager's orders." The strange eye spoke with grotesque sounds. Very quickly, something surged up a thin, gaunt shape. A hideous, malformed figure appeared. The face had no discernible shape at all. Simultaneously, its voice rang out, "I am an executor, Abaddon." Safin amused, an executor ordered by the managers. Ruin stood above, via the connection orb. "What is this, Ariel?" "Subaru." Ruin gritted his teeth in agitation. "I thought the enemy wouldn't appear in the prediction." Subaru became extremely confused. "I don't know either. That thing had suddenly appeared and slipped into this timeline." The blood-red eyes of Ruin narrowed. "An enemy that can block all of our predictions?" Abaddon reached out both hands, raising his voice. "This world has intended to sabotage the system known as the Gate and the Doors, and to abandon providing souls to the manager." The eye widened with a monstrous, blood-like hue. "You have taken advantage of the opportunity while we turn a blind eye, and even tried to modify the laws against the manager's rules." Verdu was shocked, mouth agape. "Modify." Lute went pale. That meant Karan took a deep breath, the pressure mounting. Kamina screamed in terror. "Is it our fault?" That eye didn't blink even once, responding, "That is why I came here to carry out my duty. Pay the price with your souls immediately." A group of other kings rushed forward. "You think you can do whatever you want right in the middle of a meeting of our kings?" The demon became agitated. "You are the ones who should die." Abaddon unleashed a haunting green smoke, instantly controlling the other king, and in an instant made that person explode. The witnesses were horrified. One who couldn't escape bumped right into those flames, his form quickly twisted, and then in the space. Under pressure and silence, the massive explosion went off. Abaddon floated, witnessing it with a completely emotionless expression. Another king quickly stepped forward. "Don't underestimate us, you hound." She immediately appeared with a spinning fan-like form, using her hidden trick technique. She had to freeze in surprise. "No damage taken." Abaddon directly countered. "Your attack has no effect on me." She now realized fear, wanting to retreat, but it was too late. "Impossible, what are you?" Very quickly, she was blown to pieces. Right after that, the snake on Subaru's body moved slightly. "I don't think you will understand, but I still want to be here." It opened its mouth wide. However, I didn't actually do that, making him clench his teeth in annoyance, unable to do anything. Someone else waved their hand to signal a retreat. However, Abaddon, in the form of a snake, advanced and crawled onto the pale, leaf-green face of that man. "You can't escape. Even if you manage to escape from here, it's all useless." Saying that, he stretched out his long arms, and simultaneously, two shadowy figures were grabbing his two hands. "My comrades are all waiting outside." One had no head, just something red, hollow, scary, and extremely grotesque. One was a girl, though her appearance was a bit more pleasant. The scary thing here was his strange laughter. The other one had no head at all. Besides the voluptuous chest, the head was just a shape like a floating puff of smoke, with muscle and bone still exposed. The last one had the area around the neck tightly wrapped with a pile of leaves, hair, covering part of his face, which was incredibly bizarre. Suddenly, from somewhere, a force blew, making another king about to be sucked in, his head becoming distorted because of it. Another king was also not at peace. The other person was sucked so strongly by that force that his mouth kept opening wide in terror. The entire space exploded. Safina sat at the top, observing the situation below, softly saying, "In other words, it's a barrier." Ruin sat below, resting his chin, responding, "Right. They have surrounded the tower. It seems they can also blow others up with that snake." Safina's hand grabbed a snake and squeezed it with force. "I don't intend to attack that thing," but her gaze never left the snake writhing in her hand. "I understand. It's true that you can't touch them. A one-sided attack from the enemy in a limited space, it might not end well." Ruin stood there, lost in thought. If it keeps going like this, we're just sitting ducks, waiting to die without even knowing what's going on. If only there was a way to dodge that attack. Suddenly, Safina let out a loud shout. Ruin startled, his focus shifting. He glanced over as a bead of sweat rolled down his face. Damn it. A hand tightened around the writhing snake's body. Subaru surged forward, an aura of raw power radiating from him. The display caught Ruin's attention. He gasped in astonishment. Subaru, the snake. The creature on Subaru's hand squirmed frantically, shrieking, "Let me go. Let me go." It kept screaming until, with its final cry of "Let me go." A burst of blood sprayed from its mouth. Subaru used blood curse magic, crushing the snake's body with sheer force and causing it to explode in a fountain of gore. Ruin stood dumbfounded. Did he just kill the snake that was attached to him? Subaru's palm was still covered in blood as he spoke. The snake takes over the host before it explodes. Hovering level with Safina, he continued. In other words, it's just like a curse. Safina was stunned. Suddenly, a formidable power radiated from her, building up. Subaru frowned and lowered his voice. If it's a curse, then we just kill it with another curse. Safina pursed her lips, a satisfied smile appearing as she praised him. You really are a handsome guy, aren't you? He gave a strange smile. Is that really the time for that, Safina? Abaddon's eyes suddenly opened. A lord using a curse, one of their own? Ruin was still processing things. So, the curse has the power to erase a soul unconditionally with just a touch. The bloodstains on his hands seemed to fade away as if healing. It can even counter the executioner, but honestly, he's still too strong. Ariel's curse, I don't think Subaru has enough power. Subaru looked at Safina, his face turning grim. His gaze grew intense. Even so, I still have to try. With that, he clenched his fist, releasing a powerful, multicolored surge of energy. Feeling something change, Subaru looked surprised. Future updated. Cebu smiled faintly. What a pity. Why don't you share the future with your loved ones? Tell them that, at this moment, I don't need to lift a finger anymore. Isis, watching from below, exclaimed in awe. Where is this light coming from? She couldn't take her eyes off the blinding aura above, where the figures surrounding the tower stood, holding hands. What the hell is going on? Behind Isis, one of Subaru's allies rushed in. Damn, I came too fast. He panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. If it weren't for Subaru's latest update, I wouldn't have made it here this quickly. Isis turned, asking suspiciously. Do you know anything about that light? He replied. Ah, right. I guess this is the first time you youngsters have seen this, huh? Make sure to remember this sight. A hint of a smirk played on his lips. Man, you're late. Immediately after, a blinding flash of light erupted, and a group of mutants, known as the Vanquished Sama, plummeted down. Esther immediately focused on the kings inside the tower being slaughtered by the executioner's technique. It seemed they couldn't escape, mostly due to the barrier. It shifted through space, either outside or within. Peak was Esther's technique, allowing her to see through the walls of the building. Those creatures are still holding hands, surrounding the tower. Vanquist gritted his teeth and muttered, How long can you deceive the manager's eyes? Esther replied seriously, 15 minutes, at most. Hearing this, Vanquist gave a sinister smirk. All right, I'll rely on my insurance, then. Clear this mess out quickly. With that, Vanquist snapped his fingers, thousand blade. Thousands of sharp blades materialized and struck at the creatures, but they dodged with surprising agility. This caught him off guard. Huh? They dodged it? Esther suddenly interjected. Wait, Vanquist. She paused. Yeah, Esther warned, the tower is still standing. Vanquist looked completely bewildered. Man, this technique isn't working. From his pitch-black toes, a beam of ethereal blue light shot toward the massive, monstrous face of the creature. A barrier of thunderous light erupted from Vanquist's body. Above, a golden light appeared for a moment, as if trying to shatter the very space they were in. The monster's head just let out a laugh. The people behind Vanquist let out a huff, one of them gritting his teeth in annoyance. Hurry up, you immortal. Vanquist, his feet still emitting that sharp, shimmering light, smirked. What's the rush? The barrier formed a strange shape, hovering within the red blood curse. The tower was stained with an ominous hue as a deep, booming voice echoed. Blasphemy. I will make it open soon enough. Crimson colors slowly spread through every corner, along with the patterns on the massive tower. Inside, the space shook even more violently as the floating chairs, along with the terrified kings watching the scene, trembled. Verdi looked up in horror. What is it this time? Subaru was silent, his face focused and grim. Ruin called out to him, Subaru. His expression was strained. This he hesitated. Could it be that they are trying to break the barrier with their own power? Subaru curled his lips into a bitter, light smile. I suppose so. Verde, hearing their exchange, spoke up. Destroying it from the outside? What are you two talking about? Verdi, the king of the greenery, had heard their conversation and thought all the high-level kings were killed without being able to do a thing. Even the three sovereigns couldn't escape. So, there shouldn't be a source of power capable of destroying this barrier. Verde gritted his teeth, his face twisted in terror. Maybe I heard wrong. Suddenly, the floor cracked, sending drops of blood splattering everywhere. Vanquist unleashed his power, and his figure appeared from within. Both Subaru and Ruin gasped in shock. Vanquist spoke up, politely greeting them. As he moved closer, the tower was filled with a blinding light, as if they were in a different dimension. I'm a bit late, aren't I? Ruin just gave a strange smile, while Subaru stood there frozen for a few seconds. Verde was stunned by the situation. Who the hell is this guy? Safina spoke up. Always the show-off, aren't you? Just like before. Subaru replied in disappointment. You call that a bit late? You're super late, man. Ruin gave a forced laugh to brush it off. Cebu pondered. It's so hard to see father with this much energy. Abaddon, watching from the side, didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Ruin narrowed his eyes. What about the enemies outside? Vanquish startled. Ah, don't worry about that. The 6 sovereigns of the new Rainbow Kingdom are out there in an intense battle. They're already handling them. His black finger pointed at Abaddon. Of course, I'll be the one to deal with this guy. Don't you dare interfere. Safina whispered. You don't stand a chance against a single hit from him. Vanquish slid his hands into his pockets and gave a light laugh. Well, let's see. With that, he immediately landed on the ground, directly facing Abaddon. He let out a triumphant chuckle. Abaddon froze, staring at his opponent. Ruin whispered, Subaru-kun. Subaru nodded, understanding. Yeah, leave it to Vanquish. Suddenly, a nasty voice echoed in Subaru's ear, making him freeze. Are you guys stupid? This annoyed Juan. Verde flew up, his power surging with frustration. Everyone, we have to unite to fight. Ruin laughed, teasing him. Hey, Verde. We can't even touch him. What do you think will happen if we unite? Are you an idiot? Verde gritted his teeth, his ego clearly bruised. He dropped down. What exactly is the Executioner? Is it an entity that cannot be defeated by the 3 sovereigns? Safina replied seriously. I don't know the details either. I only know that if I break the law, the Executioner will appear. I've only seen it once before. Back then, my father, the former Golden King, decided to open the gate, and the Executioner appeared. No matter how much my father attacked, no matter how hard he fought, he was still killed without being able to do anything. Safina recounted the story, explaining what she had witnessed, and how her father was killed. Verde suddenly paid close attention. She continued cautiously, her eyes cast downward. The way he was killed was the same as the king's just now. We couldn't touch them, but the enemy could attack us. This is a one-sided war. The Executioner is truly an untouchable entity. Verde understood the problem and, in extreme anxiety, asked loudly, They defeated the 3 sovereigns that easily? Then I'll take them down. Safina didn't blink as she blurted out. But it seems Vanquish did it once before. Verde couldn't believe his ears. Safina continued seriously. Although I don't know how he did it, maybe you'll get the answer soon. On the other side, Abaddon still hadn't moved, while Vanquish began to snap his fingers, releasing a light. He used his 1,000-blade skill, and the blades immediately swarmed Abaddon. However, it didn't even scratch him. Instead, he slowly advanced. Vanquish let out an "oh." It seems cutting isn't effective. It's just like the barrier. Next, he tried another technique. Well, then, I can test a few more things, right? A series of, with blades of light circling Albert, Vanquish didn't even blink as he stepped forward, his eyes wide with clear disdain. As he drew closer, Vanquish let out a loud laugh. That really didn't work, did it? How interesting. Abaddon spoke up. It's useless. I don't know how you can use cutting magic, but against an executor. All attacks from those of you from this lowly world are meaningless. Vanquish suddenly pointed a finger. Oh? So now we're talking about higher and lower worlds. Abaddon jumped back, his power beginning to flare up. Of course. From Vanquish's body, countless snakes were now surrounding Verde. Watching this, she panicked. As those snakes exploded from the inside, the creature's hoarse voice rang out. You're the one who broke my barrier. You filthy animal, shut your mouth and let me kill you. Green smoke quickly swallowed Vanquish, followed by a massive explosion. It surged violently and uncontrollably. The group above watched in silence. When the gray smoke finally dissipated, Abaddon saw the scene before him and was stunned. Vanquish hadn't taken any damage at all. In fact, he was chuckling. What a coincidence. He was wide-eyed, jaw dropped in disbelief. While Vanquish continued, Even if cutting magic doesn't work on you, Vanquish reached behind his head. Your curses don't work on me either. Verde was completely shocked. He's still intact. Safina suddenly let out a sound. Abaddon asked, agitated. Why? Vanquish kept twisting his wrist. Now, aren't you happy? All right, look at this. I'm about to hit you now. He clenched his fist, aimed straight at his opponent's face, and threw a heavy punch. I told you, it won't work. However, before the monster could finish his sentence, he took a classic kick right to the face. With his guard broken, Abaddon was sent flying back. Rocks and debris rained down like a storm. Verde was equally astonished. He actually landed a hit on the executor. Subaru watched with a satisfied smile. Even though he had foreseen it, he couldn't help but tremble. Subaru sighed in relief. This is Vanquish. As he was sent flying, Vanquish made a sound of surprise. He chuckled. Sorry about that. I think I might have hit you. Verde watched the scene, jaw dropped in complete amazement. He really struck an executor? Faced with the chaotic space, he gasped in shock. What on earth is happening? Below where Vanquish stood, there was a massive crater emitting smoke and dust. He stood there, looking down with an air of authority. He raised his voice. Is that really it? You're not dead yet, are you? Instantly, a blinding light erupted from beneath that massive hole. A staggering explosion followed. Albert surged upward, naturally still alive, shooting out of the pit at high speed. Don't you dare look down on me, you lowly worm. Vanquish watched him, offering a slight smile. However, Albert became more anxious. Damn it, that attack, Subaru frowned. It's a curse. Verde heard this and was terrified. A curse, Subaru explained in a low voice. Vanquish coated his fist with a curse, and it traveled with the punch. The curse affects the soul directly, and it can't be stopped. Or so it seems. Verde became even more bewildered. I had no idea such a technique existed. Ruin, standing nearby, chimed in. You rookies don't know anything about it, do you? To be fair, curses are like a specialty of the Rainbow Kingdom. Safina was muttering to herself. The structure of his technique is quite strange. She lowered her voice and tilted her head. Regardless, curses and spatial cutting are the techniques used to counter executors. Subaru turned, surprised, countering executors. Nearby, the battle continued. Abaddon rushed forward, fists clenched, aimed straight at Vanquish. As he let out his rage, Vanquish used a blood curse technique to block both powers. The two forces collided with a boom. Abaddon was using a curse-based technique, just as I thought. And it's strong enough to kill me? The punches flew, it was unbelievable. Wasn't it, Abaddon? Quickly, dodge that attack. He sounded frustrated, even more startled now. Vanquish casually rotated his arm. I haven't even fought seriously yet. Now, he clenched his fist, his voice dripping with provocation. Let's see how many punches you can take. On someone's wrist was an hourglass. I know 5 minutes have passed. Esther sat on Toby's shoulder, complaining. We can only fool the manager's eyes for 15 minutes. Vanquish hasn't finished him off yet. Toby hesitated for a moment. He said he wanted to teach his kin how to fight. Esther complained, head aching. Is he some kind of idiot parent? Tobid looked serious. Besides, before we came here, he said he was counting on you, Esther. Esther was surprised. Huh? He really said that? Is that true? She let out an oh, what was this? Esther suddenly looked bright and energized. Well then, I have to try my best. Over here, those two strange creatures charged. They unleashed a classic power from their mouths, the dragon blade technique. However, they were quickly countered. Esther stuck her tongue out, teasing. Too bad for you. Our kin's techniques have curses, too, you know. Then, Tobid's eyes became unusually sharp. Esther called out, Tobid. Toby gently raised his arm, and his power exploded outward. He threw a punch, a powerful force slamming directly into that large talisman. The two creatures were overwhelmed by the strength and sent flying back. Debris flew up violently. He suddenly noticed something, his expression softening. Strange objects that looked like shuriken flew up intensely. Fury blade technique. A dozen blades swirled into a vortex, surrounding the two strange creatures. The person watching from behind murmured, looks like no one needs my healing magic after all. They lit a cigarette and whispered to themselves. These executors aren't interesting at all. She puffed on her cigarette, complaining, at least show us your techniques before you die, won't you? The person over here was floating in mid-air, watching with satisfaction. Well done, my children. Once I become one of Vanquish's kin, I'll be able to fight those guys, right? The two creatures weren't moving at all. He gritted his teeth and complained, so boring. A person standing nearby clicked their tongue. Stop pouting, Lemda. You don't have a chance to become Vanquish's kin anymore. He laughed lightly. Besides, there's still a chance for you to be named. Lemda made a sour face. That kid still hasn't decided? Saying that, the other person turned and asked, how is it? Kilim. Kilim stood with his arms crossed, watching, and replied conveniently, still very stubborn. The creature still wore that bizarre grin. Kilim lowered his voice. The curse works on executors, but I still need to use my own strength to win. Delta heard this and laughed. Is that so? Then I have to become stronger. He paused for a moment and asked, are you not happy, Kilim? Kilim was silent, as if deep in thought, not answering. Returning to earlier, when they heard everything, both were stunned and said in unison, a contract? Vanquish nodded slightly. Yes. Since Judith and Karen have left, I still have 2 kin slots open. Those 2 positions are for Delta and Kilim. Vanquish held up 2 fingers and said happily, "Become my kin and give us a hand in the fight against the manager." Killam gritted his teeth. "So you've decided to fight them, after all?" Delta complained endlessly. "You want us to work under you? What's in it for us?" He lowered his voice. "It's not like you'll be my subordinates. It's more like a contract." The corner of his mouth curled up. "Don't play dumb." As he spoke, Vanquish pointed at them. "The wish of warriors like you is to find opponents stronger than yourselves, right?" Both brothers frowned and stayed silent. Delta remembered that and laughed aloud. "Even though I don't like working with an undead, it's interesting, isn't it?" Killam. It was hard to believe that not long ago they were still trapped in the gate. The morning sun shone on his face. "We can still climb higher and become stronger." Killam's eyes narrowed, then a knowing smirk appeared on his lips. And then, both unleashed their power. Thunder rumbled across the sky. "You're right," he shouted with joy as he unleashed his power. "This is fun, Delta." When the 2 creatures noticed the source of that blinding light, they looked up. A divine bolt of lightning struck the 2 creatures with force. A moment later, the sky turned pitch black, accompanied by a deathly silence before the 2 differently colored rays of light. Killam picked at his ear. "Now I've blocked the sunlight for you." The undead Vanquish then charged like a gust of wind. He clenched his hand, throwing the strongest punch possible at his opponent. He hit Abaddon straight in the face. Very quickly, a series of other punches followed, so fast they looked like a firework display. Abaddon's whole body had now become a percussion machine. Vanquish licked his lips, his hands still clenched in a fist. Suddenly, he realized, "Oh, here we go. Doesn't look like we have much time left." Abaddon was beaten black and blue, his body shaking uncontrollably as he stammered out each word. Who are you?" Vanquish reached behind his neck. "Nothing special. I'm just a weakling who keeps punching you." "Who are you to be asking? Those of us in the underworld admit defeat after a battle, but of course, we'll find every way to kick your butt. You lot are done for. The Rainbow Kingdom has already figured it out. We've discovered 3 ways to defeat you, including the spatial cleaving curse, though one of them doesn't seem to work on you." He slowly clenches his hand into a fist and raises it, and at that final method, Abaddon freezes. Extraordinary power and radiance erupt from Vanquish. "Can you guess what it is?" Vanquish's voice turns cold as he realizes he is generating such immense power. The people watching from above are completely confused. Safina asks, bewildered, "What kind of ultimate technique is that?" Subaru, standing right next to her, cuts her off without even a glance. "You know exactly what it is," Subaru says. Safina looks at him, stunned by the sheer scale of Vanquish's techniques. Abaddon instinctively steps back, unable to believe his eyes. How could you possibly possess that power?" His eyes widen in sheer terror. "That belongs to him," Vanquish says, with a twisted smile, tightening his grip. "Now, I'm coming for you." Hearing this, Abaddon is jolted, and Vanquish lunges forward like a gust of wind. Abaddon's scream signals the retreat. The creatures outside are startled and go on high alert as Abaddon keeps running for his life in fear. Vanquish watches him scramble away with contempt. "You don't look so high and mighty now, do you?" he mutters under his breath. "You fools." Then, with a surge of excitement, he lunges forward. "I won't let a single one of you escape. Those who walk under the sun, be released." The sun is one of the most glaring weaknesses of a vampire. Under its light, their stats drop rapidly, and they continue to take damage like being poisoned until they turn to ash and vanish. Even Subaru is no exception. Although he hasn't fully turned into a vampire, he still can't avoid his stats being lowered. If Hyodo could keep fighting after being resurrected, Subaru would likely lose. Those who walk under the sun is an ultimate technique that completely prevents the damage taken while under sunlight. To make up for that, however, the user's stats are still reduced. Yet, Vanquish has accepted that drawback. That technique slashed Vanquish's stats by 99%. In Subaru's case, it would be about 80%. In other words, once Vanquish releases this technique, his combat ability becomes 100 times stronger than usual. Abaddon is fleeing from death itself. To those around him, it only appears for a split second. Right after Vanquish vanishes, the next moment, the lower half of Abaddon's body is history. All 3 of them, Subaru, Ruin, and Safina, are terrified by what they're seeing. Verda's jaw is dropped, his reaction even more shocked. A hand has already swiftly grabbed Abaddon by the throat. Vanquish has grabbed Abaddon's neck directly and easily. His eyes are now sharper, and his face has turned serious again. Abaddon is shivering uncontrollably with fear. Safina, watching in stunned silence, cries out. The way his body is crumbling apart. Subaru continues, "That's right. That is the ultimate technique, amnesia," he explains gravely. "A power known by the same name as the royal treasure sword of the Kingdom of Gold. It can sever the cycle of reincarnation of a soul and return it to the shores of the subconscious world." Safina is shocked. "No way, then that sword. If it's even stronger than an executor, does that mean it's possessed by a manager? Her eyes are filled with horror. Could it be? Could Vanquish be connected to one of the managers? Every cell in Abaddon's body is slowly shattering, following the rhythm of his body's trembling. He lets out sounds of fear and pain. My body, my soul, they're being eroded. I can't resist. I can't recover. Facing his own subconscious state, Abaddon is overcome by a single sensation, an indescribable loneliness. When a soul dissolves into the vast, freezing expanse of space, it can never return to the world of the living. It's like an astronaut lost in the void, able only to gaze back at the faint silhouette of Earth after being launched into space. A state of extreme, utter isolation that is why Albert wept, so that other executors could escape a similar fate. His tears were so painful that even though he was their enemy, the kings watching from afar couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for Albert. Suddenly, Verde's eyes widen in horror, but Vanquish doesn't show a hint of sympathy. Vanquish growls directly at him. Stop acting so pathetic. He grabs Abaddon and applies constant pressure while the creature is still crying. Have you ever bothered to listen to the pleas of the countless worlds you've destroyed? Abaddon cannot speak. Vanquish finishes him off directly. I will never forgive you. The other executors start crumbling with him, vanishing one by one into thin air. Vanquish has wiped out the executors with his own hands. The 4 other executors didn't even realize they were dead. Now, only Abaddon's head and neck remain, and Vanquish is still gripping his head. Abaddon is even more terrified. He lets out a few miserable wails, but Vanquish shows no mercy. It's all hopeless, Vanquish says in a cold tone. He's wiped them all out. A few tears of pain well up in Abaddon's eyes before he shuts them. His body is shivering at Vanquish's ice-cold presence. He finally speaks. Please, please forgive me. Abaddon begs desperately. Please, don't hurt me. I didn't know my fate would be this horrific. He cries and pleads. I can't be resurrected anymore. I'm going to vanish. He wails pitifully. I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Subaru and the others are still watching in silence. Safina is clearly horrified. Over here, Sibiu and the other kings are just as quiet. Abaddon keeps begging, please, have mercy, I beg you. However, Vanquish directly crushes him. Verde watches and freezes for a moment. After finishing the job, Vanquish lets out a heavy sigh in the deathly silent space. Now, the other kings are all silent. Not a soul speaks. Vanquish's back doesn't waver even once. You lot, he turns around, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. How much longer do you intend to look down on me? The kings immediately drop to their knees in unison. Verde is also terrified and bangs his head against the ground to show respect. Vanquish observes them and says, there are so many obedient little kings here, aren't there? And not one of you could take down an executor. He turns back to Ruin and Safina. What have you been doing for the last few millennia? Power radiates from his hand. If you have no fighting spirit in you, then hurry up and die. Ruin is gripped by extreme terror. Subaru suddenly shouts, Vanquish. Vanquish freezes instantly. Subaru, looking saddened, says, you're being too scary. Go back to normal. Vanquish is silent for a moment, looking at Verde. Over here, someone is confused. Huh? What the hell did he just say? He's gonna get killed. Vanquish lowers his voice. Calm down. It's all my fault. Both Ruin and Verde are surprised. Why? Subaru is feeling annoyed. Vanquish crosses his arms. I already apologized, didn't I? Don't give me that look. Verde just can't believe it. With just a few words, he can make that mysterious man stop. The man who just killed the executors, whom even the 3 kings couldn't lay a finger on. Verde stares unblinkingly at Subaru, judging him internally. Why does he keep staring at me? Vanquish, with his arms crossed, stands majestically and quietly. He raises his hand. Today, I've taken down more executors than usual. His lips curl slightly. Subaru is developing quite well. In the palm of his hand is a small seed. It won't be much longer now. This little seed seems very special. Lila Sumori, having watched the entire battle, exclaims in surprise, that was truly incredible. He sits there, stunned for a few seconds. So that's Vanquish's combat style. Naris asks foolishly, that was amazing. My eyes couldn't even keep up. Tsunemori nods and says, honestly, me neither. Naris says with concern, we might have to fight those executors ourselves at some point. Might we? Did you see that battle? Shikishima doesn't hear the other side answer, so he asks again, confused. Shikishima? In the back of Shikimazu's mind, he doesn't even care about Vanquish or the executors anymore. He has returned to his decision regarding abolishing or releasing the doors and gates. Everything he does is to free humanity from the gates and to be able to smile with his friends just like before, as soon as possible. Remembering his friends from before, Shikishima props his chin on his hand and says, this is the best plan we have. Naris is surprised. Huh? Shikishima grinds his teeth. A simple oversight not choosing the release is upon us now. This is a valid argument, but it's also full of tricks. Tsunemori feels helpless. Shikishima, he narrows his eyes. If we get past this, they still haven't made the decision the king of the Blue Kingdom wants. It's now or never. In the forest, a sigh echoes. Vanquish shouts, cheerfully. Sorry for scaring everyone. You must all be thirsty, right? Come on, have some lifeblood. The kings turn pale. Blood. Blood? Suddenly, a golden hand slams down on Vanquish's head. Don't force them to drink that, Safina says cautiously. Everyone, you don't need to drink that stuff, Vanquish said, clutching his head in frustration after just getting beaten up. The kings nearby exchanged glances. Is that really the same guy who was fighting just now? He was terrifyingly friendly. Annoyed, Vanquish snapped. Hey, you old hag. Safina was cheerful. What is it, Rainbow Face? He pointed straight at Safina, gritting his teeth in irritation. I won't accept your marriage to Subaru. Understand? He growled. She just smiled dismissively. You're a bit overprotective of him, aren't you? It feels like your brain is running on some outdated operating system. Vampire. Don't you think you should respect the person's own wishes? Subaru suddenly chimed in. The person in question has already rejected you countless times. You know, he added. Safina lowered her voice. Are you implying that about me? She waved it off. Don't worry, I'll definitely make you fall for me in a few hundred years. Subaru could only offer a strange smile. The people of the underworld really are patient, he thought. Just then, Sybil approached slowly. Father? Vanquish jumped, turning his attention to her. She asked, So, you really did turn Subaru into your thrall, didn't you? Vanquish crossed his arms and replied, Yes, just as you predicted. He's a better pawn than I expected. Looking at Subaru and Ariel, he laughed. Help the kid out for me, will you, Sybil? Sybil nodded. Seeing as the arbiters are immune to my predictions, I'll have to stay on guard. She turned to leave. I'm heading back now. Vanquish called out, What about the meeting? Sybil didn't care much. I already know the outcome, and I've already met with Father. Vanquish lowered his voice as he spoke to Sybil, making her pause for a moment. He looked solemn. Has the shadow of death faded from me yet? Sybil was momentarily stunned. Ariel and Subaru have changed the future, she realized, but then her eyes widened in horror. No, that can't be. She looked at Vanquish, unable to believe it. Why hasn't the shadow of death disappeared yet? Vanquish let out a faint laugh. Better that it hasn't. I can only see its silhouette, a future that won't happen for 3 months or more from now. Sybil was incredibly worried. Wait, please tell me the reason, Father. Vanquish turned his back and waved his hand. Forgive me for using my royal authority so many times in one day. I'll make my way back carefully. As he walked, he pondered, the shadow of death is still here. There are plenty of enemies out there capable of killing me. He let out a triumphant laugh. I'll be seeing you all soon enough. Suddenly, someone punched him square in the face. It was Esther, who kicked him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. The other kings were shocked, their jaws dropping. Annoyed, Vanquish grumbled, That hurt, Esther. Esther was equally irritated. I told you, I only had 15 minutes. Do you want the manager to keep an eye on me? Vanquish panicked. Just 5 more minutes, that's all. Esther wasn't having it. Get back to your station now. Vanquish nodded. All right. Verdi was so shocked he froze in place. You've got to be kidding me. That man has those powerful people as his subordinates. Each one of them is strong enough to be a match for the 3 kings. Esther snapped. Hey, give me a hand here. Immediately, Tobit shoved him toward the portal. Before being pushed through, Vanquish threatened, That old hag. You better not lay a finger on Subaru. Did you hear what I said? You hear me? However, Safina just stood there with a blank face, completely unfazed, which only made Vanquish angrier. Ah, she's not even listening. I will never agree to. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pushed completely through the door. Esther apologized, sorry for all the noise. The door closed, and things quieted down. Ruin sighed with relief. They appeared and disappeared like a storm. Just then, Shikishima spoke up. Ruin, Subaru, I'm glad you two were able to push back the arbiters. But can you solve the problem of unleashing or abolishing the gates? Ruin fell into deep thought. A dozen participants died in the attack, but there are still many more out there, so perhaps it's possible. Shikishima frowned. I have an idea regarding the gates and doors in the human world. I want you to present it at the summit with the 3 kings, Ruin. Ruin looked a bit strained. You want me to do that right after the arbiter's attack just ended? He nodded. There's nothing else we can do right now. Humanity will follow whatever lead we set. Ruin smiled brightly. Let's hear your idea then. Tsunemori, understanding the intent, asked, What were you muttering about gates and doors? Shikishima replied, Yes. If successful, we could immediately reduce the number of gates currently in the human world. Since the meeting between the kings had been interrupted, the three kings would hold a separate summit to discuss the issue of unleashing or abolishing them. Seeing the three of them discussing it, Lute said, "So, we're back to square one again. I thought it was as simple as getting stronger, leveling up our ranks, and then standing at the top of the underworld's top 5. Lute rested his chin on his hand, looking saddened. "We're nothing but frogs in a well." Kamina sighed. "I'm sorry. Everyone. If only my predictions had been more accurate," Rakan, sitting beside him, waved it off. "That's not your fault. Those arbiters just appeared out of nowhere. It had nothing to do with your predictions." Rakan asserted that no matter how hard they tried, there would always be someone better. Rakan added, "I want to become stronger." Verde, standing nearby, could only grit his teeth in silence. Safina fell into a quiet contemplation. She said, "I don't oppose that plan. We simply need to clear them faster. Nothing fundamentally important has changed. What do you think, Silver?" Varden sighed. "It sounds heavier, in a way, but perhaps we have no choice." Ruin joked, "I'm just glad to have your approval." Without hesitation, Safina interrupted. "Though, this plan doesn't seem like something a kid like you would come up with." Silver. Ruin started. "I can come up with a better plan once I've accounted for all the benefits for everyone, you know." Just then, Ruin spoke up, making the kings jump. "All right, thank you everyone for waiting." Ruin shouted joyfully. "Now, I will announce the decision of the three kings." Verd remained quiet, waiting, as did the other kings. Subaru stood there silently, observing, his heart racing with every passing second. Ruin announced loudly, "First, we will begin action to temporarily suspend the gates in the human world." Rakan, Kamina, and Lute were all stunned. Ruin continued, "Since no more gates are being sent over, the countdown clock will also be stopped." Hearing this, Sumori jumped up, excited. "Awesome." He turned to Shikishima. Shikishima gritted his teeth. "Not yet. There's one more thing." Ruin was happy and enthusiastic. "Regarding the doors, we will unleash them to other kingdoms as well." The whole group of kings stood there in shock. Ruin spoke concisely. "Kingdoms will be permitted to send doors to the human world by dispatching them." Safina added, "After these changes, the number of gates will no longer increase, but it will take time to clear them all. Everyone is also permitted to collect spirit energy from the kingdoms where the doors have been cleared." Safina said cheerfully, "The development of the owners will be connected to your own growth." Ruin clapped his hands. "So, in summary," he said loudly and cheerfully, "from now on, we will commit ourselves entirely to the underworld's gate-clearing competition. Let's win this quickly. Come on, let's give it our all." Karen quickly turned around. "Hey, Verde." Verde was rubbing his head. "Damn it, they're backing us now? So that's how they do it." A smile bloomed on the corner of his lips. "I'm such a pathetic fool for not thinking of that myself. I'll send the doors as soon as I get back." Lute, Karen, and Kamina all nodded. Verge spoke up. "We will send doors to the human world as well." The three of them were delighted. Tsunemori paused. "So, Shikishima's plan was to unleash the doors? Before this, gates would continue to be sent from the underworld, increasing their number. Doors were only limited to the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms. Later, gates would no longer be sent over, and the countdown timer would be cancelled. No more unlimited gate increases. Kingdoms can send twice as many doors as the number of people who can clear the gates." Naru was stunned. "In this way, the number of god masters will increase, and the number of gates can only decrease." Shikishima folded his hands. "I was so focused on abolishing the gates at first that I didn't even realize we still had the option to unleash them instead. Anyway, thanks to the emergency situation the kings were in, I came up with this." Shikishima said with a firm voice. "In any case, with this, the entire underworld will be in alliance with humanity." Tsunemori was stunned. "This is terrifyingly smart." Naru's thought to himself, "Thank goodness, Shikishima is on our side. Thank you." Ruin heard this and was briefly surprised. He smirked. "Well, as long as you're family, I'll help you out, Subaru-kun. It's not like I'm losing anything." Ruin's eyes narrowed slightly. "But now, the underworld will certainly collapse, unless I do something about the managers soon. You'll give us a hand, right?" Subaru didn't punch him, but smiled joyfully instead. He nodded. "Yes, I'll meet a few people in the underworld to make that happen before I return." Ruin was surprised. "You mentioned that before?" Subaru said happily. "That's in the future I saw before Vanquis arrived. I have a request for you, too." Ruin was confused. "A request," Subaru explained. "Please let me meet the three inventors who created the gold, silver, and bronze doors. The three kings all possess a master key leading to their kingdom's door." Subaru and the others divided. They formed 3 groups to enter different portals and meet the inventors to find a way to counter the managers. The first group met Terra, the creator of the kingdom's portals. Subaru, Safina, and Isis went in the center. Safina explained that the doors and portals were developed through a collaboration between the Golden, Silver, and Copper Kingdoms. She cautioned that each inventor had their own unique expertise. For example, Terra was responsible for creating the limited access seats and the spatial dimension shifting system of the doors. Subaru was quite surprised, thinking to himself, so he's a super genius, huh? Isis felt helpless, thinking, you really don't understand anything, do you? Isis realized that although Queen Safina spoke of them very lightly, both inventions required incredibly sophisticated application skills. How could Terra possibly do that? The three of them went inside first, and Safina spoke up. Sorry for the intrusion, Terra. Before them was a vast room with massive books neatly stored in cabinets. The entire room was overflowing with books, reaching all the way up a tall, long ladder. A chair was placed there. Subaru looked up. Filled with astonishment, it was Terra. He was sitting with his legs crossed, sticking his foot out. Want to lick my boots? Terra was the mad inventor. He sat in the middle of the room. Sorry, I've run out of tea and snacks to serve you all. And in Subaru's hand was a polished shoe. Terra said he should try licking his latest invention instead. Shoes to practice begging for mercy. Isis was horrified. Practice begging for mercy? Terra nodded. Yeah, when people want to beg for mercy, they definitely have to lick someone's boots, right? Isis just felt dejected. Is that so? He said it so cheerfully. So if you've practiced it in advance, then when the moment you're about to be killed arrives, theoretically, your survival rate increases. It's very safe to lick and delicious too. Isis was deeply disappointed. Why would anyone want to? Subaru got excited. Can I try? Isis could only scream, Ariel. Subaru excitedly licked it. He praised it endlessly. It's delicious. I could lick it all day. Seeing him acting so abnormal, Isis just gave a bitter smile. Queen Safina, why would you want to marry someone like this guy? Safina, also doing the same, licked the shoe and praised its taste. It's truly delicious. Isis stood there, stunned. Queen Safina, Terra joined in. Well licked, you too. Isis's jaw dropped. Except for him, they were all licking it. Safina spoke up. Terra is always like this. Isis felt exhausted. Everything I know about him now is that he makes everyone lick his boots. Safina continued. Most of your inventions are pretty useless, Terra said with a playful, mocking laugh. But there's still 1 in a million chance of creating something magnificent. As he spoke, he licked his lips. That burning passion is what all inventors share. Isis. Isis looked pale. Don't you dare create any doors or gates with that passion, especially not another shoe you can lick. Terra crossed his legs. My king. Thank you for providing a place where I can focus on my inventions like this. Is there something you need me to do? Safina quickly stepped in to introduce him. The person with the request is my fiancé, Subaru. Subaru gave a small wave. I'm her acquaintance, Ariel Subaru. Terra lowered his voice slightly. A guest of the king, you say? I understand. Your wish is my command. Subaru quickly explained. I want an ultimate skill, or an item that can track the location of the managers. Isis was shocked, while Safina didn't seem too surprised. Terra lowered his voice again. It already exists. Both women were even more stunned, especially Isis. She and Safina were both gaping in amazement. Terra chimed in. Anyone else want to lick more shoes? Subaru replied cheerfully. I'll take one. Isis was annoyed. Stop it already, you. The second group went to meet the inventor of the Silver Kingdom's gate, Axon, the master of the gate of Tsunemori, Jinga, Shikishima, Amamiya, Sazaka, and ruin a creature with the appearance of a bird. Jinga said, How did you manage to get through the gate on your own? Tsunemori pointed lightly. I brought a special guest with me. Standing in the distance behind a large icy boulder was Ruin. The man was briefly surprised. The king of the Silver Kingdom? Ruin looked pale. Anything else is fine, but please, not the ice gate. I beg you. Tsunemori looked helpless. Please forgive him, the man asked again. If that's the case, why did you come here? Shikishima spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you, Axon. He introduced himself. I am Shikishima Ziu, a friend of Tsunemori Jinga. Axon nodded. I already knew that from watching the video. Like Jinga, you are an ally of Ariel Subaru. Tell me the reason for your visit. Shikishima smiled slightly. Aren't you a terrorist? Axon fell silent. Shikishima said cautiously, The Icewing isn't the only reason you're imprisoned here, is it? The Icewing Axon, an entity from the underworld, lived with the goal of creating powerful ultimate skills and items, always waiting for a chance to be unchained. Axon remained silent. Sonori frowned, suspicious. Is that really true? Ruin, standing behind, spoke up. That guy has 70 criminal charges. The man turned around, startled. 70? Tsunemori was a bit frustrated. Axon kept explaining, I am not deceiving you. His voice shifted slightly. I was just not sure about that particular detail. Sonomori felt like he was losing his mind. Just then, the man seemed to remember something. Wait, Sonomori Jinga, you too. Shikishima. I know you didn't come here just to mock me. Shikishima laughed and replied, Of course not. I have a task that only you can perform. Axon's eyes narrowed. Up until now, there are 3 ultimate skills that can counter the Curse Executor and Amnesia, Shikishima said with a serious tone. It seems Vanquish has seen the next possibility in the Ice Wing. Axon was startled, but then grew smug. Axon, I want you to create a 4th, ultimate skill that can counter the Executors. Axon was silent, as if deep in thought. Snow began to fall heavily. Both of them waited in silence for an answer. After a while, he spoke. That is the reason I never feel bored with life. Amamiya Sasaka paused. Was he actually laughing? Axon nodded. Understood. I will create an ultimate skill so powerful and unbalanced that you will regret asking for my help. Once it's finished, I will give it to you. Tsunemori Jinga. Tsunemori frowned, looking displeased. The third group met the inventor of the Bronze Kingdom's Gate, Zora, master of the... Why do I have to be paired with Hirosaka-san? Karen complained angrily. Complaining won't help. We have to be paired up because you and I are the ones who were left behind. Mujin Kuhana walked ahead, only feeling bored. Those two don't seem very close, do they? Karen paused. If I were to mimic Hirosaka, would that work? Naru smiled bitterly. Then I would never forgive you. Karen just felt helpless. Then, Karen spoke up. Great Mage Zora, the inventor responsible for combining the ultimate skills used by the gates and doors. Isn't that simply the same as putting an ultimate skill into an item? Ikuhana replied, Exactly. Being the king's assistant is also one of your jobs, Zora. It's been a long time since I last met you. Suddenly, from inside the house in front of them, Zora was thrown out unexpectedly. All 3 were shocked. Master Zora. As he was thrown out, his mouth kept spitting out green blood. While Neres was helping Zora sit up, Karen walked to the front. What on earth do you think you're doing? From behind, the man let out a few weak sounds. Why? Zora screamed in agony. Right in front of them, a man was slowly approaching with a murderous aura. This person said coldly, Sorry, old man, but I need you to die. Karen scratched his head and said, Isn't that the jailer from the human world? Narus recognized him as soon as he looked. Q-san? Q also recognized Narus. It's been a while, hasn't it, Narus? Suddenly, Narus erupted, with power surrounding his body. His presence here wasn't part of the future that Ariel saw. His tone grew colder. You've ruined the prophecy. Or in other words, meanwhile, Karen turned around, surprised. Q curled his lips. That's right, I am. However, he was hit by a force that slammed directly into him. Karen punched him directly in the body. Karen frowned. My attack went straight through him. Just as Neris said, Q grabbed Karen's hand. I am an executor. His eyes became lifeless. I am your enemy. Neris looked serious. Then we will defeat you. 1.5 years ago, at the entrance of the prison for the world's supreme criminals. Someone spoke up. Thank you, Naris-kun. Thank you for coming here to escort the prisoners. I have already sealed his power with my own ultimate skill. Q said seriously, Go get some rest and return to your daily duties. Naris nodded. Thank you, sir. Q said in a loud voice. It's been 3 years since you became a sovereign, right? Naris was surprised. Huh. Yes. Naris looked bewildered. Q continued, This question might sound a bit strange to you, but do you love this world? In the present, a loud, agonizing scream rang out. No way. Ikuhana couldn't believe his eyes. You're an executor. Q tightly gripped Karen's wrist with an icy, cold expression. Karen clicked his tongue and gritted his teeth. Damn it, I can't use my curse now. He's going to kill me. Just then, a large golden hand arrived and attacked toward Q. Q dodged it quickly, while Karen didn't understand what was happening. That golden hand came from Narus's attack. Narus controlled it silently and fearsomely. Suddenly, dust flew up. You little brat, Karen shouted, frustrated. Are you trying to kill me? This is Hirosaka's body, you know. However, Narus thought he was an idiot. He said in a low voice, Hirosaka won't die from that hit. This surprised him quite a bit. Q suddenly spoke, catching the attention of the two. I see. He walked over slowly. So, that guy's relative can use the curse. Narus gritted his teeth in annoyance. Does it have no effect on him? If Q's violin seal touches me, everything will be ruined. But that thing isn't suitable for combat. As long as I don't get too close if I keep applying pressure from this distance, then... Narus decided to raise his hand high, using the golden weapon technique. Here I come. If Narus Aurika believed that the violin seal was the only ultimate skill he had, Q carefully pondered. On the surface, he remained cold-faced. I'm waiting. Inside a large building, a voice echoed. The winner of all 467,232,119 worlds. Q. One eye opened wide. You have been chosen to become an executor. Eliminate all enemies affecting the order of this world. Q sat there, stunned. You're sending a new executor on this assassination mission? You have used too much power to afford the sole cost of recruiting a veteran, haven't you? He stood up slowly, leaning his hand on the computer. Only then, his eyes drooped slightly. Those who oppose the executor must be eliminated. Q looked at the scene before him. In order to protect this world, his eyes reflected an indescribable lifelessness. Q was a conqueror from another world. Conquerors were a type of sovereign who invaded other worlds. For example, Hyodo Kotetsu. Executors were chosen from conquerors across all worlds to become executors, under the direct control of the managers. The curse attribute, or in other words, unlike ultimate skills granted by the gates, Q retained the ultimate skill he possessed when he was a conqueror. That was the blue ribbon, a ribbon that was part of an important ultimate skill. At that very moment, he used it in the battle against Narus. Narus, who was deploying his power, was covered by the strings from that ribbon. He gritted his teeth, as if he couldn't believe it. A completely different type of ultimate skill. Above, Karen attacked simultaneously, carrying sharp swords aimed at Q. Don't hesitate. Narus. Right on Q, he powered up the source, the Titan's arm. Q looked at it, bored. He's just making that arm bigger? How boring. As that hand rushed over, Narus simultaneously zipped past, using his second ultimate skill. Q's eyes flickered toward him. Narus used the Golden Raid ultimate skill. Q was slightly surprised. A support skill? His hand flared up like a blue flame. Caught you. Too fast. When Narus launched his attack, Q had already easily blocked it. Is that really all you've got? Narus asked, startled and uneasy. He had actually managed to see the second strike coming. As the debris rained down, Narus lowered his voice. Your ultimate technique is just about exaggerating everything, isn't it? His eyes flashed with a cold, hollow glint. What a waste of MP. Suddenly, a massive gate swung open behind Narus. A brilliant golden light poured out. Narus frantically unleashed a barrage of golden weapons toward Q, but Q remained indifferent, showing no fear. The weapons flew like a gale, with the phantom of death hurtling straight toward Q. His face was ice cold, followed by a heaven-shaking explosion. Narus watched silently as ribbons of energy drifted through the air. Q appeared from within them and spoke. I told you, your ultimate technique is useless. He walked slowly toward him, saying, a truly excellent technique is one that is simple and effective. Narus, unafraid, immediately lunged forward with his sword. He was completely unscathed after that hit. Narus wondered. There's no mistake. As his blade neared Q's throat, a ribbon of energy blocked it instantly, and the sword was shattered. In the moment his blade touched the ribbon, Narus realized his plan. He had to eliminate everything Q touched. He attacked repeatedly. I've been warned about this before, just like Ariel Tega's ultimate technique. Two ribbons suddenly coiled around his arms, and at the same time, Q kicked hard at his leg. Holding a sharp object against his throat, Q had subdued him in a split second. Narus lay flat on the ground. Ikuhana screamed, Narus. Karen, who was currently inhabiting Hirasaka's body, watched the screen in silence. She was stunned, staring at Narus for a long time. Q pointed the sharp object right at his throat. Do you remember the question I asked you before? Narus replied in a low voice. I remember. Q continued. Did you love this world? Narus had answered, I did, because Hirasaka was in it. Q asked again, then, what if Renji Hirasaka didn't exist? This made Narus's eyes widen in shock. Q smiled. Would you still love this world? Narus paused, hesitating. I think I still would. Q raised his voice. I once suffered from a terminal illness and was cured when I became a divine master. But before that, I used to sneak out of the hospital. I would go for walks on my own. Narus was breathing hard as he walked then. His steps slowed down, then stopped completely, and he looked up. His eyes widened. Standing alone on a quiet road under a peaceful sky, the sky felt so vast and boundless. I felt as if my heart was lifting from its cage. It was so beautiful. I thought, this world is so beautiful. Narus watched, tears welling up in his eyes. Q listened calmly and said, that is why I want to protect it, even if Hirasaka isn't here. Narus turned his back. The sky is still as beautiful as it was that day. Q looked up and replied vaguely, that's right. He remained calm. I am the same. I, too, love this beautiful, peaceful world. But now, Q, you are fighting against the administrators, which is like pushing this world to its doom. If you truly want to protect it, you must try to live until the very end. Karen watched, lost in thought. Q commanded, "Go. Don't think about unnecessary things. Live under the orders of the absolute rulers." The sharp point touched Neris's throat. A moment later, he said, "I can't do that." Q narrowed his eyes. Being bound by something and just waiting to die, Neris was strangely calm. "I cannot call that living." There were people in the same hospital in the same condition as Akira. That made them grow closer and more harmonious. Everyone had a comfortable mood and a smile on their lips. Akira decided to talk to them and become their friend. But as time passed, those friends, the ones Akira used to talk to, they were all gone. He was exhausted by that endless cycle, and then Akira was left alone, walking a lonely path. And then, on one dreary day, on that day, when Akira was defeated by Q, with a sword pointed at him, Akira realized how beautiful this world was. He said his final words, "I finally understand the meaning of being alive." Then Akira went silent, and the blade remained at his throat, unmoving. Suddenly, Q looked at Akira, startled, wondering why the blade still touched Akira's throat without striking. Why did Q's blade pull back? It was as if he were being controlled by some other force. Akira continued, "To live is to keep feeling, to keep moving forward with your own 2 feet, and to discover new things. The fact that I was treated like a pawn in the administrator's game to avoid being surrounded by that power," Q decided to swing his blade back. As for Akira, he summoned a source of power from behind. "I cannot call that truly living." The sixth ultimate technique, the Temple Guardian. At this moment, Q finally realized why he couldn't attack earlier. This was what was being controlled, not Q himself, but Q's weapon. The Temple Guardian was an ultimate technique gained at level 90. It could freely manipulate everything, including Naru's and Akira, as long as it was a weapon. Any object covered by the technique was no exception. Q couldn't let go or cancel Sampajita. To break the matrix, Q decided to use the blue ribbon. Seeing Q struggling to escape the encirclement, Akira said, "It's useless. That technique is linked directly to the target. From the moment it touched me, it was completely under my control. There is no way for you to handle it or retreat. I have surrounded you." Q realized it was Neru's Akira's weapon, which he had cut with the blue ribbon earlier. No! Akira wanted Q to cut it so that Akira could surround Q with those pieces. Akira warned, "Obeying someone, that is a way to live. I will not refuse your desire to be free." Q tried to grip his sword tightly, but it seemed it wouldn't obey its master. It pointed toward Q, "But if you dare to rebel, I will defeat you." Akira walked close, face to face with Q, but with no expression. That was all. Sama and his cohorts were standing by with their arms crossed, calmly watching the fight. Only then did Q let go, his eyes holding a hint of sadness. "So, I lost, huh? I won't continue to fight, nor will I retreat. Since I failed to eliminate you, I will be finished off." Akira gasped in shock because this wasn't what he wanted. A bolt of lightning engulfed Q, then Q gradually faded away. Akira panicked because Q was going to be deleted. If you don't fulfill the command, Q must work under those conditions. Akira couldn't accept it, shouting in frustration, "Q, why? Why are you listening to the administrator?" Q replied, "I told you, your world is beautiful. It's not like my destroyed homeland, a world I couldn't protect. That's why I want to protect this one." This time, Zora shouted, "Q, don't go." Q turned to look at him. Zora frowned, sadly, watching Q disappear, unable to do anything. He remembered that time when Zora was sitting and talking to him. "Oh, so you'll be my owner, huh? Once you've overcome the hardships inside this gate, ga ha ha." Q stood there, dazed and confused. Then he asked, "Are you okay?" When Q squeezed his shoulder, Zora said with satisfaction, "Your touch is so gentle, you're approved." Remembering that time, Q smiled. "I'm sorry, Zora." Zora screamed frantically, "No, don't do that." Suddenly, a hand reached out to Q. Akira was trying to save Q, leaving him completely surprised. Q gasped, "Naru's-kun?" Not only Q, but Ikuhana and the Demon Lord were equally surprised. Akira smiled triumphantly, "Just as I thought. What a sloppy curse, you administrators." Akira recalled when Subaru used the blood curse. A curse can be broken by another curse. Q tried to stop him. "Stop it right now. You can't change anything with your ability. You'll just get dragged in and die with me. Just give up." Before he could finish, Akira cut him off. "You damn administrators, you damn supreme entities. Thinking of the world and everyone as your toys, don't you dare think of death as something noble. I refuse to accept that. I will overthrow it." Everyone watched in awe, while Ikuhana stood silent, unable to react. Akira remembered his memories from years ago with his friends in that familiar place. He was determined, "I won't let you die." Saying that, Akira held on, trying his best to save Q, while Q was incredibly surprised by Akira's disregard for his own life. At that moment, Akira screamed in pain. but he was determined not to let go, resolved to save Q. Watching the scene, shaking before them, even the demon lord had to shield himself to protect his own body. A pillar of power erupted in front of them, engulfing Q and Akira. Then suddenly, it vanished, returning a clear blue color to the sky. The demon lord asked in shock, Hey, are you serious? I have certainly never seen or heard of anyone breaking an administrator's curse like that. Akira lay down. Abaddon said, He really did it. Along with Akira, Abaddon said, He really did it. Akira jumped up. In front of him was Q. Q called out from the front, Naris-kun, why did you go that far? Akira replied, If you are no longer an executor, no longer someone fighting against the curse, then you aren't our enemy, right? Please, live. Q. For the sake of his friend, Q was stunned by Akira's words, looking into the distance where Zoro was running toward them. Akira said, You want him to live, right? Zoro was deeply worried for him, tears streaming down her face. As Q looked at her, he thought of his old friends. Akira remarked that everyone has people like that. At that moment, Zoro rushed over and embraced Q tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Q was stunned. He didn't expect him to hold such deep affection for him. Q was moved to tears as well. He said, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Then, the demon emperor approached and reached out his arm toward Akira. That was an impressive scene, he said. Akira took the demon emperor's hand and stood up, replying, Hearing a compliment from you doesn't exactly make me happy. The demon emperor replied, In all honesty, isn't your reversal curse a bit stronger than the others? Akira replied, If that's true, it's probably because I truly have a wicked nature. Then he added, All right, I understand. Hey, Hirasaka, did you want things to turn out like this? Hirasaka replied, No, not at all. The demon emperor said nervously, You guys are scaring me. Hirasaka continued, But I believe that Naru's-kun will be able to resolve it. He's no longer just a kid looking up to me. He's a friend and my equal. The demon emperor spoke up. You heard that, right? Akira smiled and replied, I know. His equal friend, he said. Then Akira gripped the demon emperor's hand tightly and asked, How's it going? Is everything still going smoothly? You've been training ever since you skipped the meeting, haven't you? You must have something interesting, right? The scene shifted. Hirasaka had moved to another dimension. Well, Louis has finished his training. Just a little bit more, and I'll be able to stand against the executor, Hira said triumphantly. Louis had finished his training. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to stand against the executor. Louis watched Hirasaka sweating, tensed up, observing him as he was about to try something astonishing. Right before his eyes, as Vanquis was teaching him his secret technique to fight the executor, Renji appeared beside them and asked, Vanquis-san, could you teach me that technique too? Vanquis replied, I don't mind, but I don't think you can learn it directly. Between those from the underworld and humans, the structure of the soul is very different. The inheritance of the technique through the gate is completed by transforming that structure. Furthermore, after learning the technique to fight the executor, Louis transferred it to Renji through the trial of the gate, as well as his 8th technique. And now, just a little more. Just a little more for Hirasaka, Renji, and Amamiya Sazakaka. Because they were undead without physical bodies, they weren't dependent on the limits of the gate. In the case of Amamiya Sazakaka, Killim spoke up. Kid, it seems you adapt to me quite well. Huh. Because of their compatible souls, she was able to inherit the technique from the thunder god Killim without needing the gate. As for Renji Hirasaka, he spoke up. Louis suggested, I will lend you my strength. Following Louis' instructions, he was able to increase the level of the technique he already possessed. However, this was a completely different matter. Inheriting a technique from Vanquis, whose soul was completely incompatible with Renji, went beyond anything he knew. Louis observed Renji pensively. After all the hardships, Renji appeared drenched in sweat. I did it. It defies all logic. Renji had finally succeeded. So this is my new sword, huh? Louis watched pensively as Renji excitedly held the item in his hands. During the whole time, he was his owner. He knew nothing about fighting. Hirasaka had gone beyond the definition of a genius. Back in the human world, at the wizard's workshop in the Red Copper Kingdom, Karen stopped fiddling and said, Sorry to break up this moment, but can I talk to you about why we came here? At this moment, Zoro was still hugging Q, crying, Sure, Q. After breaking free from his embrace, he started talking to Akira. Naru's-kun. I also want to tell you about this. He replied, Yes. Then Q continued, The truth is, it sounded serious, so Akira blurted out, Oh? At this point, Akira was startled, remembering Shikishima and Subaru, and contacted them through his mind. Shikishima, Ariel. Shikishima responded, Naru, what's wrong? Akira replied, It's an emergency. Q-san just told me. Meanwhile, Subaru listened quietly. Upon hearing everything, he became silent. Seeing this, Safina asked about Subaru. He said, "Sorry, Safina. I need to return to the human world right now." Safina said poutily, "Huh? What about our date?" Subaru replied nonchalantly, "When did I ever agree to that?" An executor had appeared at the inventor's residence in the Copper Kingdom. Hearing this, Isis was startled and panicked, while Safina remained calm. "Go on," she prompted. Subaru explained the identity of the executor. He was a jailer at the prison holding the Lord God in the human world. His technique allowed him to manage the prisoners' techniques. Everyone had defeated him, but as a result, the effects of his technique also disappeared. Because of that, over 300 prisoners would soon escape from prison. Hearing this, the two of them didn't say anything more. They felt a lot of anxiety in their hearts. Then Subaru continued, "We have to go back to protect our world." Hearing that, Safina also understood his kindness, so he wanted to protect the civilians. "I see. We will prepare quickly." Isis bowed to receive the order. "Yes, my queen." At this moment, a figure appeared and spoke up. "Why are you all leaving so soon?" Tara appeared and said, "Right after I finish making shoes for you." Subaru replied tactfully, "The shoes are delicious, thank you." Then Tara tossed something to Subaru. "Take this with you." He grabbed it in his hand, opened it, and saw it was a covenant ring. Tara instructed Subaru on how to use it. It could sense the locations of the managers from over 10 billion worlds, but it can only sense them. It doesn't have the function to take you there. Hearing this, he gladly accepted it. "Well, that's enough. Anyway, I'm not the only one going to them." Hearing that, Tara replied, "Well, I hope it works." Subaru waved goodbye. "Thanks, Tara. I'll definitely come back." Tara stood there, watching Subaru's silhouette fade away. "Well, will I be able to see that funny kid again? An item that could teleport him to the world of the managers, maybe I'll try making one." The scene shifted to Karen's group. In the current situation, everyone looked tense, their faces as serious as mugshots. Subaru hurried through the space-time gate and called out, "Shikishima." Seeing that Subaru had arrived, Shikishima announced, "All right, let's go." Hearing that, Subaru quickly ran to join them. Suddenly, Safina called out, "Subaru." Hearing that familiar voice, he turned his head. Suddenly, Safina tossed something to him and said, "A parting gift." Subaru asked in surprise, "Another ring?" She replied, "Just open it, and you'll see. Whenever you want to return to the underworld, just put it on. It's sad to part, but we'll meet again." Tired of waiting, Shikishima shouted impatiently, "Subaru, hurry up," and he didn't forget to wave goodbye to her. "Thank you, Safina." Then Subaru quickly left. He vanished through the gate. The scene shifted to the Golden Gate. Suddenly, a complaining voice blurted out, "Sad, huh? Moving as fast as the wind." Ikuhana added, "They're always in such a rush, aren't they? Unlike the two of them." Safina smiled involuntarily. "That's good. Good luck, my dear Subaru, my future husband." The scene shifted to Nagata District, the prison for the Lord God. Inside, the prisoners were fighting chaotically. One of them on the arena floor laughed loudly. "No matter how, that damn seal is gone. We're free." Just as he finished speaking, someone appeared and used the technique Ice Amamiya Sazakal. "With me here, don't even dream about it." The broom in his hand swung strongly toward the prisoner. After that, sharp claws appeared. "Is that Himeno?" He used that to pounce on him. At this moment, the prisoners were furious. "Are you crazy, you bastard?" Another prisoner spoke up. "I don't like this guy." But at this moment, Yasurugi glanced at him along with the others. They said in unison, "Maybe it will help you remember a little, right? We used to be the Shadow Gang." Hearing them announce that, the other prisoners blurted out, "The Shadow Gang? Are you Ariel Tega's teammates?" Kiryu warned with killing intent. "A new schedule will be released soon, so if the prison collapses and messes things up, it'll be a big disaster." He was a former member of the Shadow Organization, Kiryu. And then that familiar broom was swung again. It hit the heads of the other prisoners. They couldn't do anything but grit their teeth and endure. Yasurugi warned, "We'll meet a friend after this. Sorry, but you guys better give up." Along with a former member of the Shadow Organization, Kagashingo was equally murderous, overwhelming all of them. The friend in question, Kuruki Tachi Himeno, appeared. Just a bit taller, and you're already screaming so loud. She was a former member of the Shadow Organization, Himeno Jumeno. Nail technique, pain level 6, absolute pain that touches the wound up to 3,000%. Yasurugi, holding the broom in his hand, said, "I thought you would participate in the prison break." Himeno replied, "I just found out that I'm on the winning side. No matter how many of them there are, they won't be able to beat Kiryu." Kiryu held a grappling hook in his hand, using the flow-stalling Amamiya Sazakal technique. The scene shifted to the human world. In Tokyo, at the backyard of Hirosaka's apartment, 300 prisoners were escaping from that Lord God prison. Subaru warned anxiously. We have to hurry before anyone gets hurt, Karen remarked nonchalantly. Kiryu and Issei are there already. Then Jinga said, he can stop them, right? Subaru urged him. Come on, hurry up, Shikishima-san. Shikishima replied with a headache. They've already taken care of all of them. At those words, everything suddenly fell into silence. The group planning to break out of prison had mostly been defeated by Kiryu Yasurugi alone, leaving Kiryu stunned, feeling like he had barely done anything at all. Himeno yawned. Time to head back to our cells and get some sleep. Good job, Shikishima. Receiving a call, Shikishima smiled to reassure Subaru and relayed the message, there's no need for you to come. That's what they said. Silence fell over the area once more. Karen helplessly said, now that you mention it, I just remembered. Kiryu must be over level 80, right? Akira spoke up. The average level of those prisoners is just under 30, Karen replied. No matter how many of them there are, they never stood a chance. Ha! They don't need us anymore, which means we're free to do whatever we want, right? Perhaps because they weren't used to being idle, the whole group stood there, stunned and lost in thought. Shikishima continued to confirm. Kinokawa called me, so I have to head back to headquarters. They'll be briefed on the event that took place in the underworld, as well as the patio before the press conference happens. Shikishima replied, yeah, let the world know that from now on, there won't be any more gates. Scene change. At this moment, Udu Ryusei and Kinokawa happily hugged each other. Jinga smiled contentedly. That's right, Shikishima said. Kinokawa also added that the gate's countdown timer had stopped. Afterward, he waved his hand. Let's go. Narus. They'll probably ask about the queue. Akira ran after them, quickly replying, oh, yes. Watching the two of them walk away, Hirasaka dazedly said, they're all gone now. Jinga replied, I'm heading home. Amamiya Sasuke said, and I'm going to grab some sushi. Karin wouldn't join them. She wanted to go for a walk. Everyone went their separate ways, saying their goodbyes. See you later, Subaru. Finally, the one without plans was Subaru. So, I'm all alone again. Huh. With no other choice, Subaru headed home. He opened the door and announced, I'm home. Then, he slowly took each step into the house. Subaru entered with a gloomy mood. I wanted to go eat with everyone. Suddenly, Subaru was surprised when he looked ahead. He gasped upon seeing Kotetsu sitting in his house, eating a snack. Kotetsu saw Subaru and nonchalantly asked, oh, so this is your house? Ariel Subaru. Subaru looked at the Kotetsu in front of him, unable to believe it. He thought to himself, is it really Kotetsu? Why are you in our world? Kotetsu calmly replied, who knows? I just landed here. Subaru asked in confusion, where did you land? Kotetsu replied, it's a long story. And besides, this time, I'm not your enemy. More importantly, don't you want information? Subaru asked. Information? He replied, that's right. Information from me, such as Kotetsu, silently looked at the system board, which contained information on each person. He said, the number and locations of the enforcers currently in this world. Subaru was startled, stunned, and frozen in place. He looked at the images inside the system. Scene change. A voice spoke up, Enda, what are you looking at? Enda replied, news about our former comrades. They clearly crushed a riot at the prison. Is everyone here already? Lion replied, yes, they are my members for this conquest. Hoffman said solemnly, apologies for keeping you waiting, our king. Hearing that, Enda's gaze sank. Scene change. Subaru was stunned. There are other enforcers here too. Kotetsu replied, I told you, this world is being invaded from somewhere else. As a conqueror, I can tell. Subaru felt anxious. Will the future be disrupted again? Are the managers interfering? Kotetsu spoke up. Need my help? Subaru was surprised and exclaimed, yeah. Then Kotetsu explained further. You want more information, right? In exchange, Attic Subaru, you will provide for me. Halfgarn was rambling at this moment. You know, this world seems to be quite well preserved, doesn't it? The atmosphere here is so fresh. Endgame also spoke up. This place is strange, too. The increase in lords here has risen sharply, ever since they started cooperating with an unidentified world called the Underworld. Bane added, so that's how they prevent destruction. It means it will be quite difficult to invade this place. Raven coldly said, high risk, high reward, right? Hearing his name called, he smiled and spoke, exactly. The reward, if this mission succeeds, is this very world. Hearing that, the whole group, including Beb, Harfern, Bane, Susilos, Raven, Horny, and Ateo each had their own expression, but they all agreed to these terms. Then Enda explained, that is why I've used my soul value to the limit to call you all here. Although the plan to invade them by cooperating with the underworld failed, We will use Lion's special technique. Lion held a stack of phones for everyone. I have prepared phones from this world for you all here. We will absolutely overwhelm them. Enda ordered. Our plan is. They decided to start at Shibuya. Scene change. Subaru had also arrived there. There were so many people here. This was 2 days after the appearance of Hyodo Kaode. Subaru said, Hyodo, have you gotten used to the phone yet? Kotetsu replied, It's fine. No glitches at all. Then Subaru aimlessly asked, So, where are we going now? Kotetsu replied, A shoe store. Subaru was surprised, not understanding. Shopping? Kotetsu explained, I can wear the same clothes as you, that's fine, but your shoes don't fit my feet. And I don't have any money in this world, so please pay for them. Subaru was very willing to answer. All right, that's fine. Kotetsu said with serious determination. I can't fight properly if I wear tight shoes. Subaru, seeing that expression, asked, You're going to fight with us? Kotetsu replied, Consider it me repaying you for your help. This happened many years ago, but the enemy I'm going to fight also once attacked my world. They're quite strong, so be careful. Subaru listened and replied, Understood. Afterward, they walked together on the street. Suddenly, Kotetsu turned and asked, What are you doing? Subaru was startled and asked, What do you mean? Kotetsu reached out his arm. Don't be so cool. Just leave. I'll go buy shoes by myself. Don't follow me. Just give me the money. Subaru looked at his attitude and fearfully said, Okay. Then he judged him in his heart. This guy is just like a parasite, isn't he? Remembering old memories of his father. Afterward, Kotetsu lifted his phone, fiddled with it for a bit, and said, I just sent you their latest address. I'll let you know when I'm done. He replied, All right. Then Subaru watched Kotetsu's retreating back. He didn't forget to say, Thanks, Hyodo. I really appreciate your help. Kotetsu was silent and didn't respond. A moment later, he said, Don't mention it. Thinking of that, he remembered it had been a long time since Kotetsu had teammates by his side. Lost in thought for a moment, Kotetsu calmly walked away. He went into a sports store to shop. Welcome, customer. As for Subaru on this side, he let out a long sigh. He straightened his face and said, Now what? Subaru then contacted all his teammates via his mind. Everyone. On this side, Amamiya Sasakaka was shopping and also heard Subaru's words. Hirasaka did too. I won't tell anyone about this masked man called Jinga. On the other side, Shikishima also heard Subaru's call, and Akira also heard it and quietly listened. Subaru contacted everyone and announced, Hyodo just shared the latest information with us. Let's start moving. As we said before, okay. Everyone replied in unison, Understood. We're already on our way. Suddenly, Tsunemori Jinga spoke up, Ariel, are you sure we can trust Hyodo Kotetsu? The Lord's window can only be seen by the Lord themselves. What if he's deceiving us? That is the person who killed us in the future, the king of Aurora, and brought my world to the brink of destruction. Subaru was stunned, bowed his head, and fearfully said, Tsumori Jinga-san, that those words back then at my house, Ariel Subaru, you will provide for me. Subaru asked in surprise, Provide for you? Kotetsu replied at that time, I am not familiar with this world, and I have no money or place to stay, so help me. Subaru was stunned, his face blank like a dead fish. Then he said, that's fine too. Kotetsu replied without emotion, Really? You're kind, aren't you? Then he continued, You were sent here because of the punishment you mentioned when you were in the underworld, right? Kotetsu denied. No. Kotetsu explained that it was because someone saved him from being punished. It might have been the last time, too. I will find a way to return to my homeland even if it is destroyed, but leaving it behind means I have accepted defeat. Listening to the secrets from the bottom of his heart, Subaru sighed deeply. You hate losing, don't you? Kotetsu asked, Is that funny? He replied, No, I will help you. Thinking back to the conversation at that time, Subaru reassured Jinga, I think I can trust him. Now, he's not a bad person like I thought. Really, this guy is quite straightforward and funny, but if he betrays us, then you use the 9 ice to defeat him, okay? Hearing that, Jinga also believed his friend's words. All right, if you said so, then I'll listen. Subaru smiled brightly and replied, Thank you. Shikishima said, At least you already have it. Jinga was confused. No, it's not like that. Ariel's friendliness, his openness is what creates Ariel, isn't it? He bears both the good and the bad. Afterward, Jinga was also somewhat relieved. I understand now. And Shikishima was surprised, realizing it. Shikishima looked at Subaru and thought, That has turned Ariel into a talented king. While Subaru was looking at some meaningless books, judging to himself, this bookstore is huge. Scene changed to Akira's location. Ariel, I found my target. Looking ahead, That was Halfgarn. Akira looked at Halfgarn coldly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harasaka faced Sasellos. Me too. The two made eye contact. They looked at each other without saying a word. At the 10 o'clock tower in Sibia, they found the targets. Hockney and Beb are there, and they've already encountered Jin. Seeing the enemy, Jin Jie reported it, and I did the same. So, it's Jin Jie facing Hockney and Shikishima facing Atio. Shikishima noted, even here, the two of them clashed. Meanwhile, Lion is reading in a bookstore. A voice rang out, that's right, too easy to guess. You're Subaru, who met Lion, right? Lion looked up, exclaiming, Ariel Subaru? I'm quite surprised. What is a star like you doing here? Subaru replied, to fight against you all. Sorry, but I can't let you get your hands on this world. We're going to stop you. Hearing this, Lion thought, he's not going to let us take over this world. I can't believe he already knew our objective and how many of us were coming. More importantly, is this guy crazy? He intends to fight me right here, right now? In this Sibia, with tens of thousands of people around, scene shift to a clothing store where Kotetsu is shopping. All right, he's picked out a pair of shoes he likes. Good, now let's get to work. Kotetsu met Raven. He stared at Kotetsu for a moment, and Kotetsu walked up to confront him. Neither of them said a word. Then Raven spoke up, have we met somewhere before? Kotetsu didn't answer. She just gently raised her hand and threw a punch forward. Exo, the Sibia disaster. At a skyscraper, a scream echoed, causing a tremor. Inside, Subaru and Lion were standing face to face, radiating overwhelming energy. She called out his name, Ariel Subaru. Two faces met, but Adio remained calm. You intend to fight us right here, in Sibia? The people present were oblivious, continuing with their own tasks. Crowds hurried past, looking happy and unaware of what was happening. Subaru immediately confirmed it, but on one condition. That's right, but his opponent listened in silence. The condition was, I won't let a single AI die. Hearing this, Lion was slightly confused, left with a huge question mark. A spell was cast, covering the entire area. Elsewhere, Kotetsu was lunging with a lethal punch, but Raven blocked it. However, the force of the punch was incredibly powerful, knocking him backward. He quickly braced himself with his feet to regain his footing. He mocked, Hey, I'm in the middle of the street here. You don't care about the civilians around us at all, do you? But unexpectedly, behind him was a golden wall blocking them off from the outside world. He looked around, confused, at the people outside who were still smiling but not moving at all. How strange. Everyone looks like a statue. He analyzed it, the people weren't just standing still, they were frozen in place. Kotetsu looked at her opponent and spoke up, not letting him worry in vain. With a cold gaze, she frankly declared, the only one who's going to die is you. Raven became more serious. Back to another place, but 2 days in the past, all the members had gathered for a meeting. Shikishima was scratching his head and complaining. The conquerors are gathering to invade us. Great. Surprises just keep coming. He was teased by Kotetsu's remark, which made him angry. Oh, the managers really hate you guys, don't they? After that, a system panel appeared. They had sent a bunch of conquerors to this world. Usually, only a few people receive rare items, but Kotetsu operated the screen and turned to everyone, saying, for some reason, the current reward has been changed to this world itself. This statement shocked the other two members, who angrily demanded, the whole world? You mean they're trying to take our home? That's exactly what I'm saying. She continued to present the theory. The moment they successfully invade your world and completely wipe out humanity, the world belongs to them, 100%. Kinokawa couldn't suppress her fury. No way. But a voice rang out that surprised her even more. This is an unprecedented reward. Kotetsu explained bluntly, if I can meet the requirements, I'll participate too. Jinga stood up angrily, shouting, you bastard. A powerful source of energy surged behind her, accompanied by a voice calling out, you do. Tsunemori Jinga immediately fell silent and turned back. Kotetsu was also drawn in and looked over instinctively. It was that same terrifying energy. He asked coldly, what are the success conditions for those conquerors? A map appeared along with the explanation. Gain control of all 23 wards of Tokyo, or more specifically, eliminate all the masters within them. The other two spoke up again. Aren't the two of us at a numerical advantage? Kotetsu remembered Lion and warned, it doesn't matter how many of you there are, it won't help. There is someone among the 5 enemies who can brainwash any master weaker than himself unconditionally. Everyone will just turn on each other. Yudu, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Then we must form a strategy to defeat them. A list of characters appeared. As a conqueror, he could see their locations in real time. I can capture them effectively if we cooperate. He raised a finger and said, however, the problem is, If they want to occupy the 23 wards, Kinokawa understood and continued, then we'll be forced to fight them inside the city. Udu Ryusei Sae. I think I need to evacuate the civilians. Hearing the situation, Shikishima understood and ordered, You do. Before he could even finish, Yudu understood and accepted. I'll handle this. Kotetsu looked at them, slightly confused. Returning to the present, the freezing spell had covered the city, except for where they were settling things. Inside, Udu stood proudly, performing the 7th technique. A golden shield was erected firmly. The 7th technique of Yudu Ryusei was explained. Ryusei cracked the Chevaliers. It affected everyone who wasn't a master within his radius. Those without a technique were put into a frozen state. Everyone affected was immobilized. While frozen, the targets couldn't move or be harmed. In exchange, the user couldn't move from their position while using the technique. At the tall building where the fighting was happening, Kotetsu radiated an oppressive aura toward her opponent. With this, everyone can fight without causing harm to the city or its people. She then instructed her teammates through the radio. Mine only lasts for 1 hour, so act quickly. Everyone. The plan officially began. Akira picked up the phone to announce, Understood, let's move. At that moment, he was also standing face-to-face with his opponent, Nerves, Akira versus. Conqueror Half-Phone Huffman sensed something, smirked, and asked, Hey. He tapped hard on the people standing nearby who were immobilized, looked confused, then raised his hand, wondering, What the hell is going on? Akira didn't pay any mind and got to the point. Don't worry. All I know is that if you can move, you're my enemy. Then he powered up and declared, I will defeat you. Half-Phone didn't waver, scratching his head and rambling, Oh boy, probably one of those defensive techniques, huh? But the next second, his gaze became serious. Whatever. Die already and give this world to us. Half-Phone went into a fighting stance. Under his feet, the ground began to freeze solid. Then he quickly approached, throwing a punch that surprised Akira. On the outside, his body turned white, and Akira was sent flying far away. His eyes widened as he looked at his opponent. He's fast, but he didn't surprise me at all. That strange punch made Akira feel pain and confusion. His stomach started to glow. What is this? That's right. His torso was becoming ice cold. Am I being frozen? But this was completely different from Tsunemori's ice technique. Seeing his opponent confused, he just stood there and explained, Allow me to explain. My technique is freezing cold. Without emotion, he pointed at Akira. It only has the simple ability to freeze and shatter everything I touch. He said the last sentence with confidence. That's why I've never lost. Akira was in pain, clutching his stomach and writhing. The frost was penetrating inside his body. It was so cold he couldn't feel anything. But once it thaws, I'll start bleeding to death. With a helpless face, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Then he pushed his energy out, making it disperse. I'm so tired of this. Another simple yet powerful technique? Huh. Over there, Half-Phone was a bit confused when Akira said that. Another? He clutched his face and sighed. He's not even using a weapon. It doesn't suit me at all. Half-Phone urged him on, eager for more. You still have the strength to keep fighting? Show me whatever other tricks you have. Then, his face turned cold as he declared, Because my next punch will definitely kill you. Akira hesitated for a moment and answered. Akira entered a serious state, one of his eyes burning with fire. He replied, Half-Phone, maybe it's time to play for real, right? He was even more confused and losing patience. Akira remembered the conversation with Shiki. A reversal? Huh? He had made his decision and formed the contract. And you, Nerus, have you chosen an AI yet? Asked by Shikishima, a difficult question to answer. Akira scratched his head, embarrassed and stuttering. I am thinking of someone. Returning to reality, from the raging fire, Akira shouted, I have chosen you to be my reversal. Then, he slowly stepped out from the fire with an expectant look. So don't let me down, Lemda. Akira's smile turned slightly crazed, growing wider and wider, as if his entire body turned a shade of red, engulfing him. Without panicking, Half-Phone stood outside and watched. Fire, huh? A hand controlling fire emerged, accompanied by a voice. Next time, just say you want my help. Wouldn't that be faster? The entire body also stepped out with a mocking tone. Arrogant brat. Akira's body had completely changed into a different combat form. Lemda had taken over. Just take a rest. The opposite personality has appeared. His character has also changed, a bit arrogant. He declared, I will burn him to ashes for you. Halfkin remained calm at the scene, looking up curiously. He intently observed the fired-up Lemda and remarked, Another personality of yours. Interesting. Lemda waved his hand, concentrating the flames in his palm, and said slowly, My name is. He hovered in the air, confidently introducing himself. Lemda, Hellfire. Then, Lemda's eyes blaze, as if ready to jump into this battle. Brat, prepare your own grave. He didn't even look at him. Hafkin was still cold, adjusting his glasses, questioning, Come on, it seems you're enjoying yourself quite a bit, aren't you? Lemda looked indifferent, but inside, he was contemplating. The stats of the inverted self are determined by the body they control. If Lemda keeps firing like usual, he'll definitely run out of MP in a second. After calculating, he released his focus and muttered to himself, Must use it sparingly. Not having been depressed for long, Lemda denied it himself. Forget it. Before the opponent could react, he quickly rushed forward and shouted, That doesn't suit Lemda at all. Hafkin, seeing him so strangely enthusiastic, made a face speechless. Then, as if hit by a laughing point, he laughed heartily. You know that pile of fire is completely useless, right? Are you stupid? Hafkin's scornful words surprised him into standing still. Not letting Lemda react, he concentrated his power, saying, I've developed some affection for you. Immediately, Hafkin stepped back, took momentum, and provoked, Let's play. No sooner had he finished the sentence than he flew forward and threw a punch, to Lemda's shock. Lemda also quickly got excited, preparing his stance to fight back. Before he could be happy for long, he was shocked to discover his hand had been frozen and shattered. Lemda was still lost in his thoughts. He froze Lemda? That shouldn't have had any effect on him, right? While Hafkin was seriously attacking consecutively. Lemda still leisurely commented, Your defensive ability has dropped. After dodging in every way, Lemda gradually became serious and said, You, humans. He got heated and shouted loudly, as if wanting to provoke others, so weak. Hafkin was surprised at the sight before his eyes. You have the ability to regenerate? Nice. Moving his limbs from afar, he challenged, How many more hits can you take before you die? Not as Hafkin expected, Lemda replied indifferently. I don't know, and I don't care. Lemda pointed a finger at him and said vaguely. But then Lemda became serious and said firmly, This game is fun. Immediately after that, he burned Hafkin's hand, not leaving any time for him to recover. Hafkin relaxed the hand that had just been attacked, secretly surprised. Lemda's fire is hot enough to melt my ice. Staring at his hand, Hafkin smiled with a tone of praise. This guy. While Lemda was wrapped in flames, he continued to be surprised. He was even increasing the temperature. After that, both of them turned into two forces of fire and ice, clashing against each other as if to avenge the previous arm. Lemda gained the upper hand, punching straight into the face of Hafkin. Not losing, he also responded with a punch to the chin, making Lemda fall backward. As if having momentum, Hafkin continuously threw punches with the power of ice at him. Despite the punches raining down, Lemda still smirked. As if discovering something very interesting, Lemda brought his hand out for a powerful blow, making him unable to bear it even though he had been beaten until blood flowed everywhere and his glasses had fallen off. But Hafkin still held on, causing him to sincerely praise, You've really surprised me. Switching to the past, thousands of years ago, at the Copper Chain Kingdom, in the underworld. Little Lemda yelled as if wanting to attract someone's attention. Hey. He approached Kilim and Delta, the younger, ferocious versions. He called out, Demon Wind, Demon Lightning. Kilim was sitting, relaxing, confusedly asking, Huh? Lamba put his hands on his hips, showing confidence. I am Lamba, Demon Fire. I heard that you, too, are the strongest in this area. He concentrated his power of flames, using a provocative voice, Come on, come on. Without mercy, Lemda flew in, screaming, Come fight me. His aggression and enthusiasm made both of them skeptical. Unexpectedly, Lemda was beaten until his teeth fell all over the ground and he was scorched black. Kilim stood in front of him, criticizing openly, You're weak as hell. Delta folded her arms, helplessly explaining, You're a demon born from the king of the Copper Chain Kingdom, right? If you want to play, go find those who have the same elements as you. Lemda immediately sat up, vehemently opposing, No way. They're boring. Their fire isn't even hot. Just saying that, he remembered the scene of playing with his peers under the careful observation of the two of them. Lemda reacted violently. I cannot be used as a tool to turn on the stove or heat the bathtub, he pointed. At the shining sun, speaking his heart's desire, those born from fire must have the ambition to lead. I will defeat the strongest soul, Frost. Although he had just been beaten to a pulp, Lemda was still very enthusiastic. And then, I will become a man who is even hotter than the sun. Delta laughed heartily and asked, What do you think, Kilim? He helplessly replied, Truly an idiot. Before Kilim finished scolding, a cold voice rang out, Kilim. Just a call like that was enough to make him terrified and freeze. Soft footsteps, and that voice sounded at the same time. You, Diamante. She slowly approached, instructing. Learn how to fix that devious attitude. Seeing that, Delta spoke up to greet Big Sister. She came along with a cold breath, approaching and speaking as if to praise. This kid has potential, doesn't he? Lambda was praised until he blushed. Thank you. Really? Oh my god, you're making me shy. Thank you. Oh, and who are you? Then, Diamante solemnly introduced herself. Frost. After that, streams of ice immediately appeared when she stomped hard on the ground. The power froze everything around Lambda, making him surprised until his jaw dropped. She continued to finish the sentence, Diamond. Ice of Death? The strongest soul in history. Frost Diamond. Lambda was startled by what he had just heard, questioning, Huh. Strongest soul. Huh. Delta happily asked about the situation. Big Sister. How was your match with Vanquish? Ice of Death couldn't hold back, complaining like a brat. She angrily raised her voice. That bastard stole my ultimate technique. Next time, I'll definitely take it back. Before Diamante could finish her sentence, Lambda had aggressively rushed over, screaming, Diamond, fight me. Amidst Delta's mockery, Killim couldn't understand. Is this guy really that stupid? In the blink of an eye, Lambda was completely frozen and beaten into hundreds. With a crack, he crushed a fragment of his own skull. Diamante looked on with genuine delight and praised the challenger, Lambda. A warrior who wants to take me on. I like your straightforward, fiery attitude. It's truly brilliant. Her tone shifted to something far more serious. Since you want to defeat me that badly, why don't you become my disciple? Diamante then pointed toward Killim and Delta, who were staring daggers at them. Those two over there carry that same resolve as you. Lambda's frozen face showed pure shock. Really? Does that mean we're brothers? Killim blew up in anger, shouting, Who's your brother? You're disgusting. He then quickly put on his sycophantic smile, trying to butter them up. Killim attacked with zero hesitation. Lambda screamed in pain, begging, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Amidst the chaos, Delta calmly remarked, Not bad. Back in reality, after the flashback, Lambda shouted as if to announce his presence to Hoffman, I am a challenger. He clenched his fists, declaring, With these fists, I will turn everything to ash. Fueled by childhood memories, Lambda raised his hand, channeling a radiant power. I am a man who burns hotter than the sun itself. Hoffman looked intrigued and puzzled. Does he really intend to decide this whole fight with just a single punch? Suddenly, as if he'd been injected with pure adrenaline, Hoffman grinned ear to ear. That's what I'm talking about. Amidst Lambda's confusion, he explained, I've always despised the underhanded tactics of these managers. Hoffman readied himself for battle. A straightforward guy like you. You've got me fired up. He assumed a battle stance and roared, I accept your challenge. Lambda, not wanting to be outdone, felt a kindred spirit. Seems like we're a good match. Huh. Let's do this. He swung his arm forward, unleashing a lethal move. Firestorm. At the same time, Hoffman rushed in, delivering his most powerful strike, the White King's castle. Two massive, powerful punches slammed into each other, as if to shatter everything in their path. Halfway was momentarily distracted, muttering, Man, he's so blunt, straight up honest to a fault. Seeing Lambda's reflection in his own eyes, he finally understood. Reflecting on his own history of obedience, Halfway thought to himself, I've always just blindly followed orders from the managers. Maybe living like a machine has just worn me out. Amidst Lambda's fiery, passionate intensity, he realized why he had longed to meet someone like him. Such a sincere and straightforward person. As if grasping the truth of his life, Halfway grinned from the bottom of his heart. In the brilliant glow, he felt fulfilled to have finally found an opponent worthy enough to defeat him. With that, Halfway gave up resisting. Feeling a sense of appreciation for Lambda, he was happy. Coughing up blood as he fell from high above, he announced, You've completely defeated me, Lambda. With one arm frozen, Lambda agreed, not sparing any praise. You put on a great performance, too. Halfway. Orlando Nara's Kira X Halfway died shortly after. The scene shifts to a massive skyscraper where Suzalos is questioning Hyra. Just tell me one thing. Among Subaru's allies out there, what level has your strength reached? He didn't hesitate and honestly replied, They say I'm the strongest. Suzalos was stunned, eyes widening. Really? You're killing me here. Realizing the situation, he asked back, Aki, do you want me to be your antithesis? He confirmed firmly, Yes. Can you do it? The scene shifts to the underworld, home to the glowing coastal souls. Lambda replied comfortably, Although I still have a lot of questions. I don't mind. But why? We aren't even that close, he added. Akira explained, You know we have memories from the future, right? Lambda let out an unconscious, but remained clueless. Even if you explain that 1,000 times, I still won't get it. Akira continued to recount images from his memory, leaving Lambda with his jaw dropped in confusion. In the future, I died fighting you. As if fearing Lambda would misunderstand, he quickly spoke his heart. I don't hold any grudges against you. though. It was a great battle. I was thoroughly beaten and I accept it. Akira immediately continued. That's not the reason why I want to work with you. I have a feeling that our paths are connected. After hearing his explanation, Lemda smiled faintly, almost looking devious. Then, Lemda scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, but I don't really get what you mean. After hearing that, Akira's mood went from stunned to absolutely furious. You still don't get it? I'm saying I like you. He asked out of genuine curiosity, catching Akira off guard. Oh, why didn't you just say that from the start? Lemda trustingly reached out his hand to rely on him. I'm counting on you then, Nara's Akira. Akira smiled in satisfaction and agreed. As they shook hands, he added, same here. Lemda returned to reality, when suddenly, Akira's scream echoed in Lemda's head. The voice was so loud it gave Lemda a headache. Hey, why are you so loud? He shouted back, scolding. What the hell are you doing? My MP is almost drained just from your fire and that useless regeneration spell. We've only defeated one guy, you know. Lemda suddenly dropped his voice, hesitating. That halfway guy. He looked at halfway lying face down on the ground while trying to explain. Fighting him was just so much fun, I couldn't hold back. Lemda regained his enthusiastic mood, looking at the map, who's the next target? Akira was already used to the situation but remained helpless. I already told you I'm out of MP. The others will be fine. They won't be defeated that easily. We should head back. We need to rest and recover MP. Though his tone was gentle and calm, he still harbored deep worries. Everything will be all right, right? Hirasaka returned to the vast skyscraper, now covered by some kind of barrier. Inside the building, Suzulo's eyes widened at the introduction. His name is Suzulo's, a conqueror. A blue weapon appeared before his eyes, possessing a blade of light capable of unleashing a deadly technique. The warning continued. It could nullify every incoming slash. This guy was the perfect counter to sword-wielding lords. At that same moment, a pair of elegant feet stepped forward slowly. It was Hira, or at least, he used to be. He wasn't having it and demanded an explanation. Tell me, why was your strike able to touch me? How did you defeat me? The final result was that Renji Hirasaka had beaten Suzulo's badly. He gently touched the cloak on his shoulder. The reason your immunity to slashes didn't work is because of this rainbow cloak. It reduces the opponent's resistance by 75%. Vanquist had given it to him as a reward for mastering his technique. Suzulo's turned pale, filled with both pain and frustration as he realized, I see, so that's how it is. He recalled his own moves and analyzed, you can control my defensive capabilities with your expert skills. You even slashed me, even before I could draw my sword. The image of Hirasaka slashing straight at Suzulo's left him shocked. Hira just smiled kindly and replied, exactly. Ignoring Hirasaka's friendly exterior, he cursed, you monster. Ignoring Suzulo's irritation, Hirasaka calmly knelt down. Oh, and by the way, while he was gravely wounded, bleeding all over the ground and lying defeated, Hirasaka questioned, do you know where Haji is right now? Suzulo's asked back, why do you want to know? Hira still wore his harmless smile. My ally said. A memory of Kotetsu appeared, announcing, she is stronger than any of you. Then, Hirasaka stopped smiling and looked serious, his expression truly terrifying, making Suzulo's widen his eyes in horror. So I have to cut her in half before she can harm anyone else. Despite being shaken by Hirasaka's intense aura just a moment ago, Suzulo's regained his composure. Well, it might already be too late for that. To Hirasaka's confusion, he explained, you're using some strange technique to pause time in this city, right? Immediately after, Suzulo's dropped a bombshell with an emotionless face. Haji is already on her way to eliminate the source of that technique. Hearing him say that, Hirasaka finally lost his composure, looking worried as if to defy Suzulo's words. The barrier outside the building looked normal, but suddenly, while Yudu was casting spells, a figure appeared behind him. Though busy maintaining his magic, he turned back and remarked, you look familiar. It turned out to be Enditure. Observing from behind Udu, she grumbled. So annoying. I thought we could limit your movements by fighting right here in the city. So, she was a former member of the organization, Enditure. Then, she reached out to cast a spell. I've still got plenty of time, so I'll finish this little chore in no time. Enditure didn't hesitate to threaten him. You're done for, Udu Ryusei. Without sparing any dignity for her, he turned his back calmly and spoke. Udu Ryusei continued to provoke. Are you sure you can do it? Immediately after Kinokawa finished the sentence, someone launched a move to bind her tight. Golden chain technique. A voice suddenly rang out, but it didn't seem to surprise Enditure. You guessed we'd pull a little trick, didn't you? It was Kinokawa casting the spell. Well, that's normal. Amidst Enditure's indifference, she continued. We've already dispatched people to protect Yudu, our defensive key. Extremely confident in their plan, Kinokawa asked with bright eyes, does that sound reasonable to you? Right after that, Fujigami may appear with a bright smile, warning, "Don't resist, sweetie." She playfully winked, "If you move even a little, I'll blow your head off." Finally, Enditure had some reaction, exhaling. "I have to fight 3 gold-level enemies. Not letting them wonder," she shouted. Well, so be it. A surge of power was released from Enditure's body, startling both Kinokawa and Fujigami Mei. Even Yudu couldn't believe it, widening his eyes in awe. What is this power? It's even greater than that of a lord. Standing within the terrifying aura, Enditure asserted, "We will take over this world, no matter the cost." Immediately following that was a summoning spell that shook the earth and sky. King's Privilege, Army of the Ground. That horrific source of energy shone directly onto his panicked face. Elsewhere in the city, pink lightning flashed continuously. The bolts kept flashing as if signaling something. Above a large pillar was the silhouette of Amamiya Sazakaka, focusing on observing. Suddenly, as if discovering something, she shouted, "Udu!" Right before Amamiya Sazakaka's eyes, a shadow seemed to appear, flying past rapidly. It turned out to be a black crow trying to block her path. A crow spoke up, "Don't go so soon." In the air, 3 crow spirits were hovering. The orange-haired crow continued to block her, provoking, "Come play with us." Amamiya Sazakaka calmly questioned them, "Are those crows flying near you guys human too?" They replied in turns, "Exactly. We're 3 sisters. Our technique is exactly the same, too." As they introduced themselves, they posed like they were in a magazine photoshoot. "We're the trio. Can you even fight us?" Before the 3 crow sisters could do anything, she unleashed a strike, making them scream in agony as lightning surged through them. While they were still charred from the bolt, Amamiya Sazakaka, brimming with overwhelming power, calmly asked, "Let me ask you guys something." Her tone could not be more disdainful. "Have you ever fought against lightning before? This is the battle between Amamiya, Sazakaka, Nemen, Matcha, and Endaker." Amamiya Sazakaka quickly turned to leave, dismissing them. "Sorry, I can't play with you people." Even as she apologized, she couldn't hide her coldness. "I don't have the time to waste on the likes of you." At that moment, a massive, colossal tentacle appeared in the city. Seeing this, Amamiya Sazakaka didn't hesitate for a second to fly off the pillar, immediately locking onto her destination as she thought to herself, "His ultimate technique, Raven, is activated. I hope Yudu is okay." Amamiya Sazakaka's steps were so hurried that they crackled with sparks. Fortunately, she arrived just in time to reach Endaker and Yudu. Amamiya Sazakaka gasped in shock at the scene before her. Seeing Kinokawa lying heavily injured on the ground, she screamed, "Kinokawa!" The condition of Fujigami Mei was no different. "Fujigami Yudu," from behind, shouted Amamiya Sazakaka's name, as if trying to calm her down. Amamiya was no exception, as he was also severely wounded, warning her, "Be careful. She is using a very unusual power." Standing before the massive tentacle, Amamiya Sazakaka calmly replied, "Yes, I know you do." Strangely, she felt pumped up, exclaiming with delight, "She's even stronger than those useless bosses." The massive tentacle obscured Endaker's figure, gradually moving away, revealing her transformed state to everyone. Endaker announced emotionlessly, "The lightning summoner has defeated Himeno. I will kill you first." She was a former member of the Black Organization, Haji Mayori, the conqueror boss of Andraste. After she spoke, Amamiya Sazakaka seemed even more fired up. Suddenly, her body was enveloped in a brilliant flow of power in a desolate city filled with ruined skyscrapers. The atmosphere was grim and terrifying. This place was Endaker's homeland, Andraste. In one part of the city, amidst the decaying ruins, a group of people stood silently watching Endaker, who was looking at a stone head. Then she spoke. "The last guardian deity has sacrificed itself." Endaker's face remained emotionless, coldly stating, "There is no hope left for this world." Susan, hearing this, frowned and said, "Are you telling me we're just supposed to watch it get destroyed?" The twins standing nearby reacted, with Nemen angrily saying, "Those managers are truly disgusting." Matcha also frowned in annoyance and continued, "Why did you suddenly increase the difficulty?" Suddenly, a man stepped forward and spoke, his voice filled with resentment. "From the very beginning, we have always been their toys." Endacher heard the man's voice, turned her head, and called his name, Half Moon. The man who had just spoken was Half Moon, his face twisted in deep irritation. Did Quietus say anything else? Endacher glanced at him with a blank expression and replied, "Nothing at all. He might even be dead by now." She turned around and ordered the group, "Contact the King of the East." Endacher gently glided past them and added, "I must find a new world to inhabit." The girl next to her asked, "To live with them, or to invade that place?" Endacher kept walking without looking back, her voice cold. "That depends entirely on the decision of the managers." And Dr. Andraste is a queen, so she will do whatever it takes to save her land, no matter the cost. The ground army, a maximum level privilege of the king of Andraste, allows her to summon and command legendary entities by consuming a large amount of MP. Maximum cruelty, a sub-ultimate technique of Andraste, restores 1% of total MP every second. The scene shifts to another location, where the others are warily watching Endaker with the large tentacle above her head. Amamiya Sazakaka put one hand behind her, preparing a strike. She gritted her teeth, her left eye glowing. She swung her hand, sending a bolt of lightning toward Endaker. A powerful thunder spear. Endaker watched the bolt approaching, her eyes as calm as still water. In her place, a giant peacock appeared, spreading its wings to protect Endaker from Amamiya Sazakaka's attack. The ground army, thunder, peacock, the massive bird swallowed Amamiya Sazakaka's attacks into its belly like a tasty treat. Amamiya Sazakaka looked on in shock as the peacock devoured all the lightning strikes. She thought to herself, it even swallowed my thunder spear. If I charged in with the god thunder strike, I might get eaten too. The peacock spread its wings, its belly visibly stretched and glowing from the lightning inside. Seeing this, Amamiya Sazakaka whispered to herself, lucky I followed Master's advice. She recalled the words of, kill him. When fighting a high-level enemy, always remember to test their defense first. Suddenly, Amamiya Sazakaka dashed forward, her steps rapidly emitting sparks. She thought, start with something I know will work. Meanwhile, Endaker remained calm, revealing no weaknesses as she watched Amamiya Sazakaka charging toward her. The peacock standing by her side also bowed its head. Then Amamiya Sazakaka leaped high into the air, flying over Endaker and the peacock. Endaker looked up, confused by her movement. Amamiya Sazakaka soared to the height of the massive tentacle, raised her hand, and formed a giant fist made of lightning. Amamiya Sazakaka brought that massive fist down with a determined gaze. Great Cloud. Her fist slammed into the giant tentacle, destroying it with the lightning from her strike. Endaker looked at the scene before her without reacting, silently evaluating Amamiya Sazakaka, a punch strong enough to incinerate the Kraken. At least she is strong enough to go one-on-one with me. Amamiya Sazakaka hovered in mid-air, looking at the destroyed giant tentacle, and said with satisfaction, all right. Suddenly, the aura around Amamiya Sazakaka turned blue. She smirked, touched the back of her neck, and thought, another master of mine. Amamiya Sazakaka's gaze hardened as she released powerful currents of energy from above toward Endaker. She said, although it's not perfectly compatible with me, a powerful wind blew past Endaker, making her think, wind? Above, Amamiya Sazakaka was surrounded by air. Endaker looked up and realized something. No, this is suddenly. A hand tightened around Endaker's body, but she only glanced down at the hand holding her, thinking, she is manipulating the air above. Amamiya Sazakaka moved her hand, appearing to control the massive hand that was squeezing Endaker. Heavenly shift. She threw a punch to the side, and the hand gripping Endaker suddenly moved violently, catching her by surprise. Amamiya Sazakaka moved her hand to make the giant hand form a circle, then slammed Endaker into the ground with a massive thud. The dust clouded the air from Amamiya Sazakaka's downward strike, making Yudurise cover his nose. Amamiya Sazakaka still hovered, looking down at where Endaker had been thrown. Where Endaker lay, a giant snail appeared, catching her body. Whip and kill. She looked at Amamiya Sazakaka with indifference and said, are you done yet? Amamiya Sazakaka, hearing this, became even more excited. Of course not. Where Endaker was lying, another hand appeared, and they squeezed her body together. Amamiya Sazakaka gritted her teeth, using all her strength to command the giant hand to squeeze Endaker even tighter. The giant hand did exactly as Amamiya Sazakaka commanded, pressing Endaker further inside. Endaker, trapped within the hands, exclaimed, you are strong too, she continued. If your enemy were someone else, you might have won. Endaker summoned a blue head toward Amamiya Sazakaka, confusing her. Then, Endaker's voice echoed once more. Then you might have won. The blue head suddenly opened its mouth, and a beam of light appeared inside. Amamiya Sazakaka's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. Then, the head fired an energy sphere toward Amamiya Sazakaka, knocking her away. Chibos. Amamiya Sazakaka was sent flying into a wall, her health bar dropping as she headed toward Endaker. Endaker stepped out of those hands, looking annoyed, and brushed the dust off her clothes, saying, I cut the air, and that included you, didn't it? As Amamiya Sazakaka was knocked into the wall and fell to the ground, Endaker watched with a judgmental tone. Even if the Thunder Peacock neutralized most of your attacks, if you had just attacked me repeatedly with lightning spears, your chances of winning would have been higher. Amamiya Sazakaka lay on the ground, gritting her teeth in frustration, thinking, I misunderstood her. Endacher stood there as a pair of feet prepared to stomp down on her. Second technique. The feet stomping toward Endacher belonged to Fujigami Mei. He kicked continuously at Endacher, but she calmly blocked Fujigami Mei's attacks. Golden attack. Second technique. Nearby, a light appeared, drawing Endacher's gaze and surprising her. A cannon pointed directly at her, firing a round toward Endacher. Unexpectedly, it was a 68-pound cannon. Kinokawa stood beside it, clutching her stomach as she operated the cannon. Kinokawa's head was bleeding, but she still managed a faint smile when a voice called out, Kinokawa, Sakura. She also looked toward Fujigami Mei, who stood there with a wound on his face, calling out his name, Fujigami. Fujigami Mei, a pair of feet stepped onto something. Endacher was surrounded by a white aura, standing atop a giant turtle. She said, You guys can still move? Aspado Shalon. Kinokawa looked on in surprise, seeing Endacher still unscathed after such an attack, thinking, she's not hurt at all? She gritted her teeth in anger and said, I don't care if you're a conqueror or whatever, but in the end, we have overcome the threat of the gate, so don't try to spoil our mood. Fujigami Mei, seeing this, also stood ready for battle. Endacher, hearing that, hesitated and said, The main gate is, she smirked, adding a threat. What? Kinokawa heard that, then retorted, Suddenly, she jolted back in pain, crying out. The green head screamed loudly, causing Fujigami Mei and Kinokawa, who were standing there, to be affected and vomit blood. After hearing the green head scream, Fujigami Mei was affected. Blood flowed from her body, causing her to fall. Kinokawa didn't fare any better. Affected by that scream, she cried out and collapsed to the ground. Yudu Ryusei, seeing Kinokawa fall, couldn't help but worry and shouted, Kinokawa. He assessed the situation, thinking, Should I stop crack to Chevalier so I can enter the battle? He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, No, what am I thinking? I can't let them harm the people. Endacher suddenly spoke up, her voice full of anger. You lot have enjoyed a peaceful life in this world for too long. Yudu opened his eyes wide in shock, unable to believe it. A red portal appeared. Endacher's voice rang out again. The games that the managers created in this world are still too easy. It is precisely because the gate belongs to the underworld that they are still too lenient. Endacher's presence grew stronger, and she continued in a serious tone, I am a king. I have fought and survived on battlefields far more terrifying than any of yours. Kinokawa tried to stand up, gritting her teeth in anger, saying, That doesn't mean you have the right to plunder other worlds. Hearing that, Endacher's face darkened, emitting a thick killing intent. Her voice was terrifying. Kings are the ones who conquer. Her presence grew even more intense, and she ordered the others, So hurry up and surrender this world to me, you low lives. Suddenly, a figure jumped from above, making Endacher look up. That figure was Pantheon, bringing his sword down. Pantheon's upper body, the giant turtle, was severed by the sword, destroying it. Endacher jumped high to avoid the strike. She thought, Aspado Shalon was taken down by a single slash. Endacher glanced to the side, seemingly realizing something, and said, I know this technique. You are. She looked at the spot where Kotetsu was standing proudly and shouted, Hyodo Kotetsu. He replied nonchalantly, That's right. And your name is? Kotetsu's face tightened. Endacher, right? Endacher narrowed her eyes, looking at him angrily. A conqueror from another world? So that's the reason why the gods of this world could plan against me. She spoke up. You joined forces with them, didn't you, Kotetsu? Kotetsu said, as if, I would never join that group of weaklings. He continued, though, there are some among them who are quite strong. Behind Endacher, a massive explosion occurred, making her eyes widen. At the same time, slashes hit her, bending the sword's path. Endacher suddenly exclaimed, and her voice became serious. Renji Hirasaka. Both of them looked towards the water gap where Hirasaka was standing. He looked blank and said, Ah. He asked confusedly, Didn't it cut her, Kotetsu? Kotetsu explained, Ah, I can resist slashes. Hirasaka dropped his jaw. But I'm wearing items that reduce defense. Kotetsu replied, Maybe you're standing too far away? Hirasaka, hearing that, smiled brightly. Oh, so that's it. That meant Hirasaka smirked, grabbed his cloak, and said, Just getting close is enough. Right, Hayato-san? Hirasaka looked at Endacher and added, Will you leave this to me? Kotetsu shook his wrist, his face solemn, glaring at Endacher. He spoke up, Don't be so eager. Are you stupid? I'll be the one to finish this boss. A blond man was slashed with an X mark across his chest. He cried out in pain, blood streaming from his head, and gritted his teeth. I remember you now. He tried to sit up, looking at him. Osiris? The blond man looked at Kotetsu's cold face and shouted, Hyodo Kotetsu. His eyes narrowed, warning, be careful. Enditure. Scene change. In a place where a fierce battle was taking place, Kotetsu lunged forward toward Enditure, while Pantheon climbed up to destroy the peacock. Pantheon, god of theft. Kotetsu dashed rapidly toward where Enditure was standing. She looked at him with a cold face as he rushed in. Enditure summoned a rock monster above where Kotetsu was rushing the land army, Yulakumi. Hirasaka raised his sword, prepared to slash down. Estoy, monster slayer. He swung his sword down, cleaving the monster into 5 or 7 pieces with his blade, while Kotetsu was raising his blade, preparing to strike Enditure. Hirasaka's face looked seriously at the two. Kotetsu also glanced toward Hirasaka. Enditure bowed her head slightly, glancing at Hirasaka. She raised her hand with an indifferent expression, and then both of them lunged rapidly toward Enditure when suddenly something shot up to block Kotetsu. Hirasaka stood still, eyes wide, looking at the thing heading toward the sky. Enditure summoned a giant multi-headed water snake monster that roared terrifyingly. Hydra. The multi-headed water snake monster was attacking the two of them relentlessly. Enditure stood below, watching these water snakes attack the two of them. Such relentless attacks, Kotetsu swung his sword, slashing at each of the water snakes' heads. She's using more MP than its regeneration speed. Now, she's summoning even more monsters. Hirasaka dodged while slashing the snake's head. Osessa won't be able to catch up if it keeps going like this. A snake can regenerate its body even if I slash it cleanly, no matter how sharp it is. Enditure brought her hand, covered in a white aura, forward. Kotetsu also raised his hand, surrounded by a golden glow. Hirasaka raised his hand holding the sword. Enditure lowered her hand, folding her pinky finger and saying, Typhon. Kotetsu raised his hand to summon Phanatone. Hirasaka slashed his sword down. Imperial Radiance, Apidimac, Mahez. And the only head the monsters with sharp teeth and terrifying appearances appeared. True Dragon's Deadly Blade. At Kotetsu's spot, a giant fireball appeared, rushing toward him. The battle taking place there became increasingly fierce. Many red lightning bolts appeared in the sky. Dragon-slaying bed, the strongest, Renji Hirasaka, the cubic catastrophe. Nearly 10 minutes ago, on a high-rise building, at the roof, a massive explosion occurred. Atio spread his hands, controlling the rocks falling toward Shikishima, who was dodging his attacks. Shikishima, 7N-G, flew in the air, dodging those attacks, glancing toward Atio. Shikishima, Jiu. Atio closed his eyes, emotionless, continuing to control the attacks toward him. QR. Atio opened his eyes. Atio's eyes glowed. Shikishima saw him open his eyes and frowned in annoyance, gritting his teeth. Titch. Atio controlled the light, creating a massive energy blast. Belanos. Shikishima flew in the air, dodging the explosion, looking at him suspiciously. A technique like a cannon? Your movement speed is too fast, Shikishima thought. If this guy is using his power in the form of light, does it actually fire at the speed of light? For now, he would just fight with the thought that he would kill him if he fell into his line of sight. He raised his hand, aiming at where Atio was standing to shoot. Furthermore, those rays of light were shouted by Shikishima, heading toward where Atio was standing. He closed his eyes, controlling the stars to block those light rays. Astoria. Shikishima gritted his teeth, looking at him. He has a high-level defensive technique that completely blocks my shots. Both my single and linear shots are blocked. He shouted in annoyance, sweating. Damn it. Are you going to hurry up or what? Shikishima shouted. Yudu Ryusei, a barrier appeared, making Atio surprised. Atio looked up at the barrier. At that moment, Cracked Chevalier of Yudu Ryusei was activated. He opened his eyes wide. A light, following a blue ray, shone straight into Atio's eyes. A powerful blue light struck where Atio was standing. Sunfear. Shikishima put his hand on his hip, complaining, If I could attack you from the front, you would have been finished long ago. Atio lay on the ground, his whole body scorched. Shikishima said, this first battle, he looked at Atio lying on the ground, was decided by Yudu from the very beginning. He frowned. Oh, Shikishima Ju versus Atio. Shikishima turned his head, no longer paying attention to Atio, saying, all right, now let's go finish off the rest. He suddenly glanced behind him. Shikishima raised his hand, intending to shine it straight behind him. Before he could process it, he was stabbed by pain, her hand piercing straight into Shikishima's stomach. He vomited blood in pain. He cursed to himself, damn it. Pain, with a nonchalant face, said, hey kid, I already erased my presence with a technique, but you recognized me in the end? Seriously. She pulled her blood-covered hand out of Shiki's body. You're quite dangerous. He fell. Thud. There was a hole in his stomach. He cursed in his heart. Damn it. Being ambushed by a guy hurts even more. Shikishima looked at her with tired eyes. Pain spoke up. Shikishima Ju-kun. She raised her hand, forming binoculars to look through. It seems you're quite famous, aren't you? We just met at the train station and I recognized you immediately. But it's also strange. Pain reached her hand toward him. Why are you willing to expose yourself like this while knowing that someone is out to take your life? Shikishima smirked. I don't really want to show my face in public either, but if I want to promote myself, I have to endure it. Pain reached her hand out, confused. You're not a politician. Perhaps going through an assassination like this will make you wiser, right? She turned away and left, waving her hand towards Shiki. Bye-bye. He sighed, saying nothing. Deep inside, he suddenly said, Hey. Shikishima looked back and replied, I'm leaving this to you. A woman's voice echoed. Then, get some rest. Maria walked over to Shikishima and placed a hand on his shoulder, her face twisted in a wild, manic grin. Time to warm up and stretch those muscles. Back outside, a powerful, dark purple aura suddenly flared up, causing Pain to widen his eyes in surprise. Shikishima began to transform zombie powder. Maria possessed Shikishima's body, and he started to recover. The hole in Maria's abdomen slowly began to close. Pain turned back, looking confused. He thought to himself, the hole in his stomach, is it regenerating? Shikishima's body was gradually being overtaken by Maria. She smirked, resting a hand on her hip, the sacred jade. Maria narrowed her eyes, flashing a sinister grin at Pain. He was stunned and baffled, thinking. He even changed his physical appearance. Suddenly, Pain realized something and pointed at himself. A transformation technique. Suddenly, Maria appeared right next to Pain, wrapping an arm around her neck, smoking a cigarette. We call this the inverse version, dear. She blew smoke into Pain's face. Right now, I am the blue jade skeleton. Pain's face began to melt away in a panic. Maria continued, one of the 6 rainbow kings. She smirked, looking at Pain with amusement. Zombie King, Maria X Pain. Maria puffed on her cigarette as she explained, we call this the inverse version, dear. She blew smoke into Pain's face and went on. Right now, I am the blue jade skeleton. Pain's face slowly started to melt away as Pain panicked. Maria, one of the 6 rainbow kings. She turned away, leaving only a dry skeleton behind where Pain once stood. She creates a chemical inside her body, a substance that acts as a lethal toxin or a deadly poison that can be delivered through the smoke of her cigarette. Shikishima, watching this in his mind, broke into a cold sweat and said, You're not showing any mercy at all, are you? Maria retorted, What are you rambling about? She nearly killed you. Drop that naive attitude of yours, kid. She added solemnly, This is an invasion. We are at the heart of a war. In his mind, Shikishima replied, I understand. Maria raised her hand, holding her cigarette, deep in thought. Now, she looked up at the giant tentacles. From what I can see, the most interesting battle is happening over there, isn't it? This should be a catastrophe. 6. Elsewhere, 3 battles are currently taking place to repel the invaders. A battle is raging between Ariel, Subaru, and Lion. At the same time, there is a fight between Renji Hirasaka and Hayoto Kotetsu against Endager at a massive mansion, and a battle between Tsunemori Jinga and the creature Hawkney. Tsunemori Jinga frowned, looking at the man before him with annoyance. Hawkney spoke up, Not bad. The ice user, Tsunemori Jinga, right? He raised 2 swords and introduced himself. I am Hawkney, the magic sword. A blue light enveloped Hawkney's body. He raised his blade, preparing to fight among the king's guards. Tsunemori Jinga's surprise was written all over his face as he heard the introduction. Hawkney swiftly slashed through him twice and continued, I am the strongest. Tsunemori Jinga cried out in pain, coughing up blood after being slashed. Hawkney remarked coldly, Comparing you to the other ice users I know, our half-orn clan is definitely far stronger than you. Tsunemori Jinga's entire body collapsed onto the ground, blood staining the earth. Tsunemori Jinga clutched his sword, unable to move. After hearing Hawkney speak, Jinga said in a serious tone, Maybe you're right. Hawkney turned his head to look at him as he struggled to stand back up. He replied, I might be the weakest among Subaru's allies. He continued, I was too late when I first appeared. I don't even have an inverse version. Hawkney thought to himself, with that injury, he should have been dead already. Suddenly, small ice shards began to fall. Jinga raised a hand to wipe his mouth, ignoring the wound on his chest. Small pieces of ice rained down. Hawkney stood guard, alert. So, this guy used ice to protect himself. Huh? Doesn't he ever get tired of that trick? He calculated in his mind that he only needed to pull off that move one more time. But then, he noticed something in the sky. Tiny snowflakes began to fall, and then more and more started to come down. He thought, Snow? Jinga declared firmly, I will become stronger. He added, Whether my limitations are defined by rank or being a powerless god master, I don't care. Tsunemori Jinga remembered the time back in the snowy mountains. Axon told him, Tsunemori Jinga, because you haven't developed your strongest technique yet, this will be a perfect opportunity to challenge yourself. He reflected on the master's words. Axon had said sternly, step through the gate and emerge victorious, using only a single technique. Back in the present, Tsunemori Jinga raised his hand, his expression serious. Sixth technique, Snowflake Mode. Blue snowflakes were unleashed toward Hawkme. Hawkme was assaulted by the blue flakes, which grew more numerous, clinging to him as if they wanted to swallow him whole and crush him. Hawkme thought, that pile of snow is freezing everything it touches. Jinga's eyes lit up as he watched Hawkme being bombarded by the blue snow. The blue snow was gradually freezing him solid, making Hawkme panic, gritting his teeth in fear. What is this feeling? Is my soul being erased? Hawkme thought, this must be the curse Endager warned me about. This is something only Ariel Subaru should be able to use. Tsunemori Jinga looked at him, his tone chillingly cold as the blue snowflakes swirled around him. The me of now can fight strong enemies based on pure power alone. I don't want the managers to find out, but he reached out his hand to manifest a weapon. Tsunemori Jinga brought his spear down, pointing it at him, and said sternly, I will use the power of my allies. Blue Javelin. Hawkme lay trapped in the blue ice, screaming in terror, waving his hands to plead for mercy. He stammered, his mouth stuttering, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks. No, wait, don't. But Jinga paid no mind and prepared to throw the spear in his hand. He took a stance and hurled it with force toward Hawkme. The spear struck him directly, and then jagged, blue-hued ice shards sprouted straight up from where Hawkme stood. Tsunemori Jinga suddenly spoke, I am a protector. He stood before a massive blue iceberg. With Hawkme frozen inside, Tsunemori Jinga continued, you should feel regret for trying to invade this world. Tsunemori Jinga x Hawkme. Tsunemori Jinga thought to himself, Harasaka-san and the others have already defeated Endager. He thought to himself, Tsunemori Jinga suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Back at the solemn, towering skyscraper, Shibuya. Level 6. The battle between Ariel Subaru and the conqueror, Lion, was underway. Lion looked down, his hand gripping an iron bar. He said, I see. Lion tightened his grip on the iron bar. Below, a terrifying stream of red liquid flowed violently. He continued, so this is how it's all going to turn out. Huh. While keeping himself from falling, he calculated in his mind, I heard Ariel Subaru can convert MP into blood and manipulate it. If he intends to drown this entire place in blood, then he has the victory secured. His expression remained calm as he thought, and this scent rising up just breathing it in is enough to kill. Lion frowned, thinking, is this guy really a god master who only started 2 months ago? He glanced at Subaru, who was standing in the middle of the red liquid, assessing him. He possesses the courage and pride of someone who has faced death countless times. Subaru had an indifferent expression and said nothing. Lion smirked, and here I thought this would be over quickly. He looked at Subaru and said, our world is ruled by 2 kings. Subaru looked at Lion, confused. He continued, the first is the king of the west, Endager, also known as Endager. He added, and the other a scepter was raised, and the authority of the king transformed Lion back to his true identity, Eternal One. He smiled at Subaru. Suddenly, the streams of red liquid were pulled upward, catching him by surprise. Lion raised his scepter, drawing the red liquid up. Subaru glanced around as all the red liquid was drawn away. Lion absorbed all of it until nothing was left on the ground. Subaru watched the liquid vanish and thought he absorbed all of the blood curse. He spoke up. So, that is your ability, huh? Lion smiled gently. I am the king of the east, Lion. Which one is stronger? I wonder. Is it my eternal loop or your immortality? He looked at Subaru and said, we'll have to see to find out, won't we? Take Subaru. On a white sandy beach, with quartz fragments scattered on the ground, the shore shone brilliantly. Subaru handed the ring to Vanquis. He praised him. Well done, Subaru. He looked at the ring in his hand and continued. An item that can sense the location of the managers. The ring in Vanquis's palm glowed an engagement ring crafted by Tella. Subaru replied casually, yeah. He asked, confused, are you planning to go find them right away? Vanquis explained, I have to wait for the right moment. I still need to prepare a few more things. He replied, I understand. Subaru thought for a moment, then asked, hey, Vanquis? Subaru looked blankly at him, cupping his chin, and asked, what does it mean to be a king? Vanquis was stunned, his mouth agape. At a time like this, you're still asking things like that, he explained. Well, after meeting the other kings, I felt that they were quite similar to kings in the human world, but there was still something a bit different. Vanquis finally understood what he meant and replied, "Ah, is that what you mean?" He held up two fingers and explained, "In the underworld, a king is determined more by their essence and the arrangement of their soul rather than their actual duties. There are two main types of kings based on their position, the saint and the warrior." Vanquis explained further, for example, the saint, Sibu, a case for warriors like Kilim, but there are exceptions. The kings are among those exceptions. He added, "The soul of every king carries a powerful allure. That is what allows them to lead others and forge ahead." Vanquis continued, "Beyond that, they possess a special technique known as the king's prerogative." Hearing this, Subaru asked, "The king's prerogative? Is that the same ability Rune and Sybil used before?" Vanquis crossed his arms and said, "The king's prerogative is the distinct manifestation that occurs when a king appears. It is power so absolute, it cannot be denied." He pondered for a moment, then warned Subaru to keep an eye out for that during battle. Elsewhere, Subaru stood still, eyes fixed ahead with a serious expression. Before him was Lian, the Eastern King. Radiant light poured from him, and Lian hovered in midair, smiling down at Subaru with a noble air. "You're thinking about eternity, aren't you?" He bowed his head, deep in thought. "Is that what exists within Lian's soul?" Lian raised his hand, contemplative. He grasped the red aura and muttered, "So this is a curse?" Subaru's eyes widened as he stared at Lian. He lunged at Subaru in a flash, slamming his fist into Subaru's gut and sending him flying back. Subaru crashed into the wall, wincing in pain as he gritted his teeth and shut one eye. He thought, "Is he intentionally piercing through me to attack my soul directly?" Subaru stared at Lion, shocked. He thought, "No way. Does he know what I'm thinking?" Lion spoke up. "I know exactly what's on your mind. You're wondering if I can use curses too, right?" Lion smirked. "The answer is, I can use them freely now. I absorbed your blood curse with this scepter." Lion's status window appeared. Level 9, max level. Lion's King's privilege allowed him to absorb others' ultimate techniques using his scepter and make them his own. "I can store up to 3 techniques. If I exceed the limit, the oldest one gets overwritten, and my MP gets restored in return." Subaru stared him down. "Your ability is as obnoxious as your explanation." Lion sneered. "It's a shame to die without knowing why, isn't it?" Subaru hung his head, looking thoughtful. "I see." As he witnessed Lion's arrogance, the altruism in Subaru's heart began to fade, the blood curse flooding the floors until now it was just a decoy. The curse leaking out through the vents was just to block out the sunlight. Subaru's hair slowly turned white, and his eyes glowed red. "Since it's come to this, I'll show you something interesting. Those who walk under the sun release," he continued. "After all, losing without knowing the reason isn't very fun, is it?" Lion curled his lip in a smirk. The scene shifted to Renji Harasaka and Hyodo Kotetsu battling Endaker. Endaker was bleeding, standing in the middle of a pack of monsters. She shouted, "Is that the best Renji Harasaka's full-force attack can do?" Atop a high-rise building stood a massive monster. She thought, "I can't believe he killed my strongest summon in one strike." Endaker clutched her left arm, exclaiming, "Pretty strong, I'll give you that." But she screamed toward the two. "That's all you've got." Harasaka fell to one knee, clutching his chest. Black marks appeared all over his face. He winced in pain. Kotetsu raised his hand, revealing similar black marks. "Got it," he said calmly. Endaker looked at him, confused that he was still standing. "Hado Kotetsu, it's quite strange that you're still on your feet," she said, looking toward him. "But soon, you won't even be able to move a single finger. You've been enveloped by Hydra's poison, the entity I summoned before you even appeared," Endaker added. This battle was won from the very start. Kotetsu narrowed his eyes at her, thinking, "Using your strongest attack as a decoy, huh? How cunning." He glanced at his own hand. Kotetsu's fingers began to fall off, one by one. He pondered, "How do I get out of this?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hold on a second." Endaker's eyes widened in surprise. The two men turned toward the voice. They looked toward Maria, who was holding a cigarette. "Harasaka, right?" she said. "You need to learn how to focus." Maria recalled the moment she grabbed Fujigami Mei and Kenokawa by their collars, pulling them away from the fight. She rushed toward the others, dragging them all away from the fierce battle. She said, "Your wonderful friends are all resting now, you know?" Harasaka smirked at her. Although, Raven struggled against the poison in his body. "You must be the polar opposite of Shikishima-kun, right? Before I landed my attack earlier, I caught a glimpse of you arriving." He recalled Maria walking through the air, completely unaffected by the battle. Maria brought the cigarette to her lips and inhaled. "So, you chose to trust me?" She exhaled blue smoke, muttering, "How scary." The blue smoke drifted toward Harasaka, to everyone's amazement. Hirasaka was stunned as the toxins in his body began to dissolve. Endaker saw this and frowned. The toxins in Hirasaka were slowly disappearing. He cried out in surprise and said, "My whole body feels so light." Suddenly, Endaksher lunged at Hirasaka, leaving him no time to react. Endaksher made her move, her eyes filled with bloodlust. "I must kill Renji Hirasaka before he recovers." Suddenly, a hand shot out unexpectedly. In that situation, her choice was Hadio on. A hand struck out toward where Endaksher was standing. Kotetsu drove his hand straight into Endaksher's abdomen decisively, but looking at the result, it seemed like a mistake. The thief, God, Mercury. His face was ice cold as blood sprayed from Endaksher's body. To Hirasaka's shock, Kotetsu calmly pulled his blood-stained hand from Endaksher's stomach. The others watching the battle were left wide-mouthed. Endaksher lay dying on the ground, a look of disbelief on her face. She asked, "Why? Even you can move, Kotetsu?" Kotetsu held up his hand, now missing 2 fingers, and explained, "My Pantheon technique allows me to channel the gods of Greek and Roman mythology." He summoned Asclepius and continued, "That includes the god of medicine, Asclepius." Kotetsu rubbed his hands together and added, "I intended to kill you the moment you let your guard down. I've got plenty of ways to make you die, Endaksher." Endaksher lay on the ground, smiling, her eyes weary as she looked at him. "You've always been like that, haven't you?" She lowered her gaze, sadly wondering, "Life isn't always what I want it to be, is it?" Endaksher looked toward where the 2 were standing. "There are 7 of you, huh?" Then she looked at the group next to them and added, "If that many people came, you all should have done better, shouldn't you?" Kotetsu and Hirasaka were confused by her words. Endaksher explained, "Even if the strongest warriors on Earth gathered here, our victory, Raven's victory, is already set in stone." She continued, "As long as the king of the East, Lion, is still alive." Returning to the scene, where Lion and Subaru were clashing fiercely. Subaru lunged toward Lion's scepter, but Lion manipulated the scepter to unleash a blood curse, catching Subaru off guard before he could react. Lion smirked triumphantly. Turning toward Kotetsu, he looked at his system window. "Is this Lion the one fighting Subaru?" Endaksher lay there, exhausted, saying nothing. Kotetsu spoke up. "If that's the case, then you've already lost from the start." Hirasaka stood behind him, smiling brightly, agreeing. "That's right." Endaksher's eyes widened in surprise. "Why?" Kotetsu explained, "No matter who it is, he would never defy a human god." Returning to the battle raging on, Subaru jumped and kicked Lion straight on, sending him flying back. Blood Curse X, Deathly Fists. Lion was caught off guard by the kick, his eyes widening in disbelief. He coughed up blood, frowning as he thought, "This guy Endaksher's power is on a completely different level after he transformed." Subaru said, "I was told that becoming a king is measured by the arrangement of one's soul." His right eye turned black and began to bleed. Subaru's face hardened, his voice filled with determination. "If that's the case, then I just need to be stronger and defeat you, king from another world." Subaru unleashed an attack that sent Lion flying into a wall. He repeated, "I was told that becoming a king is measured by the arrangement of one's soul." With a furious expression, Subaru added, "If that's the case, then I just need to be stronger and defeat you, king from another world." Lion, his mouth full of blood, gritted his teeth. He threw a kick, but Subaru blocked it with his arm. Lion shouted, "What kind of arrangement is there here?" After hearing Lion's response, Subaru looked slightly surprised. Lion, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, wheezing, continued, "You're wrong. A king always carries out his own duties." The scene shifted to an abandoned building. A voice spoke to Lion. "Your king's privilege can absorb others' techniques and use them as your own. So take them, if any of our techniques can help you." Lion pondered for a moment. "I can only use 3 at a time. It's tough to choose." Endaksher glanced over to see which technique he wanted to take. Lion continued to analyze. "I have to keep one to ensure the plan." So he pointed toward halfway and said, "Take halfways." Halfway was startled and asked, "Me?" The scene cut back to Lion fighting Subaru, and he was using the ultimate ice technique, Deep Freeze. Subaru's arm was bleeding. He could feel his hand freezing over. "This is another technique." Lion stored it using the king's privilege on Subaru, huh? His hand was frozen the moment he touched him. "Like this, I can't use melee combat. If I attack with a blood curse, he'll just absorb it again." Lion, blood still flowing from his mouth, held the staff and looked towards Subaru. Subaru furrowed his brow, thinking, but there is one thing Subaru must avoid at all costs. Kotetsu and Subaru touched hands, emitting a 7-colored light. "Don't let him absorb it." 1,000 blades of 7-colored light flashed. Subaru faced Lion, making the guy suspicious. This guy realized he can't fight hand-to-hand or use his own techniques against me. Lion looked smug. "Think whatever you want." Lion broke into a sweat, frowning as he thought that if he could just stall for more time, the king of the West, Endaksher, would surely turn the tables. In another turn of events, Kotetsu said, "Before I finish you off, I have a few questions," Kotetsu said, standing before Endager, who lay on the ground, blood streaming from her head and mouth. "When you two invaded my world, neither of you was a king yet. I suppose you inherited that power from your predecessor during that time, didn't you? What happened to your previous king?" Endager replied weakly, "They're all dead." Suddenly, a massive blue eye appeared in the sky, surrounded by flashes of red lightning. Fujigami Mei and the others watched in stunned silence. Endager thought regretfully, "If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have had to become a part of this twisted game." The Himeno sisters were smoking, their faces blackened by defeat, while Half Moon had lost her entire right arm. Endager said with deep regret, "Losing my precious comrades." Seeing them so severely wounded, Kotetsu stood silently, listening to her pour out her heart. "Are you so eager to know?" Endager asked. Kotetsu didn't answer. Those behind him grew angry, shouting a warning. "Kotetsu, she's just trying to stall. She's got a trap set, kill her." Kotetsu raised his hand, glowing with red energy, and replied, "You're right. Goodbye, Endager." Endager, weak and bloodied, looked up at the descending hand, thinking, "Sounds like an execution, doesn't it? But my mana has already recovered." Using one of her sub-skills, she had been restoring 1% of her health per second. She summoned her ground army, the Grand Earth, as a woman in black appeared. Kotetsu wondered, a water-based attack skill? Suddenly, Hirasaka cut in, shouting anxiously, "This is bad." Kotetsu was stunned to hear Hirasaka explain that this was Udo Ryusei's technique, Usei, which kept the barriers in a perfect state, but it required specific conditions to maintain. "The reason you've been protecting him during the battle," Hirasaka continued, "is that if he moves from his spot, the technique is cancelled." Udo Ryusei blocked the crashing wave with his hand, puzzled. "Black water?" Endager's goal wasn't the water pressure, it was the buoyancy. Endager spoke her final words before closing her eyes. "Even if we have to sacrifice countless lives, as long as Endager achieves her goal, it's worth it." Udo Ryusei channeled energy into his legs, golden light swirling around him. Endager added her final thoughts. "So, I've completed my mission." A golden light illuminated the barriers as she initiated the Chevalier release. She released many golden barriers that appeared all around. Udo Ryusei gritted his teeth, furious at being played for a fool by Endager. The barriers began to shatter and vanish in multiple locations. The scene shifted to Subaru, who was mid-attack when he suddenly disappeared, leaving Lion. Surprised, Subaru materialized behind Lion and raised his sword. Sensing danger, Lion turned around, but it was too late to react. The blade slashed her shoulder. Blood poured from her mouth as she wondered, teleportation? Why didn't Endager's report mention this ability of his? Subaru looked at Lion with a cold, blank expression. Had he really grown this strong in such a short time? Lion's eyes grew heavy, but she thought, at least she finished the job just in time. As the barriers around Lion faded away, Subaru stood there, stunned. As the barriers shattered, the others regained their movement and resumed what they were doing before. Everywhere in every corner, the barriers were breaking. Once everything returned to normal, a sudden sound. A scream startled them. Two girls looked up in shock. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger. Everyone was panicked, witnessing the battle between the two divine lords. The guy in the orange shirt yelled, "What's happening? Is there a fight?" Another blonde guy said, "No," the man in the shirt replied, "It's a battle of the divine lords." A man ran past them, screaming, "Run." Seeing this, Subaru's face broke into a sweat, and he muttered, "Damn it, Yudu's technique was cancelled." Lion smiled faintly, raising her scepter. "Now, this technique will affect all of humanity." Lion's scepter could store up to 3 techniques at once. Currently, it held Ariel Subaru's Blood Curse and Half Moon's Polar Ice, plus a hidden trump card with extremely strict activation conditions. But it was enough to turn the tide for the Conquerors, a method to summon divine lords from their own worlds across dimensions at the cost of human souls. A technique that brought both endless death and resurrection. It was a royal privilege Lion had received from the former king. At that moment, Lion unleashed the catastrophe technique against Subaru and Ariel. A fierce battle erupted. Ariel's Subaru had grown rapidly since their last clash. After that fight, Subaru returned. In an upgraded form, his hair turned white and his eyes glowed red. He arrived wielding a red staff, blood dripping from his mouth. He had miscalculated Subaru's power, but thanks to that, the conditions to trigger the catastrophe were met. It was a technique that consumed every human soul within a 1-kilometer radius to summon allied divine lords from any dimension. Lion's invasion plan was to sacrifice 1 million CBA citizens to summon the divine lords from their homelands. 3 conditions were required to activate this technique successfully. There had to be more than 10 allies within a 1-kilometer radius. The divine lord's mana had to be at 100%, and the divine lord's HP had to be below 5%. They had already met the first condition at the start. The second condition would be satisfied by purging the polar ice from Lion's storage, fully recovering her mana, a side effect of Lion's royal privilege. Suddenly, Subaru launched a powerful attack on Lion. The third condition, requiring the Divine Lord's HP to be below 5%, had been satisfied by Ariel Subaru's attacks. Lion clutched her royal privilege staff. Respected predecessor, King Bridget, the time has finally come for me to use Bridget's royal privilege. Lion began to activate the king's privilege, catastrophe. But there was another way to put it in short. Lion's catastrophe could be stopped. Subaru pressed his sword directly against Lion's throat. The first thing, Ariel Subaru would decapitate her before the technique could activate. Subaru hesitated for a split second before swinging. He looked down at the blade at his throat, and the scene shifted to the ancient castle of the Siberia. Catastrophe. Bridget lay in a pool of blood, a massive hole in his abdomen. Lion screamed, "Bridget!" She let out a cry of pure agony. "Damn it! Who did this to you?" The one lying on the ground was the former king of the East, Bridget. Bridget spoke, and the executioners gritted their teeth, glancing at him. Bridget, lying weakly on the ground, continued, "The managers. They know I'm trying to escape their game." They were shocked, breaking into a cold sweat. "It can't be." Bridget looked at Lion confidently and said, "Lion, you have the full potential of a king. Take my throne now." Lion was stunned. "You want me to be the next king of the East? I can't do that." "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have before." Lion could finish. Bridget cut her off. "Seeing me in this state, you must be thinking that hardship always strikes before you're prepared, right?" Bridget raised a hand stained with blood. "Take my royal privilege." Lion took Bridget's hand with reverence. A surge of powerful energy flowed between them as Bridget transferred the privilege to her. Bridget slowly grew tired and closed his eyes. "Please free us from the cage of the managers," he whispered with his final strength before closing his eyes. "Everything is for our people." And just like that, the former king of the East, Bridget, passed away forever. Tears streamed down Lion's face as she held Bridget's hand, crying out in pain, "Bridget." Sunlight shone into the castle. Lion knelt silently beside Bridget's body. Just then, someone else arrived. "I wasn't able to make it in time." Lion looked up at her and said, "Endanger?" Lion's face was filled with sorrow. "Why are you here?" Endanger replied, "Because I am the next king of the West." Endanger looked at Bridget. Bridget had passed in agony, his body covered in wounds, blood staining his face red. Endanger couldn't hold back, gritting her teeth. She called out to Lion, "Should we join forces?" Endanger's eyes lit up as she looked at Lion and continued, "I've found a world that hasn't been destroyed yet. Let's go invade it." Lion looked at Endanger, hesitant. "You want to go plunder a world?" Endanger replied, "Yes, it's for our people." The scene shifted back to the present. Lion's pupils were still dilated. Ariel Subaru's sword was moving toward her throat, faster than the time it took to activate the technique. In the moment before the blade made contact, Lion thought of her people. Subaru's gaze wavered. Subaru held the sword with one hand the moment to defeat Lion. Subaru held his sword steady and stopped. Lion looked up at him, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Subaru looked at Lion and said, "Let's end this." "Lion." Subaru still held the blade against her neck as he knelt on the ground. Confused, Lion let out a soft, her face dripping with sweat. "What did you just say?" Subaru remembered the past, and he answered, "Back then, during my battle with my brother, Ariel Taiga, his heart was linked to mine." Lion frowned, thinking, a soul exchange can happen between two people with equal sensitivity. Subaru gritted his teeth and continued, "The reason you invaded us is the same as the feelings within me." Lion stared blankly, lost in thought. How could he do this? Subaru winced in pain, his face twisted as if he were about to cry. He thought to himself, why is he showing such painful emotions because of me? Subaru continued, "I know how your technique works. Once you trigger it, there's no turning back for either of us. So, just stop this already." Lian paused, stunned, and lowered his head to think. That sudden proposition had left Lian's thoughts paralyzed. Just then, another earthquake hit. In that moment of hesitation, intense energy sources were activated outside. Yudu Ryusei, with a deadly serious expression, had created enough time for Yudu Ryusei to reactivate the crack for the Chevalier. That was by bringing the people back into an active state. Lian's catastrophe no longer had any effect. Lian was shocked. He shouted as he looked at Subaru, who was wearing a pained expression. He thought, is Subaru just stalling? Lian's pupils dilated, filled with bloodshot veins. He thought Subaru had tricked him. He really was such a fool. Subaru's face darkened as he looked down from above. Then he slumped his head. He had let it slip away. That was the endgame, lying in a pool of pitch-black blood. He had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Endgame closed his eyes tight, painfully remembering that he had sacrificed his own life. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Subaru looked on, grief-stricken, then slammed his small hand onto the ground and shouted, "Damn it." Subaru retreated with his sword, head hanging low. "Why the hell did I listen to you?" He shouted in pain, realizing now that everything was ruined. His face was streaked with tears, his agony impossible to hide. Subaru looked at Lian, his face dark. He noticed something and asked, "Are you crying?" Lian, who had been sobbing, suddenly stopped. Subaru knelt down, eye level with Lian. "I told you we shouldn't fight anymore, didn't I? I didn't trick you. Try to remember the reason you all went to invade this world." Subaru continued to explain. "Our enemy isn't another AI, it's the administrators." Lion was stunned, his mind blank. Calming down, Lion confirmed, "The administrators are your enemies?" Lion realized it now, looking up at Subaru. "Wait," Lian exclaimed, shocked. "You intend to do that?" Subaru clenched his fist. "That's right. We are going to defeat the administrators." Lian gasped in horror. "Impossible. Their existence is like that of gods, it's beyond our comprehension." Subaru reached his hand out toward Lian. "We still have a chance to win." Empathy between a master and their subordinate only occurs when both possess a high enough level of sensitivity. Lion looked at the hand in front of him. Subaru continued, "You should have understood my heart by now, shouldn't you?" Elsewhere, in a desert filled with white sand, a bewitching red chair sat in the center. Vanquis held a ring, smiling savagely. On this side, Subaru continued to persuade Lian. "Listen to us, Lian. We will tell you about our plan." At his location, Vanquis held up the ring, looking at it. He wore a smile that was both unpredictable and somewhat terrifying. In a desolate, ruined city, Andaker stood on a balcony, looking down at the people below, and said to the person behind her, "In order for our world to continue to exist, we are forced to destroy other worlds." Harper stood behind her, arms crossed, listening. She continued, "And I, Endgame, will take responsibility for that." Harper frowned, annoyed, and asked, "Who is actually going to be responsible for what happens here?" Looking at the ruined city below, Endgame replied, "Don't say that, Harper. I won't let my people face danger by opposing the administrator." Below, the people walked about happily. They were not panicked by this decaying, ruined city. On the contrary, they looked grateful to have a place to stay. Halfway narrowed his eyes dangerously. Finally, he scratched his head and clicked his tongue. "If you need help, just tell us." Halfway showed his loyal determination. "If you are our king, we are willing to sacrifice our lives at any cost." Andaker glanced behind her for a moment before speaking. "Very well," she smiled gratefully. "I will count on you." End of flashback. Andaker slowly opened her eyes. The light outside made her squint slightly. The person standing to her right was Maria, who was exhaling cigarette smoke in her bold, edgy outfit. Seeing that Andaker had woken up, Maria glanced over. Andaker lay on the floor, feeling her body, and was somewhat suspicious. She had been treated. She realized she was still alive and asked with difficulty, "Why did you save me?" Above her head, an AI's voice rang out, "I told you already." Tessu glared at Andaker. "I have a lot of questions for you." He narrowed his eyes, warning her, "If you pull any tricks, I'll send you to the afterlife right here and now." At this moment, on her left, there was someone else sitting there, Harasaka with his light sword. Seeing the three people surrounding her, Andaker went quiet for a moment, then whispered, "My life has no meaning anymore." After saying that, she didn't bother to talk, ignoring the three people sitting around her. Suddenly, Harasaka saw someone approaching. Subaru and Maria also saw the newcomers. It was a group of three, led by Subaru. Subaru still had blood on his head, and beside him was Lian, who was hanging his head timidly, with Jin guarding the rear. Seeing Lian, Andaker suddenly jumped up. She called out to Lian loudly, questioning him in anger. "Why are you with Ariel, Subaru? What happened to your catastrophe move?" Facing the questioning, Lian remained silent, not saying a word. He was extremely ashamed. Subaru had to speak up to clarify. "We called for a ceasefire." Andaker had never been this angry before. She criticized him harshly. "Nonsense, Lian, have you betrayed us?" She was no longer the lofty king of the West, but rather like a person who had lost their country and home, cornered in desperation. Any bitter word could spill out. "Have you abandoned our world?" Hearing this, Lian couldn't keep silent any longer. He shouted, "You're wrong." He hesitated, then explained, I have decided to be a part of Subaru's plan." Andaker didn't understand. She gritted her teeth. A plan? Maria, smoking nearby, began to exhale a plume of blue smoke. This smoke enveloped Subaru's body. He reminded them, "Hey, the two administrators will hear us if we talk here." Having said that, he took out a red key and offered, "Let's talk in a more private place." Subaru led Lian and Andakar through a red door. They arrived at a white sand desert where red crystals were scattered, and in front of them stood a bright red chair, representing the status of the one there. Vanquis sat on the throne. Rainbow energy surged powerfully. He rested his chin on his hand and welcomed his guests. Greetings, kings from other worlds. The powerful energy radiating from Vanquis made Lian and Andakar feel inferior and anxious. Not wanting to keep the two waiting long, Vanquis smiled cunningly and got straight to the point. The topic today was how to defeat the administrators. He didn't let the other two ask questions, but immediately laid the groundwork right away. First, I don't care if you think that it's impossible or that they cannot be defeated. What you need to do is follow our plan. Andakar looked around, evaluating this strange space, and secretly wondered, what the hell is this place? Is this a space the administrator can't find us in? Looking at the person sitting on the throne in front of her, she felt an incredibly strong power from him. This must be Vanquis. Andakar also knew the power gap between the two sides. She silently analyzed that even if they all gathered here, he could destroy them in a heartbeat. And she asked the thing she had always been curious about. So, can you defeat the administrator? Vanquis replied nonchalantly. Me? Oh, no. I don't stand a chance. Andakar was stunned by this casual answer. Huh, then why are we talking about this? Just as she finished, a black pearl ring was tossed at her feet. A big question mark appeared over Andakar's head. She didn't understand the significance of this ring. Because this concerned the administrator, Vanquis kindly explained, that ring is an item that can pinpoint the administrator's location. He shared his intention. I plan to use it to visit an old friend of mine. Andakar frowned, inwardly noting the words he used. An old friend? She asked. Is that Subaru? Calmly listening to see what she wanted to ask. Lian knew the plan, so he just stood and listened without speaking. She hesitated, arranging her words. You have an ally within the administrator group, don't you? Seeing Endgame was that clever, Vanquis smiled and praised her. You understand faster than Subaru. Even while lying still, he was being roasted. Subaru spoke up, embarrassed. Shut up. A girl as smart and rational as Endgame would be hard to convince right away. She gritted her teeth and asked further, tell me what I know. Vanquis, how much do you know? Vanquis was very gentle today. He calmly explained, there are 9 administrators in total. This number made. Andakar horrified. She froze for a moment. Vanquis continued to share the information he knew about the administrators. They divided 10 billion worlds into 8 control zones, and each of them harvests soul energy from the worlds under their jurisdiction. The Sky Clock is the system that collects those 10 types of energy, and the game is designed to harvest energy efficiently by forcing you to participate. If any anomalies occur, they select an executor from among the conquerors to eliminate the problem. And before Vanquis could continue, Andakar raised her hand, signaling him to stop. Wait, Andakar was confused. She waved her hand and said, slowly, I can't take in that much information. Andakar kept sweating. It was a bit too much to process. Vanquis asked uneasily, so how do you want me to say it? Subaru worriedly added, come on, just explaining it once. How is that enough? I have some questions. There are 8 controlled regions, yet there are 9 managers. Are your allies people without controlled regions? Subaru asked in surprise, thinking to himself. She understood that in one go. Vanquis placed a hand on his chin and explained, I would call them acquaintances rather than allies. They are quite fickle. I only dare to be 50% sure they will cooperate with us. Andakar replied hesitantly. But then, she continued, there is still a 50% chance a manager won't work with us, right? Vanquis sat regally in his chair and replied, exactly. I intend to use his power to beat the other managers until they listen. If things go smoothly, I can escape this game. That didn't sound too bad. Not too bad. Hearing what Vanquis said, Subaru felt conflicted. She questioned herself. Not too bad. No wonder he chose to call a truce. She nervously looked at Andakar, thinking, this is the first and only chance for us to win. Can't let it slip away. She spoke to Vanquis. Fine, we will join you. Andakar asked, now, what do you want us to do? Suddenly, she remembered a past memory of a young man lying still on the ground. Andakar called out, Half Moon. Lemda stood with his arms crossed and calmly said, he is a brave warrior. Lemda turned and left, leaving Andakar alone. He added, you should feel proud to have him under your command. She gritted her teeth, annoyed that he said nothing else. Andakar sat down gently. She reached out, her hands softly touching Half Moon's pale face. I'm sorry for being a pathetic king, she sobbed. But you didn't sacrifice yourself in vain, Andakar said sadly, hugging him tightly. Not in vain at all, Half Moon. She recalled their childhood when they were together. Lemda approached and said, I have lost Pain and Hockney. My remaining allies will be treated. Once they recover, they will be brought back immediately. The other allies were together. Kotetsu turned and said, "If you do anything suspicious, I will kill you right now." Hirasaka raised his head and replied, "At this point, what else can we even do?" Lion stood still, looking at Endaker without a word. She stood up and asked Lion, "So, you and I are going to stay here to lend our strength to this world?" Vanquis smiled. I was quite surprised that the Rainbow King, Vanquis, would make such an offer, but Endacher felt it was absurd. She said indignantly, "The person he chose is Ariel." "Subaru, what kind of king is he, anyway?" Lion lowered his head and replied anxiously, "Regarding that, while we were fighting, I discovered a link between our souls." Endaksha replied, "Yeah, you told me that when you stopped fighting." Lion interrupted, "It's not just that." He recalled the moment. "After touching his soul, I verified this." Lion continued, "Subaru's will is not that of a king." Endaksha didn't understand what he meant and asked, "What do you mean?" Lion replied nervously, "I don't know. I have never seen anything like this before." Something inside his soul. The allies standing next to Subaru saw a dazzling aura surrounding him. Lion continued, "He is a savior." Subaru's eyes shone as bright as stars in the sky. Jin called Subaru's name in confusion. Ariel pointed at his eyes and wondered, did Maria not heal his eyes? Immediately after, he widened his eyes in surprise, as if confirming Jinga's question. One of Subaru's eyes was bloodshot and bleeding continuously. Drops of blood slowly fell while he was in a state of crisis. The scene shifted to the temporary headquarters of the Divine Association. Shikishima stood in the middle of a press conference and spoke. "As we stated in the previous report, we have accepted an invitation from the underworld to participate in a meeting among their leaders," he continued to announce. According to the information we gathered while there, ignoring the journalist's gasps of shock, Shikishima did not stop. "Here, please look at the documents we have provided." As soon as he finished, he immediately brought out a book that was already opened. Director Hirasaka was observing the interview, lost in thought. A day after the battle to protect Shibuya, the Japan Divine Association held a press conference consisting of those who had been to the underworld. Suddenly, she smiled as if she had achieved some goal. That way, they will be the first to announce the official results and take the leading position among those powerful nations. Returning to the press conference, Shikishima continued to explain. "The best news we obtained while there," he paused for a moment and continued, "is that we have reached an agreement with the underworld." Shikishima suddenly became much more serious. "From now on, they will not send any more new portals to our world." This new information shocked all the reporters at the scene. At the same time, Tsunemori Jinga, with his face covered, listened calmly. To compensate for the losses until now, Akira also smiled slightly, and for the future, so that we can connect with the underworld. He continued while the media was rejoicing, "We will cooperate and expand connections with every nation." Shikishima's voice remained steady. "Let's move on to the interview section, shall we?" Everyone quickly scrambled to raise their hands. "Anyone who has a question, raise your hand." The sun was setting, and dusk was falling outside the headquarters. As if returning to his normal personality, Shikishima shouted tiredly. While Tsunemori Jinga was taking off the box covering his head, Shikishima quickly collapsed onto the sofa as if he wanted to stick to it, sighing, "I'm exhausted." Next, Tsunemori Jinga spoke up, praising him. "Honestly, the way you handled the press conference was professional." Shikishima replied, "Of course, I handled all of this by myself, didn't I?" Hirasaka also didn't hesitate to praise him, but suddenly hesitated, leaving everyone confused. "You're really good." I was going to help a bit, but it turned out Shikishima had interrupted to ask about Subaru. "Subaru, how are you feeling now?" Subaru touched his eye to reassure everyone, "I'm fine. My eye isn't showing anything strange anymore." He changed his attitude rapidly. "That's good. If anything feels weird, report it to us immediately." So now, our next concern is the fourth disaster. Kinokawa immediately chimed in, as if wanting to gloat over others' misery. "Don't forget that you also have to participate in the meeting with allies from other countries and the online meeting with world leaders too." "Shikishima," he said in a pleading voice. Kinokawa laughed happily and refused without hesitation. "I can't do it." He scratched his head, tiredly asking Subaru, "Are you sure Tsunemori can handle the fourth disaster alone?" Hearing this, Subaru immediately announced his plan. "Yes, I am planning to have a freeloader join the group with him." As if to confirm Subaru's words, an image of Kotetsu shopping appeared. "I want to pay with Ariel's card," Akira asked warily, while Shikishima gritted his teeth. "Is it him again?" A deep voice rang out, "The one who killed me and Karen." The fourth disaster, the false emperor. According to the story, a flame was falling onto a beautiful, vast mountainous area. He was born from Mount Kyushu, located very far from Tokyo. He had always been quietly increasing his power by absorbing the surrounding souls. Images of the future gradually appeared before their eyes. Everyone, if we let that emperor develop completely, The souls he absorbs will turn into powerful monsters and attack Japan. Although the introduction sounded menacing and scary, the emperor was still lying there gently. Now, we have a false emperor basking in the sun. Development status, 7%. He was comfortably sunbathing, thinking, if the emperor continues to absorb the abundant souls in this world, before long, he will create the most powerful army in history. First, turn this place into hell, and then before the false emperor could complete his plan, a very polite voice rang out, "Excuse me." He also replied very politely, "Yes." Subaru went along with Jinga and Kotetsu, curious. "Are you going to become the fourth disaster?" The emperor looked blankly at them, confused. Immediately after, Jinga reached out his hand as if to launch an attack. "Excuse me, I'm sorry, but I think so." The hand concentrating magic was brought near his curious face. In an instant, he shouted, "Ize." The fourth disaster had been eliminated. Kotetsu asked in confusion, "In the end, what was the point of us coming here?" Subaru smiled bitterly, giving a reason just to be sure. Just for caution's sake. Please enjoy the latest version for the events in the following segment. As soon as he returned home, he shouted, "We're home." End actor greeted him emotionlessly, "Welcome home, Subaru." Lion smiled brightly, showing off, "Subaru, we made dinner." Kotetsu shamelessly mocked these freeloaders. Hearing this, Subaru immediately spoke the uncomfortable truth. "You are the biggest freeloader here, idiot." Just as he finished mocking, he changed his attitude, exclaiming, "Looks delicious. Let's eat." The idiot hadn't even sat at the table when a voice rang out, "Subaru, have you noticed T?" It turned out T was playing with the cat. "I apologize for interrupting your meal, sir." She hesitated, looking in one direction, but T observed 4 figures hovering in the air. "We have some visitors." Immediately after, Shikishima also contacted him. "Subaru, there's an emergency." Subaru replied to Shikishi. As he opened the door to step out, T continued, "After hearing about your journey to the underworld, leaders from other countries all want to have you." It turned out the 4 figures hovering earlier had approached his apartment. In her story, they wanted to capture him and take him back to their countries. The blonde divine male was confidently smiling as if he had already secured Subaru in his hand. Beside him was a mysterious, masked, dark-haired figure, a cold and haughty saintess, and a leader with a gentle, faint smile were all watching him intently. As he carefully observed each of them, Amamiya Sazako worriedly urged him to be cautious, while Shikishima, equally anxious, tried to offer some comfort. "We're already on our way." "It's not what you think," Subaru replied, speechless. He stammered, his mind reeling. It turned out Kotetsu had been focusing his energy seriously, transforming into his golden saintess form, not to be outdone. Seeing this, Endanger also prepared himself for battle. Seeming to have guessed the outcome, Subaru helplessly tried to stop them. "I don't think that's necessary." Terrifying, multicolored blasts of energy aimed toward the 4 saintesses as if to overwhelm them, but while Amamiya Sazako was lounging on a cat, they took care of it quickly and efficiently. Back at the headquarters, after dealing with the world's top saintesses, a speechless Shikishima informed Kino. The kid said there's no need to come. She immediately shouted, causing Yudu, Ryusei, Fujigami, Mei, and Akira to cheer in joy. "We don't have to go anymore." Below Subaru's building, a loud sound erupted, as if trying to intervene. "You can't do that, President." It turned out Mia was comforting the golden-haired saintess who was in pain. While the voice on the phone blared, "I told you we shouldn't do this." He yelled furiously into the phone. "I thought there were only Ariel and Subaru there." The golden-haired saintess recounted in horror. "But how the hell were there 4 monsters there, Mia?" "4," he repeated, finding it hard to believe. Contrasting with the chaotic scene outside, inside the apartment, Subaru was praising the soup. "This soup is delicious." Akira humbly replied, "It's just a normal kind." Scene shift to the underworld, the Silver Kingdom. In the birch forest, Esther urgently reported, "Sir, you have 15 minutes. Vanquist walked over, curious. "Why did you call me out to this desolate place? What's going on?" He stepped closer to Sybil and asked in a low voice. Ignoring Vanquist's attitude, she calmly recounted the situation. "I heard that the king of the Silver Kingdom is a relative of Subaru's, so I asked him to find a place for us to meet. This is extremely urgent." The more Sybil spoke, the more serious she became. "The 8th disaster has been rewritten." As soon as he heard this news, his face darkened and he gritted his teeth. She revealed the shocking information. The 6-eyed executor will appear in the human realm. Ruin glanced over and asked, "The 6-eyed executor, you say?" Sybil, anxious and sweating, explained, "They are the ones who killed the previous king of the Golden Kingdom and the mentor of the previous king of the Silver Kingdom." Thinking of the image of those two, it was truly terrifying, shaking him to his core. She helplessly told the truth. Abaddon's power doesn't even compare to them. Suddenly, Sybil became urgent. We must act quickly. If it stays like this, immediately after, she fearfully stated the outcome that neither she nor Vanquist dared to face. The future, where Subaru must die, is unavoidable. Scene shift to another world. Mastema was holding her phone, answering, "Yes, yes, hello." As she picked up her blood-stained weapon, she wondered, "Which operator are you?" Mastema remained calm and said, "If we've never met before, then perhaps you are Wrath, Equilibrium, or maybe even Chaos, huh?" She questioned, "Is there work?" "Of course I'll take it, but why me?" After the person on the other end replied, Mastema immediately exclaimed, "Oh, so that's how it is? Yes, yes, I'll report back right away." As soon as she finished, she immediately tapped something on her phone. Right after, a voice rang out, "Hello." Mastema happily exclaimed, "Oh," you answered, "Director." She excitedly announced, "We have work to do." Executor. The sky was bright, and the gentle sunlight shone down on the building where Subaru was staying. He walked outside with a basket and looked at the sky, saying, "Even if it's winter, dressing like this to go out is still fine, right?" But hearing a noise, he turned to greet someone. "Good morning, how you do?" Though it's already the afternoon. It turned out Kotetsu had sat down on the sofa, curious, "Where's Ariel?" Hearing this, Endager, knowing full well, replied, "He went out for a walk. He's probably sitting there drinking coffee right now." Immediately after, she stood in front of him and ordered, "Hyudu, move aside so I can clean the sofa." Kotetsu was speechless and confused. "You all seem very happy, huh?" Endager sighed, complaining lazily. "If you're going to be a freeloader, you have to help with some housework. At least you haven't yet." Before she could finish, he interrupted. "What are you all expecting?" "Exactly." Endager still feigned ignorance, asking, "Why?" Suddenly, Kotetsu lowered his voice, deeply suspicious. "Do you hope that this peace will last forever?" Even though he lowered his volume, Hyudu, who was hanging laundry, could still hear him and turned to look at him intently. Inside the peaceful city, a strange crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Unaware of everyone's tension, Subaru happily enjoyed his cup of coffee, praising, "So good." He comfortably closed his eyes and relaxed, thinking to himself that before the seventh disaster arrived, Subaru had to enjoy this peaceful moment. He hadn't been peaceful for long when he suddenly saw something. He opened his eyes, and at the same time, a polite voice spoke up. "Excuse me. I apologize for bothering you." But Asmodeus seemed shy when he started, "May I sit here?" Without a second thought, Subaru agreed. "Oh, yes." Suddenly, he froze as if realizing something, but Subaru observed the tables and chairs everywhere, wondering, there are still plenty of other seats, though. As soon as he sat down, he looked outside and exclaimed, "The weather is beautiful today, isn't it?" He couldn't agree more. That's right. Observing the city lying peacefully under the sky. Asmodeus continued, "The blue sky and white clouds, they're truly beautiful." Hearing this, Subaru also looked out and slowly replied, "That's right." Confusion appeared in his wide-open eyes. It turned out the source of his question was that the man had suddenly burst into tears. Subaru panicked and stood up to check on him. "Are you all right?" Asmodeus hurriedly wiped his tears. "It's nothing. I'm fine. I'm fine." He adjusted his glasses and gently sighed. "Sorry about that. You're very kind. It's just that the weather is so beautiful that I got a little emotional." Asmodeus's explanation left him wide-eyed in shock. Immediately after, before Subaru could calm down, he gently dropped a bombshell. "Destroying a world like this is just unbearable, isn't it?" As if used to being shocked, he hesitated, unable to believe what he had just heard, repeating, "Huh? Destroying? You just said?" Asmodeus slowly apologized. "Sorry for being hasty." After that, he pushed a business card forward as if to introduce himself. "This is the organization I work for." Just hearing Asmodeus mention the name, Subaru quickly grew anxious. The business card clearly displayed, World Decay Organization. As if to prove his introduction, Asmodeus used an even tone to announce, "I am the director of the Six-Eyed Corporation. My name is Asmodeus." Following that, he smiled lightly while Subaru's power was being released, or also known as the Executor. Asmodeus was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Immediately after, he clapped his hands and cheered. "That's amazing." Asmodeus acted as if he were completely innocent, shaking his head. "In just such a short moment, you're already ready for a battle against an enemy like me? In just 2 months, you, Erika, have become a mighty warrior. No wonder my clients have their eyes on you." Subaru, who hadn't understood a thing from the start, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you babbling about?" He continued his innocent act. "I didn't. I'm sorry if I upset you, though." Like a true White Lotus, Asmodeus kept apologizing. "But I sincerely apologize, really. Fighting is just a waste of time anyway." He still used a gentle tone to clarify. The person in front of you right now is just a separated soul, not the main body, so don't even think about fighting me. Subaru was furious and couldn't control his power. Separated soul? This guy created a clone. By taking a small piece of his soul from his main body, he continued. You say you're a corporation? You want war, right? Immediately, Asmodeus held up a hand to stop him. That's wrong. He switched to a serious, threatening tone. One of the principles of our corporation, we have decided that the most effective way is to let you know in advance. I apologize for informing you in such an impolite way. This way of speaking made him even more uncomfortable. What the hell was this guy rambling about? Asmodeus still smiled. Of course, the target this time isn't just you. Images of Subaru's comrades appeared during his emphasis. My employees will visit each and every one of your teammates. Subaru desperately tried to contact each of them in his mind. Shikishima, Amamiya Sasaka, Karin, Jingha. Extremely sharp, Asmodeus quickly discovered it, making Subaru jump. You have telepathic abilities too. He apologized again, though it didn't seem sincere at all. Sorry about that, but we've already blocked that ability. He angrily raised his voice to question, why you? Following that, Asmodeus pondered, looking mysterious. That is a secret of our corporation. His condescending attitude also made Subaru's anger flare up. This guy, as he watched him and guessed, who on earth was he? This was the first time Subaru had met an enemy like this. It was still hard to believe. He pondered. Not only did he have power, but he also forced Subaru to follow his pace. Immediately after, Asmodeus checked his watch and announced, it looks like it's almost time. Back at Subaru's house, Kotetsu continued from before. I don't know. Glancing at Endager, he continued, what are you all expecting from Ariel Subaru? Hyudu was no exception, observing Kotetsu in return. He continued to monologue, but we should also know that Kotetsu's two eyes seemed to see through the world, offering his observation. This world is a hell. Immediately behind Leon, red light erupted, swallowing the entire sky. It turned out to be red lightning, crashing down with a deafening roar, leaving him stunned. Leon jumped in surprise, hurriedly turning back to assess the situation. Both Endager and Leon stood frozen, staring at the sky. Kotetsu remained calm, as if she had already anticipated it, while the other girl looked on in confusion. At the cafe, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as colorful lightning bolts continued to strike outside. Asmodeus remained unfazed, smiling slightly and tapping on the table. Meanwhile, Subaru watched him, filled with anxiety and anger. Kotetsu sat on the sofa, carefully analyzing the situation. Think about it, the gate is just a crack in the world. What fills that crack are the administrators of those rifts. Kotetsu frowned, thinking to herself, surely everyone realizes that the administrators of the rifts exist. Endater closed his eyes, lost in thought. Kotetsu continued to ponder seriously. The sky flickered with constant flashes of lightning in the cursed world. He explained in a low, somber voice, there is no escape, and even if we switch scenes. In another place, the lightning kept flashing. Asmodeus and Subaru were at a cafe, having a discussion. Asmodeus said, Lord Ariel. In that case, Subaru looked at him with a flicker of surprise. Asmodeus pointed at a file, smiling as he spoke. Please, take a look at this. Asmodeus looked up at Subaru, his expression unreadable. Subaru gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. High-rise buildings stood in the city as multicolored lightning struck one after another. That day, the entire world, a rift leading to another space. Divine Blood Savior, the 8 Great Calamities. The Final Calamity, the Six Eyes Company. The Final Battle. Subaru gritted his teeth, clutching the document. Asmodeus said, the contents of this document is information regarding the desperate plan of Akari Tuharu. Subaru's brow furrowed tightly. With every word he read, his face grew more twisted with rage. Asmodeus sat in his chair, looking up at Subaru. Please, take a seat. Asmodeus narrowed his eyes and continued. This is the moment where subordinates like us must explain things to one another. Because I want everyone, including Akari, to feel the despair. Scene transition. Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. A girl closed her eyes and said, the plan is divided into 3 stages. First, she was an employee of the Six Eyes Company. Six Eyes Company employee Floros. A loud noise erupted in front of Floros. Standing before Floros, Tsunemori Jinga didn't care, focusing on his training. Floros let out a helpless laugh. You're so cold, Floros remarked. Tsunemori Jinga gritted his teeth, eyes narrowing, without leaving a single scratch. Horrifying scenes from the future flashed through his mind. Jinga remained indifferent. She continued, I will continue my explanation. The first stage is obvious. The administrator will create a rift. This world will be rewritten into a hellish landscape, so terrifying that no other period in history could compare. Tsunemori Jinga gritted his teeth, staring at Floros, saying nothing. Floros put her hands on her hips and continued. You're stubbornly annoying. Floros explained further. We, the Six Eyes Company, are the executors. We are the elite among the elite. Every member possesses power 10 times greater than anything you've seen in other worlds. Don't even dream of leaving a single scratch on people like us. Floros narrowed her eyes. May I continue? Tsunemori Jinga's expression wavered slightly. Scene transition. In front of him was a bridge crossing a large river. Painful memories flooded back. The monster appeared on a rainy day. Tsunemori Jinga's family was together, enjoying a meal happily. Outside the window, rain poured down in torrents. The monster slammed a hand down onto the house, crushing it. Tsunemori Jinga stood alone in the midst of the chaotic scene. The house had completely collapsed, and he was the only survivor. On the altar were his parents. Beside them were his relatives. All of Tsunemori Jinga's loved ones were gone in the blink of an eye. Recalling those memories, Tsunemori Jinga's chest tightened. He shed painful tears, his hand clenching his heart, sweat pouring down his face as he frowned. Floros said, Are you all right, Tsunemori Jinga? Jinga looked at her, then squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to stabilize his emotions. Tsunemori Jinga clenched his fist. I have decided not to believe in anything anymore. Remembering the happy memories with his family, Tsunemori Jinga felt intense pain. The peaceful days that he thought would last forever had been stolen without mercy. Flores's face darkened, and she broke into a dangerous smile. I think that's a good response. It's a good thing that you can feel despair. Tsunemori Jinga bowed his head, sweat dripping down his face. No, I am not in despair. Floros looked at Tsunemori Jinga, confused. He continued, I said it before. I don't believe a word you say. Tsunemori Jinga looked up, his face drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth. After relying on Ariel, I swore that this time, I would protect everything. I don't care how strong you are. I don't care what your plan is. Floros said nothing, her head held high in arrogance. Elsewhere, at Shibuya, a man was trying to convince Akira. How are things, Naruto? He said cheerfully. The sky is beautiful, isn't it? This man was a Six Eyes Company employee, Bifrost. Bifrost spread his arms wide, but his smile turned stiff after Akira turned his head away coldly, ignoring him. Akira held a bouquet of white chrysanthemums and replied, disgusting. He bowed his head and held his hat. It seems our tastes don't align. The flowers in his hand were crushed tightly. Akira replied, I never intended to talk to the enemy. Today, I only brought flowers. Multicolored bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. Akira's face darkened, pointing at Bifrost, who was staring fixedly at Akira. Akira's golden eyes glowed, and he spoke calmly. I will send you back to where you belong. Scene transition. At Hirosaka's apartment, Karen held a stack of documents. Beside her were Siha and another person. Standing before them, the proposal left him in total despair. Karen gritted her teeth. They even set a deadline. What are you people thinking? The person who came to persuade them was Joko, a new employee of the Six Eyes Company, Croaky. Karen smiled, holding up the documents. Seiha said, Absolutely not. She widened her eyes in shock. Why? Seiha continued, You don't know anything about what Tommy has been through. Croaky continued to push. This time, they won't. Karen stuck out her tongue, mocking Croaky. Say whatever you want. The more you underestimate us, the harder you'll fall. She scowled, restraining her anger. Karen continued cheerfully, trying to devour us alive. Aren't you supposed to follow the plan? Don't go against your superiors, okay? Croaky yelled in anger. Karen suddenly became serious, her sharp gaze fixed on Croaky. I will crush your plans. Images of Hirosaka and Seiha flashed through Karen's mind. At that moment, she asked, Not everyone is the same, right? Hirosaka and Seiha nodded firmly. Of course not. Scene transition. At the Player Alliance's temporary headquarters, another person was also holding a stack of... The first step of the plan is to tear open the rifts. In the second phase, we will slaughter all of his subordinates, comrades, family, and friends. And finally, I'll make them suffer for a long time before killing them right in front of him. Shikishima bowed his head, staring at the documents in his hands as the person sitting behind him replied, That's right, Violet. She said we have over 1,000 years of experience and achievements. Our unique methods will bring forth inescapable despair. I'm sure you've witnessed it in other worlds, haven't you? Shikishima grit his teeth in confusion, and she continued, sounding excited. Isn't that your little sister? That weak girl weak? Shikishima looked out the window, clutching the documents. Just shut up. Shikishima continued. When I received the prophecy of the apocalypse, I felt the same way. Violet flashed a sinister smile, but Shikishima just grinned back. Pure joy, Violet. She narrowed her eyes, and Shikishima added, This time, We can start with ourselves, along with Toru. Shikishima wore a savage smile. Not this time. I won't let him fight alone. The scene shifted. Subaru slammed his hand onto the table. My subordinates. Asmodeus's glasses gleamed. Subaru spat out. You blocked our telepathy. Asmodeus maintained his professional smile, while Subaru fumed. You think isolating me will make me lose hope? Subaru thought of all his comrades and stood firm. My subordinates, you've underestimated them. Asmodeus thought to himself, he really thought he had me cornered. Asmodeus spoke to Subaru. In other words, it's their responsibility, right? Subaru radiated a powerful energy, and Asmodeus smiled. I can't trust a leader who can't protect his own subordinates. Subaru answered seriously. My subordinates are my comrades. One of them had said, the one known as the Demon Emperor, while gripping Subaru's shoulder tightly. We aren't here to be pitied or coddled. You just have to trust and rely on us. Energy began to surge beneath Subaru's feet. So, I trust them, and there's only one thing I need to do. Subaru grew more powerful. Asmodeus looked up at Subaru, then calmly flashed an inscrutable smile. Subaru transformed into a more powerful version of himself. Even if you're just an avatar, don't even think about leaving. Subaru's face darkened, his red eyes glowing intensely. I'm going to defeat you right here, Asmodeus. Asmodeus remained calm. My assessment of you has just gone up a level. Asmodeus laughed happily, eyes squinted. You really are an interesting person. The scene shifted to the Amamiya Sazaka of blood. Sibu sat on a red chair, looking toward Vanquis, calling out, Father. Vanquis replied, It seems they've arrived. In front of them, a beam of red light gradually appeared, and the gateway to this dimension began to manifest. Behind the door, a massive hidden power was pushing it open. A source of crimson energy erupted violently from behind the threshold. Behind that, Subaru grabbed Asmodeus by the neck. He lunged straight forward at blinding speed. Asmodeus didn't seem afraid. He laughed loudly. This is fun. The white sand was stained with a large patch of bright red. Subaru and Asmodeus stood far apart. Asmodeus said gleefully, I thought you would fight within the human realm. I didn't expect you to have the key to the throne. Subaru looked up. Here, it won't affect the human realm. Asmodeus continued, a pocket dimension created by Chukio, how fascinating. No wonder the operator couldn't find it. Subaru's entire body released an unsuppressible surge of energy. Asmodeus stood amidst the white sand, spreading his arms. But do you think this will be okay? The avatar and the original body share the same senses. He continued, the operator will track us and infiltrate this place. Sharp spikes pierced directly through Asmodeus's hands and feet. Another voice echoed, no need to worry, Executor. Another spike pointed straight at Asmodeus's back. He fell as the spike pierced directly through his body. Sharp nails gripped Asmodeus's shoulders. I intended to abandon this place. Vanquis laughed sinisterly. Asmodeus glanced over. Vanquis said, just relax and enjoy the show. Asmodeus asked, are you Chukio? Vanquis said nothing, his smile growing even more twisted. Asmodeus glanced at Vanquis and muttered, I wonder between us, my original self and you, who is stronger? Vanquis grit his teeth. I don't have time for this. Sorry, but I have no intention of fighting you. Vanquis pointed at Subaru standing on the other side and continued, whether your original body arrives or not, Hitoharu will defeat you. Asmodeus's eyes widened, though he kept smiling. I'm looking forward to it, he said. Next time, I'll invite everyone to my throne. Vanquis replied coldly, that is not part of my plan. Vanquis threw a punch, and Asmodeus's body shattered into 100 pieces. The one who returned from the sea, Asmodeus's face cracked into small fragments. Yet, his lips still curled into a wicked smile. After dealing with him, Vanquis fell silent. Subaru watched them, lost in thought. The scene shifted to another dimension, at Asmodeus's throne. A roar of excitement echoed through the headquarters of the Segan Corporation. Mastema stood with hands on her hips, asking, What is it, President? Asmodeus replied, My avatar was just defeated, but it doesn't matter. Mastema said nothing. She was the vice president of the Segan Corporation. Mastema surveyed the operator's satisfaction. They had been ranked first for 5 consecutive years. Next to Mastema was Billet, also a vice president of the Segan Corporation. Billet had a score of 925. A Class 1 icon, Asmodeus said, crossing his legs leisurely. I've discovered Chukio's hideout. Asmodeus looked up. This is the information our clients need most. Asmodeus's true identity was none other than the president of the Segan Corporation. Asmodeus verified his driver's license. Mastema and Billet looked at Asmodeus, full of confusion. The situation might be more complex than expected. The two of you might have to step out. Asmodeus waved a hand at them, signaling them to leave. I must announce this immediately, Mastema said helplessly. He's always acting like that. Billet was also speechless. The scene shifted. Subaru was quiet and expressionless. Vanquish said, "So, I've been observing the situation from the throne." Vanquish looked at Subaru and continued, "So the mysterious executor nickname has turned out to be a corporation." Subaru continued, "We need a plan, right?" Vanquish replied, "That hasn't." Before Vanquish could finish, a large shadow appeared behind them. Voldemort arrived with Ruin. Subaru looked at them, shouting in surprise. The three kings. Sibu had also arrived. Subaru couldn't hide his astonishment. "And Sibula too? Why are you all here?" On Terra's side, people were waving. "We're here too," Subaru said. "Terra and the others?" Safina said, "We've discussed this issue. If rifts like these appear, it affects our goal of eliminating the gates." Safina's eyes were cold as she looked straight ahead. "The expansion agreement is complete," Safina continued. "Now we just need your input." Subaru stared blankly and repeated, "My input." Ruin chimed in from afar. "Sorry, but let me speak first." Ruin raised his hand. Subaru-kun, I. Ruin lowered his eyes, his face somber. "I won't be your subordinate anymore." Subaru was confused, not understanding what was happening, then suddenly shouted, "Ah!" The scene shifted to the human realm. Time rifts flashed continuously. A car sped down the road. Inside a skyscraper, an AI voice rang out. "So, it's like this." Shikishima looked at the screen and said seriously, "During the battle with the Seigan Corporation, Chukio and his associates won't join the fight." Subaru replied, "That's right. Vanquish has gone to see the operator. It seems to be related to a specific cycle." He recalled the moment Vanquish stood with his arms crossed, talking about the manager's eye. That guy's location is currently very close to the other world. Vanquish continued, "Similar to how planets orbit in a trajectory." Subaru asked helplessly, "How do you know so much about the human realm?" Vanquish continued, "And if we miss this opportunity, it will take us years to meet him again." Vanquish pointed at Subaru. "I'm going. It seems I won't be back while the Seigan Corporation's project is underway. You will all have to deal with the Seigan Corporation on your own." Vanquish trusted Subaru. After hearing Vanquish, Subaru immediately frowned. Back to the present. Tsunemori Jinga said, "Facing an enemy 10 times stronger than the underworld, we only have each other." A phone screen showed a call from the King Group. Shikishima said, "The planned schedule will begin next year, as proposed, on the 11th. Shikishima smiled behind his glasses. "That sounds impossible." Subaru sat on the bed, cautiously deliberating. At that moment, Kotetsu approached. "Not necessarily impossible." Kotetsu pointed at the scene outside, where time rifts were flashing continuously. "Take advantage of those rifts," Shikishima said. "Hyodo, what exactly do you mean?" Subaru said seriously. "Besides, after Kotetsu leaves," Subaru said, "the other world will lend us their power." The scene shifted. Kinokawa lowered her eyes, her expression emotionless. Kinokawa slowly walked down the road. It seemed something had appeared. She stopped, her eyes widening. A golden door gradually appeared. Kinokawa stood frozen in front of the door and uttered, "Lakna." Langa is Sakura's gatekeeper. Kinokawa whispered, "Lakna." The door opened. From within, a voice rang out, "Pleased to meet you, avatar of my warrior." Kinokawa frowned in confusion. A breeze blew from inside, tossing her hair. A girl introduced herself as she stepped out. "I am Safina of the Golden Lands." Kinokawa went from one surprise to another, staring blankly as Safina continued, "Sakura Kinokawa, break your contract with the knight and become my avatar." Siki was shocked when he heard this. He asked back, "Except?" Kinokawa, Subaru replied, "That's right. Before tonight, the three inventors are repairing the gates." Subaru shared, "Right now, they are making adjustments to make it possible. Terra and the others are in charge of replacing the gates." Looking at the news on the TV, Subaru suggested, "Let's continue after the negotiations." Just then, Lion, Kotetsu, and Endager walked behind Subaru. He said, "We're heading outside." Shikishima clutched his head and sighed. He said, "I'm not worried about that." But at that moment, the news anchor reported on TV, "Yesterday at noon, around 12 o'clock, a massive rift." Just then, Lion, Kotetsu, and Endager walked right past Subaru. "We're heading for the outskirts," he said. Shikishima clutched his head and let out a heavy sigh, saying, "That's not what I'm worried about." But just then, the TV host announced, "Yesterday at noon, a massive rift." Images of colorful cracks in the sky appeared on televisions all over the world. The anchorwoman stated that the connection between these portals and the Heavenly Palace remained unclear. They interviewed several civilians, asking how they felt about the rifts. An elderly woman replied with visible concern, "They're terrifying. I can't stop imagining monsters pouring out just like the portals did." An old man remarked, "Nobody knows what's going to happen. The Heavenly Palace is unpredictable. If the countdown reaches 0." However, the younger generation seemed to have different thoughts. One young man joked, "It'll probably be fine. It's not my problem anyway." Another man was terrified, claiming, "This is God's punishment." The TV continued with news of a press conference where the chairman of the American Player Association criticized the situation as a result of the Japanese Association's actions. The broadcast switched to the Japanese Association building. Also yesterday, the Japanese Association was expected to release an announcement regarding the rifts. Endacher commented on the nature of these random rifts, noting their appearance and the timing of their opening in this world. A single rift opening could lead to others opening within the same week. She expressed fear about the risk of monsters jumping out of the rifts. Sometimes we can enter them, but sometimes the rifts come from elsewhere, carrying the risk of an invasion from another place, she explained. She considered the scenario of monsters raiding this world. Casualties would be unavoidable. But with this many rifts, Endacher was quite worried. However, she noted that such a high volume of rifts had never occurred before. The CEO asked, "What about the enemy's combat strength?" Endacher calmly replied, "They are very diverse." As previously mentioned, Endacher was the most knowledgeable and experienced person there. Everyone listened attentively to her, as someone who had ventured into the portals. "I can confirm their combat strength is no lower than level 4. Jinga worried about enemies stronger than level 4. Akira was also uneasy. They could suddenly appear in the city. Endacher looked at Kotetsu and added more information. If, by some misfortune, an enemy the size of Hirodu or worse appears, they might attack. Akira panicked. What? The otherworld conqueror? He pondered. In a way, the portals were what protected this world. Hearing this, Jinga looked annoyed and darkened. It was unclear if he disliked this way of speaking or if he was worried about the portals themselves. Akira continued, "But how are we supposed to fight them?" He immediately spoke up, offering a harsh opinion, but one that was the truth. "I don't think we can stop them completely. There are just too many." Outside, the sky was still crisscrossed with small and large rifts. Some said humanity needed to rethink its approach. Subaru stood silently, watching everyone discuss. He was deep in thought. The rifts have appeared in place of the portals. This is far more intense than we imagined. Hearing movement behind him, Subaru glanced back. Shikishima was clutching his hair. Why? Why did it have to come to this? He furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. Were we wrong? Suddenly, a staff member opened the door and ran in. "Excuse me." The CEO turned to look at him and asked, "Has the time come?" The staff member, impatient, announced, "Hurry to the press room. The reporters are making the situation worse." Outside, a reporter screamed, "Explain yourselves. Come out. Isn't this your job?" Many other reporters chimed in, "You're only making things worse. What will happen to the safety of the citizens?" The barrage of criticism and pointed questions caused the staff member to buckle under the pressure. He lamented, "I can't take it anymore." Akira was uneasy. "What?" Mada spoke up. "If the portals disappear, no one can guess what will happen next, including the people from the other world." He analyzed, "The existence of another world is something very new, isn't it? It is only natural that the people of this world want to wipe out the portals." Karen looked sincerely at Akira and Subaru. "You guys," she consoled him earnestly, "you didn't do anything wrong." Akira looked at Karen, surprised. Jinga remained silent. Kotetsu didn't seem to agree with Karen's words. He retorted, "What kind of consolation is that?" He said bluntly, "The truth is that our actions led to this situation." Karen hid and glared at Kotetsu. Kotetsu just grunted and let it go. Karen looked around and saw that someone had taken action. She saw Shikishima stand up. Everyone was surprised. Kotetsu commented, "Looks like he's ready to accept it." Tsunemori Jinga called out, "Shikishima-san." Subaru spoke up, volunteering, "Let me go." But Akira stopped him. He gritted his teeth. "Don't go. You can't. You know better than anyone, Subaru." "I understand," he said, tense but determined. "In this situation, I can handle it best because I understand them the most. It'll be fine. We've all seen the new future. The result is already clear." Thinking about the group of reporters still waiting outside, Akira said, "The criticism won't change." But he smiled, encouraging himself, "But I will try to overcome it." Shikishima didn't share his feelings with anyone else, but he carried a heavy psychological burden. The others would have to endure it during the press conference, especially Nerus and Tokomori, who already had past trauma. Akira stared blankly as Shikishima volunteered to deal with the press. Although anxious and afraid, Akira still silently encouraged himself. This is the best way to face the Six Eyes group in the best possible state. Subaru frowned, visibly annoyed. He thought something to himself, then walked up behind Shikishima. "Even so, you alone," Shikishima shouted frustratedly. "It's fine. Just stay here." Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out, "You too, Shikishima." Both Subaru and Shikishima were stunned. The person who appeared behind the door was a lady in a magnificent, noble outfit. She said, "Children should stay out of this," then gave a charming smile. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Shikishima went from surprise to panic. Director Hirosaki, "What are you doing here?" Subaru was equally surprised. "What?" Everyone was confused, waiting for an answer from Director Hirosaki. She didn't answer, but instead asked, "Why? Isn't it obvious?" Director Hirosaki smiled kindly. "I am an adult, after all." Shikishima couldn't believe his ears. "What?" A press conference staffer urged, "Hurry, quickly." Director Hirosaki turned and snapped, "How annoying." "Bah." She pointed at Shikishima's group. "You guys keep trying to figure out a solution to the rifts." Shikishima panicked and shouted, "Wait, are you planning to go alone?" "I mean, I am here to become stronger and unyielding." Director Hirosaki answered calmly, "And I am here because someone asked me to. Someone has to take responsibility for this, and that someone should be an adult." At the same time, she thought to herself, "It's like this because my son wants it to be." She then advised them, "Remember this." Director Hirosaki turned her back and left to deal with the press, leaving a final word for everyone in the room. "You still have adults by your side. They will take responsibility." Jinga felt grateful in his heart and, visibly shaken, softly called out, "Director Hirosaki." Shikishima wasn't good at managing his emotions. He felt uncomfortable and raised his voice, suddenly appearing and then showing off. He looked down at his hands, which were drenched in sweat and shaking like a leaf. He couldn't help but feel grateful. "But honestly, you just saved me, Hirosaki." The watch on his wrist suddenly lit up. Someone thought, "It seems like the foresight is being interrupted." In the past, Kamina had tried to predict the future, and he was bewildered. Why? Why can't my power reach it? Instead of solving the situation, it was the opposite, as if it were being severed. Sybil had once explained this. The person who receives the power in the way most beneficial to the future is the one who experiences the destruction of that prediction. At that moment, what Kamina saw was the light of the apocalypse, and he collapsed. Why? Why can't I see victory in the future? What did Sybil see in the future? She muttered, incompetent, and stepped out of Subaru's future. Looking at the light on the watch, Subaru was astonished. There was conflict and collision. He thought to himself, "I wonder if there is someone else besides me who can see the future." At the same time, on the live broadcast screen outside the large building, Director Hirosaki appeared on screen. She was not afraid of the cameras, fluently answering the reporters' questions. Watching the woman on the screen, Julie exclaimed, "Mom." After finishing the press conference, Director Hirosaki bowed to everyone. Silver-ranked player Hisazaki, Ryuji Julieta, stood on the street watching the news on a public screen. He muttered to himself, "Like I said yesterday, Mom, have you done it?" The person walking with Julie was the one who used to bully Subaru, bronze-ranked Itoshima Izuki. He was shocked, his jaw dropping. Director Hisazaki Ryuji is Julieta's mother. Julie watched the news but didn't pay attention to the content. In his head were endless thoughts. So the child with glasses was saved. Risking his life just to leave a scar on his soul and has nothing to do with those who left that scar. Itoshima saw Julie wasn't focused and asked, "Are you listening? That's your mother." Julie sighed and replied rudely, "I'm not listening. Don't talk to me." "Shut up, you ugly jerk." Itoshima was confused. "Still the same, you're so rude." Julie glared and looked away, pondering. The real problem is, he looked up at the rifts in the sky, asking himself, when and what will appear when the rifts open? At this moment, a little girl quietly walked up to Julie. She spoke up. "Maybe I understand." Suddenly, hearing someone say something out of the blue beside him, Julie was extremely annoyed. He looked over. "Ah," the girl explained. Energy surged around her. She said with an innocent face, "Maybe I know when the rifts will open." Under the girl's feet were glowing patterns. That must have been how she activated her ultimate scripture skill. Julie didn't seem to like predictions about the future. He furrowed his brows and asked back, "Another prediction, huh?" Kana. The girl who had just performed the prediction was Kana Sato, the younger sister of Kengo Sato. At the hospital, a worried voice called out, "Hey!" A nurse was frantically chasing a girl with hairstyle like Nacha. "Where are you going?" The nurse wasn't at ease about her patient. "Your wounds haven't healed yet." The girl stopped and replied, "That's true, but maybe they will heal soon." The nurse still tried to advise her. "Wait," the girl hesitated, and then she ran out of the hospital. This was Himeno. Mario, Himeno, Jumeno's little sister, held a miniature globe and muttered things the nurse couldn't understand. "From now on, my power will be necessary," the little girl whispered to herself. The globe she held displayed Ariel's location. The scene shifted to the temporary headquarters of the Alliance. In the reception room, Julie pointed to Kana, who was sitting quietly by her side. "So, this girl can determine the order in which the rifts open. We need to make use of her." Shikishima and Subaru stood there, jaws dropped in confusion. Kana looked at them with innocent eyes. Shikishima slammed his hands on the table and stood up. "Hold on a second," he said. "What are you talking about, Hizuzaki Ryuji?" Then Shikishima immediately turned serious, his gaze judging Julie. "First of all, how do you even know that?" Julie narrowed her eyes and didn't answer. Images flashed, Kana talking with her brother, Kana being rescued by Subaru, and Kana alone, clutching her brother's portrait. Kana squinted and said, "Kana." Subaru looked at the blue-haired boy sitting next to her. "And Itoshima," Kana added. Itoshima waved happily. "Glad you still remember me." Kana clasped her hands on her lap. "It's been a while, hasn't it, brother Ariel?" Julie draped her arm around Kana, teeth gritted. Continued, Itoshima waved happily. "Glad you still remember me." Kana clasped her hands on her lap. "It's been a while, hasn't it, brother Ariel?" Julie draped her arm around Kana, teeth gritted. I'll skip the tedious details. Basically, Kana has a precognitive ability that can determine the sequence of dungeon openings. Julie continued, "If we know which dungeon opens first, we can prepare countermeasures." Julie added with a dry laugh, "I don't really care about the rest, it's such a pain." Julie scratched her head and continued, "But Kana certainly doesn't want the city destroyed." Kana sat there with a deeply serious expression. Subaru thought about her premonition and remembered the previous battle. He wondered if yesterday's fight was triggered by Kana's ability and if it had anything to do with him. Kana lowered her head, remembering the image of a ferocious beast charging at them 3 weeks ago. During the evil factions incident, the house where my younger brother and I lived was destroyed. Kana collapsed to the ground, and Itoshima stood in front of her. A green leaf appeared right above the monster, attacking it and successfully destroying it. Itoshima backed away in fear, and Kana looked up at the sky. Suddenly, Julie appeared before them like a goddess. Kana said, "Professor Julieta, save me." Kana stared at Julie in amazement. From Kana's perspective, Julie looked strangely handsome. She continued, "I am currently with Itoshima." Subaru went mad and shouted, "Really?" The professor then told them about the portal at the boarding house I rented. A blue portal suddenly appeared. Kana sat up straight, looking at the door. Subaru said, "Blue." An image of Kamina appeared. As for the name of the sheep, Kana said, "That is Kamina, the true king." Subaru and Shikishima were shocked at the name. Kana continued, standing in front of her. Kamina said, "My incantation may not see as far as the Northern Light Kings, but it is very suitable for scouting details about the near future." Kana continued, "It is perfect for determining the opening sequence of the dungeons." Subaru was so surprised he couldn't speak. Subaru turned to Shikishima. "What about that?" Shikishima immediately dismissed it. "No." Shikishima rested his chin on his hand, considering it's a good idea, but to completely avoid damage. Julie asked angrily, "What exactly is the problem?" Shikishima continued, "There are 10,000 dungeons, not only in Tokyo but all over the world. It is very difficult to stop them completely." Before Shikishima could finish, Kana interrupted. "It will be fine." Subaru and Shikishima stared blankly as Kana brought out her phone screen and continued, "I just received a message that she will be here soon." As soon as she finished speaking, someone really stepped in from outside the door. Mario said, "Excuse me." Subaru and Shikishima looked on anxiously. Mario panted, "Hello." Seeing Mario, Kana was immediately happy. "Who is it?" "Reno." "Sit down," Mario said happily. "Kana, you're here." Itoshima obediently stepped aside. Reno, I'll stand." "Just sit down." Kana and Mario immediately held hands happily, with a helpless Julie beside them. Mario looked at Shikishima and Subaru and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Reno Sino. I just became a player 3 weeks ago." Subaru went from one surprise to another. "Huh. You too?" Mario said. "The master is the king of Kam, Ryudo. My skill can observe the movement of souls in that world. The Soul Observer." From Mario's hand, a globe appeared and rotated. On it were temporal cracks. Looking at a specific point, Mario said, This is a tag attached to a particularly large and dangerous dungeon." Mario continued, "Observing the dungeon is also observing soul energy, so I can judge which one is about to activate." Shikishima, Ryu, and Subaru were traumatized. Shikishima Ryu shouted, "Really?" Kana continued to explain, "Kamina and Ryudo seem to be quite close in the other world." Shikishima also agreed, "They are comrades, after all." Mario held up 2 fingers happily and said, "So we connected our avatars. After that, we determined the connection of the other person." Shikishima gritted his teeth. "You two are truly talented." Mario continued to explain, "I will tag the dungeons that seem about to activate." Kana followed up, "I will determine their opening sequence." The 2 of them touched hands. The globe was also linked. Mario said, "Combined, we can continuously monitor all dungeons in the world." Subaru was incredibly surprised. Shikishima clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. Approved. Definitely approved. Subaru gaped. At this moment, Mario said, "In return, I have a request." Shikishima changed his expression, looking curiously at Mario. Mario had one side of her face covered. Kana said, "Reno, she has a scar on her face caused by a skill." Kana continued, "And she wants to heal it immediately." Shikishima deployed his ability. "Maria." Shikishima smirked. Aza. Mario and Kana opened their eyes wide in surprise. Shikishima landed the final blow. Fire magic. Soha. A source of energy escaped from one side of Mario's face. Mario lost her composure, jumped up, and frantically tore off the head bandage. No, it can't be. It can't be. Kana shouted, "Rhino." Kana was startled, eyes wide, letting out an ah. One side of Mario's face had been healed, and there was no scar left. Julie, on the side, was silent. Mario held a mirror to check her face. Amazing, really? Completely recovered. Kana was happy, tears welling up. "Reno, that's great. You can be a model again." Mario shed tears of emotion. "Thank you, Kana." Kana stopped crying, 2 tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes. She suppressed her emotions and said, "I remember the past that time. Mario was attacked by her own older sister, Himeno, leaving a large wound on her face. Finally, in the present, Mario bowed her head and covered her face. I will save her." Mario gritted her teeth, tears streaming out from between her 2 fingers. Mario couldn't stop crying. Seeing such a scene, Kana also had 2 streams of tears constantly flowing down her face. Beside them, Subaru and Shikishima had become different versions of themselves. In front of them, Kana and Mario hugged each other tightly, crying incessantly. Julie and Itoshima also couldn't hold back, tearing up as well. All these events took place at the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. The scene shifted 3 days later, December 12th, Minato Ward, Roppongi, Tokyo. Shikishima looked up high. This was a large temporal crack that opened as if swallowing a high-rise building the dungeon that the 2 of them had opened. Akira exclaimed, "So big." Shikishima replied, "According to information, it is the type that will invade from our side. Will it be near the portal?" Shikishima turned his head to call Kotetsu Hyodo. "Use your dungeon to confront the executor." Kotetsu clasped his hands. Shikishima continued, "I will let you prove it." Kotetsu said seriously, "Everything will begin once we step inside. If you dare to be careless, don't regret leaving your life there." Shikishima gritted his teeth. "Aren't those the last words of Secretary Ando?" Subaru replied, as expected. Tsunemori, Jingaki no Kawa, and Mei were all present. They were the avatars of the 3 kings. Subaru continued, "At the Obsidian Amamiya Sazaka, I had a meeting with the 3 kings." Subaru explained, "Amamiya Sazakaka and Harasaka will continue to train. Karen and Kaza will each go to the other world to gain power." Shikishima let out an ah. The 4 of them, including Subaru, Akira, Shikishima, and Kotetsu, were all ready. Shikishima said, "Okay, this time we will go with this squad. This is the first battle. The deadline until the Blue Eye Corporation's invasion is just 31 days away." Kotetsu led the way into the purple area. He said, "Let's go. The first mission is to enter the water fissure." Kotetsu lifted his foot and stepped through the barrier. He didn't forget to remind them, "I haven't heard everyone speak yet. Report back when there is enough information." Just about to step out of the purple area, Kotetsu said nonchalantly, "This is the start." His gaze was cold, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, Shikishima was startled. He gritted his teeth. Akira was also surprised. Subaru also sensed something strange, and as if to confirm, Kotetsu stood in mid-air, both hands in his coat pockets, and said in a light tone, "There is no ground." Just as he finished speaking, the tragic, sky-piercing screams of Shiki, Akira, and Subaru rang out. They were in a state of free fall. Only Kotetsu remained calm, as if he had seen everything in life. He fell as well, while evaluating. This time, the air conditions seemed similar. The newcomer, Akira, asked naively, "Can we choose a different one?" Shikishima shouted, "Is there anything else?" Kotetsu, not fast or slow, taught them, "Try thinking about invading another planet. Usually, the air there is not suitable for us." Akira, still naive, hadn't digested these words yet. Shikishima quickly replied, "It seems we need to control the air." Kotetsu was extremely satisfied with this answer. He said, "Right. Another way of saying it, manga style, this is why I have to cherish my life while carrying out my unfinished mission. I have to develop my skills, all so I can clear the obstacles on the way." He coldly declared, "Bodies will eventually die too." Subaru, having been silent until now, hearing this, called out Hyodo. He was stunned. In front of him now was a vast, deep blue ocean. It seemed that something in the heart of the ocean was moving. The sea surface was stirred by it, creating waves. The group was floating in mid-air, looking at the surface of the sea. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Ah!" The monsters are crowding and rising from the water, all kinds of shapes and types. They were aiming at Subaru's group. Amidst the monsters' growls, there was also a terrifying scream from someone. The monster, the purple monster, opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, ugly teeth. It was ready to swallow everyone into its stomach. Just at this moment, Subaru raised his hand. His eyes turned to his characteristic rainbow color. The control device flashed. Kotetsu's face darkened. Behind him appeared spinning totems. The shrine of the god. Shikishima stretched out his hand, shooting forward with his fifth skill. Akira also simultaneously called out. The golden arm appeared. Fifth skill, deviation. The monsters were beaten black and blue, unable to recover. Subaru, Shikishima, and even Akira were still floating in the sky when a voice suddenly rang out, attracting their attention. Move to the side. Subaru looked in the direction the golden light was coming from, and suddenly understood. High above, around the body of Kotetsu, at this moment, were giant flames burning brightly. Louis appeared, satellite around Kana, sword cutting through space. She immediately drew her sword from the scabbard, turning the tear into a long-range attack, utilizing it like a shot from afar. The monster gritted its teeth in anger, cursing, "Damn it." It had been slashed to pieces by Louis, with no part left intact. In the moment its life was cut short, only one thought remained in its mind: I can't win. Ending the battle, Subaru's group decided to hitch a ride on the whale's back to get to shore. Everyone had relaxed their spirits. Shikishima sat cross-legged near the fish's tail. Akira stood in the middle. Subaru sat down, soaking his feet in the seawater. Kotetsu stood at the head of the fish, casually saying, "As expected, we are attacking another world. Based on the administrator's words, there are worlds with the possibility of life, as well as worlds with a population of over 10 billion. However, there are also other worlds." Kotetsu speculated. "This looks like a primitive world, but I can't say for sure." Akira wondered. "In that case, if there are no humans or players around, wouldn't it be easier to conquer?" Kotetsu replied immediately, "Maybe." He looked up at the sky and said, "A vast world doesn't necessarily need humans." However, Subaru and Akira followed his gaze upward. Without anyone noticing when it had appeared, a giant dragon was looming in the sky. They just listened as Kotetsu spoke slowly. "The monster's rank here is abnormally high." He kept his eyes on the dragon while explaining to everyone, "They can keep fighting even after suffering heavy injuries." The dragon suddenly widened its eyes. Shikishima looked at it, trembling. This thing, Kotetsu's gaze sharpened, but he hesitated to finish his sentence. The dragon fully revealed its form. Its entire body was a deep purple, with eye-catching gold patterns stretching from its chest to its tail. Kotetsu declared, "This thing is a boss-level monster, the Thunder Dragon Uranus." As if to prove Kotetsu's point, the dragon opened its massive, razor-sharp maw. The Uranus level 239 lightning dragon gathered a sphere of energy. Feeling the power was sufficient, it unleashed a blast towards Subaru's team. This surge was purple, matching the dragon's own body. Everything exploded in an instant. Water splashed everywhere as thick smoke billowed out. Shikishima had been hit. He reached up to cover the bleeding wound with his hand. Subaru was forced to one knee by the overwhelming force of the attack. Frowning in shock, Subaru looked at the giant dragon landing steadily on the water and sighed. So strong. Even Kotetsu, who had lost an arm to the dragon's assault, had to admit, not bad. In contrast, Akira was losing his cool. Having lost an arm and a leg, he cursed. "What the hell is this?" Red sparks appeared over his hair. Akira jumped, shouting, "Lemda, wait." Shikishima immediately called out, "Maria, switch with me." Lemda laughed gleefully, saying, "The master's word is absolute." Lemda had merged with Akira's body, laughing excitedly. "A powerful enemy here. How thrilling." Suddenly, he paused. Kotetsu, who had been watching the whole time, remarked, "It's nothing." He glanced over, signaling, "Even if I told you, is that information even necessary?" Maria, just manifesting, was still confused. Subaru silently listened as Kotetsu continued. "The difference between a rift and a mark. Do you all understand? The biggest difference between a rift and a mark is that a mark always guarantees we get an item after conquering it." Subaru then voiced his hypothesis. "Hyodo pushed Varden into a corner in the other world," Subaru noted. Kotetsu immediately confirmed, "Right." He explained that items have rarity levels, and the higher the rarity, the stronger the effect. Usually, higher difficulty means higher rarity. If we wait, an opportunity to defeat that thing will appear. Subaru was astonished by his conclusion. That way, everyone can obtain a special item. Looking indifferent as he had been for a while, Kotetsu hesitated, scratching his head. Even so, this opportunity is still impossible. Subaru cut him off. There is one. Hearing this, Kotetsu glanced at him. Everyone was standing on the water. Subaru calmly began to speak. We will do everything we can. He looked up at the giant dragon looming before him and shouted, Let's do this. Whether the lightning dragon understood Subaru, it opened its maw to attack. It spread its wings, lowered its body, and unleashed a massive stream of energy with a majestic posture. Lemda risked everything, charging toward the dragon's mouth area. Like an arrow leaving a bow, he lunged with a wild, exhilarated expression. Lemda unleashed a strike. The scene brightened, burning intensely and blindingly. The lightning dragon was hit, its body engulfed in flames. Just then, Maria stepped forward. In her hand, she held a burning cigarette. It was that cigarette emitting a peculiar smoke. The lightning dragon was surrounded by the fog. It spoke in a raspy voice. Too thick sweat poured down its ferocious face. Maria suddenly remarked, Just an illusion, you think? The lightning dragon opened its mouth, roaring as if to swallow her whole, but Maria just coolly replied, Too predictable. Subaru quickly drew his sword. Finish it, he said, then slashed toward the lightning dragon, making it scream in agony. Its eyes blurred. In its haze, it saw the blade cut across its mouth. The lightning dragon stretched its neck. The purple dragon was now charred black, looking absolutely miserable. But Kotetsu didn't hold back. He lunged forward with his scythe, thinking to himself, The cut is still hot. Its skin is thicker than I expected. This might be a hassle. Subaru, watching from the sidelines, gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, I have to use blood mold. As that thought formed, rainbow-colored points appeared around his eyes. Subaru arched his back. His face was obscured, but something seemed to have just exploded. Blood sprayed from the direction of Subaru's face. Lemba's eyes widened in shock. Maria panicked. Ariel. In midair, a giant lightning sphere appeared. The dragon's eyes flashed dangerously and as expected. This energy was aiming for a sneak attack on Subaru. The moment the lightning sphere drew closer, the light it cast revealed Subaru's face clearly. One of his eyes was bleeding incessantly. A foot suddenly flashed past. It was Kotetsu. He lunged and kicked Subaru away. Subaru shouted in shock, You! But Kotetsu didn't have time to explain his actions. The lightning sphere was right on top of him. Kotetsu turned his back, shielding the path of the sphere with half his body. Subaru's face was covered in fresh blood. He screamed in horror, Hyodo. Kotetsu floated in the air, his body constantly emitting black smoke. Maria flew over, cursing, Damn it. That's why I said. She looked furious, gritting her teeth. I don't like fighting in places like this. Having been scorched, Kotetsu calmly replied, I see. He thought back to a similar conversation he'd had with an administrator in this world. There was no reason to struggle. The decision had been made. Kotetsu seemed contemplative. He had lost an arm and a leg but remained calm, as if it were a daily occurrence. He sheathed his sword to take out something else, a glass vial filled with a striking blue liquid. Alicia, rank B item. Watching the dragon approach, Kotetsu just clicked his tongue. This item is something even I don't have. The lightning dragon's eyes widened. Effect of Alicia. Kotetsu's face remained indifferent. 3 seconds after using it, he spread his hand. 60 times skill power increase, Thunder God. A Thunder God appeared, unleashing a strike toward the dragon. The electric light shook the entire area. The dragon was incinerated, leaving only a dry skeleton. The situation unfolded so quickly, it left Subaru, Maria, and Lemda stunned. As the smoke cleared, Kotetsu stood tall, his upper body still smoking, one arm outstretched and crackling with electricity. That is what I trust to recreate this world. Items are extremely difficult to touch. Kotetsu thought, For my goal, this is fine. But one thing he didn't understand, Subaru was able to open both eyes. The injured eye was still oozing blood, but strangely, his pupils had changed color. Kotetsu spread his hand and looked at it, speaking as if questioning himself. Is this a battle or a game? Toma, Ariel, and their team had conquered the first rift. The boss was defeated. Everyone stood watching the glowing skeleton of the lightning dragon. Subaru felt his body go light, as if lifted by something. Shikishima was also amazed. Ryo Shikishima, level 9297. He couldn't help but exclaim, So, the level system is shared between portals and rifts? Akira couldn't believe it either, asking, It's been a while since we leveled up, hasn't it? Following the light constantly radiating outward, Shikishima assessed, That's a huge step forward. That dragon was crazy strong. Kotetsu remained completely calm. He crossed his arms and stood straight, waiting for the system notification. Kotetsu Hyodo, Level 172173. It was as expected. Shikishima was incredibly shocked when he heard that. He almost screamed. 173. Akira wasn't much better. He was so stunned his jaw dropped, saying, "You're that strong." Subaru, the good boy, slowly raised his hand and spoke. "Hyodo is nearly on par with me in vampire mode." Shikishima couldn't accept it, and shouted, "5 times stronger than us." Just then, the system sound chimed. Item received. From the light, 2 circular objects intertwined appeared. Everyone gathered around to observe. Akira looked up, saying, "It really does guarantee an item drop." Contrary to Akira, whose eyes were wide, Kotetsu just gave a light glance. Rank B is normal. Even at high levels, it's not always the case that Rank A items or higher appear. Rank A item, Subaru, Shikishima, and Akira moved closer. Shikishima shouted in surprise, "It's Rank A." Akira asked, "Does it depend on luck or any stats?" Subaru, hearing this, turned to look at Kotetsu. "Is something wrong, Hyodo?" The person in question, Kotetsu, looked at them, speechless, before replying. Emperor's Cycle. Equipment item. Effect. Throwing weapon with the ability to bend causality to ignore defense. Akira read the info and was skeptical. Bending causality to ignore defense, he repeated. Shikishima also guessed. Meaning it's a guaranteed hit? Akira exclaimed, "That sounds pretty strong." Kotetsu, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. "It guarantees a hit, but it's not necessarily strong." Akira quickly said. With this, Shikishima also offered his own deduction. "I guess it doesn't work on physical-type enemies." Hearing him say that, Akira slumped. "That makes sense. With this, I don't feel like I have enough to take down Lemda." Kotetsu slowly said. "However, if you view it as a tool to break through defenses, it's not bad." Subaru was surprised, then seemed to realize something. Shikishima looked blank and asked, "So the application depends on creativity?" Kotetsu looked at him and explained. "Utilizing items to quickly level up is how we take advantage of rifts." Kotetsu still looked nonchalant. 1 month before the blue eyes arrive, we will level up and collect 10 items. That is my plan." Shikishima replied, "No objections." Akira looked at him and added, "Share the information with others, too." Subaru nodded in agreement. "Okay." He thought to himself, the health issue was worrying, but even Maria-san couldn't find a way. Maria manifested, saying, "I'm stumped." The path of development was laid out before them. Subaru's face was filled with determination. He said, "Let's do it." Outside of the indifferent and silent Kotetsu, both Shikishima and Akira were incredibly excited. Subaru silently looked into the distance, wondering if the others were doing well with their plans. At the same time, the location of the new soul, the black obsidian Amamiya Sazaka at the place where the rainbow light clashed with the white the vanquished had abandoned the blood-stained Amamiya Sazaka, discovered by Asmodeus after transferring to the new throne, and had departed for the administrator's location. The AI suddenly spoke up. "In other words, there's currently no way to contact our ancestors." Delta scratched his head, agreeing with that assessment. Until they returned to the administration facility, Ludwig gritted his teeth and cursed. She watched the energy radiating from the sphere. Ludwig spoke up at a time like this. Sayaka and Harasaka were facing each other head-on. Luz bit her lip, lamenting that she couldn't say whether this change in their vassal status was for better or worse. As she watched, she muttered to herself, 4 times about 5 times. Sayaka lunged forward, and the distance between her and Harasaka continued to shrink. The power growth was extremely abnormal. The moment the energy from Sayaka and Harasaka collided, everything seemed to shake and explode. Kilim and Delta remained unharmed. Louis raised her hand to block the blast and shouted. She thought uneasily, "I can't believe they're still human." This was the result of staying in a soul state for too long. If things kept going like this, their humanity could completely collapse. Louis turned around when someone called her. "Hey, Goldie." It turned out to be Kilim. He asked Louis, "Don't you find this strange?" She didn't quite understand and asked back, "What do you mean?" Kilim hesitated before voicing his theory. Their transformation is very similar to Subaru Ariel after he turned into a vampire. Immediately, the image of Subaru from back then flashed in Louis' mind. This discovery shocked her. Kilim crossed his arms and looked up, thinking that perhaps Sayaka really intended to transcend her limits. High above, Sayaka was enveloped in rainbow light. Her eyes glowed intensely, but she looked dazed. She stayed silent. Sayaka looked on and thought, Harasaka-san is still stable. At that moment, Harasaka stood tall before her, gripping his sword tightly. Sure enough, the strength of their souls was on a completely different level. Harasaka's expression was cold, and he didn't say a word. The two people were the exact same color as Sayaka. She suddenly raised one hand and stared at it. She heard a cracking sound, and her palm had split open. Sika narrowed her eyes. There isn't much time left, but as long as the soul can hold out until the battle with the blue-eyed corporation, that will be enough. Delta suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. He said, we could just directly ask them what's going on. And he successfully made Louis and Killam stare at him with their jaws dropped in shock. At the same time, in the other world, in the territory of the Green Grass Kingdom, formerly the Forbidden Kingdom, the tomb of the Cannibal King, Karen and Amamiya Suzaka were walking when they heard someone call out, "Uncle, this way." Karen frowned. "Thanks for leading the way, Verdure." The person who had just called Karen was standing nonchalantly over there. He smiled slightly. Verdure led the way, with Karen and Amamiya Suzaka following closely behind. He said as he walked, "I was very surprised. I didn't expect Subaru Ariel's vassal to be related to you." Karen replied helplessly, "I was surprised too. I didn't think my nephew would be resurrected here." Verdure tilted his head, looked back at him, and said, "It's been a difficult journey, but if we can defeat the executor and ultimately the operator." He remembered the day his father held his hand and walked them out. They stood on a high hill, looking out at the vast, endless desert of sand. "Then the efforts of you and father," Verdure looked at his father, whose eyes were fixed on the desert, "will not be wasted." Hearing that, his uncle Karen laughed, but his expression was extremely serious. He said to Verdure, "You're almost there yourself." As they were walking, Verdure suddenly stopped. "We're here." Before them stood a cave. The mouth of the cave was dark, as no light could reach inside. Verdure introduced it. "This is the entrance to the Forbidden Zone." Karen inspected the cave and suddenly spoke. "Oh, I remember now." He affectionately ruffled Verdure's hair. "Thanks, kid. I'll give you some pocket money another day." Verdure blushed and scratched his head, taking the opportunity to beg. "Make it a lot." Only Amamiya Sazaka, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly called out, "Karen-sama." She looked at him and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Karen immediately replied, "I'm going to return to my original body. I used to wield power in the other world." He shoved his hands into his pockets and said nonchalantly, "But it's too much for Hirasaka Amamiya Suzaka's body to bear." She listened pensively as he continued, "If I want to face the executor, I need to bring back my curse." Karen looked back at her and smiled. "Regardless, today I have to say goodbye to Hirasaka's body." He narrowed his eyes and said, "I actually liked it." With that, he headed into the cave. Karen didn't look back. He waved his hand and instructed, "Sorry, but I'll leave this body for you to take care of." Amamiya Sazaka stood still, holding the cat to her chest. Amamiya Sazaka kept her head down, looking burdened with deep thoughts. She slowly replied, "Understood. Good luck." Deep inside the dark cave, rocks connected to one another, forming bizarre shapes. Karen's body was enveloped in blue fire. Estimating that the distance was sufficient, he said, "All right." Karen narrowed his eyes, looking incredibly dangerous. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" He looked at the person who was tied up right before his eyes and shouted coldly, "I've come to reclaim my body." The undead emperor, covered in bandages, could not even see if he was being watched.